In the fateful battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Sasuke vanquished Uzumaki Naruto, becoming the darkest Hokage of all. To overthrow the tyranny of the Uchiha, Orochimaru created me, and the surviving rebels employed space-time ninjutsu to send me back to the past. In order to approach Naruto, I assumed the appearance of Noara Rin and became the third member of Team 7. My mission is to ensure that Uzumaki Naruto emerges victorious in the final confrontation. Thus, I am indeed engaged in a noble endeavor. Why then do you wish to discuss matters of romance with me? Chapter 1. A direct request. On the day of my birth, I received 2 gifts from my creator, Orochimaru. One was my name, Chaolu. The other was my purpose. I must travel back in time to ensure that a man named Uzumaki Naruto does not perish at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. Who is Uchiha Sasuke? He is the current ruler of this world, a shadowy tyrant, and an unparalleled powerhouse. He resides in the hidden recesses, ceaselessly monitoring his subjects, day and night. Anything that defies his will is eradicated. Those who dare to resist scatter and hide in the mountains, beneath the earth or on distant islands struggling to survive. After years of hardship, the resistance dwindled, and the remaining individuals reached a grim consensus. The only one capable of thwarting him is Uzumaki Naruto. Though he too has suffered defeat at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke, with just a modicum of assistance, the future may yet be altered. That I was born for this purpose. I was sent back to the past through space-time ninjutsu, clutching a scroll penned by Orochimaru, containing all the information he could not relay to me in time. Upon successfully arriving in the past and perusing the scroll's contents, I incinerated it. First, I must infiltrate Konoha. This is not a daunting task, as Konoha is known to shelter orphans. Next, I need to locate Uzumaki Naruto. There is no need for haste, for as long as I enroll in the Ninja Academy, I will encounter him. Prior to that, any overt display of interest in him would only arouse suspicion. Thus, I settled into the orphanage, familiarizing myself with the environment and the staff, striving to present a credible and transparent background. In no time, I successfully entered the Ninja Academy. On the first day of school, I spotted a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy sitting alone at the back of the classroom. I did not inquire about his name, but he was the only one in the class who matched the description provided by Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto is indeed blonde-haired and blue-eyed. I approached him directly, adopting the most courteous demeanor I could muster. "Excuse me, may I sit beside you?" He was initially slumped over his desk, lost in thought, and appeared startled by my voice. "Huh? Oh sure." I observed him closely. His golden hair was somewhat tousled, suggesting a lack of diligent grooming, and his skin bore the roughness of neglect. When the teacher took attendance, I learned his name, indeed Uzumaki Naruto. I watched him for a while and noticed that he struggled to comprehend the lessons, quickly succumbing to drowsiness, and his chakra control was abysmal. He fumbled through the ninjutsu being taught. Before long, his classmates began to mock him as the bottom of the class. In stark contrast, Uchiha Sasuke was exceptionally gifted. With striking features, raven black hair, and fair skin, he was handsome and stoic, excelling in his studies and mastering ninjutsu, widely regarded as a prodigy. Could it truly be that the one capable of defeating Uchiha Sasuke would be this Uzumaki Naruto? Perhaps it is a jest of fate. Orochimaru instructed me not to interfere with Naruto's growth, for doing so might inadvertently hinder him. It is said that when he finally battles Uchiha Sasuke, their strengths will be so closely matched that victory may hinge on a mere stroke of luck. That I was born to be that stroke of luck. In times of dire need, I could even sacrifice myself for him. He was frequently kept after class, and each time he was assigned homework, he would fret over it, ultimately abandoning the blank sheets and escaping through the window. I wished to accompany him, so I lingered to complete my own assignments. However, he did not approach me for assistance, and I could not interfere with his learning. I could only inform the teacher once he had slipped away. Irika-sensei then said, "Chaolu, since you're staying after school to do your work, why not help him out as well?" Naruto, who despised studying, immediately protested, "I don't want to." Irika-sensei, visibly annoyed, gave Naruto a firm tap on the head. Chaolu's grades are far superior to yours. You ought to learn from your desk partner." I interjected, "But Irika-sensei, I believe he is doing just fine as he is." "Huh?" I continued earnestly. "I find Naruto's ability to own up to his mistakes while facing the teacher's reprimands, and his audacity to act spoiled and defiant, truly remarkable. He is destined for greatness." Naruto retorted angrily, "What's that supposed to mean? Do you look down on me?" Irika-sensei chuckled softly before sighing, "Well, alright then." I sensed I might have misspoken, as both Naruto and Irika-sensei seemed to interpret my refusal to teach Naruto as a sign of disdain. He dragged Naruto to the office for personal instruction. After completing my assignment, Naruto had yet to return, so I rested my head on the desk, awaiting his arrival while reflecting on the contents of Orochimaru's scroll. It mentioned that, over the years, the Uchiha clan would face annihilation. However, the reasons behind this calamity were far too intricate for me to alter, thus it was prudent to disregard them. As for the dreadful tyrant Hokage Uchiha Sasuke, I had never witnessed him firsthand. It is said that his presence heralds death and disaster. Yet the Uchiha Sasuke I encountered at the Ninja Academy bore no trace of such terror. Everyone seemed to adore him. I lay on the desk, meticulously reviewing the information to avoid forgetting, until the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm hue across the classroom. The door creaked open and I turned to see Naruto entering. His expression scrunched in annoyance upon spotting me. He grumbled, "Why are you still here? I was waiting for you." "Huh? Why?" "I asked if I could sit beside you and you said yes. Didn't you just ask if the seat next to me was taken?" I pondered for a moment, reflecting on my phrasing. Orochimaru had explicitly instructed me to be direct when conversing with Uzumaki Naruto, as he often struggled to comprehend subtleties. Yet I evidently had not been sufficiently forthright. "No, I mean, may I stay by your side always? My age is comparable to his, as Orochimaru desires me to become his classmate after graduation. It establishes a profoundly close connection, greatly facilitating my mission." In the original timeline, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura formed Team 7. I must replace Haruno Sakura and join Team 7. Her academic prowess is exceptional, compelling me to strive not to fall behind, which is why I diligently study each day. Moreover, she was once a genjutsu specialist. However, under the gaze of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, the genjutsu of others appeared feeble, leading her to eventually pursue medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru has also orchestrated my future aspirations to become a medical ninja. He has even insisted that I must seek the tutelage of one of the legendary Sannin Tsunade. However, that is merely a plan for the next phase of my journey. Chapter 2, starting with friendship. I stood against the light, observing as the last rays of the sun illuminated Naruto's face outside the window. The honeyed glow cascaded into his wide blue eyes, resembling a shimmering sea of scattered gold. He appeared somewhat perplexed by my words. "Do you not despise me? Just moments ago, you called me brazen. I do not harbor any animosity towards you. I have been diligently completing assignments at school, waiting for you." "Huh." His confusion was palpable. "Why? I once knew someone strikingly similar to you, blonde and blue-eyed. Seeing you feels as if I have encountered a fragment of my family again." "My apologies. This was a fabrication." It was Orochimaru who instructed me to convey such sentiments. He claimed that the narrative of solitude would resonate profoundly with Uzumaki Naruto, facilitating a closer connection. "Your family is no longer with you." So he had indeed fallen for the ruse. "What were you waiting for me for?" "I wished to remain by your side." After some contemplation, I added, "I aim to protect you when you encounter danger." "What? Protect me?" He burst into laughter. "If you wish to play with me, that is called friendship." "Ah, I see," I nodded. "Then I wish to be your friend. Really truly. Or perhaps as your lover, your wife." "Ha. To remain long by a male's side, there exists no relationship more intimate than that of a couple." Orochimaru had precisely considered this when designing my gender as female. Yet Naruto exclaimed, suddenly talking about lovers and wives, "You're quite the odd one." "Is that so? Am I not permitted to say such things?" "I'm sorry. The truth is, I have lost most of my memories, like my family. I only vaguely recall a blonde, blue-eyed figure but cannot remember who he was or his name. Thus at times I may lack common sense. If I err in any way, please understand I bear no ill intentions. I have not spent extended periods among humans." To avoid unsettling others, Orochimaru advised me to candidly express my peculiarities, attributing them to mere accidents, which would make it less likely for others to suspect me. Naruto promptly responded, "Oh, I see. Well then, it can't be helped. After all, it wasn't your choice to become this way, so as long as you have no ill will, that's what matters." Up until now, all of Naruto's reactions had been anticipated in the scroll's predictions, and I couldn't help but feel a profound admiration for the author of the scroll's content. I relaxed and smiled. "Thank you. As long as Naruto does not despise me and does not avoid me, I am content. I wish to be with Naruto always. If Naruto is willing, I can become your wife. If not, I can still be your friend." He erupted into laughter. "So for you, expressing a desire to be someone's lover or wife is your way of conveying closeness, right?" I tilted my head. "Is that so?" Naruto appeared significantly more animated than before. He bashfully rubbed his nose, unable to meet my gaze. About the lover and wife thing. I don't quite understand. But as for being friends, that's perfectly fine." "Really?" "Yes. I initially thought you were like everyone else who disliked me. By the way, what is your name?" "Chao Lu." "Your surname?" "I do not have one." "Oh, I see. Well, I am Uzumaki Naruto." "I know." Yes indeed." For the first time, Naruto seemed somewhat flustered, as if he didn't quite know how to interact with a friend. He inquired, "Have you completed your assignments?" Yes, I have. Shall we go home together? I immediately replied. Certainly. Observing my actions as I packed my belongings, he suddenly broke into a silly grin. By the way, where does Chaolu live? We should play together in the future. Sure. We can walk home together after school. Absolutely. If it's on the way, perhaps we can even attend school together. I reside in an orphanage, which is a bit far. If I go to school, I must wake up quite early. I quickly finished packing my backpack, and Naruto eagerly waited by my side. Together, we secured the classroom doors and windows before departing the school. The streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow from every household. As we walked, I suddenly heard a rumbling sound from beside me. Naruto, are you hungry? He appeared somewhat embarrassed, a little. Shall we grab something to eat then? What do you feel like eating? Ramen. Ichiraku ramen? Yes. Does Chaolu like it too? I know you do. Orochimaru's intel had mentioned it. Huh. What else do you know about me? I also know that you struggle to interact with shy and introverted individuals. As you are unsure of their thoughts and how to respond, it is best to speak directly. You find indirect or ambiguous language difficult to comprehend. I heard that someone once harbored a secret crush on you for a long time, and you were completely unaware. Orochimaru advised me that to interact with Naruto, one must speak plainly, otherwise, it would merely waste time. Naruto retorted, who wouldn't understand. He initially thought I was inquiring whether there was anyone beside him, me, who would say something like, I want to be by your side forever during a first meeting. I see. It appears my understanding of context was insufficient. I apologize. I will strive to improve. What else do you know? I also know that Naruto's favorite is Ichiraku ramen, particularly the narutomaki in it. Although he struggles with academics, he remains unfazed by poor grades, radiating confidence, cheerfulness, and optimism. Beyond that, I cannot disclose further information, as it exceeds what I am permitted to know in my current identity. Revealing it could attract unwanted attention from Konoha. Naruto instantly lost his irritation. He appeared somewhat embarrassed. You know so much. Have you been paying attention to me? I cautiously gauged his expression. Should I say I merely paid a bit of attention? Or is it better to admit that I have been observing you for a long time? Either way is fine. He seemed delighted as he led me into Ichiraku ramen. We sat together at the counter, and he greeted the owner with familiarity. After ordering a bowl of ramen, he turned to me and asked, what would you like? I shook my head. He widened his eyes and asked, you don't like ramen? I replied honestly, I have no money. The orphanage does not provide pocket money. Naruto paused for a moment. Although his circumstances were not ideal, he had never encountered a situation where he lacked money. Prior to this moment, he had never considered the possibility of being unable to afford ramen. His gaze fell upon my hands clutching my backpack, and he reached out to grasp my wrist, squeezing it gently, exclaiming, you are so thin. This won't do. Let me treat you. Chapter 3. The First Friend. Is that all right? Of course. Consider it a celebration of our newfound friendship. Moreover, I have often left you behind before. I apologize. There is no need to apologize. Naruto had no idea I was waiting for you. Besides, waiting for you is what I wanted to do. You need not worry. You know, sometimes you can be quite eloquent. Thank you for the compliment. While we waited for the ramen to arrive, Naruto fidgeted beside me as though his seat were prickly. He would glance at me furtively, then look away, only to steal another glance. He rested his hands on the stool, shaking his legs, and then intertwined them, hunching his shoulders. Chaolu. Yes. It is my very first time dining on ramen with a friend. Oh, really? He smiled with his eyes narrowed, resembling a little fox. Yes. I feel so elated. What about you, Chaolu? I don't feel anything particularly special. Ultimately, what does it mean to have a friend? My only duty is to stay by Naruto's side, ensuring his safety. However, I said, I am also very happy. It is my first experience having a friend. So I don't quite understand many things. If I inadvertently upset you, please do let me know directly. All right. I, too, wish to remain with Naruto. So if I ever offend you, Naruto must tell me directly as well. Yes. Then we shall communicate openly. Good. Shall we make a pinky promise? He extended his finger, signaling a pact. Mimicking his gesture, I extended my pinky and linked it with his. Pinky swear. For 100 years, we shall not change. For 100 years, we shall remain steadfast. Naruto's cheeks turned rosy. That's wonderful. I added. Moreover, I am not yet very adept at reading the expressions and body language of others. If I misunderstand something, it could be troublesome. Therefore, may I directly ask you if I find something unclear? Without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. Of course. Then why were you looking everywhere, but at me just now? Ah, ha, you're asking about that. Well, I felt inexplicably shy. Then why were you fidgeting? Because I was a bit excited. Honestly, what do excitement and shyness signify? If you ask me like that. Isn't it Naruto who said we should speak openly? Exactly. Truthfully, I don't fully comprehend it either. But I believe it signifies that I hold you in high regard. That is how I see it. Because Chao Lu is my first friend. Uncle Irika, who was behind the counter, listened to our conversation and for some reason, wore a joyful smile. He swiftly served up 2 bowls of ramen. Naruto immediately dug in. As if trying to evade my inquiries, while I hesitated. His emotions surged and ebbed rapidly. By now, his face was no longer as flushed. What's wrong? Uncle Irika's ramen is delicious. It's my first time eating ramen, and I was unsure of how to eat it, also uncertain of the flavor. What? Your first time? Yes, I imitated Naruto's actions, picking up a bundle of noodles with my chopsticks and slowly bringing them to my mouth. The taste of ramen was entirely different from the rice balls at the orphanage. The diverse textures of various foods are truly marvelous. I savored it slowly, relishing every bite. Suddenly, Naruto exclaimed, Chao Lu's first time eating ramen is with me. Indeed. His eyes sparkled. Let us do more firsts together in the future. I replied, sure. Uncle Irika, observing us, chuckled and remarked, how wonderful, Naruto. You finally have a friend. I thought. So it is such a simple thing to become friends. After finishing our ramen, I accompanied Naruto to the orphanage, as he wished to see where I lived. I inquired, will you be alright returning alone? Is it too late? No, this is within the village. It is very safe. I stood at the entrance of the orphanage, bidding him farewell. He looked up at the building with a serious expression. I'll remember this place. See you tomorrow, Chao Lu. I waved at him. Goodbye, Naruto. Good night. He grinned. Good night. Watching that orange figure leap away into the night, I thought that I had done well in completing the first step of my mission. That night, I slept soundly. However, upon returning to school the next day and sitting beside Naruto, he appeared as though he had not fully awakened, lacking energy. Naruto. Good morning? Good morning. Did you not get enough rest last night? I was too excited yesterday and didn't sleep well. I almost overslept today. Too excited? Because. Naruto suddenly perked up. I made a friend. It seems I am quite significant to Naruto. Of course. Am I not an important friend to Chao Lu? Absolutely. Thus. He eagerly clenched his fist. I will cherish you dearly. Thank you. I responded. I will certainly cherish you as well. As we exchanged these words, Nara Shikamaru arrived. He teased. What are you two performing in a drama? Such exaggerated lines. I recognized him. The scroll given to me by Orochimaru contained information meticulously filtered by him. The plans concerning Naruto were also framed by him, with various details filled in alongside Orochimaru. Thanks to his coordination, along with Yamanaka Ino's intermediary role, the global resistance managed to survive until my birth. I respectfully nodded at him. Good morning, Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru replied. Don't drag me into your dramatic performances. It sounds rather bothersome. I apologize, Shikamaru. Don't call me that. I had no choice but to comply. Shikamaru? He affirmed. Fine, just like that. Though Shikamaru is remarkably intelligent, his lazy demeanor often leads him to neglect his homework, and he frequently gets detention for sleeping during class, chatting with Choji, or sneaking snacks. Thus, he and Naruto have become quite familiar, and I, too, found it easier to converse with him. This surprised me somewhat. Naruto and I always sat together in class, spent our breaks together, and walked home together, which soon caught the attention of our classmates. Not long after, one day as we entered the classroom, we spotted a drawing on the blackboard of a pair of umbrellas with our names written beneath them. A group of boys jeered at us. Here come the little couple. The little couple left school together yesterday, and will sit together again today. Chao Lu. When will you take Naruto's surname? Uzumaki Chao Lu. Uzumaki Chao Lu. Naruto's face turned crimson with anger, and he was about to charge at the group. I quickly grabbed hold of him, not understanding why this was something to be angry about. It can happen anytime, I said, as long as Naruto agrees. The classroom erupted in astonishment. All the little kids stared at me in shock, especially that Hyuga heiress. Her face turned particularly pale, but I didn't comprehend what was shameful about it. The information from Orochimaru had not mentioned anything of the sort. I looked at Naruto somewhat bewildered. Have I erred in my understanding again? He defended me, saying it's alright, Chao Lu, don't worry about it. Then he lunged at the group of boys shouting, don't bully Chao Lu. He was all alone. While they were a group, I couldn't let him suffer. so I rushed in as well. Don't bully Naruto. Chapter 4. The Proof of Caring. Eventually, Shikamaru called Irika-sensei over. The teacher was furious and took us all to the office. The few students who had instigated the commotion received a severe reprimand, while Naruto and I, though the ones being mocked, also had to face punishment for engaging in mutual combat. As we walked back to the classroom, just as the bell rang, Shikamaru saved us 2 seats and beckoned us to sit down. I took a seat beside him, with Naruto next to me. He looked up and asked, "What punishment did Irika-sensei give you?" "We have to copy the ninja principles 100 times. "How many times?" "Just once. After school. We must go to the office to do the copying. You have separated yourselves from that group of individuals. They are presumably in the classroom, facing the consequences of their actions." "Perhaps so." Naruto, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "I refuse to face such punishment. It is clearly their fault." With a furrowed brow, he turned to me and suggested, "Let us sneak away after school." "Do not involve her," Shikamaru interjected. "You may be able to escape, but if Shora runs, Irika-sensei might contact the orphanage, and that would be disastrous." "Thank you for the reminder." I promptly expressed my gratitude to Shikamaru. "I am most appreciative. Why do you always speak to me with such formality?" "My sincerest apologies. I shall be more mindful in the future." He looked at me with exasperation. "You haven't paid attention at all, have you?" In the row ahead of us sat Yamanaka Ino, accompanied by other girls. She was vivacious and cheerful, quite popular among her peers. I had only heard her name before, but upon meeting her, I learned of her fondness for flowers. Reflecting on her eventual descent into the depths, where she would never again see blossoms, I felt as though she were a goddess of spring claimed by the god of the underworld. After class, the young goddess of spring turned to me. "Shoru, you're incredibly strong. You dared to take on so many boys." "Oh, not at all. I am but a fraction of your prowess. Why do you address me so formally?" She laughed, her smile radiant. Yet I had heard that she would later be compelled to wear a helmet that allowed her to communicate with everyone, relaying Shikamaru's orders. And few would ever glimpse her face unmasked. It was said she had developed feelings for Uchiha Sasuke, which filled me with concern. However, Orochimaru advised against interfering in anyone's fate, instructing me to simply remain by Naruto's side, so I could only watch helplessly. She invited me, "Let us play together." Beside her, waiting patiently for her to finish speaking with me, was the shy and reserved Harino Sakura. Recently, she had been the target of teasing from boys regarding her broad forehead. Ino had stood up for her, and thus their friendship blossomed. "I would rather stay with Naruto," I replied. "You truly do have a fondness for him," she remarked, casting a glance at Naruto, before reluctantly conceding, "Very well." She harbored no particular disdain for Naruto. It was simply that a group of girls playing together naturally felt uncomfortable with boys present. Naruto had been resting his head on the desk, feigning sleep. And when she departed, he turned his face towards me and said, "If Shora wants to play with others, I don't mind. I have no desire to." I retrieved a copy of the History of the Ninja World from my bag. I needed to finish this book. Upon seeing this, Naruto visibly exhaled in relief. I remarked, "Even I can tell that you didn't speak your true feelings just now. This violates our agreement to speak openly. Should there not be a punishment?" What would the punishment be?" I pondered, uncertain. "Perhaps I should write it down and execute it later when I think of something." "Sounds good." Naruto couldn't contain himself. "But sometimes, I worry that speaking my mind will make me disliked." "I would never dislike you." "Really?" "Indeed. I will always be by your side." Just then Shikamaru, sitting beside me, interrupted with a sigh. "Your dialogue is reminiscent of a soap opera." A thought struck me. "Shikamaru, what is it?" "If it were you, surely you could think of a fitting punishment. Why must I be burdened with this?" I reflected, perhaps Shikamaru's intellect ought to be directed towards more significant matters. "Do not refer to me with such titles." "My apologies, Shikamaru." He sighed deeply. "Then how about punishing Naruto by forbidding him from speaking to you for the entire day?" Naruto exclaimed, "That is too severe." Shikamaru shrugged. "The weight of your agreement will determine its severity." Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. "That is a significant agreement among friends." "Very well. Today, I shall not speak to Shoro at all." Having declared this, he cast a determined glance in my direction before returning to his desk, resolved to endure the remainder of the day through sleep. I glanced at him and then at Shikamaru. Fearing I might disturb Naruto's slumber, I decided to write Shikamaru a note. "Did my conversation with Naruto disturb you? Is there something inappropriate in my words?" Although Shikamaru had requested I refrain from calling him Lord, the teacher had instructed that written communication should be more formal than spoken language, so I inadvertently resorted to honorifics once more. Upon receiving my note, Shikamaru initially frowned before taking up his pen to respond. He passed the note back to me, having crossed out the term Lord entirely. You two are utterly oblivious. What is wrong with being oblivious? Besides Naruto, I care not for anyone else. His brow furrowed deeper. Then why seek me out? After delivering that question, he turned his back to me, exhibiting a clear refusal. In that moment, I realized I had misspoken. I apologize, I meant others. I certainly care about your feelings. You are different. Shikamaru opened the note, but still faced away from me. After a long pause, he finally turned back to respond. He wrote, paused, rewrote, and after much contemplation, crossed out everything he had previously written. Ultimately, the note bore the words, I do not believe you, liar. It was over. My assertion had been dismissed by the mind of the resistance. I felt a profound sense of defeat. Reluctantly, I refrained from disturbing Shikamaru further, biting my lip as I tucked the note away and focused intently on the lesson as it commenced. After class, Naruto rose to head to the restroom. Shikamaru inquired, so, what about the evidence? You spoke of evidence that you care. I stared blankly at him, momentarily unable to think of any proof. Right. There isn't any, is there? You only have your eyes on that guy Naruto. I know what food you detest. Shikamaru blinked in surprise. You despise boiled eggs. I declared. Previously, during our time in the cultivation chamber, though I had not yet formally entered the world, I had vaguely perceived sounds, including a conversation between Shikamaru and Orochimaru. Shikamaru's voice had been hoarse, tinged with fatigue. How is it going? Orochimaru replied, success is imminent. This time, the prospects are promising. You're eating boiled eggs again? I thought you hated them. They're convenient. I have to visit other outposts soon, as Sasuke has been. Moreover, just a few days prior, Shikamaru had mentioned this to Ino during their conversation. On that day, his stomach had growled in hunger. And when Ino inquired if he had skipped breakfast, he had confessed that his mother had made boiled eggs, which he had stealthily discarded. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Shikamaru's face. Then what do I enjoy eating? Nervously, I shook my head, I don't know. Then as punishment, I shall bring you my least favorite foods and you must eat them all. Chapter 5. The Education of Tears. That day after school, Naruto and I went to the teacher's office to complete our punishment before departing. To my surprise, Naruto remained obediently until the end, leaving Iruka-sensei astonished. When he returned from checking on the students who were serving their punishments, he remarked upon seeing Naruto still present, I thought you would take the opportunity to sneak away. Naruto replied defiantly, I would never abandon my friends. Iruka-sensei's reaction bore a resemblance to that of the ramen shop owner. Naruto had indeed made a friend. As I observed Naruto dozing off in class, neglecting his assignments or getting into conflicts with classmates, Iruka would often seek me out, stating, since we are friends, Koro, you should also have a word with him. However, Naruto no longer skipped classes or defaced the Hokage rock. Orochimaru's intelligence scroll had even mentioned this, noting that it was a pastime of his youth. I had initially prepared to accompany him in his truancy for graffiti. I replied, I'll give it a try. But my intentions were merely to placate the teacher. I had no genuine desire to intervene. Instead, it was Naruto who felt he was burdening me. Really? I can just turn in my assignments later, right? It has nothing to do with Koro. Why does Iruka-sensei always come looking for you? I don't want to drag my friends down. Since it was Naruto who expressed this concern, I found it difficult to refuse. I completed my assignments for him to copy, yet during the exam, he was utterly clueless about every question. Consequently, Iruka summoned us both to his office and gave us a severe scolding. Orochimaru remarked that both laughter and tears are the most common emotions among humans. While I had become quite adept at the former, I had never truly experienced the latter. I understood that crying was permissible when one was reprimanded, and I wished to practice this under Iruka's scolding. Thus I shed tears. My nascent grasp of the various forms of crying, sniffling, choking, or wailing, meant that I could only manage the simplest form, tears. Upon noticing my silent weeping, Naruto immediately grew angry, exclaiming, it's all Iruka-sensei's fault. Koro is crying. He pulled me away from the office, with Iruka shouting after us in frustration, hey, Naruto. Oblivious to the uproar, Naruto dragged me to the rooftop of the school. It was deserted, and he searched his person for tissues or a handkerchief, but found none. Instead, he vigorously patted his sleeves, attempting to clean up, and used his cuff to wipe my tears. Unsure how long I should continue crying, I worried that stopping abruptly might seem unnatural, so the tears kept flowing. Naruto clumsily attempted to assist me, but the rough fabric of his sleeve caused my skin to sting. I had to speak up. Naruto, the cuff is too rough, it hurts. Oh, I'm sorry. He quickly retracted his sleeve, revealing my reddened skin. I sniffled, and he lifted his sleeve again, exposing his bare arms, using his palms to catch my tears. From now on, I'll do my own assignments. But I can't be a burden to my friends. If there's something I don't understand, Koru, please help me again. Since Naruto had expressed this, I could only acquiesce. All right. He lowered his voice, saying, "Don't cry anymore." Thus, I ceased my tears. Rubbing my eyes, I noticed Naruto's expression was quite complex. What's wrong? I don't know. But seeing Koru cry makes me feel sad too. He clutched his chest, looking bewildered. Such sentiments are often misconstrued as confessions. Yet both Orochimaru and Shikamaru had pointed out that he had made similar remarks to Uchiha Sasuke numerous times. They indicated that Naruto's perception of interpersonal boundaries differed from that of ordinary individuals, occasionally leading to misunderstandings. I chuckled. It's because we are friends. Naruto instantly smiled. Exactly. We are friends. Later, after school, I stayed with Naruto to complete our assignments. Initially, I had to explain nearly every question to him, but gradually, he began to solve some of the simpler problems independently. Although his grades remained at the bottom, his scores improved significantly, with several subjects nearing passing marks. Irika, pleased with our progress, invited us to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen together, and praised Naruto's improvements as well as my supportive assistance in front of the class. Shikamaru often brought me breakfast items he disliked, such as boiled eggs, sandwiches with boiled eggs, and leftover fruit. During lunch, he would set aside the foods he found unpalatable for me. Occasionally, I couldn't help but remark, "Shikamaru, you have so many things you don't like to eat." He would respond, "If there's something you don't like, don't force yourself." I shook my head. "I like everything. Shikamaru's mom's cooking is delicious." He smiled in response. I had grown accustomed to speaking frankly with Naruto, so I also directly told Shikamaru, "I like the way you smile." He paused in surprise. I added, "You always seem so tired, and it makes me worry. I want you to relax. When you smile, I feel happy too." He widened his eyes, stuttering. "Don't apply your straightforwardness with Naruto to me. Is it not permissible to be candid with others?" I took note of his words, understanding. He glared at me. I wanted to inquire why, but he insisted that I couldn't ask him directly as I would with Naruto, so I remained silent. Later, when Choji shared snacks with him, he would always ask if I wanted some first, handing them to me before taking any for himself. As a result, my instances of being reprimanded for eating snacks in class increased significantly, with 3 or 4 days a week ending with just the 4 of us remaining after school. I began to worry about whether I could still be regarded as a good student worthy of being selected for Team 7. On weekends, Naruto frequently sought me out to play, and we would swing at the park. When other children attempted to chase us away, we would engage them in playful scuffles, and then hold hands to escape when their parents arrived in a fury. We would flee to the riverside, where we occasionally spotted Sasuke sitting alone on the bank. Not long prior, the Uchiha clan had been decimated, and his brother Itachi had already defected. Yet, Orochimaru claimed there were deeper reasons behind this tragedy. If possible, I could attempt to ensure Itachi's survival, for if he remained alive, perhaps Sasuke would not ultimately tread the path of obsession and extremism. Nevertheless, Naruto would always come first. I noticed Naruto beginning to take an interest in Sasuke. As Orochimaru had correctly pointed out, he possessed a natural empathy for all solitary beings. Sasuke was still quite young, and I harbored no particular animosity towards him. Yet I felt closer to Orochimaru, Kabuto, Shikamaru, and Ino. Why could I not eliminate him beforehand? Orochimaru forbade me from doing so. He explained that before Sasuke and Naruto became adversaries, they had together defeated a formidable foe. The strengths of both Sasuke and Naruto were indispensable. Should one be eliminated, the enemy known as Kaguya would remain unsealed, plunging the world into a different kind of calamity. I didn't understand, but I complied. Naruto continued to gaze intently at Sasuke, and I anxiously tugged at his hand. I always felt that their proximity could lead to unfortunate events. He was far too significant. And in the end, he could perish at Sasuke's hands. Instinctively, I wanted to maintain some distance between them, thinking it might ensure safety. When Naruto turned to look at me, Sasuke sensed something amiss and also turned to face us. I tightened my grip on Naruto's hand, meeting Sasuke's gaze. His eyes were dark, a deep impenetrable blackness. I instinctively positioned myself in front of Naruto, glaring resolutely at him. Sasuke frowned and turned away. Naruto pulled me forward. "Naruto? Why are you staring at Sasuke?" Naruto asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "Are you like the girls at school, enamored by his looks? He is impressive and striking. Do you fancy him?" Chapter 6. the face of a deceased friend. No, I fear he may harm you. Naruto paused, his expression one of confusion. Why would he do that? He seems to utterly detest Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. That guy doesn't he even acknowledge my existence. That arrogant, self-important fellow. One day, I shall surpass him and defeat him. I immediately express my enthusiasm. I support you. Really? Do you genuinely believe I can accomplish this? Of course. I shall always stand by Naruto. Naruto glanced at me, a bashful smile spreading across his face. Chao Lu, you truly are my best friend. Indeed. As we continued our walk, Naruto's mood gradually settled. Suddenly he remarked, but that guy is all alone now. He still has an older brother. His brother is inconsequential. Whether he exists or not. In fact, it might be better if he didn't. Then he is different from us. In what way? If we were to play on the swings, we would be chased away, but if Uchiha Sasuke were to go, the adults wouldn't dare approach him. The sole heir of the Uchiha massacre, anyone who dares to slight him would surely be condemned. Yet despite this, Naruto found no envy in Sasuke's solitude. Doesn't that mean he is just as ostracized as us? I remained silent. Orochimaru's intel had mentioned that Naruto and Sasuke had once been exceptionally close friends. However, he also noted that at this time, Sasuke was consumed by thoughts of revenge. How had they come to be friends in the first place? Naruto and I departed from the riverbank, but our troubles were far from over. The parents of the children we had fought with hadn't sought him out, but instead reported to the welfare home's administration. I was confined, forbidden from attending school for 2 days. On the first day of confinement, I heard Naruto's voice drift through the door. What? You actually locked Chao Lu up and let her go to school? This isn't her fault. This is outrageous. Let her out at once. How infuriating. He clamored to enter the welfare home, but was clearly obstructed by the staff. Rules are rules. Before long, silence enveloped the outside. I assumed Naruto had given up, but after a while, the ventilation window of the confinement room shook slightly, and Naruto's face appeared outside. Chao Lu, don't be afraid. We will definitely rescue you. We? I was somewhat taken aback, only to see Shikamaru and Choji's faces beside him. Shikamaru wore an expression of exasperation. Ugh, let us wrap this up quickly. Such a lovely day is perfect for a lazy nap. Naruto urged him. Hurry, Shikamaru. You can definitely unlock the door. The lock on the welfare home's confinement room was not complex. It merely consisted of a wooden latch on the outside. Shikamaru used his shadow to pull the latch open, allowing me to slip out of the room. Beside the confinement room stood a wall. Naruto and the others descended from the roof, crouching atop the wall. Choji inflated his arm using his family's secret technique, letting it dangle down to pull me up. The 4 of us immediately took off, not stopping until we had distanced ourselves from the welfare home. Naruto was elated. This is fantastic. We successfully rescued Chao Lu. Shikamaru, however, was less optimistic. But escaping is not the end of it. If we don't return to the welfare home, where will Chao Lu go? Naruto immediately proposed she can stay with me. Shikamaru was taken aback. Really? Absolutely. Naruto seemed oblivious to any issues. I live alone. My house is quite spacious. Having one more person is no problem. That's not the point. You're both children. How could the welfare home possibly agree? Although Shikamaru was the same age as Naruto, he exhibited a maturity beyond his years. To have Chao Lu leave the welfare home, we need an adult to intervene. Naruto always simplified matters, disliking complexity. Why not? Otherwise, they'll surely take Chao Lu back, Choji interjected. If we're talking about adults, our only reliable one is Iruka-sensei. Right? School teachers were not ideal candidates, but at present, he was our only option. Shikamaru agreed. We'll have to try asking him. Choji grimaced. If he discovers we snuck out, he'll surely scold us first. Yet there was no other choice. We couldn't simply abandon school. Naruto and I were fine. But Shikamaru and Choji had parents to answer to. As noon approached, our stomachs grumbled from missing lunch. Although Choji had been snacking continuously, his recent use of the family technique had left him hungrier than ever. We resolved to eat lunch before seeking Iruka-sensei's assistance. Predictably, Naruto led us to Ichiraku Ramen. While we dined, Naruto suddenly had a bright idea, addressing the ramen shop owner. Hey sir, could you do us a favor? What is it? Could you speak to the welfare home and tell them Chao Lu isn't going back? Are you trying to find someone to adopt Chao Lu? Not at all. I want Chao Lu to live with me. Upon hearing that we could avoid dealing with a teacher, Choji perked up, feeling that asking the ramen shop owner was preferable to approaching Iruka-sensei. Shikamaru remarked, it's likely akin to a guarantor situation, right? By the way, Naruto, who is your guardian now? Isn't that also an adult? Naruto slurped up some noodles. It's the third Hokage. But I feel like if I tell him. He won't he agree? Yes, rather strict. Choji gasped. The third? You mean Lord Third Hokage? Yes. He visits me sometimes. You little rascal, Shikamaru remarked, surprised. I didn't he know that? The ramen shop owner looked at me, hesitating momentarily. There might be someone who can help. Naruto exclaimed. Really? Who? I can't be certain, but I'll try to reach out. Well, thank you, sir. The owner likely recognized a number from having ordered delivery from Ichiraku Ramen several times in the past, so he dialed the number. Naruto watched eagerly as the owner turned to the back to make the call, then quickly turned to me, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As if I would soon be returning home with him. The owner's voice drifted back, polite and courteous. I hope it's not too presumptuous to ask if you might be able to come by. Thank you very much. I was indifferent. So I smiled at Naruto before continuing to eat my ramen quietly. Having been born recently, I was unaccustomed to eating quickly, thus my pace was slow. Choji was already on his third bowl while I was still halfway through mine. As we awaited the arrival of the potential helper, Shikamaru, feeling bored, calculated how much it would cost to take care of me each month. After all, as an orphan from the welfare home, if I were to leave, the expenses would fall on the adopting family, unlike Naruto, who received monthly living expenses from the village. He asked Naruto, is your living allowance sufficient? Naruto knew his allowance came from his parents' estate, but he was unsure of the total amount. I'll just ask the third Hokage for a bit more. Before long, a figure clad in a ninja outfit, a man whose physique hovered between adolescence and youth, parted the curtain and entered. Upon seeing him, the proprietor's face lit up with a smile. Kakashi-kun. He inclined his head in acknowledgement, his eyes crinkling in a friendly manner before turning to regard us. The owner introduced him, stating, this is Kakashi Hatake. Despite his youthful appearance, he is already a jonin in our village. Kakashi's gaze flickered momentarily at Shikamaru and Choji, their familial traits unmistakable, before pausing at Naruto, and finally resting upon me. I was seated at the far end, just having set down my chopsticks after swallowing the last mouthful of noodles, and turned to meet his eyes. The moment he beheld my face, he appeared taken aback. Lin. Chapter 7. An unexpected turn of events. I had not anticipated encountering Kakashi Hatake so soon. According to Orochimaru's intelligence, he was destined to become the leader of Team 7 and Naruto's mentor. However, prior to this moment, there had been no overt interaction between him and Naruto. In order to facilitate my ascension to replace Sakura Haruno, Orochimaru had not only directed me towards the path of a medical ninja, but had also meticulously arranged for the Jonin's involvement, including my appearance. It was said that I bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakashi's former medical ninja companion, Lin Yuhara. This scheme, though somewhat underhanded, was deemed acceptable to alter the future. And such lengths were justified if they could bring about a change. Kakashi, Lin, and Obito had undoubtedly frequented Ichiraku Ramen together in the past. Thus the owner recognized my resemblance, and subsequently thought of Kakashi. I never imagined events would unfold in this manner. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen interjected. I apologize for the intrusion. However, this young lady requires assistance, and I thought perhaps you could help. Kakashi regarded me intently, inquiring, what sort of assistance? Naruto declared. I want to take Koru out of the orphanage. Koru? I smiled sweetly at him. My name is Koru. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ultimately, it was Shikamaru who elucidated the situation. It was not mealtime, so there were not many patrons in the ramen shop. A few children sat at the counter alongside a jonin, with Kakashi slightly turned, conversing with Shikamaru. He rested his chin on one hand, tilting his head slightly as he observed us. He was indeed youthful. Even with only one eye visible, the contours beneath his mask were strikingly sharp. I continued to quietly consume my noodles, though I could still sense his gaze upon me, occasionally drifting into contemplation. I was uncertain of the nature of Lin's relationship with him, nor was I privy to their past, as Orochimaru had not divulged any details. My resemblance to her was sufficient. There was no need for further embellishments. After all, my objective was Naruto, not Kakashi. Kakashi inquired, an orphan from the orphanage? If she leaves to live with you, who will take care of you both? Naruto puffed out his chest, adopting a miniature adult demeanor. We can take care of ourselves. Kakashi's gaze lingered on his somewhat disheveled jacket and the frayed cuffs for a moment before he turned to the owner of Ichiraku Ramen and stated, I will cover their ramen. The owner smiled in response. Naruto looked at him with eager anticipation. So, are you willing to help? Kakashi studied his bright blue eyes before shifting his attention to me. I had finally finished my bowl of ramen and set down my chopsticks. He remarked, a request must be made to the orphanage, unless it's for an adoptive parent. Naruto asked, What do you mean? Only if I adopt her can I take her away. But I do not meet the criteria. Naruto's brow furrowed immediately. Then what should we do? However, if it is a relative, it is permissible. Naruto turned to me. Koro, do you have any relatives? I shook my head. Naruto turned back to Kakashi, distressed. Koro has lost many memories. Even if she has relatives, she wouldn't remember them. Kakashi repeated, his tone enigmatic. Lost many memories? Shikamaru suggested, then we'll just make it up. If we say that Koro has a familial connection to your father or mother, then you can live together. Naruto's eyes widened. Then he brightened, so Koro and I would become siblings? Kakashi countered, this matter cannot be substantiated. It is not feasible. Naruto's shoulders slumped in disappointment. I don't even know who my parents are. Kakashi's fingers curled slightly, as if struck by the weight of his words. He then looked at me. It could be said that you are a relative on my mother's side. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment. I felt a pang of unease. Perhaps it would be best to let this go? It seemed too troublesome for Kakashi. This unforeseen complication was unnecessary. What if an inexplicable familial bond between Kakashi and me hindered my entry into Team 7? It's alright, Kakashi said. I do indeed have a relative of a similar age on my mother's side, currently unaccounted for. Perhaps it truly is you. A lie. Had he not uttered that last sentence, I would not have known if he genuinely had such a relative. Yet if he suggested it could indeed be me, that was unequivocally false. He would undoubtedly investigate my identity, ascertain how I arrived in Konoha, and where I was found. My background could be deemed reliable, as it was grounded in truth. Yet it was also vague. No one could trace my exact origins. If inquiries were made upon our graduation, over the passage of years, the difficulty of verification would escalate, and my long-standing compliance would lend my background an air of credibility. But if he harbored suspicions now, my past could very well appear less than pristine. What if he decided against allowing me to join Team 7 in the future? I found myself tearing up once more. I did not want to fail the mission. I could not afford to fail. Naruto, in a fluster, exclaimed, Koro, what is wrong? I sobbed, I feel so useless. Everyone is working so hard, and I'm the one causing trouble. Shikamaru swiftly retrieved a few tissues and handed them to me. I accepted them gratefully, thank you. In his haste, Naruto's voice rose, that's not true. Koro has always been helping me. She helps me with my homework and often gets scolded by the teacher for my sake. I countered, what about Shikamaru and Choji? Haven't I caused them trouble too? Shikamaru shrugged, scratching his head. Well, it is a bit of a hassle, but it's fine. I often copy your homework anyway. I whimpered. That's only because you're too lazy to write it yourself. You could easily do it. While I cried, I discreetly glanced at Kakashi's expression, only to find him gazing somberly at me. I felt a jolt of fear, worried my tears were not sufficiently concealed, and hurriedly buried my face in Naruto's embrace. Naruto did not push me away. He silently placed a hand on my shoulder, remaining by my side. In his arms, I could see nothing but heard Kakashi say, let us set aside her situation for now. You children cannot be out here. You have classes to attend, don't you? I will escort you back to school. There was no alternative. He was indeed the one we had brought along. As it was intended, we were indeed heading back to school. Naruto held my hand as we walked at the rear, trailing behind Shikamaru and Choji, under Kakashi's guidance towards the school. Suddenly, Naruto leaned in closer and whispered, I will protect you. Ha! I saw Choji crying earlier, and I resolved that I must protect you from now on, ensuring that not a single tear escapes your eyes again. I gazed into his eyes, which were so resolute, so bright, so undeniably sincere, and I couldn't help but smile through my tears. I have also made a firm resolution to protect Naruto. Really? Yes. I want to become a medical ninja. I told him of my predetermined future, that once we graduate and are assigned to the same team, I could use my medical ninjutsu to safeguard him. Excellent. After graduation, we shall be on the same team, always together. Once we complete missions and earn some money, I'll buy a large house for us to live in. Our voices were not loud, yet neither were they particularly soft. Shikamaru turned back to glance at us with a sidelong look. A ninja team requires 3 members. You two aren't planning to isolate that poor fellow, are you? Naruto retorted defiantly, of course not. Kakashi also regarded us, his visible eye curving into a crescent. Ah, your bond is truly delightful. Upon his gaze, I instinctively sought to diminish my presence, linking arms with Naruto and lowering my head in silence. Chapter 8 Good night. Upon returning to school, Iruka-sensei was predictably furious. Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto were once again kept after class, required to write an 800-word reflection. As for me, perhaps due to my excellent grades, my generally well-behaved demeanor, and my somewhat pitiable background, Iruka-sensei did not scold me nor ask me to write a reflection. Instead, he mentioned he would communicate with the orphanage to lift my confinement, instructing me to attend classes diligently today. Later, I learned that Kakashi had inquired extensively about us from Iruka-sensei, and had even reviewed my assignments and exam papers. I guess he was comparing my handwriting. I had no idea if my handwriting resembled that of Rin Noera. Back in class, Naruto dozed off again, and Shikamaru passed me a note asking, "Do you not like that person?" "Who?" "Kakashi Hatake." His keen observation surprised me. I wrote back, "I just feel it's rather awkward to trouble him to such an extent when we are not related. It's strange that he is willing to consider me a relative upon our first meeting. Indeed, I would ask others about him." Shikamaru replied, "My father should know him." "Thank you. It's nothing, it's not really a bother." I wrote earnestly, "I will strive to lessen your worries. In the future, Shikamaru, burdened with the cares of the world, I should become his support. I'm not worrying about you." "I know." Was Shikamaru helping Naruto? It was said that Naruto had been very close friends with most of the villagers in Konoha. Shikamaru stared at the note, speechless, while Ino leaned over to sneak a glance, stifling a giggle behind her hand. I pondered and wrote another note. Did I say something wrong? Nothing. Stop passing notes. You should focus on the lesson. He replied with a comment before laying his head down and falling asleep. Ino raised her eyebrows at me, but I could not decipher her meaning, and merely smiled apologetically at her. She shot a glance at Shikamaru, who lay on his desk and under the table. He nudged her with his elbow, prompting her to cease her antics and listen to the class with a suppressed smile. Then, at the end of the day, Naruto announced his plan to those who remained. "I've decided to disregard the adults' rules. If Chuji is willing to live with me, then we will live together." Shikamaru interjected, "Wait a minute, are you suggesting that Chuji comes directly to your house?" "Exactly. That's a violation of the rules." Shikamaru frowned. "If the orphanage finds out, Chuji might get expelled." Naruto, feeling challenged by his constant negation, retorted, "Then what do you suggest? At the very least, we cannot be so brazenly defiant about it. I think it would be better for Chuji to return to the orphanage initially." Shikamaru suggested, "Sneak out after everyone else is asleep and return to the orphanage before morning roll call." Naruto complained, "That's way too complicated. The orphanage can't just let her leave. That goes against the regulations. They would be held accountable if something happened. They definitely wouldn't allow it." Shikamaru persisted, "But if she sneaks out and as long as they know where she is going, and nothing goes awry, the orphanage might turn a blind eye." I couldn't help but applaud. Naruto asked, "What's wrong?" Shikamaru looked at me too. "Oh. I just find it impressive that Shikamaru is aware of the orphanage's regulations. It felt somewhat odd for me to say this about a child so young. However, aside from him, which child of this age would concern themselves with such regulations? Truly, he is the brain of the resistance." "It's nothing," Shikamaru shrugged, averting his gaze. Muttering, "I just happened to glance at it. It's not something overly complex." I, of course, completely adhered to Shikamaru's plan. Although Naruto still grumbled about it being too bothersome, once I had made my decision, he chose to cooperate. That very night, we resolved to proceed with the plan. Once everyone was asleep, I quietly unlocked the door and slipped out to the back entrance of the orphanage. The rails here were somewhat loose, and my slender frame allowed me to squeeze through easily. Naruto was waiting outside for me. As I emerged, he grinned widely, taking my hand as we hurriedly ran, wary of being discovered by the orphanage staff. By this time, the streets were sparsely populated. Under the moonlight and starlit sky, we dashed through dim alleyways, traversed the desolate streets cloaked in night, ascended unfamiliar staircases, and passed numerous buildings with only scattered lights still aglow. Finally, Naruto brought me to a halt. "I live here," he panted, excitement barely contained, pointing to the door before us. I nodded, watching as his hand trembled slightly while unlocking the door for some reason. The entryway was shrouded in darkness, and he hurried inside, exclaiming, "I'll go turn on the lights." I stood at the threshold, peering inside, and saw Naruto flick the switch, warm light flooding the space instantly. He turned to me, his eyes shining brightly. I stepped into the entryway, closing the door behind me, saying, "I'm coming in." "Aha. Should I change my shoes?" "Oh, I don't think we have extra shoes at home, so it's fine. Chuji can wear shoes inside, and we can buy slippers tomorrow." Naruto eagerly pulled me to show me around the house, introducing me to the living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom, then in a matter-of-fact manner, patted the only bed in the house, excitedly declaring, "We'll sleep here together tonight." I had already bathed at the orphanage, and Naruto retrieved a set of freshly washed pajamas from the balcony, offering them for me to wear. I squeezed the fabric, uncertain if it was due to washing or drying, as the clothes felt stiff, but it was not a significant issue. He rummaged through the kitchen for something to eat to treat me, and when I emerged in my pajamas, he eagerly asked which flavor of instant noodles I wanted. This is indeed my first experience dining with someone at home. It feels as though we are family. Naruto sits across from me, steam rising from the instant noodles and clouding his eyes. I leap from my chair, placing the bowl of noodles beside him, and then pull my chair closer, the two seats merging seamlessly. I sit beside him and remark, indeed, I find myself more accustomed to being next to Naruto rather than across from him. Naruto, too, has become accustomed to my tendency to stay close. After all, we have developed a habit of speaking candidly, and if he ever felt I was being too clingy or uncomfortable, he would tell me outright. Is there anything you want to play, Koro? I shake my head. Naruto appears somewhat frustrated. Darn it, it seems like there's nothing fun at my place. But I am not here merely for entertainment. My desire is simply to be with Naruto. His presence is sufficient. Naruto chuckles heartily, gazing at me with a dreamy glint in his blue eyes. If only Koro were my family. Family indeed. Should any mishaps occur during the team assignments, it would be a comforting identity to have, allowing me to remain by his side. However, if I am unable to join Team 7, the plan would be almost half a failure, leaving me momentarily speechless in response to Naruto. Yet he seems unfazed by my silence. After finishing our noodles, we retire to bed. There is but one blanket and one pillow, and we lean against the same pillow, huddled together. We need to buy a new pillow and blanket. Naruto excitedly plans, listing new pajamas, slippers, water cups, toothbrushes, chopsticks, plates, and bowls. As he counts them off, he gradually drifts into slumber. In his dreams, Naruto instinctively curls up, a small person to begin with. He appears even smaller when tucked in. I gently tuck the blanket around him, attempting to encircle him in my embrace, discovering it fits perfectly. Holding him feels akin to cradling a tiny kitten. Good night, Naruto. In a half-awake, half-dream state, he mumbles back. Good night, Koro. Chapter 9. The Genius and the Fool. The following day, the alarm clock blares and Naruto and I simultaneously open our eyes. Upon realizing he is nestled in my arms, he seems momentarily bewildered, exclaiming a soft, "Huh?" I naturally retract my arm and whisper, I need to head back. If you're tired, you can continue sleeping for a while. His sleepy gaze lingers on me. It is only when I change clothes that he suddenly awakens with a start. Koro. Nothing. I neatly fold his pajamas and place them at the bedside, donning my own attire. Well, I'm off then. Naruto gazes at me, seemingly dazed. It feels like a dream. He touches the spot on the bed where I had lain, marveling. It's so amazing to have someone stay over at my house for the first time. His words remind me, I forgot to mention. What? Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, but can't that be said when we meet at school too? Observing his apparent dissatisfaction with the lack of intimacy, I recall Orochimaru's assertion that close contact aids in the advancement of relationships. Having shared a bed already signifies a high level of intimacy. Thus all other forms of closeness beneath that threshold should be permissible, right? With this thought, I lean in and gently kiss Naruto's cheek. Shall I head out now? See you at school. Wait. He catches my arm, defiantly kissing my cheek in return, and then flashes that same radiant smile. See you at school. Neither of us regards the kisses as particularly significant. They merely seem a simple expression of affection. I leap out the window and hurry back to the orphanage, arriving just in time for roll call. No one inquires about my whereabouts the previous night, which spares me considerable trouble. On my way to school, I unexpectedly encounter Shikamaru. He hands me the breakfast he insisted I eat, then appraises me from head to toe. So you stayed at Naruto's last night? That guy is quite the go-getter. Shikamaru appears somewhat resigned. I asked my dad, and he said Kakashi Hatake is a reliable man. I understand he is not a bad person. Thank you. I appreciate the trouble. So why do you speak to me so formally? He scratches his head. You've done that since we first met. Because I think you are quite remarkable. Are you teasing me? He grumbles, suddenly pressing his hands onto my head, tousling my hair into disarray. Observing my bewildered expression, Shikamaru's previously pensive demeanor breaks into a chuckle. Forget it. You are truly a peculiar person. He laughs, using his fingers to help smooth my unruly hair. I'm sorry for messing up your hair. It's nothing. I wouldn't be angry with Shikamaru. Why not? Because Shikamaru is someone I respect. So why do you ask me that? What did I do? Because Shikamaru is dependable. Just seeing him makes me feel at ease, thinking, if Shikamaru is here, everything will be all right. He will surely find a way. If it is his plan, then it will definitely succeed. I wish to raise my head, but he presses it down, preventing me from meeting his gaze. I don't understand you. He turns to leave, and I decide to borrow a comb from Ino instead. As I watch his retreating figure, I realize I am the one who cannot comprehend what he is thinking. Is this the behavior of highly intelligent individuals? It truly leaves someone of my average intellect in a state of confusion. By the time I reach school, Naruto has already arrived. We share a smile, and he eagerly waves for me to sit beside him. I have managed to smooth my hair somewhat with my fingers on the way. Yet as soon as I settle next to Naruto, Shikamaru places a comb on my desk, glancing at Naruto and then exiting the room. Naruto, bewildered by the situation, asks, "What was that guy doing?" I do not wish to dismiss his good intentions, so I use the comb to tidy my hair before returning it to Ino. She watches me with a knowing smile, as if aware of something I am oblivious to. Ino asks, "Do you dislike Shikamaru?" I shake my head, unsure of why she would ask that. She smiles wider. "So you think Shikamaru is good?" I nod. "How good?" "Very good." "And how does he compare to Naruto?" "He is different from Naruto." "In what way?" "Naruto is the target of the mission. Shikamaru is the one who designs and assigns the mission. They cannot be the same." Yet I cannot articulate my thoughts. Observing my perplexity, Ino's eyes crinkle with laughter. "I heard Naruto resembles the only family member you remember, right?" I see. Well, it's nothing, I was just asking." Returning to my seat, I notice that as class is about to start, Shikamaru and Choji come back from outside the classroom, taking their seats beside Ino. She leans over and whispers something to Shikamaru, and I suspect she has relayed our earlier conversation, as he suddenly glances my way. Perhaps not expecting to catch my gaze, Shikamaru freezes, his face flushing crimson as he hurriedly averts his eyes. Ino rests her chin on her desk, laughing even harder. I feel a twinge of concern. "Ino, are you teasing Shikamaru?" However, the bond between Ino Shikacho has always been strong, and the light-hearted banter they share is not something for an outsider like me to comment on. I glanced over at Naruto beside me. He had fallen asleep with his head resting on the desk again. I gently ran my fingers through his hair. Wasn't he in a deep slumber? For he lifted his eyes from the crook of his arm upon sensing my touch, nuzzled against my hand, and without a word, closed his eyes once more. After class, Shikamaru approached and looked at Naruto with a sigh. "How can he sleep so much? Did the two of you stay up late last night?" I thought for a moment. "We went to bed a little past 11, I think." Shikamaru frowned slightly. "That is rather late. What kept you up so long?" "Not much really. We just had a cup of instant noodles before going to sleep." "Eating that late at night, doesn't it upset your stomach?" "I'm fine." "You shouldn't make a habit of eating so late." "All right. You really do agree to whatever anyone says, don't you?" "Huh. No, I don't." "Of course you do. No matter what Naruto says, you always reply with all right. And it's the same with me, you never refuse. Because it's Naruto in you." "What do you mean by that?" "Because Naruto and Shikamaru are different from others." "In what way?" "Naruto is family." "Then what about me?" "I'm certainly not your family." "Of course I know Shikamaru isn't. Shikamaru has his own family." "So what am I to you?" "Someone I respect." Shikamaru seemed to hold his breath for a moment before pinching my cheek. "You. Who else do you consider someone you respect?" "Ino for one." "Why is she someone you respect?" "Because Ino is very beautiful, and she is considerate, always looking out for others and taking care of people." "And what about me? Why am I someone you respect?" Before I could answer, he abruptly released my cheek. Naruto's voice came from behind me. He had woken up. "Ah, Shikamaru. Perfect timing." His eyes lit up as he suddenly rose from his seat and pulled Shikamaru away. "There is something I need to ask you." I had no idea what they discussed. But when they returned, Shikamaru looked quite displeased, while Naruto wore a conflicted expression. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Did something happen?" Naruto mumbled, "It's hard to explain. Shikamaru can tell you." Shikamaru tapped on my desk. "Come with me for a moment." He looked at me as though holding back for a while, but eventually couldn't restrain himself. "You idiot." Chapter 10. A matter without a clue. Shikamaru led me to the rooftop. After closing the door, and making sure no one else was around, he turned to me. "Did you change clothes in front of Naruto this morning?" I nodded blankly. "Yes. Naruto lent me his pajamas, and I had to change back into my own clothes before returning to the orphanage." "What I mean is, you changed right in front of him." I grew even more puzzled. "Yes. Why?" "Naruto mentioned that you lack common sense in many areas, and admitted he isn't all that knowledgeable either. But it seems he still has a bit more awareness than you do." Hearing this, I felt a little upset. Naruto is 6 or 7 years older than me. And I'm not foolish. I never had the chance to study before, but now my grades are quite good. Aren't they? Shikamaru emphasized, "You are a girl." You shouldn't change clothes directly in front of someone of the opposite sex. Ah. It finally dawned on me. No wonder Naruto called out to me this morning while I was changing, only to say it was nothing afterward. Because he's an idiot too. Shikamaru said irritably. He just asked me, is it alright for Asatsuyu to change in front of me? I think I've heard somewhere that it might not be proper. But I'm not entirely sure. Did I remember wrong? So that's it. Such minor details aren't mentioned in scrolls. I really didn't know. Come to think of it, aside from physical differences between males and females, what other distinctions are there? Is it simply because of anatomical differences that we must avoid exposing our bodies to each other? Seeing my reaction, Shikamaru pressed a hand to his forehead. You two really are a handful. If you end up living together someday, will you even manage? If there is something I don't understand, can I ask Shikamaru? I don't know everything either. But you probably know more than we do, right? Shikamaru didn't seem inclined to deny that. And another thing, he paused. What exactly is the nature of your relationship with Naruto? How are you living together? Recalling how Naruto had repeatedly referred to us as family last night, I answered Shikamaru accordingly. Family? But you're not related by blood. So does that make you adoptive siblings? I don't really care about labels. And I don't see what difference it makes. Is that what it is? He sighed. Never mind. As long as you're both happy. As Shikamaru turned to leave, I quickly grabbed his sleeve. Shikamaru, what is it? There are still a few things I want to ask you. May I? Like what? You said I shouldn't change clothes in front of Naruto. But no one ever told me it was wrong before. I'm worried I might have done other things with Naruto yesterday that I didn't realize were inappropriate. Such as? After Naruto fell asleep, he curled up. So I hugged him. He looked really cute, like a little animal. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Immediately, I grew anxious. Is that not allowed? How did you hug him? I spread my arms toward Shikamaru and, without thinking, embraced him to demonstrate. Like this. But he pushed me away abruptly. Caught off guard. I stumbled and fell to the ground. He hurriedly helped me up. Are you alright? Me fine. Holding his hand as I stood, I felt somewhat dejected. Sorry. I did something wrong, didn't I? He seemed flustered. No, it's just you hugged me out of nowhere, and I was startled. It was a reflex. I'm sorry. Was that the only thing? Did you do anything else? Well, I pondered. I've heard that sharing a bed overnight is an intimate act. More intimate than holding hands, hugging, or even kissing. So I thought, since we already slept in the same bed, perhaps those other intimate gestures would be acceptable too. Before leaving this morning, I kissed Naruto, and he kissed me back. Where did you kiss? Shikamaru asked, then quickly added, don't demonstrate. Just point to the spot. I indicated my cheek. On the cheek. I looked at him. Is that not allowed? No, it's not. Why not? Because that is something you only do with someone you love. My heart skipped a beat. Could Shikamaru have seen through me? Did he realize that I don't truly understand what love means? That I'm only getting close to Naruto for a mission? With ulterior motives? Are you saying that? I don't love Naruto. How should I know what you feel? But from the looks of it, you seem to adore him beyond measure. Relief washed over me. It appeared my behavior hadn't come across as suspicious. Then if I love Naruto, it should be fine to do those things, right? Wrong, Shikamaru said firmly. Naruto has to love you back. And the two of you must be in a romantic relationship. Why? That sounds so troublesome. If I think it's okay and Naruto thinks it's okay, shouldn't that be enough? Asatsuyu, Shikamaru said seriously, calling me by name. Family, friends, and lovers are not the same. And there is a difference between same-sex friends and friends of the opposite sex. I immediately adopted my attentive classroom demeanor. Please explain. Sai. For example, Ino and we've known each other since childhood, our families are close, and will probably remain friends for life. But I would never kiss her, and she would never kiss me. That doesn't mean we aren't close. It's because friends don't do that sort of thing. Then you wouldn't hug Ino while she is asleep either? Of course not. We would never spend the night in the same bed. However, but if Ino were to curl up into a ball, so small and soft, wouldn't she look utterly adorable? Shikamaru pinched my cheek again, his tone tinged with exasperation. That's not possible. Stop making excuses. MMPH. With my cheeks squished, my words came out muffled. Then maybe if Ino saw Shikamaru curled up, she'd find him super cute too? I said no. Okay, I get it, I nodded vigorously. Friends don't do that. But what about family? Family? Shikamaru released me. I'm not sure. If it's siblings. I don't have a sister. So I don't know how siblings should act. If they're siblings, wouldn't it be normal for a sister to think her brother is cute and even sleep while hugging him? Usually it's the brother who finds the sister adorable. Why can't the sister think the brother is cute? I pressed on. Besides, if it's family, wouldn't morning kisses be fine too? But what? What if Naruto ends up liking a girl? That would be strange. I paused. You're right. They say love is exclusive. If Naruto had a lover, I couldn't stay by his side all the time anymore. Shikamaru remarked, if he had a lover, kissing would become their privilege. I pondered, so rather than family, it'd be better if I became Naruto's lover, right? Shikamaru clicked his tongue. It's not something you can decide unilaterally. Shikamaru knows everything. You must have a way. There's no way. This is the one thing I have no clue about. Chapter 11. You promised you would be my teacher. I had thought that even if the leader of the rebellion couldn't accompany me back to the past years later, I might still rely on the wisdom of Shikamaru in his youth. But his outright refusal left me deeply disheartened. Yet, I couldn't reveal the mission, that this was a plan devised by his future self. Convincing him of that would be difficult enough, and it risked creating unnecessary complications. So I had no choice but to accept reality and hurry back to class with Shikamaru just as the bell rang. Sitting beside Naruto, I focused on the lesson first. After class, I finished reading a comprehensive history of the shinobi world, and went to the library to return it. It was only then that I found a moment to ponder how to become Naruto's lover. But as I approached the library, I overheard the school nurse chatting with the librarian inside. The nurse sighed. They say the 7-year itch is real. I counted. This year marks exactly 7 years. The librarian asked, are you tired of it? Or is it your husband? I don't know how he feels, but I really feel like the passion has faded. How could that be? Everyone used to envy you too. The nurse sighed again. Maybe love always turns into family in the end. No matter how deep the love, it eventually becomes kinship. I knocked on the door, and the voices inside fell silent immediately. After returning a comprehensive history of the shinobi world, I borrowed the Encyclopedia of Shinobi Bloodline Limits. I pretended not to have heard anything, and the two teachers casually changed the subject. But their words lingered in my mind. If lovers eventually become family, wouldn't it be simpler and more secure to start as family from the beginning? What exactly is love, after all? To conduct my research, I walked home with Naruto after school. After parting ways at the crossroads, instead of returning to the orphanage, I headed to a bookstore. The Ninja Academy library had no books on love. Browsing through the bookstore, a promotional poster quickly caught my eye. The most authentic portrayal of love. The emotional whirlpools of adults, so captivating you can't escape. Looking closer, it advertised a book titled Aika Aika Paradise. Aika Aika Paradise was a series. The ad claimed the new volume was released, already up to volume 7. And each installment was extremely popular, consistently topping the bestseller lists. With such high popularity, it must be widely endorsed by readers, and its depictions should be highly credible. I immediately had my target, and began searching for Aika Aika Paradise. Finally, on a shelf labeled 18X, I found the first volume. It wasn't placed too high, an adult could easily reach it, but at my current height, it was challenging. Standing on tiptoe, I strained to grasp the spine and pull it out, but suddenly a hand reached from behind and snatched it away from my fingertips. Turning around, I heard the person say, showing interest in Aika Aika Paradise already might be a bit too early, Aisidu. It was Hatake Kakashi. He looked down at me, his visible eye crinkling with a smile. I was surprised. Mr. Kakashi? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. But this is an 18X shelf, Aisidu. It's not suitable for you yet. Yet my eyes remained glued to the book in his hand, filled with longing. I have some questions. I wanted to find answers in this book. Kakashi looked amused. This is a romance novel. Yes, questions about love. He seemed slightly taken aback. I raised my eyes to meet his visible one. Can I not have questions about love? Because I'm young? As soon as he saw my face, Kakashi's expression visibly wavered. I know adults always think children understand nothing. But I believe children can fall in love too, and perhaps their feelings are even more sincere than adults. That is not what I meant. Kakashi paused. So, what is troubling you, Aisidu? Have you fallen for someone? I wasn't sure if confiding in Kakashi was a good idea and hesitated momentarily. He was a good person, trustworthy, but since he was closely related to the mission, I had to be cautious. Mr. Kakashi, after we graduate from the Ninja Academy, we're formed into 3-person teams, right? Yes, that is correct. I want to be your student. Kakashi blinked in surprise. I want to become your student together with Naruto. If you agree to be my Jonin instructor, I'll tell you my troubles. He chuckled. Graduation assignments aren't something I can control. I deflated immediately. Then I want to tell you. Being my student isn't necessarily a good thing. My tests are very strict, so far no one has passed. Then I want to tell you. Besides, Asadu, you don't necessarily have to become a ninja, right? Not all academy graduates become shinobi. Wouldn't it be fine to take on other jobs in the village after graduation? I shook my head. Then I won't tell you. My repeated refusals seemed to amuse him. He laughed. Alright, I understand. But why me? Of course, I couldn't tell the truth. Perhaps it's not that Naruto and I need you, Mr. Kakashi, but that you need us. Oh, you said yourself that because your tests are so strict, you've never officially taken on students. Doesn't that get lonely? I can't speak for much else, but Naruto has boundless energy. He is sure to lift your spirits. Ha ha ha, I see. Thank you. So can you tell me your troubles now? No. Please put it in writing. I turned to the counter and asked the clerk for a sheet of paper and a pen. After writing the words letter of guarantee, I added a sentence. I, Hataki Kakashi, hereby pledge to Asatsuyu that I will become her team leader Jonin after her graduation. Once finished, I handed him the paper and requested, please sign here. Kakashi obediently signed his name. Watching his patient demeanor, I suddenly felt as though he were indulging me in a game of make-believe. Yet even if this were merely a playful promise, it was still a promise, and he had signed it. I pressed him repeatedly for confirmation. You're an adult. You'll keep your word, right? Of course. Alright, since you said so, I'll trust you. Besides trusting him, I had no better alternative. Kakashi watched as I carefully folded and stored the guarantee, then smiled and asked, a bookstore isn't the best place for conversation. Shall we take a stroll outside? Chapter 12. Diligent Practice, Enriched Experience. I cast a reluctant glance at the shelf holding Ika Ika Paradise, nodded, and followed him out. If it were Naruto, he would have taken me to Ichiraku Ramen without hesitation, but Kakashi inquired whether I preferred dessert or something else. Glancing around, I randomly chose a tempura restaurant. Kakashi even ordered a bottle of ramen for me. Seated across from him, I clutched the bottle with both hands, lowered my head, and nibbled on the straw. Truthfully, I'm uncertain about how to justify staying by Naruto's side. I'm still too young and inexperienced. Naruto also says he doesn't understand things like romance. Even Shikamaru, as clever as he is only 7 or 8 years old. When it comes to matters of the heart, Kakashi, you're already 18 or 19. Surely you have more insight. I want to be with Naruto forever. But if we're family, what if he finds a lover? He might distance himself from me. Yet if we become lovers, I've heard there's something called the 7-year itch. They say lovers eventually turn into family. Is that true? I lifted my gaze to Kakashi, resting his chin on his hand. Kakashi looked at me and asked, Asatsuyu, why do you wish to be with Naruto always? Because he reminds me of family, I replied. I've forgotten many things, but I recall someone with golden hair and blue eyes who always took care of me. I think he must have been family. But I've forgotten his name and what he clearly looked like. So the moment I saw Naruto, I felt an immediate closeness. Naruto was thrilled too. He said I was his first friend. He's my first friend as well. We're both alone, so I dearly want to stay with him always. Someone with golden hair and blue eyes? Yes. Kakashi seemed lost in thought for a moment before saying, then why not simply be friends and let things unfold naturally? If you become family, so be it. If lovers, then lovers. But I need a clear goal to prepare in advance and ensure it happens. How does Asatsuyu plan to prepare? Kakashi asked. A romantic relationship isn't something you can achieve through effort alone. Feeling disheartened, I said. Shikamaru said the same. I don't understand what makes love so special, which is why I wanted to read about it. If you don't understand, perhaps it's not the path for you, Kakashi advised. When you truly like or love someone, you'll naturally comprehend what it feels like. It's an uncontrollable, spontaneous emergence. Curious, I asked, have you ever liked someone, Kakashi-sensei? He smiled silently without answering. I'm worried, I confessed, that if I don't keep striving, if I relax even a little, I'll lose Naruto. Why do you think that? Just then, the waiter brought our tempura, briefly interrupting our conversation. After the waiter left, I patiently explained, if I want good grades, I must listen attentively in class, practice diligently, reinforce through homework, and only then can I excel. Similarly, if I want to deepen my bond with Naruto and become his closest companion, I must first understand how to strengthen emotions, then apply what I learned through practice to succeed. Kakashi chuckled and shook his head. It's not like that. Emotions aren't something you can calculate so clearly. I don't understand. Orochimaru's scroll did teach me how to approach Naruto, and I followed it. It worked well. But what next? The scroll offers no further guidance, so I have to figure it out myself. Yet just like practicing shuriken throwing, if I skip a day, I grow rusty and miss the target. How can I maintain my current good relationship with Naruto without drifting apart? You're already friends, aren't you? I suppose so. Then now, All you need is steady companionship over time. Companionship? You mean I don't have to do anything? Just be with Naruto every day? I found it hard to believe. Is it that simple? It's not simple at all, Kakashi said, his eyes crinkling. Through daily interactions, people gradually discern their true feelings in the calm passage of time. They reflect on whether they're comfortable, whether the relationship can endure, whether it brings joy. Then, as everyone changes, disagreements may arise, leading naturally to distance or separation. It's all uncertain. Wanting to be together forever requires determination from both sides, but sometimes it also depends on fate and destiny. Frustrated, I said. I just don't want to rely on fate and destiny. Kakashi ruffled my hair. You're still young. Look, you can't even distinguish between friendship, family, and love. Love requires utmost caution, he added, withdrawing his hand with a sorrowful look. Misguided love only brings pain and may hurt others. Like what? For instance, sometimes you mistake infatuation for love, but it might be an illusion. You haven't truly understood the other person, and you're in love with an idealized image you've created. Or, you're close friends, but you develop feelings while the other doesn't. To preserve the friendship, you hide your emotions, even watching them fall for someone else. If they love you but you don't reciprocate, it also causes distress. That sounds awful. So being friends with Naruto is fine for now, don't you think? Kakashi suggested. Just accompany him day by day. No one can predict the future. Why worry so much now? After a moment's thought, I said, I understand. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. You're welcome. If you have more questions in the future, feel free to seek me out. Really? But you're a jonin. Aren't you busy? I may not always be available. But we're in the same village. If needed, you can leave a message with the bookstore owner. Alright, I understand. Thank you. We finished the tempura together, though I ate most of it, and Kakashi insisted on walking me back to the orphanage. Before parting, he said, Asatsuyu, this weekend, go to the park with Naruto and play on the swings. I'll join you. If any children try to chase you away, I'll speak to their parents. I gasped in surprise. He patted my head again. After all, I've promised to be your teacher someday. Consider it early support for my dear future student. I watched him depart, and not long after he set off, he glanced back over his shoulder, noticing I still stood waiting in place. I waved to him. He paused briefly, then smiled and waved back. However, after carefully pondering Kakashi's advice, I concluded that while he is the sole adult whose opinion holds significant weight, it should not be followed blindly. I cannot simply resign myself to fate and elusive serendipity. What purpose would my journey to the past serve then? Lacking experience and unable to distinguish between friends, lovers, and family, I reasoned that through practice and accumulated experience, I could surely bridge that gap. Just then, someone from the orphanage called out, Asatsuyu, what are you doing at the gate? Why not come inside? I turned to see it was Uruki. Chapter 13. Freedom and Destiny. He was an orphan adopted by the former director during his lifetime. After growing up, Uruki became a medical ninja, but continued living at the orphanage, helping care for the children. He regarded the orphanage as his home and the children as his family, his younger brothers and sisters. Due to my setting of amnesia and lack of common knowledge, he paid extra attention to me. Rumor had it he once had a younger brother who also suffered memory loss when brought in. That brother later became a ninja and never returned, always off on missions. That brother he spoke of was named Kabuto. In the future era, he served as Orochimaru's right-hand man. During my time in the cultivation pod, he always looked after me. Everyone has parents. To me, Orochimaru was like a father, and Kabuto like a mother. I ran up to Uruki and addressed him directly, brother. Are you back from a mission? Uruki patted my head. Asatsu, did you go out to play with a friend? No, it was my teacher. Teacher? From the Ninja Academy? A mentor I can consult about life's questions. Oh. By the way, brother, have you ever liked anyone? Uruki was taken aback. No, I haven't. Has anyone ever liked you? Well, I'm just ordinary with no outstanding traits. It'd be strange if someone liked me, Uruki replied with a bitter smile, scratching his head. He was neither a powerful elite ninja, nor came from a prestigious family, just a low-ranking medical teen orphan, who spent most of his earnings on the orphanage, and his free time caring for the children. Having reached this age without even holding a girl's hand, he mused. Asatsuyu, you've reached the age where words like intrigue you. Have you taken a liking to someone? Not exactly, but I want someone to like me. Uchiha Sasuke? I jumped, huh? Why bring him up suddenly? Well, he is probably the most popular boy in your school, right? The last heir of the elite Uchiha clan. Or perhaps Hyuga. Hyuga? You don't know him? That makes sense. He is a year above you. The Hyuga are another renowned clan in Konoha. There is a Hyuga girl in our class named Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga is her cousin, but she is from the main family, And he's from the branch family. Main family? Branch family? Yes, I've heard that branch family members are duty-bound to protect the main family. Then the branch family must be incredibly strong. Why do you say that? If they have to protect the main family, then of course they must be stronger. Plus, they have to be willing, choosing to fight for others' safety. Isn't that remarkable? But Iruki shook his head. The destinies of the Hyuga branch and main families aren't chosen by themselves. I was stunned. What does that mean? The branch family has no choice. I've heard their fate is sealed from birth. How can that be? Seeing my frown, Iruki laughed. Asatsu, you're still a child. There's much you don't understand. I felt indignant. Perhaps I was ignorant of many things, but this, I believed I understood better than most. Because my own fate was originally meant to be predetermined from birth. Orochimaru had intended to imprint me with a mental seal to ensure my loyalty before sending me back in time. But Shikamaru stopped him. We are rebelling against fate. If we forcibly decide someone else's destiny, we will inevitably fail. She must make her own choice. So after I was born, Ino's chakra connected me to the Resistance's mental network. Through others' eyes, I witnessed that world. A desolate wasteland of scorched earth and ruins. I heard their voices, the joys, sorrows, and struggles of comrades fighting relentlessly. Shikamaru apologized to me, saying that if possible, he wished children could be born into a better world. But they had run out of options. I was their final hope. He asked me to forgive them for bringing me into such a dire situation. He made me feel not like a tool to be used, but a cared for, vital existence. Thus, I chose to become their hope. I chose to join them, embrace their ideals, and chose to stand against Uchiha Sasuke. Shikamaru said that if Naruto Uzumaki won, the world would become better. I, too, wanted to see that better world. That evening, I sneaked out of the orphanage again. Naruto was waiting outside, greeting me with a radiant smile. I rushed into his arms, holding him tight, vowing inwardly to protect him at all costs. Naruto asked surprised Asatsuyu, "What's wrong?" "Naruto, do you know about the Hyuga clan?" "The Hyuga? I know their compound is huge, super huge. I heard they're divided into main and branch families, and that you're born into your role without a choice. The branch family has to protect the main family. It's so unfair." "Huh, is that how it is? The idea that fate is predetermined, I hate it. Going with the flow? I refuse." "Then what does Asatsuyu want?" "I want fate to flow in the direction I choose." "That sounds really tough. But I'll definitely support you, Asatsuyu." Naruto exclaimed excitedly, "My dream is to become Hokage. Will you support me?" "Of course. I came here precisely so that Naruto Uzumaki can defeat Uchiha Sasuke and become Hokage." "Naruto, I'll support you with all my heart." The next day, prompted by our discussion about the Hyuga, I grew curious about Hyuga Niji, someone born into a fate he couldn't choose, and sneaked upstairs with Naruto during break. That was where the older students had their classes. "Which class is Hyuga Niji in?" Murmuring to each other, Naruto and I peered into the classrooms. "He should have black hair and white eyes. Strange, I don't see him." Shikamaru appeared unexpectedly and interjected, "What are you two doing?" Naruto shushed him to be quiet. I explained, "We're looking for Hyuga Niji." "Why? I just want to see what he's like." If Shikamaru hadn't objected back then, if Orochimaru had succeeded in imprinting me with mental control, forcing my destiny upon me, would I have ended up like Hyuga Niji? What would that version of me have been like? The thought alone compelled me to come see for myself. Shikamaru asked with a puzzled expression, "Why have you all suddenly taken an interest in the Hyuga clan?" Naruto shrugged casually. "Asada wants to know, so I came along with her." I inquired, "Shikamaru, are you aware of the distinction between the main and branch families of the Hyuga?" He responded nonchalantly, "Ah, that? Yeah, I know. What about it?" I pressed further. "What if you were born into the branch family? Would you simply resign yourself to fate?" Shikamaru sighed. "Do we really need to ponder so seriously about accepting fate or not? It's such a hassle. Wouldn't it be better to just go with the flow naturally?" "That's exactly it," I exclaimed, "this idea of going with the flow. But I want to seize control." Naruto interjected eagerly, "I know. Asada wants destiny to flow in the direction she desires." Shikamaru couldn't help but retort, "Your ideals are far too grand." I countered, "Shikamaru, you should be on my side. I can't believe you'd say something like go with the flow." Shikamaru was taken aback, raising an eyebrow with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Since when was I supposed to be on your side?" Chapter 14. Is something amiss? Having spent most of our time arguing with Shikamaru, we had to return to class without finding Hyuga Niji. After the second period, Naruto and I prepared to sneak upstairs again. It seemed to have become a new game between us. Although he didn't understand why we were looking for Niji, what we would do upon finding him, or what significance it held, he still appeared genuinely delighted. Would Naruto find it boring? Not at all. Could it be that Naruto is also interested in Neji? Definitely not. Naruto chuckled, but as long as I'm with Asada, no matter what we do, it's always fun. Is it because we're friends? Naruto nodded firmly. Exactly, because we're friends. So this is the tenderness of friendship. I had always believed that friendship was easily attainable, and thus worried it might be too superficial, fleeting, and subject to change. Could it be that my perception was mistaken? Was it only because Orochimaru and Shikamaru had specific arrangements regarding Naruto that I could so effortlessly become friends with him, leading me to mistakenly assume that making friends was simple? I should attempt to befriend someone without any prior knowledge or additional context. Only then could I discern whether forging a genuine friendship is truly this straightforward, or actually quite challenging. Suddenly, I remembered that I had forgotten to relay Kakashi's message. This weekend, let's go play on the swings at the park again. Mr. Kakashi has agreed to join us. He said if anyone bullies us again, he'll step in to protect us. Of course, no problem. And even without him, I'll protect Asada. As we chatted excitedly and headed out, I accidentally bumped into someone. Ah, I'm sorry. It was a boy who appeared somewhat solitary and melancholic, with a large collar raised almost covering the lower half of his face, and sunglasses obscuring the upper half. I was stunned, as I had no recollection of such a person in our class. May I ask who you are? Shino Aburame, he murmured softly. We've been classmates for almost a year, and you have no impression at all. I remember both of you, Asada and Uzumaki Naruto. I instinctively apologized. My apologies. But Naruto, growing impatient, tugged at me to leave. Hurry up, Asada. Shino Aburame. When I glanced back at him, he was still watching us. He seemed like a gloomy individual. I thought to myself, perhaps I could try becoming friends with him? This time, Naruto and I finally located Hyuga Neji, but only from a distance. Both of us frowned. Naruto muttered under his breath. Somehow gives off a vibe similar to Sasuke. Yes. That aloof, indifferent demeanor toward everything around him. However, indeed, if one knew from birth that they were destined to be used as a tool, what use would emotions serve? If I were like Hyuga Neji, would Naruto still be willing to be my friend? But Naruto refused to entertain such a possibility. Asada is nothing like him. Returning to the classroom, Shikamaru asked, so, did you find him? Naruto replied, he's just like Sasuke, seems really unpleasant. Shikamaru chuckled at his remark, then turned to look at me. But I was lost in thought. If Orochimaru were to imprint a mental control on me, would I become much like Uchiha Sasuke? Speaking of which, why did Uchiha Sasuke end up the way he did? The scrolls Orochimaru provided mentioned little, only that after the Uchiha clan was massacred, he harbored hatred for his brother, Itachi Uchiha, consumed solely by vengeance. In pursuit of greater power, he left the village to seek out Orochimaru. Later, after Itachi died, Sasuke learned that the Konoha elders, discovering the Uchiha clan's plotted rebellion incited by provocation, decided to eliminate them. Itachi, to ensure Sasuke's survival, struck a deal with the elders, taking matters into his own hands, sparing Sasuke, and being misunderstood by him. Consequently, Sasuke sought revenge against Konoha. After joining forces with Naruto to defeat Kagaya Otsutsuki, he killed Naruto, ultimately choosing to become Hokage and executing the 5 Kage, causing the allied shinobi forces to disintegrate instantly after the infinite Tsukuyomi was dispelled. United, they might not have overcome Sasuke. Divided, the shinobi world was swiftly subdued under his absolute power, ushering in an era of oppressive rule. It seemed he chose that path himself. Yet the hatred from the clan's annihilation and the betrayal by a loved one, such emotions felt complex to me. I couldn't comprehend how they drove Sasuke. Unintentionally, I might have stared at Sasuke a bit too long while pondering, and Naruto abruptly reached out to block my view. Startled, I saw his displeased expression, and a sudden insight struck me. Hey Naruto, could it be you're jealous? But Naruto looked at me blankly. Jealous? What does that mean? Shikamaru, seated beside me, rolled his eyes dramatically. For now, I set aside my unresolved thoughts about Neji and Sasuke. Tucking them away in the depths of my mind, my attention shifted to Shino Aburame. After observing him for a while, I noticed he didn't have many friends either. During breaks, he preferred crouching alone on the playground watching ants or observing insects in the grove. One day, as he crouched observing ants, I approached from behind. Hello? Shino glanced up at me. I said, I remember you now. So, I crouched beside him. I'm a bit curious about what you're doing. I'm observing them. Shino pointed to the ants on the ground. Don't you find insects fascinating? They're so small, unable to speak or write, yet they can share, communicate, and collaborate to transport food many times their size back to their nest. I spent the entire break watching ants with him. Somehow, the act of emptying my mind and mechanically following the insect's movements felt oddly therapeutic. So, the next break, I returned. Shino glanced at me and silently shifted aside, making room. Suddenly, a few dragonflies flitted past. He watched their undulating flight and murmured, "It's going to rain." I looked up at the dragonflies. "Can you tell from the dragonflies?" Shino Aburame stated. To inquire why, it is because insects can convey a great deal of information. Nevertheless, interpreting such messages is no simple feat. One might perceive Shino as a whisperer to insects. Do you also harbor an affinity for insects? Ants and dragonflies are quite acceptable. Upon hearing Shino's words, I too came to appreciate the remarkable nature of ants. "I see," he murmured, then retreated his chin further into his collar. After a moment's pause, he added softly, "I am pleased to hear you say that." Crouching beside him, I ventured, "Might I then remain by your side henceforth?" It was after uttering these very words to Naruto that we became friends. I pondered whether posing this question and receiving assent would invariably forge friendship. Yet Shino Aburame appeared startled. His reaction, in turn, astonished me. Is something amiss? He sprang to his feet and hastily departed, leaving me only with a glimpse of ears flushed as if scorched. Chapter 15. Misinterpretation. Uncertain if I had erred, I resolved to pose the same query to Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, may I remain by your side from now on?" Shikamaru cast a surprised glance my way, then furrowed his brow. "What are you scheming?" I am experimenting to discern if this phrase carries unintended implications. "Oh, to whom did you speak these words, leading to some misunderstanding? So what misconceptions might this invitation provoke?" "That would depend on the context," he replied. I recollected. We were observing ants together when I posed the question, and he fled. "Shino Aburame? You are acquainted with him?" "Indeed. I observed you crouching together, though unaware of your activities. I had noted you were no longer orbiting Naruto. Wherein lay my misstep?" Such a declaration could be misconstrued as a confession of affection. Alternatively, he may simply be unaccustomed to friendship due to limited social circles. And when I addressed you similarly, "Shikamaru, did you perceive it as a romantic overture?" "Certainly not." "How absurd." Yet you hesitated momentarily. When confronted so abruptly, any rational individual would require a moment to process. "I see. I merely inquired." Yet Shikamaru responds with such fervor. "Teach." Shikamaru averted his gaze, evidently sulking and disinclined to engage further. As I opened my borrowed encyclopedia of Shinobi Kekkai Genkai to resume reading, Shikamaru turned back, brow knitted. "Why this sudden interest in Shino Aburame?" "I wish to comprehend the essence of friendship, thus seek to forge bonds." His frown deepened. "Is Naruto not your friend? Do I not qualify as such?" I stared wide-eyed. "Shikamaru is my friend." He appeared more astounded than I. "What manner of reaction is this?" But I never posed the question to you." "What question?" I struggled to articulate. "The phrase 'may I remain by your side.' Must I not utter these words, and receive your consent to formalize friendship? Then what am I to you?" I hesitated. "An ordinary acquaintance?" Shikamaru laughed in exasperation. "An acquaintance suffices, but why qualify it as ordinary? Do extraordinary acquaintances exist?" I gazed blankly, feeling my worldview tremble. Witnessing this, Shikamaru sighed. "How troublesome." He patiently instructed me. "Friendship often blossoms naturally, requiring no explicit declaration for its establishment." Deeming this crucial knowledge, I cautiously inquired, "How then might I ascertain when friendship has been forged?" "A friend is one with whom interaction feels effortless and joyous. You place trust in them, and they in return. Shared topics foster discussion, mutual emotions resonate. In solitude, you frequently recall their presence, desiring companionship. Their company evokes no discomfort. Such sensations signify friendship. Yet I can only perceive my own feelings. How might I verify reciprocal sentiment?" Shikamaru regarded me with exasperation before retorting. "Very well. Venture forth and experience it for yourself through multiple interactions. But refrain from casually repeating that phrase of yours." Obediently storing my book, I embarked on practical application. Previously, my connections within the class were limited to Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, followed by Shino Aburame. Beyond Sakura, Hinata, and Sasuke, I scarcely recalled most classmates' visages. Now, determined to master friendship discernment, I greeted nearly every peer. Some expressed aversion due to my proximity to Naruto. Others exhibited surprise, advising distance from him after brief contact. A minority remained indifferent to my association with Naruto, posing curious inquiries, yet accepting my responses without objection. Within this group, however, existed a subset with whom conversation proved barren. My topics failed to engage them. Their discussions left me bewildered regarding their appeal. Despite mutual attempts at dialogue, exchanges concluded abruptly, fostering mutual understanding that future interaction was unnecessary, unless compelled. Returning to Shikamaru's side, I proclaimed with reverence, "I comprehend now, Lord Shikamaru." He sighed wearily. Why has honorific speech returned? Friendship cannot be summoned at will. An indescribable, intangible yet palpable force intervenes. Shikamaru suggested. Might you simply term it fate? It is magnetism. I prefer to designate it magnetism. Fate proves too ephemeral, akin to destiny's pretext. Knowing my aversion to predestined concepts, Shikamaru indulged me. As you wish. Reflecting now, how fortunate I was to befriend Naruto. I exhaled in relief, shuddering to imagine the horror of silent awkwardness between us. I had presumed friendship formed effortlessly. How profound my ignorance. You suffered amnesia, after all, Shikamaru mused, chin in hand. Likely brain injury resulted in deficient common knowledge. Gazing at him gratefully, I declared, moreover, that I should earn Lord Shikamaru's friendship. Receiving such guidance and instruction must be divine benevolence. He responded with amused exasperation. Your diction grows increasingly peculiar. Not so, I shook my head. Initially, I took for granted remaining with Naruto and growing close to Lord Shikamaru. Now I realize my desire to stay beside Naruto and your self-constituted unilateral yearning. Yet Naruto and Lord Shikamaru permitted my presence, deemed me friend, found companionship comfortable, joyful, and trustworthy. This verges on miraculous. Shikamaru abruptly inquired. Do Naruto and I hold equal standing? Pardon? You expressed desire to remain with me, longing to stay by my side. These were your words, yes? Indeed. Lord Shikamaru's presence instills profound tranquility. I drew a deep breath. Though aware that my dependency and affinity for you are inappropriate given our youth, I cannot suppress these sentiments. Even knowing the present Shikamaru is not yet the strategic genius of the resistance, the knowledge that you are one and the same compels my unwavering trust. Wait. Shikamaru's face flushed bright red as he interrupted me, dropped the formal speech. I obediently started over. Seeing Shikamaru makes me feel so secure. Although I know Shikamaru is still young, and my desire to depend on him and draw close to him is rather inappropriate, I can't help but want his support. If Shikamaru stands by my side and helps me, I feel like I can accomplish anything. If Shikamaru disapproves or finds something difficult, I immediately feel that it must be wrong. I want Shikamaru to stay by my side always, guiding my way, because to me, Shikamaru is like a father. As I spoke, Shikamaru's face grew redder and redder, but when I finished with that last line, his expression froze completely. Father? Oh right. If Orochimaru is my father, then Shikamaru can't be my father. But mother already has Kabuto. I hesitated, then ventured, brother? Big brother? Like, an elder brother is like a father kind of thing? Shikamaru. He pushed my face away, looking utterly disgusted with me. Go away. I don't want to talk to you right now. Chapter 16. Damn it, how could our kid possibly take care of anyone? After going around in circles, I realized that making friends wasn't an easy task. Because of this, I treasured even more the few people I could talk to, those who might become friends, and those who were already friends. So when I saw Shino Aburame, I approached him proactively. What I said before might not have been appropriate. If I offended you, I am truly sorry. No, Shino paused. Actually, I came to apologize to you. I overreacted. I'm sorry. Delighted, I asked. Then can we still watch ants together? Will you still tell me about insects? Shino replied reservedly, if you're interested. That afternoon, just as Shino had said, dragonflies flew low, a sign of rain. It started as a light drizzle, but soon turned into a downpour, complete with thunder and lightning. Many parents came to pick up their children. When Shikamaru's mother came for him, he glanced at me. Asada, do you want a ride home? I shook my head. I'll stay and do my homework. Maybe the rain will let up soon. Naruto had been held after school again because he dug up the school's shrubs, and I wanted to wait for him. Shikamaru pursed his lips and didn't press further. After finishing my homework, I started reading. Before long, Naruto burst into the classroom noisily. Asada, what do I do? Iruka-sensei wants me to write a 500-word reflection, but I can't write it at all. When I looked up, I realized there were only 3 people left in the classroom. Me, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Naruto. Naruto's commotion caught Sasuke's attention, and he turned to look. Naruto, surprised to see someone else there, cut off abruptly. Huh. Sasuke, Uchiha. What are you doing here? Sasuke turned his face away. None of your business. His attitude, as expected, immediately set Naruto off. What kind of attitude is that? I quickly pulled out the reflection I'd prepared for Naruto and tugged him closer. Alright, Naruto, just copy what I wrote. I showed him the markings on the paper. I wrote 800 words, just copy up to here for 500. Oh. Naruto said gratefully, thank you so much, Asada. Sasuke frowned at me, as if disapproving of my actions. I thought to myself, what, is the future Hokage going to crush me with his Susanoo because I wrote Naruto's reflection for him? Not long after, Sasuke suddenly stood up and walked over to me. I stared at him wide-eyed, unconsciously leaning back, closer to Naruto. His proximity made me nervous and a little scared. Then he asked awkwardly, can I borrow your notes from today's class? I found the request strange and grew wary. Where are your notes? It was Naruto who answered. He wasn't here for the last 2 classes. Both Sasuke and I looked at him. Naruto looked embarrassed. What? The girls were talking about it. They said he wasn't feeling well today, and the teacher let him rest in the infirmary. I usually pay attention in class, and even if I go socializing during breaks, I'd never approach Sasuke, so I hadn't noticed his absence. Since there was a valid reason, I handed him my notes. He seemed unused to dealing with people, muttering softly without looking at me. Thanks. I found it odd. The fearsome, tyrannical, arrogant, stubborn, and obsessive demon king from Rumors and Impressions actually got sick, borrowed notes, and awkwardly said thank you. Outside, the rain began to ease. Sasuke asked, can I return your notes tomorrow? I nodded. Sure. He went back to his seat, packed his things and left first. I went back to reading. But Naruto's gaze followed Sasuke out of the classroom before turning to me. Asada. Asada, do you not like that guy? Why do you say that? Did I act strangely? Because all the girls are crazy about him. They get super excited just talking to him, but you're so cold. Mimicking Naruto's tone, I shot back. Naruto, do you like that guy? Huh. Why would you say that? You care about him, don't you? And you care that I wasn't excited enough talking to him. It's not like that. It's just, you feel sorry for him because he's alone. And you relate to that? You worry about him? Naruto frowned and muttered, yeah, I guess. How kind Naruto is, I thought with a sigh. Perhaps it was because Naruto was softer-hearted that he ended up dying by Sasuke Uchiha's hand? He must have held back at the last moment, but Sasuke didn't. And it cost him his life. I wanted to say something to him, but Orochimaru said not to interfere with his thoughts. Besides, with Sasuke so innocent right now, what could I even say? Was Naruto hoping I'd be nicer to Sasuke? Fortunately, Naruto immediately objected. It's not like that. Good, I sighed in relief. I didn't think I could do it anyway. The next day, Sasuke returned my notebook. By then, many students were already in the classroom, and they all watched in surprise as he walked up to me, wondering when we'd become acquainted. He coughed a few times and thanked me again. But he looked completely drained. I took the notebook, frowning. Are you feeling better today? He sniffled and grunted affirmatively, his voice thick with congestion. Did you take medicine when you got home? He muttered again, none of your business, and turned away. I thought, since this guy is going to rule the world someday, a little childhood illness probably won't be a big deal. But during class, Kiba Inuzuka sat next to him. Halfway through the lesson, Akamaru suddenly started barking at Sasuke. The whole class turned to look, and even Shikamaru and Naruto, who'd been asleep, woke up. Kiba, who understood Akamaru's barks, nudged Sasuke. Finding him unresponsive and slumped over his desk, he panicked and shouted, it's bad. Sensei, Sasuke passed out. The instructor immediately rushed to Sasuke's side to assess the situation, then instructed Sakura to inform Iruka-sensei. Upon arrival, Iruka spotted Shikamaru and Naruto drowsing in the back row and, evidently concluding they weren't paying attention anyway, raised an eyebrow decisively. Shikamaru, Naruto, both of you, come with me to escort Sasuke to the infirmary. Shikamaru. Huh? Naruto, what? But since Sasuke was indeed burning with fever, neither could reasonably complain. They silently hoisted him onto their shoulders and followed Iruka out. Eventually, only Shikamaru returned. Ino promptly asked him, how is Sasuke? The nurse took his temperature. It's a high fever, so he needs M4. Iruka-sensei had to return to class, so he left. Shikamaru shrugged. She said there's no need for so many people. One person staying to look after him is enough. So I came back. Why didn't you stay? Ino pressed urgently. Does Naruto seem like he knows how to take care of someone? I agree. How can Naruto be left alone with Sasuke? What if something happens? If it were you, Shikamaru, no matter what cunning schemes Uchiha Sasuke might have, you'd surely find a way to handle them. But Naruto is so naive. What if Sasuke's cold infects Naruto? Sasuke would probably be fine even if he plans to rule the world someday, but if Naruto falls gravely ill and passes away prematurely, what then? I grew increasingly restless. Chapter 17. The first time skipping class. Shikamaru retorted flatly. What, so I'm good at taking care of people? Ino was silenced by his reply. Noticing the teacher's attention drifting their way, she reluctantly turned around and attempted to focus on the lesson, though her mind was elsewhere. I glanced at him, then at the teacher lecturing at the front. Shikamaru immediately sensed something. What are you planning? I whispered, I want to go find Naruto. Can you two not bear to be apart for even a moment? Shikamaru shot me an exasperated look. Class is almost over. Can't you wait until then? How do you expect Naruto to take care of Sasuke? Sasuke is unconscious right now. He doesn't need much, just someone to keep an eye on him. Maybe fetch water when he wakes up, or hold the forebag if he needs to use the restroom. But Naruto and Sasuke never got along. Their relationship is neutral. They don't interact much, but it's not like they can't stand each other, Shikamaru reasoned. Besides, Sasuke is sick. Naruto wouldn't play pranks on him now. I remained uneasy. What's wrong with you? Noticing my distress, Shikamaru leaned closer. What exactly are you worried about? What if Naruto catches his cold? That's what you're concerned about right now. You're being rather callous toward Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you? He'll be fine. How can you be so sure? He's Uchiha Sasuke. What makes him different from Naruto? If they both had the same illness, why worry about Naruto but not show the same concern for Sasuke? I looked at him, startled. Are you suggesting I should worry about Sasuke the same way I worry about Naruto? That's not what I meant. I just feel like you want to keep Naruto within your sight at all times. I do not. He can act on his own. Then why is it a problem if he's away for a little while? But Naruto can't be alone with Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is the one who will kill Naruto in the future. He becomes so terrifying. Who knows if his well-behaved childhood self is just an act? What if, in a delirious state, his true nature emerges, and he turns violent? If I can't get there in time and something happens to Naruto? The mere thought made my heart race with anxiety. Shikamaru seemed to sense my agitation. He grasped my arm, trying to soothe me. I know Naruto might remind you of the only family you remember, but he's not them. Understand? He's not that person from your memories. And Naruto shouldn't be a replacement for anyone. He had no idea why I was truly worried, so his comfort fell entirely flat. Besides, the one who made me act this way is you. This is your plan, Shikamaru. Precisely because it was Shikamaru. I could only fall silent when the present Shikamaru criticized my actions. I glanced once more at the teacher on the podium and resolutely decided to skip class and sneak out. Shikamaru sighed softly in resignation, but instead of exposing me, he quietly made way for me to slip out the back door, shifting his position to better shield me from the teacher's view. I thought Shikamaru was truly wonderful. It made me feel an urge to do something for him, to make him happy, to repay his kindness. But that would have to wait until after I confirmed Naruto's safety. I dashed to the infirmary and peeked through the window in the door. The school nurse was sitting at a desk reading a newspaper, with a white curtain drawn behind her, concealing the beds where students rested. Circling to the back of the infirmary, I looked through another window and indeed spotted Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke lay on the bed, eyes closed, breathing heavily. Fine beads of sweat dampening his black hair. Naruto seemed bored, swaying restlessly in a chair beside the bed. He alternated between glancing at the forebag, studying the back of Sasuke's hand where the needle was taped, and staring blankly at the floor. When I cautiously raised my head outside the window, he noticed me immediately, his eyes lighting up. Asa. He sprang to his feet but remembered the nurse was still there and managed not to shout my name aloud. Naruto hurried to the window and quietly slid it open, gesturing for me to climb in. Just then, the sound of the nurse standing up and her chair scraping the floor made me duck down hastily. The nurse's voice rang out, Naruto-kun. I need to step out for a moment. If the 4 runs out before I return, come find me in the library. Naruto replied eagerly, okay. Got it. The nurse didn't seem to have noticed me, likely assuming Naruto was just gazing out the window out of boredom. After a moment, I heard the infirmary door open and close. Looking up, I saw Naruto open the window fully and grin at me. I climbed inside, and Naruto asked excitedly, Asa, what are you doing here? I was worried about you. Worried about me? Naruto seemed puzzled, but didn't probe further. But you came at just the right time. I'm so thirsty. I'm going to buy a bottle of water. Do you want anything to drink? It took me a second to process. Oh, just plain water is fine. Stay here and keep an eye on him for a bit. Naruto checked the forebag. There's plenty of fluid left. It should be fine. I'll be right back. I hadn't expected that the moment I sneaked in, Naruto would leave. Before I could react, I was alone in the infirmary with Uchiha Sasuke. Slowly, I sat on the edge of another bed nearby, taking a moment to digest the sudden turn of events, then lost myself in staring at his profile. He looked so fragile, so vulnerable now. A simple cold had reduced him to this state. Yet in just a few years he would command a colossal, godlike Susanoo, slaughter the 5 Kage, dominate the world, and cast the entire continent under the blood-soaked terror, known as Uchiha Sasuke. Gazing at his pale, defenseless neck, so slender it seemed it could snap with minimal pressure, I couldn't help but wonder, if I were to strangle him now, would he die? But I couldn't kill him. We are undeniably adversaries. Yet I find myself compelled to witness his gradual ascent to power. This is a necessity, for before we extinguish his existence, we must first harness his strength. Such a sentiment is rather stifling. I reclined onto the bed, releasing a lengthy sigh. Shikamaru believes that I view Naruto as a substitute for my family. He remains oblivious to the fact that it is merely a fabrication, though in truth, the reality is not far removed from that. Initially, I regarded him solely as a mission target. However, upon realizing that the comfort and joy of companionship with another is not easily attained, I began to genuinely consider Naruto as my friend. Now, for both personal and altruistic reasons, I fervently wish for Naruto to thrive, while Uchiha Sasuke stands as my greatest impediment. As I pondered this, a hoarse voice resonated from the infirmary. Mom? I turned to sit upright, witnessing the previously slumbering youth slowly awaken, his demeanor lethargic, his pale cheeks tinged with a sickly flush, and his eyes glistening with moisture, turned towards me. Chapter 18, Loyalty. If I heard correctly, he just called for his mother, did he not? Would he harbor resentment towards me if he were aware that I overheard his vulnerable murmurs in slumber? To err on the side of caution, I resolved to feign ignorance. You're awake? He paused in silence, appearing to regain some lucidity. What happened? You fainted during class, Inuzuka informed the teacher, who then instructed Naruto and Shikamaru to escort you to the infirmary. Originally, Naruto was to keep watch over you, but he stepped out to procure some drinks. So I am temporarily looking after you. Naruto. He stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought, before drowsily closing his eyes again. Just then Naruto returned. I'm back. Choji. He glanced at Sasuke, saw his lack of response, and assumed he was still asleep, bounding excitedly towards me with 3 or 4 bottles of beverages cradled in his arms. Tada! Look, I bought drinks today. If I win, I'll get another one. Do you want some, Choji? I'll share. I smiled and accepted a bottle. Thank you. He settled beside me, his legs swinging playfully over the edge of the bed, and for some inexplicable reason, it felt akin to a puppy's tail wagging in delight. I remarked, Sasuke just woke up. Oh. He is awake? Yes. But he closed his eyes again. I'm not certain if he has fallen asleep once more. When one has a fever, it's natural to feel disoriented and constantly sleepy. Has Naruto ever had a fever? Of course. I had only encountered such severe descriptions of illness in books previously. Choji, haven't you ever had a fever? No. Perhaps you have had one but have simply forgotten, due to your amnesia. That could indeed be the case. When Naruto had a fever, who took care of you? Grandpa Sarutobi came to see me. Naruto took me to the hospital, and there were nurses to attend to me. I see. I gently leaned against him, resting my shoulder against his, my head against his. If Naruto falls ill in the future, I shall care for him. Really? Yes. Leave all matters of sickness and injury to me. I shall become a medical ninja, so I will be capable of handling those situations. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. He curled up like a prawn tossed into boiling oil, pulling the covers over him and turning away. Cough. I can't help it. Cough. Naruto exclaimed, what the heck, you're not asleep. It appeared he had been suppressing his cough, but now he could no longer contain it, and it erupted forth, intensifying and becoming increasingly severe, his voice growing hoarse. Both Naruto and I quickly leapt from the bed, surrounding him, unsure of what to do. Naruto panicked. Should we fetch the teacher? Rather than the teacher, I trust Shikamaru more. How about we get him? What good would that do? He knows nothing about healing. In that instant, Naruto forgot that I had secretly slipped away from the teacher. I'll go get the teacher. He dashed off, leaving me behind, feeling that inaction was not an option. I attempted to pat Sasuke's back to help him breathe easier. Beneath the thin layer of fabric, his back felt frail, and his temperature was exceedingly high. His skin was so pale, akin to wax, that I could not help but wonder if this high fever might incinerate him. How could it be so severe? He appeared as though he could succumb to illness at any moment. Yet, hadn't he been expected to live healthily for several more years? Water. Water. Sasuke's face turned crimson as he coughed, even emitting sounds suggesting he might vomit. I quickly gathered the bottles of drinks Naruto had brought. Which one do you want? He snatched the bottle of mineral water I had offered, and I unscrewed the cap. assisting him in drinking, fearful that he might choke again. After a considerable time, his violently heaving chest gradually settled, and his breathing became more measured. I asked anxiously, "How do you feel now?" "Much better," he responded, his voice still raspy. "Thank you." I gazed at him in astonishment, hardly believing that I had received a thank you from Uchiha Sasuke. "No need. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Naruto. He has been quite concerned for you." As soon as I finished speaking, I heard Naruto and the teacher's hurried footsteps approaching, and I swiftly clambered out of the window. Just then, the school bell rang, and a throng of girls rushed out of the classroom, flocking towards the infirmary to visit Uchiha Sasuke. The teacher in the infirmary firmly barred all unrelated individuals from entry, leading some students to feign injuries or discomfort to sneak in. Seizing this opportunity, I returned to the classroom, contemplating bringing something entertaining for Naruto later, to alleviate his boredom while he kept vigil by Sasuke's side. Upon my return, I found Shikamaru slumped over his desk, gazing blankly in the direction of my seat, seemingly lost in thought. The classroom was sparsely populated, as nearly all the girls had vacated. I approached Shikamaru and gently poked his shoulder. He turned to look at me, momentarily taken aback, a smile instinctively appearing on his face. "What brings you back?" The teacher was present, so I stepped out early. "May I borrow that card game you were playing with Choji earlier?" That was a card game Shikamaru had brought from home, featuring cards of various colors. Each player begins with 7 cards, taking turns to play matching cards by either number or color, with a few cards capable of changing colors or forcing opponents to draw more. Since it was a card game, it could be played silently, and Naruto had participated previously, though he could never resist making a ruckus, which resulted in several of their decks being confiscated and both he and Shikamaru often receiving detention for it. Upon hearing my request, the smile faded from Shikamaru's face. "You're still going? I can't leave Naruto alone there." I adopted a pleading expression. "Please, Shikamaru. I promise I will repay you." "Repay me? For what?" Shikamaru grumpily retrieved the cards from his drawer and handed them to me. "And by the way, I finished taking notes for that last class for you." "Really? I had thought that if you returned, I wouldn't have to continue taking notes, and I could finally relax." Ugh, what a hassle. At that moment, I felt a warm surge of gratitude within me. Perhaps this was what it meant to be touched. "What can I do to repay you?" "I would do anything to see Shikamaru happy. I long for your return to class." I felt a sudden awkwardness. Aside from that, Shikamaru turned his head away, seemingly upset. "Then forget it." Just as I stood there flustered, a voice emerged from behind me. It was Ino. Chuckling, "Just give him a kiss." Shikamaru, startled, turned his face back. "Don't listen to Ino's nonsense. Weren't you supposed to be with Sasuke? Why are you back?" Ino retorted with irritation. "The teacher doesn't allow outsiders in, and I can't feign illness, so what could I do?" Meanwhile, I cradled Shikamaru's hand in my palms, knelt on one knee, and reverently kissed the back of his hand. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he stared at me, abruptly pulling his hand away. "Idiot. That was just a joke from Ino." I knew that. I wasn't foolish. I protested. But I wanted to do that for Shikamaru myself. It is a gesture of loyalty. In the future, I would never have the chance, nor the time, to express this to him, as it was only after arriving here that I learned about it. Yet from that moment on, I hoped he would realize how devoted I was to him. Though the Shikamaru of the present would not comprehend my feelings, nor would the Shikamaru of the future. Ino burst out laughing. "Why do you want to do that for Shikamaru? It's almost like a proposal." Chapter 19. An Unexpected Card Player. I earnestly replied, "Because I think Shikamaru is wonderful. He is intelligent, gentle, and kind, truly exceptionally good." Ino asked, "Then why aren't you closer to Shikamaru? Always trailing after Naruto instead?" Shikamaru suddenly seemed anxious. "Hey." However, at that moment, I was unaware that being close to someone carried other implications. I merely thought it was about why I wasn't as close to him as I was to Naruto. I could only say, because Naruto is different. "Is it because Naruto is family? I heard you were trying to make friends before and experiencing the value of friendship?" "Yes. And what about romance? Have you ever tried?" Shikamaru glared at Ino. "Knock it off." Ino, with a playful smile, turned to me, disregarding him. "So, do you have someone you like now, Chocho?" I'm not quite sure what it feels like to like someone, aside from the concept of a romantic partner, but I have considered trying. Upon hearing this, both Ino and Shikamaru were taken aback. "Huh?" Ino eagerly pressed. "You have someone in mind? Who is it?" I candidly replied, "Shino." "Ino gesped. Ah?" Shikamaru took a deep breath, seemingly reluctant to engage further in this conversation, but he held his ground. Ino urgently asked, "Why? Because he is pleasant to be around? Just like that? You get along well with Shikamaru too, don't you? But Shikamaru is very important to me. I explained. I read in a book that if lovers ultimately part ways, they may not be able to remain friends. So, I want to find someone I've only just met to see what it feels like to be in love. Ino cautioned. Well, trying it out? Chocho. That might not be a good idea. I inquired why. Because in matters of love, if it's not mutual, it could turn out badly. Isn't that the same with friendship? Both parties must feel comfortable to be friends, right? But Ino doesn't have much experience either. After all, she only has her feelings for Sasuke. But liking someone feels different from friendship. A person you like can make your heart ache. Ache. Why would it hurt? Because if you can't get close to them, can't be their most special person, it feels like a burning pain in your heart. And when you see them, you yearn to be close to them. I found myself somewhat lost. I don't quite understand. If I don't feel that way, then I shouldn't become a romantic partner with them. That would be unfair to them, akin to toying with their feelings. Yet, what if I earnestly tried to be friends with someone but ultimately failed? They wouldn't think I toyed with their feelings, right? I tried my best. So you see, you don't grasp the distinction between friends and lovers. It's because I don't understand that I want to learn. Why does it hurt? Why choose to love even when it brings pain? Because if it's that special person, even pain can feel like happiness. It's a gift from them. Can I inform Shino that I want to explore the feeling of being in love? If he disagrees, I'll look for someone else. No. You truly don't understand. Ino emphasized again. In short, love is not something you can simply understand. It's all about fate. Serendipitous encounters, destined relationships. The concept of a soulmate is quite romantic. Shikamaru, he seemed to want to stop her from saying more but was too late. I furrowed my brow, unable to suppress my rebellious thoughts. So, if I desire a romantic partner, and wish to understand love, must I simply wait? I refuse. I want it, so I shall seize it for myself. Shikamaru sighed. What you both are saying is no longer the same matter. Ino and I ultimately failed to reach a consensus. And while the class bell had yet to ring, I stealthily slipped back into the infirmary with my cards. After class, once the students had departed, the teacher in the infirmary finally let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke had merely been coughing. So she didn't linger long and went off to the library to chat with friends. I easily climbed in through the window. Naruto was sprawled on another bed, his face buried in the pillow, sound asleep. I placed the cards I had been holding on the windowsill, leaned closer to Naruto, and checked his forehead with the back of my hand, uncertain if he caught a fever too. When I determined his temperature was normal, Naruto groggily opened his eyes and saw me. Chocho, this bed is so comfortable. I couldn't help but smile and leaned in, pressing my cheek against his. I didn't even know why I did that, but seeing Naruto like this made me want to, and if I couldn't be close to him, it would make my heart feel heavy. Naruto murmured in acknowledgement, allowing my actions. He squinted and nudged against me. Content, I said. Go back to sleep. But remember to take off your shoes first. But I still need to keep an eye on Sasuke. It's fine, I'll watch over him for you. So Naruto kicked off his shoes and snuggled under the blankets, falling asleep peacefully. I picked up his shoes that had fallen to the floor, and checked the water in Sasuke's medicine bottle. There was still about half left, so there was no immediate concern. Just as I was preparing to return to Naruto's side, Sasuke suddenly called out to me. I need to step out for a moment. I glanced back at Naruto and cautiously asked, Where are you going? He remained silent, seeming too indifferent to respond, merely lifting the covers and bending down to put on his shoes. His movements were awkward. Without hands to help, it was challenging to wear ninja shoes properly. As he bent over, I noticed a dark, damp patch on his back from sweat. His hair, pressed against the pillow, gave him a somewhat disheveled appearance. For some reason, I hesitated for a moment, then squatted down to help him pull at the shoe's upper, making it easier for him to slide his foot in. Upon seeing this, Sasuke paused and then informed me. I'm just going to the restroom. I was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response. For some reason in my mind, a person as strong as him seemed to be above needing to use the restroom. I couldn't help but mutter. You actually need to go to the bathroom too. Sasuke, what are you saying? I rose to my feet, observing his current condition. He appeared weary and dispirited, his brows furrowed, his steps heavy and sluggish. Yet, I doubted he would collapse or faint midway. It's nothing, I said. Can you manage on your own? He replied with a simple, A quiet sigh of relief escaped my heart. That's good. Once he departed, I removed the deck of cards from the windowsill. Initially, I had intended to play with Naruto, but had I known he was asleep, I would have brought the book I borrowed to read instead. However, Retrieving it now would be quite inconvenient. Thus, I settled at the foot of Naruto's bed and began playing with the cards alone. After a while, Sasuke returned, pushing the 4 stand. I glanced at him to ensure he was intact, and the 4 was unharmed, before I resumed my solitary game. I heard him lie back down, the rustle of the covers following. Then came the sound of him shifting positions. After a considerable time, I heard him move again. I lifted my gaze to Uchiha Sasuke, noticing his hair had become even more disheveled from the restless motion against the pillow. It seemed he sensed my gaze and looked over at me. I glanced at him, then at the cards in my hand, uncertainly asking, "Want to play?" Chapter 20. Hiding beneath the covers. I have never been ill nor had a fever. Hence I am unaware of what it feels like to be unwell. I can discern their discomfort, but the degree of it eludes my understanding. I assumed Uchiha Sasuke might be bored due to his inability to sleep, and seeing he did not refuse, I tentatively brought the cards to his bedside. "Do you know how to play?" "No." I briefly explained the rules. "Do you understand?" He nodded ever so slightly. He appeared quite fatigued. Yet having lain in bed for so long, how could he still be tired? Thus, I began dealing the cards without a second thought. At that moment, Naruto's voice burst forth. "What are you two doing?" I exclaimed in delight. "Naruto, did you sleep well?" Naruto sat up, his golden hair tousled from sleep. But upon hearing my inquiry, his still drowsy expression brightened a bit. "I feel dizzy. I think I slept too much." He got out of bed, stretching to shake off the lethargy. After a while, Naruto regained his usual vigor. He glanced at the cards sprawled on the bed and asked, "Hey, is that the deck Shikamaru brought?" "Yes. I thought you might be bored, so I borrowed it." Naruto beamed. "Core, you're the best." Yet, casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke, he added, "But how can a sick person play cards?" "I remember when I had a fever, I was too exhausted to do anything." Sasuke replied, "I'm not like you." Naruto immediately bristled. "What? Do you look down on me?" How infuriating. He was not in a favorable condition. Now that Naruto was awake, I certainly had no desire to play with Sasuke anymore. Look, he has gotten 4. It's difficult for him to move and hold cards. Just as I was about to suggest we two play together, Naruto insisted, "No. This is a rare opportunity. Let us have a showdown, Uchiha Sasuke." Uchiha Sasuke grunted, "Bring it on." I was taken aback. Huh? How did things escalate to this point? Naruto implored me, "Koro, please help this guy draw cards. Can you?" Faced with his pleading eyes, I found it hard to refuse. However, this was Uchiha Sasuke, and I, a person who aimed to overthrow Uchiha Sasuke, was now absurdly to assist him, to draw cards for him, opposing Naruto. The scroll foretold that Naruto and Sasuke would become good friends. After the calamity that befell the Uchiha clan, Sasuke severed all ties in his quest for vengeance. Even the girl who loved him deeply once despaired and sought to kill him. Among many, only Naruto Uzumaki persevered till the end, never giving up on redeeming him. It is said that he was so close to success, yet alas, he failed, and the entire world fell into Sasuke's grasp, plunging alongside him into the abyss. So now, Naruto must be walking the path of his original fate. But what does it truly mean to be good friends? If Sasuke were to kill him in the end, perhaps it would only be Naruto unilaterally considering Sasuke as a friend? Uchiha Sasuke, indeed, is a cold and unfeeling individual. Yet I cannot interfere with Naruto's choices, nor hinder his growth. I silently acquiesced. Naruto eagerly began shuffling the cards. He drew one, and I helped Sasuke draw one until his hand was full. My hands were rather small and could barely grasp all the cards, so to better display them in a fan shape, I held them with both hands before Sasuke. To do this, I had to turn my body towards him, leaning in closer. He gazed at the cards with downcast eyes. At such proximity, I could distinctly see his delicate, fair skin, tinged with an unusual flush, and his raven-black eyes sparkled like brilliant glass beads. I could even count the long lashes framing his gaze. I felt that Uchiha Sasuke resembled the beauties portrayed in the classical art books I had seen in the bookstore. "Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first." Sasuke nodded but remained still, leaning against the pillow, and lifted his gaze to me saying, "You do it for me." His voice was weak, rendering it soft and gentle. I could resort to any means to defeat the Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, yet for some reason, I could not bring myself to refuse his request. I won against Naruto and then asked him, "You go first. What do you want to play?" He murmured something barely audible. At first, I did not catch it and, perplexed, asked, "What?" To hear his instructions clearly, I bent down closer, pressing my ear to his lips. He repeated, "Blue 7. No one had ever blown air into my ear before. Today, I discovered it elicited an oddly delightful sensation, making me want to curl up and giggle. Noticing my shoulders hunching, a smile instinctively broke free. And Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. What? What did Sasuke say? I laughed. He whispered in my ear. It tickled. Naruto, eager to join in, exclaimed, that looks fun. I want to try it too. I urged Naruto to lean closer, then blew into his ear. He widened his eyes and quickly covered his ears, jumping back. I exclaimed in excitement as if I had discovered a new continent, right? Naruto playfully grabbed my arm, and I let him perch on my shoulder, blowing air into my other ear. It was still quite ticklish. But I noticed that the warmth of Sasuke's breath was more intense than Naruto's. Was it due to the fever? What does it truly mean to be ill? Naruto mentioned he had a fever before. What must he have felt then? Naruto, caught up in the fun, turned to Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, do you want to try? Uchiha Sasuke looked at him as if he were a fool. Not a chance. Naruto was about to get angry when suddenly, the door to the infirmary swung open. The voice of the infirmary teacher resonated. I'm back. How are you feeling? Any better? As I heard her footsteps approaching directly towards the bed curtain. It was already too late for me to dart over to the window and escape. In a moment of desperation, I hastily lifted the covers of Sasuke's bed and slipped underneath. Although Sasuke was rather brusque in his conversation with Naruto, he immediately bent his knees the next moment, raising the blanket to help conceal my presence. The bed was small, and Sasuke's slender frame made me fear that our teacher might easily discern the silhouette of an additional figure beside him. Therefore, I pressed closely against him, and he shifted his legs slightly, seemingly adjusting the shape of the blanket. To prevent our teacher from growing suspicious of Sasuke's hand holding the card, I seized his hand within the covers and discreetly passed him the card. Oddly enough, while his breath was warm, his hands were icy cold. Upon touching the card, Sasuke likely understood my intent instantly and cooperatively grasped it. I heard the teacher ask, what are you two doing? Naruto, unfazed, replied, we were just bored. Please, teacher. Don't tell Iruka-sensei. The nurse responded, I don't concern myself with your antics. Only Iruka would fret over such things. But how can Sasuke-kun play with a needle in one hand? At that moment, Sasuke withdrew the hand holding the card from under the blanket. His voice as calm as ever, displaying no hint of guilt. I'm holding the card. If I indicate which one to play, he'll help me bring it out. It was the first time I had heard him speak such a lengthy sentence. However, he likely felt that if he didn't explain, Naruto would struggle to do so. The teacher chuckled, oh, you two have quite the bond. She seemed to check the 4-bag. There's still a little left, so I'll come back later. I dared not move, my hearing dulled by the blanket, unable to discern whether her footsteps had receded. When the blanket was suddenly lifted, I was startled, fearing the teacher had discovered us, but upon looking up, I realized it was Sasuke. He gazed down at me, his black hair falling gracefully beside his cheek. Appearing quite gentle, she's gone. Chapter 21, Exhausted Notes. A fine layer of sweat formed on my brow as I heard this, and I exhaled in relief, quickly crawling out from under the covers. It was stifling in there. Naruto dashed to the door, peering through the window to confirm the teacher had walked far away before returning, exclaiming, you scared me. I thought we'd be caught. Was I obvious hiding in there? Very obvious. Naruto replied. You were sticking out like a sore thumb. Oh. However, with me present, I helped block part of it, so it wasn't as noticeable. I couldn't help but wonder. What would be the most natural way to hide? Would it be better if I curled up beneath Sasuke's legs? After all, if he bent his knees, wouldn't there be a space beneath them? If I could curl up there, wouldn't it be the perfect disguise? Naruto encouraged me. Let us give it a try. In a moment, we both felt that this experiment was far more intriguing than the card game. Though Sasuke seemed to have a differing opinion. Hey? But Naruto and I ignored him, lifting the blanket to find he had already laid his legs flat. Don't interfere with our research. Naruto insisted. I added this might be a crucial skill for future missions. Sasuke's expression indicated his disapproval. Yet, Naruto's mischievous smile appeared as he lifted the blanket and seized Sasuke's ankle, and I grabbed his other ankle, together bending his legs again. Sasuke looked quite speechless. But without his consent, we could not have succeeded. Although he hesitated and seemed reluctant, he ultimately complied. Naruto first attempted to crawl inside, and I covered him with the blanket to assess the effect. After a brief moment, Naruto struggled to crawl out, asking, how is it? His hair was somewhat disheveled, and I helped smooth his bangs, shaking my head in disappointment. No good, it's a bit too obvious. Let me see how I look. Unsure if Naruto had hidden according to my imagined position, I decided to try it myself. I slipped under the blanket, feeling the warmth envelop me, but soon found it stifling. I realized I needed more practice at holding my breath. While Sasuke's legs should have provided cover, they instead felt obstructive, often hindering my movements. His thigh would occasionally bump against my shoulder, and sometimes his knee would collide with my head. As I awkwardly maneuvered forward, I occasionally felt my cheek brush against soft, warm skin. Curious, I tilted my head to confirm what it was, only to realize Sasuke was wearing shorts, revealing the skin on the back of his thigh. When he bent his legs, my breath grazed his skin, causing Sasuke's legs to tighten suddenly, trapping me between his thighs, making it difficult to breathe, and I hastily withdrew. This wouldn't he do? I could only hide my upper body. How could this happen? I gasped for fresh air, feeling quite disheartened by the disparity between reality and my expectations, and I noticed that Sasuke had slightly shifted in his seated position. The pillow that had originally been horizontal behind him was now propped beneath his head. He nestled into the pillow, casting his gaze elsewhere, his expression seemingly unhappy. His lower face obscured by the wide collar of the Uchiha clan-esque garb, inexplicably reminding me of Shino. However, he always appeared displeased, as if perpetually unhappy, leaving me unable to ascertain the cause of his discontent. Naruto, frustrated, exclaimed, "Isn't there any way to hide better?" I suggested, "We could ask Shikamaru later. He must have a solution." At that moment, the liquid in Sasuke's 4 bottle dwindled to the last drop. I inquired, "Will there be another injection after this one?" "No," Naruto replied. "The teacher said that once this injection is done, he can go home and rest." Would Naruto accompany him? If Naruto went, I would too. "I'm not going. Iruka-sensei will likely take him back." "So, will Naruto be able to return to class afterward?" "Class is so boring. Let us go play Koro." I gazed at Naruto's sparkling eyes, hesitating for a long time. Ideally, I should stay by his side. However, Naruto couldn't leave Konoha now. As long as he didn't end up alone with Uchiha Sasuke in the village, he should be safe from danger or accidents. With that in mind, it seemed fine not to follow him. "I can't. I need to attend class." I further tidied his hair, saying, "I'm not like Naruto. I don't possess your talent, so I must work hard in my studies to be of use beside you in the future." It was said that Haruno Sakura had always worked diligently, eventually becoming an exceptionally skilled medical ninja, possessing strength rivaling her mentor Tsunade. Yet, in the final battle, she could hardly keep pace with Naruto and Sasuke. Although I had the lineage and abilities specially chosen by Orochimaru, I couldn't afford to slack off. "What talent do I have?" Naruto said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. "I can't understand anything in class. Koro is amazing. Her test scores are always so high." He dropped his hands, contemplating, and decided, maybe I want to go play after all. I asked, "What is wrong?" Naruto's face contorted. "Koro is so exceptional. I'm afraid I won't be of any use beside her in the future." I couldn't help but laugh. That won't happen. Naruto should go call the teacher over. I quickly tidied up the scattered cards on the blanket and the floor, preparing to leave the infirmary. Before departing through the window, I waved cheerfully at Naruto with a smile. "I'll be waiting for you in the classroom." Naruto grinned back and waved his hand. "Yeah." As I stealthily slipped into the classroom, I noticed Shikamaru, quite unusually, taking notes. A glance at his notebook revealed it to be mine. He was assisting me by jotting down my notes. When I settled beside him, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "I thought you wouldn't be back this morning." I discreetly cast a glance at the teacher and whispered to him, "Sasuke's needle is almost done." Naruto went to fetch the nurse to remove it, and Iruka-sensei should be bringing Sasuke home to rest, allowing Naruto to return for class. Just moments ago, Iruka-sensei came to check attendance. "Oh," I gasped in alarm. "Did he notice I was gone?" "If he discovers you're missing, I'll just say you went to the restroom and will return shortly." Thankfully, Iruka-sensei can't enter the girls' restroom. If the boys were absent, he would certainly search the boys' restroom for them. But he could also ask a female teacher to check, Shikamaru remarked. "Rest assured, your reputation in the teacher's eyes is solid enough for them to trust you. After all, you are an exemplary student. Such students invariably enjoy certain privileges." After saying this, Shikamaru shrugged and unceremoniously pushed the notebook toward me, handing me the pen with a feigned complaint. "You can take the notes yourself. It's such a hassle and tiring to write." I picked up the pen with my right hand and extended my left toward him, inquiring, "You've worked hard. Should I give your shoulders a massage?" Shikamaru instinctively let out a surprised sound and jokingly muttered, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," I replied, widening my eyes in confusion as to why he would think otherwise, considering Shikamaru had been the one helping me with my notes. He stared at me for a moment before quietly placing his hand over mine. In truth, I was not well versed in massage techniques, but I figured that any form of kneading and relaxation would suffice. With this thought in mind, I endeavored to keep pace with the teacher's lessons while simultaneously squeezing Shikamaru's hand under the desk. "If there's a specific area where you're feeling tense, just let me know." I said. Shikamaru mumbled a vague acknowledgement, but did not specify. I had to assess the situation myself, alternating between kneading his palm, the center of his hand, the web between his thumb and index finger, and the tips of his fingers without pause. Eventually, as I became engrossed in the lesson, I unconsciously ceased the massage. Under the desk, only the tips of my fingers remained lightly intertwined with his. Shikamaru, with his back to me, seemed to be resting his head on the desk, remaining quiet and not alerting me. Chapter 22. A clear-minded individual. When the class ended, Shikamaru suddenly withdrew his hand. Only then did I realize I had been holding onto his hand for quite some time. "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot." "It's fine," he replied. "Are you feeling better now? Should I massage your shoulders again?" "No need," he said, avoiding my gaze and muttering. "There are too many people around now that class is over." I was puzzled by this reasoning. Why would the presence of others hinder the massage? But since Shikamaru had spoken, I took his word for it. I nodded. "I understand." I withdrew my hand and prepared to review the notes from the beginning, attempting to catch up on the lessons I had missed. Flipping back to the first page of Shikamaru's notes, I chuckled at the stark contrast in our handwriting. "What is so funny?" Shikamaru inquired. "It's just that I'm noticing how different our handwriting is." "Isn't that obvious?" he replied. Yet it was intriguing that such distinct styles coexisted within the same notebook. I resolved to cherish this notebook, for it was the most unique one in existence. Shikamaru chuckled softly, propping his chin on his hand as he looked at me. "Are you silly?" Just then, a thought occurred to me that I wanted to pose to Shikamaru. What if someone is hiding under the blanket? How could one conceal themselves without being noticed? What kind of question is that? It just crossed my mind, and I found it intriguing. Think about it. If the person lying down cooperates by bending their legs, wouldn't there be some space available within the blanket for concealment? I feel that space could certainly be utilized, but lying sideways wouldn't accommodate another person's weight? How frustrating. I believed Shikamaru could certainly devise a better method. Shikamaru pondered momentarily. Lying sideways doesn't work. Try lying vertically? His speed in reaching a conclusion impressed me, though I was left with a myriad of questions. Vertically? Wouldn't that be more conspicuous? The person lying down would be positioned vertically, thus the indentations in the blanket would naturally be longitudinal. Hiding sideways would create odd impressions, easily detectable. However, concealing oneself along the longitudinal impressions would at least maintain the shape, though the height might appear a bit unusual. But with a bit of fluffing, it should be manageable. Shikamaru's reasoning was sound, and I committed it to memory, contemplating how to experiment with Naruto later that night. However, if one person lay down while another hid, who would verify the arrangement? It seemed that 3 individuals were needed for this endeavor. Just then Naruto sauntered in, looking rather dispirited, and sat beside me. He let out a long sigh. Iruka-sensei could have just taken Sasuke home without lecturing me. I haven't done anything wrong lately. Is Sasuke gone already? I asked. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Iruka-sensei carried him on his back to take him home. He paused, lowering his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. His mood dampening. If it were someone else's illness, their parents would come to pick them up, but Sasuke has no one. So it's up to the teacher to carry him back. I leaned closer and whispered. If you ever get sick, I can carry you home too. I can take care of you, just like your mom and dad. Naruto chuckled at my words, looking at me with a brighter expression, yet lacking his usual exuberance. Koru can never be like my mom and dad, but if Koru gets sick, I can carry you home and take care of you too. I quietly inquired. Just like family? Naruto paused, then fully returned to his previous state. Yeah, just like family. Does Koru want to be my family? When I first spent the night at his house, Naruto had expressed something similar, but this time his gaze held even more anticipation. I furrowed my brows in hesitation. I'm not sure. Naruto eager pressed. Why? He seemed to ponder which bond, lover or family, would allow for the longest companionship, the most intimate closeness. He tilted his head and declared with conviction, of course family. Mom and dad are the most important people. But I thought, once Naruto has a partner he would move away from his parents' household, forming his own family and becoming a father with children of his own. At that point, he wouldn't spend as much time with his parents anymore. Naruto looked momentarily stunned. You and Koru as lovers? Shikamaru suddenly erupted into a fit of loud coughing from the side. Both Naruto and I turned to him, and Naruto exclaimed, Shikamaru, are you okay? I quickly reached out to pat Shikamaru's back. He grasped my wrist to stop me, maintaining his hold while addressing Naruto. His tone somewhat brusque. Do you even know what being lovers means? Naruto scratched his head. What does it mean? I replied. Honestly, I'm not quite sure myself. Which is why I can't become lovers with you just yet. Shikamaru fell silent and in turn, released my hand. He gazed at me and asked, "What are your thoughts?" I expressed my desire to first inquire whether Shino could be my romantic partner. Shikamaru remained quiet. Naruto exclaimed, "Huh? Why?" I replied earnestly. Many have told me that being in a relationship is not merely a matter of desire. If it is the wrong choice, not only might we not be together forever, but we could also part ways in pain. If I could become Naruto's partner, we would be together, but what if we made a mistake? It could jeopardize even our relationships with family and friends. Therefore, I continued with great caution. I have decided to practice diligently and gain a thorough understanding of what it means to be in a relationship, how to become partners. And only once I am proficient will I determine whether to pursue a romance with Naruto. I do not wish to cause him any suffering or to separate from him. Shikamaru took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Naruto, seemingly grasping only part of the matter, pondered aloud, "So should I practice with someone else too? I don't want to make Choji suffer." I inquired, "Who do you wish to practice with?" Naruto furrowed his brow, thinking hard, and then slumped his shoulders in defeat. "I don't know any other girls apart from Choji. What should I do?" I took his hands in reassurance. "It's all right. I will first accumulate experience. Then I can return and teach you as well." Naruto was touched. "Choji, you always think of me." "Thank you. Let's agree on that." Shikamaru remained silent. Suddenly, Naruto remarked, "Why not practice directly with Shikamaru?" Shikamaru did not respond. I added, "Ino asked me the same question before, but Shikamaru is very important to me. If we were to become partners, I fear we might not even remain friends afterward." "What about Shino?" Naruto expressed concern. "I saw him before, and he seemed a bit strange." I laughed and reassured him, "Don't worry. I have interacted with him before. Shino has a gentle disposition. He is a bit shy, but a good person." Shikamaru interjected, "How would you convey your feelings to him if you wish to be his partner?" He straightened up and asked, "If I were Shino, how would you approach me?" I pondered and turned to face him, showing my respect. "Hello, may I ask if you have someone you like?" Shikamaru sighed, "Well, if I had to say, there is someone, but she is rather foolish." I dismissed his answer, thinking he was merely placing obstacles in my way. "Then you certainly need to learn how to love." "Right. I also wish to accumulate experience. Would you be willing to pair with me to practice how to love? This experience would undoubtedly benefit you when you are with someone you truly like in the future." Shikamaru remained silent, and seeing him at a loss for words, I eagerly asked, "How does that sound? Is there anything I should improve?" He did not respond, but Naruto, ever supportive, gave me a thumbs up. "I think it's great. Choji, you'll be just fine." Shikamaru covered his face. "Every word you said is fraught with issues to the point where I can't offer any advice. But never mind, I can't stop you anyway." He wiped his face and looked at me with a sense of resignation. "Go ahead. I believe any rational person would refuse you." Chapter 23. You are more important than a butterfly. Thus, I found myself crouching beside Shino, observing a butterfly gracefully flitting among the bushes, moving slowly from one thicket to another. Would Shino be willing to practice romance with me? Shino softly remarked, "You are quite a peculiar person." I felt a bit anxious at his observation. However, it was precisely because I wished to learn how to be a normal person that I was making the effort to study. "Is that not acceptable?" "That is your prerogative. However, I do not have anyone I like at the moment. Even if you suggest we practice, I am unsure of what to do. Is that all right?" "That is perfectly fine. It was my suggestion, so I will prepare what we need to do, as long as you cooperate." Shino hesitated slightly. "Actually, I have very few friends. Besides you, there is no one I hang out with. But if we were to practice romance, wouldn't that mean we could no longer be friends?" I paused, realizing the truth in his words. It seems so. Then I would have no friends left. I understood that friendships are incredibly rare and precious, and the thought of losing even one made me feel sad. Realizing that practicing romance with Shino might cost him his one friend, I quickly suggested, "I can introduce you to Shikamaru and Naruto. They are both good people, and perhaps they could become your friends too." Shino remained non-committal. "Then what are we?" "We are not people who like each other, so we cannot be called partners." "Must there be mutual affection to be considered partners?" "Yes." "I see. I have learned something new." I contemplated. "Then how about comrades?" "Romantic comrades?" "Yes." Shino lowered his head, pondering for a moment. "That sounds quite nice. Then let us go with that." I exclaimed in delight. "So you agree?" "Yes. If that is what you wish." I jumped up in excitement. "Wow, thank you. Shino, I will introduce you to my friends right now. Can we wait a moment?" Shino requested. I would like to finish observing the butterfly first. I crouched down again. Alright, how about we go after school? Okay. After Shino agreed, a moment later, he hesitated and asked, shouldn't I accompany you immediately if it's about romance? Well, the information I gathered suggests that partners always prioritize each other's needs above all else. However, some sources also say that every couple's relationship is unique, and it is essential to find a comfortable way to relate to one another. They say that a truly beautiful romantic relationship allows both individuals to be themselves comfortably. Hence, I believe Shino should decide according to his own wishes and not feel pressured. Alright. Thank you. Thus, we spent the entire class observing the butterfly. After school, I smiled and waved at Shino, who packed his bag and approached me. Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. With Shino standing beside me, I happily announced to Naruto and Shikamaru, Shino has agreed to practice romance with me. Naruto was ecstatic. That's wonderful, Choji. Congratulations. Shikamaru, however, looked astonished as he turned to Shino. What are you thinking? This sort of thing is generally unlikely to be agreed upon. Shino replied, it's because Choji invited me. As for why, I have little presence and few friends. I was happy to receive an invitation. Shikamaru retorted, you're merely going along with her out of fear of losing your only friend. So what are you two now? I interjected, we are romantic comrades. Shikamaru frowned skeptically. I have never heard of such a relationship. I affirmed, today is just our first day, and we already practiced. What? I recounted our butterfly observation during class to Shikamaru. And Naruto nodded earnestly in response. Oh, I see. In romance, one must always prioritize the other. I beamed, exactly. I did that. Yet Shikamaru frowned. But he hasn't prioritized your needs, has he? If it were me, and you suggested meeting your friends, I would immediately accompany you. Shino's expression remained hidden behind his sunglasses and large collar, and he remained silent. I hastily elucidated to him. I merely stated that he should be himself. Hence, this is not a practice in romance. It is merely your unilateral contribution. The other party will undoubtedly regard your sacrifices, concessions, and compromises as mere matters of course. Shikamaru remarked. If you prioritize his affairs above all else, then he ought to reciprocate by placing your concerns at the forefront as well. If it is someone you cherish, it comes naturally. However, if there is no affection, it becomes an imposition. I hesitated slightly, yet butterflies are quite fascinating. Shikamaru, however, decisively countered. Even if I long to remain and observe the butterflies, the significance that Koru places upon me would compel me to deem her matters more important than those of the butterflies. I understood then. Shino suddenly interjected. I was in the wrong. He turned to me and said, I sincerely apologize for my lack of experience. I quickly responded, it is quite all right. We are merely practicing. Yet now I have a better comprehension of what it feels like. An existence of greater importance than merely observing butterflies. An existence that captivates my interest far more than the butterflies themselves. Shino expressed, from now on, I shall adjust my mindset and regard Koru as a subject worthy of observation, much like an insect. Shikamaru asked, huh? I inquired, is that truly feasible? Thank you very much. I shall entrust this to you. Shikamaru, bewildered, exclaimed, huh? He incredulously remarked, I say to you both, wait a moment. At that juncture, Iruka-sensei unexpectedly entered. Upon seeing me, he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, Koru, you are still here. Could you come here for a moment? I glanced at my friends beside me and feeling somewhat dazed, walked over. Is there something you need, Iruka-sensei? Iruka-sensei led me outside the classroom and said, Koru resides in the orphanage, correct? Yes, what about it? Just beyond the orphanage lies the Uchiha compound. Could I ask you to deliver the materials from today's class to Sasuke after school? Also, please lend him your class notes to help him catch up. He missed some crucial lessons, and it's imperative to cover these key points today. Otherwise, it will severely hinder his progress in subsequent classes. Before I could respond, Iruka-sensei hurriedly continued. I initially intended to check on Sasuke myself, but I was suddenly informed of a meeting at the school. Alright, I leave it to you, Koru, remember. It would be prudent to check his temperature once more to ensure his fever has subsided. I must attend to the meeting now. With that, he departed, leaving me staring at the stack of materials he had thrust into my hands, reluctantly murmuring, understood. Chapter 24. Complete the assignments today. I returned to the classroom, where Naruto and the others awaited my arrival. Noticing the abundance of materials in my hands, Naruto asked curiously, what did Iruka-sensei want you for? I replied, he asked me to deliver some materials. He mentioned that my residence is quite near the Uchiha compound, so I should drop by. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. The Uchiha compound? He hesitated slightly. Are you going alone? What's wrong? Is it dangerous over there? I inquired curiously. I haven't been there yet. Currently, the Uchiha clan has been completely annihilated, with only Sasuke Uchiha remaining there. If there is danger, it would originate from Sasuke himself. Would he suddenly lash out and harm someone? My family advised us to keep our distance from that area. Yuhishino remarked. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain why. Naruto expressed some concern. But with Sasuke living there alone, wouldn't that pose any issues? Yuhishino turned to him. Are you suggesting that you actually have a good relationship with Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto immediately fell silent. I reasoned. If we consider it logically, since Sasuke has been living alone there without incident, it should be safe. Such reasoning may not be entirely reliable. Your situation is quite different from his. Shikamaru questioned me. Is it safe to go alone? If you're worried, you should ask someone to accompany you. I pondered for a moment and shook my head. Everyone likely has their own matters to attend to. I will manage alone. If there were genuine danger, Naruto certainly couldn't accompany me, and neither could Shikamaru. As for Shino, while he may not be as significant as Naruto and Shikamaru, there is no need for him to be dragged into my predicament. Very well, Shikamaru appeared somewhat disappointed. You should depart quickly, or it will soon be dark. I also need to leave. I have additional training after school. How bothersome. Yuhishino asked. Is it the Inoshikicho training? Yes. What is that? Shikamaru evidently did not wish to elaborate, likely perceiving it as tedious to explain from the beginning, thus he vaguely replied. It's a tradition passed down from our ancestors. I swiftly gathered my belongings, and Shikamaru urged me to hurry back, sensing his insistence held some merit. I bid farewell to Naruto and Shino, then dashed out of the school with Sasuke's materials in hand. By the time I reached the orphanage, the sky was adorned with the hues of the setting sun. I first returned to the orphanage and informed the caretaker about Iruka-sensei's request for me to deliver materials to my ailing classmate. She kindly provided me with a detailed map to the Uchiha compound before I set out again. Following the map, when I finally glimpsed the Uchiha clan's emblem, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving only the last vestiges of twilight. The Uchiha compound was farther than I had anticipated. They resided at the very outskirts of Konoha. I speculated that perhaps due to their formidable combat prowess, the Hokage intentionally stationed them at the periphery to prevent enemies from infiltrating. Truly, they were utilized to their fullest potential. Yet, living so far from the city center must pose considerable inconveniences, shopping, watching movies, and leisurely outings. However, upon entering the Uchiha compound, I realized just how sheltered I had been. Although now deserted, the streets were lined with shops, and the dusty signs, though weathered, still stood. I couldn't help but meticulously observe. Vegetable shops, butcheries, confectionaries, ramen stalls, oden shops, tempura establishments, sushi bars, and barbecue joints. Clearly, the Uchiha compound boasted its own commercial street, enabling them to be self-sufficient and likely rendering any inconvenience negligible. I even spotted a private cinema, which seemed considerably smaller than the one in central Konoha. I had long wished to see a film. Yet the orphanage would not cover such expenses. Thus I could only stand at the entrance and gaze at the posters displayed outside. The cinema in central Konoha had staff present, making it inappropriate for me to enter and explore, but at the Uchiha cinema, no one would chase me away, allowing me to observe freely. My curiosity about what lay inside compelled me to linger at the entrance, hesitating to step within. I truly wished to see it. Yet my task took precedence. On my way to Sasuke's home, I passed by a hospital. I thought to myself that the Uchiha clan must hold their Sharingan in high esteem. Thus, their own kin would likely excel in ophthalmology. When I finally located Sasuke Uchiha's residence, the streetlights had illuminated the surroundings. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he resided in the largest house within the Uchiha compound. When visiting another's home, one could confirm the address via the nameplate at the entrance, but here, every household bore the Uchiha name, rendering it impossible to differentiate. However, when darkness fully enveloped the area, I discovered that Sasuke's home was quite easy to locate. For amidst the encompassing darkness, only his residence glimmered with light. I hurried to the door and knocked. Sasuke Uchiha. I waited for a moment, but there was no response from within. I knocked once more. Uchiha Sasuke? It's me, Asahi. Iruka-sensei asked me to deliver today's class materials to you. Are you home? As I awaited his arrival at the door, I turned back to glance at the direction from whence I came. Despite the presence of streetlights lining the roads of the Uchiha compound, akin to those in Konoha, The shadows cast beneath the clusters of illumination appeared profoundly eerie and desolate. This stark contrast rendered the Uchiha compound distinctly different from the streets of Konoha. I began to comprehend Shikamaru's insistence on my early departure and return. The Uchiha compound, shrouded in darkness, appeared even more desolate and dilapidated than in daylight. Furthermore, given the tragic history of the massacre that had transpired here, it felt as though malevolent spirits of the dead might emerge from the shadows to exact vengeance. Yet, I did not feel fear. If one were to become a ghost after death, then surely the first, second, and fourth Hokages would also rise as specters. The fourth Hokage, being Naruto's father, was described in the history books of Konoha as a righteous, gentle, and formidable individual, a presence that would overshadow anyone else. Should the vengeful spirits of the Uchiha seek to harm the innocent me, I was certain that these Hokages would safeguard my well-being. At that moment, I finally heard the sound of the door behind me creaking open. Uchiha Sasuke had changed his attire, his outfit differing slightly from what he wore at school. Though the style and color remained similar, he had donned an additional black haori, presumably to ward off the chill and retain warmth. However, observing that he still wore shorts, I pondered whether it would not be more sensible to wear long pants instead of layering on an extra garment for warmth. "Asahi?" he inquired, looking somewhat weary, though appearing more alert than during his treatment earlier that afternoon. I handed him the materials I had been holding. "Here. This is what was distributed in class today." He silently accepted the papers, murmuring a hoarse thank you. I then asked, "Will you be able to attend class tomorrow?" Sasuke nodded affirmatively. "Really?" I expressed a hint of skepticism. Having never been ill myself, I had heard that after a fever, it was advisable to rest for an additional day. "You won't be pushing yourself, will you?" He raised his gaze to meet mine, his dark eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. As I glanced at the house behind him, I noted its impressive size, complete with a courtyard. Yet, despite the spaciousness, only one room was illuminated, a solitary beacon in the enveloping darkness, akin to a lonely firefly amidst the night. Within the entire Uchiha compound, only Sasuke's home emitted light, and within that home, merely one room was aglow. His world was steadily contracting inwards, his sanctuary shrinking into itself. Could it be that this childhood experience had fostered within him a desire to obliterate the sanctuaries of others as he matured? I intended to convey that if he were to attend class tomorrow, I would leave the notes with him today, and he could retrieve them before class. Conversely, if he were to miss class, I would either finish transcribing the notes for him, or take them back with me to complete the notes for the days he had missed. Sasuke pondered for a moment, then stepped aside and invited, "Come in. I'll catch up today." Chapter 25. I will protect my home. Watching him turn and walk into the house, I followed suit. Closing the courtyard gate behind me, he led me into the living room and switched on the light. I curiously surveyed the somewhat chilly room as Sasuke instructed. "Wait here for a moment before departing." His home was a quintessential example of traditional Japanese architecture, with paper doors that could be opened to connect with the outside corridor, revealing a view of the courtyard. Typically, one would expect a pond in the courtyard filled with goldfish, but when I opened the paper door, I discovered that the pond had dried up, leaving only a bed of silt at the bottom. Sasuke returned, notebook and pen in hand, placing his stationery on the living room table. Upon opening my notebook and recognizing Shikamaru's handwriting, he paused momentarily before determining where to begin copying. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I turned to him and asked, "Why is the pond dry?" He continued to write with his head lowered, replying, "I haven't had the time to tend to it." "Then how do you manage to clean such a large house all by yourself?" I inquired. "The village sends someone to clean periodically." I was taken aback by this arrangement. If it weren't for the revelations in Orochimaru's scroll regarding the Uchiha clan's tragic fate, I might have believed that Konoha treated him well. "Couldn't they also help you maintain the pond?" I asked. Sasuke replied coolly, "It's unnecessary." I fell silent, sitting in the corridor as I absorbed the soft glow from behind me, gazing at the dim courtyard while reminiscing about rainy days spent securely indoors at Naruto's house. Watching the torrential downpour outside, versus sitting in Sasuke's corridor, opening the paper door to view the rain cascading like a curtain, each scenario possessing its own charm. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the scratching of Sasuke's pen against the paper as he transcribed notes. Suddenly, my stomach let out a loud growl, causing Sasuke's writing to halt abruptly. I touched my belly, intrigued. "So this is what hunger sounds like. Haven't you eaten?" he inquired. "I didn't have time," I replied. "Is there anything you would like to eat?" I shook my head. "The orphanage should have saved me some food. Whatever they leave is fine. I can treat you to a meal. Would you like that?" Upon hearing this, I spun around to face him, my eyes bright with anticipation. Can I have anything I want? Can you order takeout? No, he responded, and my mood soured instantly. Then, why did you mention treating me to a meal? They don't deliver. Why not? Sasuke lowered his gaze, falling into silence for a moment before finally stating, it's too far. Then how do you intend to treat me to dinner? I inquired. I'll give you money, and you can buy something yourself. As he spoke, he stood up and left the living room, returning shortly with several bills in hand, which he extended towards me. I glanced at the money and casually asked, what about you? Have you eaten? No need, I don't have much of an appetite. Is there anything you particularly enjoy eating? I wasn't prying for information. But considering he lived quite far away, it would be prudent for him to have some snacks at home. I could bring him something back, fearing he might not like what I purchased. Bonito rice balls. Anything else? Tomatoes. All right, I've noted that. I accepted the money from him, rising to my feet. Then, make sure you catch up on your notes at home. Will you be able to finish by the time I return? I should be close. Then I'm off. I waved goodbye to him and leaped over the courtyard wall. If I were to buy something for myself, I would crave tempura. As I passed by the orphanage, I informed the caretaker that there was no need to save my meal. And when she asked when I would return, I thought for a moment and replied, in about an hour. I hurried to Konoha's commercial district, making a beeline for the tempura shop that Kakashi had taken me to before. Ever since that meal he treated me to, I had developed a fondness for tempura, especially the fried shrimp. While purchasing the bonito rice balls, I casually asked the owner, do you offer delivery? The owner enthusiastically handed me a business card, proclaiming, of course, as long as customers call the number on it. Does it cover all of Konoha? Absolutely. What about the Uchiha compound? The owner shook his head. We used to deliver there, but ever since that incident, who would dare venture there? It was only now that I belatedly realized that the reason Uchiha Sasuke could not order takeout might not stem from the distance. Yet, why does one harbor such an overwhelming fear of places where countless lives have been extinguished? Although those corpses have long since vanished and the blood has been meticulously cleaned away, simply knowing that many have perished there, even if most have never witnessed the scene firsthand, seems to conjure images of those bodies and bloodstains in the minds of people. What then must Uchiha Sasuke, who has always resided in the Uchiha compound, think? Each day, as he traverses the desolate Uchiha district on his way to school, and then walks back through the silent streets, does his gaze also perceive a multitude of corpses and bloodstains? While I was returning to the Uchiha compound with bags of tomatoes, bananas, apples, and other fruits, I unexpectedly encountered 3 children on the deserted street. The girl on the left, trembling, said we should go back. This place is terrifying. The boy in the middle declared loudly, no. This is the essence of the courage test. This is the most frightening place in Konoha. If we can make it through here, Grandpa will surely think I am impressive. The boy on the right sniffled, but Mom and Dad won't let us near here. If they find out, we'll definitely get scolded. At that moment, a streetlight flickered, causing the trio to huddle together and scream in unison. Ah! There's a ghost. A vengeful spirit has appeared. The girls' cries were particularly pronounced. Wah! I heard that many Uchiha clan members died here. They won't turn into vengeful spirits, will they? With a clang, 2 shurikens collided midair, narrowly missing the cheeks of the 2 boys as they flew away. The boy who had been sniffing immediately changed his tone. I think something just floated past. I felt it too. A chilling wind. We should leave. Wah! There's a ghost. At this, none of the 3 opposed. They hurriedly dashed toward the exit, screaming as they ran. Meanwhile, I stood atop a nearby rooftop, witnessing Sasuke emerge from the shadows at the street corner, retrieving the 2 shurikens he had just thrown. I descended beside him and remarked, you are scaring the children. Sasuke replied coolly, this is not a place for children to play. Have you finished copying your notes? Yes. His tone remained icy, and I sensed his mood had worsened significantly since we parted earlier, perhaps due to those 3 children? I bought you some rice balls and tomatoes, along with plenty of fruit. I said, you should eat more bananas. I've heard that bananas can make one happy. He looked down at the 2 bags I was holding, and although his expression remained stoic, he reached for the larger bag filled with fruit. His action was so instinctive that I momentarily froze before responding. Ah, thank you. He walked ahead in silence and I followed, glancing up at the extinguished streetlight. Did you break this too? No. Should we find someone to fix it? I don't care. Do people often come here looking for fun? Sasuke smirked coldly. Occasionally, some inexplicable individuals wander by, drunkards, those who lost bets, thrill-seekers, people wanting to turn this into a secret base, and those with nefarious intentions. Did you drive them all away? This is my home, Sasuke asserted firmly, a resolute tone laced with an unsettling intensity. This is the Uchiha compound. Even if my clan is no longer here, I will protect this place. Chapter 26, Parents. Home. I repeated, understanding that it must be something of great significance, yet I remained unclear about the meaning of the term. I had only seen Naruto's home and yours. It seems your home is well suited for a large family gathering. Is that the style of a big family? Naruto's home, on the other hand, is more modern and simplistic in design, which gives the impression that living there might be more convenient. Your home feels like it is meant for a simple life of 3. Sasuke said nothing. I enjoy observing the layouts and decorations of others' homes. I've heard that ninjas earn a good income from missions. If I become a ninja, perhaps I could save enough to buy my own house. And then I could bring my preferred style into my own home. Do you not remember your home? The place where you were born? My home? The place where I was born? Is the place where I was born truly my home? Is Orochimaru's laboratory my home? Or is it the underground base where he conducts his experiments? The environment of my birthplace was far from ideal. Rather than a home, it was merely a temporary refuge. What constitutes family? There are those who care for me, who show concern, yet we share no blood ties. Then how did you come to Konoha? Were you separated from them? They sent me away, saying it would grant me, and them, a better future. Sasuke paused. Don't you resent them? Why should I harbor resentment? I like them. He furrowed his brow. Even if they abandoned you? They did not abandon me, I corrected him. They had no choice. I was not concerned that this would reveal anything. No one would deduce from these few words that this was a plan spanning decades, one that altered destinies. They would merely assume my departure was due to poverty or some other hardship. Sasuke glanced at me, the coldness in his eyes having melted considerably since earlier. At that moment, we passed by the cinema I had seen before, and I unconsciously stopped. Sasuke followed my gaze. What is it? I asked him. Have you ever watched a movie? Haven't you? No, I haven't any money. Did you go with friends? No, I went with my mother. I slowly repeated the word mother, recalling how I had heard Sasuke utter it earlier today. What is a mother like? Although I had likened Orochimaru to a father and Kabuto to a mother, I knew they were not truly my parents. This term, much like home, belonged to a realm of importance I understood but did not grasp. What truly differentiates a person who resembles a mother from a genuine mother? If Shikamaru's mother were to cook for me, or take me to the cinema, would she be considered a mother? No, Sasuke replied, standing beside me, gazing at the cinema. A mother's responsibilities are far more complex. She should care for you when you are ill, correct? He did not respond. A sense of inexplicable discomfort washed over me. Everyone has parents, yet I do not. Orochimaru informed me through the scroll that if I ever encountered a person wearing a mask with a whirlpool design, named Toby, and if I found myself in danger or in need of assistance, I could tell him that I am a synthetic human created by Orochimaru. My maternal genetic material comes from Rin Noira, while my paternal genetic material comes from a man named Obito Uchiha. From a biological standpoint, they should be regarded as my parents. However, Rin was merely a child when she died. How could she be considered a mother? I stared at the dark entrance of the cinema and softly said, I want to go inside and take a look. Many have died in there. I said, whereon this land has not witnessed death. Sasuke hesitated. I turned my head toward him and asked, shall we go? He appeared hesitant. At that moment, my stomach growled again, prompting Sasuke to suggest, let's eat first. I considered the journey back. The tempura would likely be cold by then. And if it lost its crispy coating, it would be far less enjoyable. All right, we shall dine first, I conceded. After all, the cinema was just around the corner. Arriving a bit later wouldn't make much difference. We returned to Sasuke's home. His notes were already copied, and he placed the takeout box in the center of the table before handing me my notes. Is there anything you don't understand? I set the notes aside, and began to unwrap the packaging from the takeout box. Since we were here, I might as well explain everything thoroughly. But you didn't attend the class either, Sasuke remarked as he poured 2 glasses of water, placing one beside me. You were in the infirmary with that slacker. Most of your notes were written by Shikamaru. However, I asked Shikamaru about anything I didn't comprehend, I countered. So why not ask Shikamaru yourself tomorrow? Sasuke observed as I placed the rice ball before him, pausing for a moment before saying, thank you. For what? You paid for it, I replied, retracting my hand and gazing eagerly at the tempura. Yet the orphanage had instilled in me the importance of etiquette before meals. Thus I closed my eyes, clasped my hands together, and proclaimed, I shall begin. Upon opening my eyes and eagerly reaching for a shrimp tempura tail, I noticed Sasuke still watching me, which made me slightly anxious. What's wrong? I inquired. In this house, he said, it has been a long time since I've heard someone say that. You mean to say that it's been ages since someone has shared a meal with you? He closed his eyes momentarily, seemingly at a loss for words. You certainly are quite direct. I recalled my time at Naruto's house, where he had told me that the third Hokage would occasionally join him for meals. However, being the Hokage, he was perpetually busy and had his own family. The day I visited him, he mentioned that it was the first time someone stayed with him so late. Is that so? Sasuke nodded, taking a bite of his rice ball. Perhaps he truly had little appetite. Despite claiming this was his favorite food, he appeared somewhat reluctant. Sighing, I pondered aloud, you and Naruto both have homes. Yet you are each alone, and thus loneliness prevails. Even if I were to afford a house in the future, decorating it to my liking, would I still find happiness? He swallowed the food in his mouth, replying, don't you like Naruto? Who said that? You two are always together. I haven't decided if I like him yet. I want to be with Naruto, but I'm uncertain whether family ties or romantic love last longer. Family, of course, Sasuke stated without hesitation. Nothing is more important than family. You've never liked anyone, so your opinion holds no weight. I promptly dismissed his assertion, causing Sasuke to let out a soft snort. By the way, don't you dislike others coming to the Uchiha compound for amusement? Then may I submit a request for your approval? I want to go to the cinema with Naruto next time. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Before he could voice a refusal, I hurried to explain my reasoning. Today's lesson was on transformation jutsu. I'd like to master it and transform into an adult to accompany him to the cinema. I want to experience what it feels like to be his parent. Perhaps that way, I could understand the essence of parenthood. Although I also wish for Naruto to transform into an adult and care for me as a parent, I doubt his transformation jutsu could reach a competent level in such a short time. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. You truly are a peculiar individual. I shrugged my shoulders. It's because I suffered a head injury. Not only did I lose most of my memories, but I also lack common sense. So, can I also request to bring Shikamaru along? I believe his transformation jutsu could suffice as my parents. You're quite greedy, Sasuke remarked. So just Naruto then? I felt a bit troubled. While becoming a parent may help me understand them better, I genuinely want to know what it feels like to have parents. Naruto doesn't know that feeling either, only Shikamaru does. I munched on another shrimp tempura, feeling somewhat despondent. If you want to let anyone else in, can you use transformation jutsu to be my parent? Chapter 27. Speak frankly and conceal secrets. Sasuke gazed at me. See, I knew you wouldn't agree. I looked at him earnestly. Please, I'll only bring Naruto and Shikamaru. If you consent, I'll copy your notes, do your homework, and even cook for you. This childish game, wanting to feel what it's like to have parents, is something juvenile to you? Sasuke seemed momentarily taken aback by my words. That's not what I meant, he replied stiffly. I watched as he rephrased, you can bring Shikamaru, but Naruto cannot. Why not? That guy enjoys playing pranks. I won't allow him to damage anything here. Besides, Shikamaru won't come. Why? Inviting him here would only lead him to invite you to a regular cinema. Being devoid of money, I couldn't fathom how someone with pocket money would behave. But I don't want to go to a regular cinema with Shikamaru. If it were Naruto, he would undoubtedly ask me why. However, conversing with Sasuke always left me with the unsettling sense that the conversation could abruptly fall into silence. Sometimes he would speak at length, while other times he would remain silent, making him difficult to read. When he was silent, the atmosphere of unspoken words felt unbearable, almost pressing me to speak more. This displeased me. I said, you should ask me why. Otherwise, it feels foolish for me to be the only one talking. Sasuke replied. Stop hanging around that slacker. Otherwise, you'll only grow more foolish. I don't need to ask you why. Why? People without money don't wish to go out with wealthy friends. It's not a hard concept to grasp. Is that so? I recalled reading that it's best to split expenses when going out with friends, and that those who impose their financial burden on others risk losing friends and becoming disliked. I didn't want Shikamaru to dislike me. Sasuke gazed toward the cinema, falling into silence again. Yet he still didn't relent and allow me to bring anyone into the Uchiha compound's cinema. I continued eating tempura in a gloomy manner. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Sasuke looked at me. I can find a dad. Daughters can spend their father's money, right? Do you know Kakashi Hatake? No. I briefly introduced Hiese Jonin. Is he going to adopt you? No, he said he doesn't meet the criteria. However, he has arranged to meet Naruto and me at the park this weekend. Naruto and I previously played on the swings at the park and got into a scuffle with a group of people. He said he'd back us up this weekend. Perhaps I could ask him to try playing my dad. He is a ninja and wealthy. If he takes me to the cinema as my father, it should be fine. Right. He remained silent. I added, I lack common sense, which is why I sought your advice. Surely, Sasuke, you can judge whether my decision is problematic? I have discovered that the concept of a brain injury is remarkably effective. Orochimaru and Shikamaru, who conceived this notion, are indeed geniuses. Sasuke remarked. One cannot simply become a father. I humbly inquired. Why is that not possible? It is because a father embodies the image Sasuke recalls of his own progenitor, stern, solemn, silent, and powerful, akin to a mountain. Thus, if I beseech Kakashi to be severe, solemn, and taciturn, will that suffice? Sasuke. He pressed his forehead, letting out a lengthy sigh, seemingly in great distress. How is it that a mind like yours can rank first in the year? I asserted with conviction. Because I strive diligently. Sasuke, leaning against the corner, gazed at a corner of the tatami in the living room without meeting my eyes, and suddenly said, I have always hoped to achieve the top rank. You have also reached first place? It is not the same. There is a difference between being perpetually first and occasionally attaining that position. He lowered his gaze. Someone has already excelled. If I do not measure up, my father will not commend me. That reflects your father's shortcomings. He ought to recognize that every individual is unique and should not be compared against a singular standard. Perhaps my tone regarding his father lacked the requisite reverence, for Sasuke shot me a glare. What do you know? I retorted defiantly. Who says I do not understand? It is merely the distinction between the pioneers and the latecomers. I am not without experience. Who are you referring to? Sakura Haruno. He furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. Is Sakura Haruno the one you aspire to surpass? I felt a twinge of displeasure. I have stated it is not about surpassing anyone. Why her? Because in my interactions with Naruto, I had become accustomed to speaking my mind. The freedom to express thoughts without reservation was truly liberating. Moreover, Shikamaru had not deemed such openness inappropriate. Yet, as I raised my gaze to meet Sasuke's dark eyes and observed the profound restraint etched upon his features, I suddenly hesitated. I pondered whether I had perhaps been too cavalier. In the original narrative, Sakura Haruno was the third member of Team 7, a predecessor whose path paved the way for the juniors to stand upon the shoulders of giants, reflect upon the past, glean lessons, and discover the correct path. After my birth, during a fleeting moment when Ino linked our thoughts, I had glimpsed her. Sakura was the angel of the resistance, traversing countless strongholds, fervently employing her medical ninjutsu to rescue those comrades who had been brought back from the brink, saving innumerable lives. Morning dew is it? Greetings, you possess the Sharingan. Do you not? How splendid. Sakura seemed to force a smile. I had thought I could catch up to the two of them, yet without the Sharingan. I am regretful to say that you bear such immense pressure from birth. I possess the Sharingan. My Sharingan was meticulously designed and arranged by Orochimaru, having been replaced by another's Mangekyo Sharingan, which is said to prevent blindness indefinitely. I am unaware of the original owner of the eyes he substituted for me, and presently, I am unable to utilize the Sharingan. Orochimaru stated in the scroll that the chakra required for the Sharingan is staggering, as I am still developing. Forcing its activation with insufficient chakra could lead to an instantaneous depletion of my entire chakra supply, a perilous condition that might endanger my life. Although Uchiha Sasuke is renowned for his genius, he could not possibly discern my true intent from my response of because of you. However, Naruto and I are fundamentally different. He harbors no secrets, while I am ill-suited to express every thought as he does. Everyone harbors high expectations for me. I must contemplate, deliberate, and proceed with caution. In this self-reflection, the prospect of being alone with Uchiha Sasuke suddenly filled me with unease. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. I stood up, snatched my notebook, and leaped over the wall of Sasuke's courtyard. Chapter 28. Who adheres to conformity? The first to notice my disquiet was Shikamaru. As the afternoon approached the end of the school day, he inquired, What is troubling you? I lifted my gaze from the borrowed book to meet his. What do you mean? You haven't spoken much today. Are you unwell? Not at all. With that, I prepared to lower my head and continue reading. Yet Shikamaru furrowed his brow tightly. No, something is amiss. What has happened? I assure you, I am fine. But he pressed his hand upon the page, his demeanor unusually firm. No, you are acting quite strangely today. I have observed you all day. Since Shikamaru had made such a declaration, it was evident he possessed substantial evidence. I had no choice but to respond truthfully. I merely feel that I ought to be more cautious. Why? I have suddenly realized that I cannot speak my mind as freely as Naruto. I must learn to think before I speak. Shikamaru seemed to accept my reasoning. Releasing his grip. What has prompted this sudden change in perspective? Were you not enjoying yourself with Naruto? I lowered my head in repentance. Yesterday, I almost uttered something perilously reckless. Was it when you were delivering materials to Sasuke? Yes. You did not mention his brother, did you? I shook my head vigorously. Not at all. But I did speak of other matters that should not have been brought up. Must you treat me in the same manner? It feels reminiscent of how we interacted when we first met. When we first met, I inquired with curiosity. What was I like then? You were quite adorable, yet aloof, as if you cared for nothing and held no one in regard. Shikamaru regarded me, smiling. At that time, many whispered about you, so when you sat beside Naruto, many were astonished, perplexed as to why you were so close to him. I covered my cheeks, tilting my head toward Shikamaru. Am I cute? Shikamaru paused momentarily. I asserted with confidence. I am undoubtedly adorable. This is the carefully crafted appearance designed by Orochimaru and the others. Indeed, you are the most adorable. And what of me now? I inquired. Am I still aloof? After spending time with Naruto, Shikamaru hesitated. You have become increasingly like Naruto. What does that mean? You speak more directly, becoming less attuned to others' feelings. It appears somewhat single-minded. I sensed this as well. I sought confirmation with a hint of worry. This is not a good thing, correct? It is not necessarily bad. How to put it? Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand, hesitating. Those unfamiliar with you may perceive you as peculiar, but as they grow accustomed to you, they will realize you are quite innocent. I feel as though you are implying I am foolish. I did not intend that. Yet I aspire to become an exceptional ninja. Who would commend an excellent ninja for being innocent? Gazing into my eyes, Shikamaru slowly remarked. That is indeed a point. A ninja should conceal their true thoughts. A ninja must endure their genuine emotions. I softly echoed the ninja principles, pondering if embodying Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor might define an exceptional ninja. Expressionless, speaking only when necessary, leaving others oblivious to his thoughts and intentions. Shikamaru resolutely declared. If you wish to emulate Uchiha Sasuke, I would prefer you remain as you are with Naruto. Shikamaru's opinion held great significance for me, and I found myself in a moment of distress, resting my head on the table. It is indeed difficult. If you wish to learn, it would be more prudent to emulate a true ninja. Oh, did Naruto not mention that this weekend you are to meet the esteemed Jonin Kakashi? Why not inquire with him about the qualities that distinguish an exceptional ninja? Kakashi indeed. Although he ultimately may not surpass Sasuke, it is due to the unique lineage of the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan. Since I possess both Uchiha blood and the Sharingan, it stands to reason that with Kakashi's teachings, I might not be outmatched by Sasuke. By the way, Shikamaru, I would like you to accompany me to the cinema. Shikamaru paused for a moment. Why me? I thought you'd prefer to go with Naruto. I leaned closer and whispered. Didn't the teacher teach us the transformation technique yesterday? You must have mastered it, right? You could transform into someone like my parents to accompany me, couldn't you? So why not ask Ino? Is he not your romantic partner? Well, yes, he is my partner, but romance and parents are hardly interchangeable. You want me to transform into an adult, pretending to be your father? Ideally, it would be better if you could transform into my mother. No. All right, then a father will suffice. I reluctantly agreed. Let us find a time to sneak into the Uchiha compound. Why? Because the cinema there is free of charge. Shikamaru immediately grasped my logic and looked at me incredulously. There's no need for that. I can pay for you. I shook my head. If Shikamaru pays, then I can no longer seek your company. Moreover, I feel that as I acquire more knowledge, I have unconsciously become a tad too rule-abiding. Do you no longer wish to be a good student? I recalled Kakashi's guarantee. The reason I previously aimed to be a good student was to meet the criteria for joining Team 7. However, I have now received Kakashi's assurance. While I must certainly continue to strive, perhaps it is unnecessary to remain so compliant. My ultimate mission is to oppose the Uchiha. To achieve this goal, I must learn to be unscrupulous, rather than merely following the rules. After careful consideration, I asked Shikamaru, will you accompany me? As long as you don't aspire to be like Sasuke, if you wish to prank like Naruto, I can join you. Naruto and I are set to meet Kakashi-sensei on Sunday, so shall we arrange for Saturday, that is tomorrow? Shikamaru nodded. I understand. How about we meet at 10 in the morning? During the day? I expressed some concern. Sasuke does not allow anyone to enter freely. Would it not be better to go at night for better concealment? Sasuke is generally not home during the day on weekends. He prefers to practice his shuriken and kunai throwing techniques at a nearby training ground. Shikamaru scoffed. My mom constantly uses his diligence to teach me a lesson. Thus, it is best to go during the day. He won't be home, and it's at night when things become dangerous, as he will have returned. I see. My heart settled. Truly, Shikamaru is remarkable. And Shikamaru inquired, "What form do you wish for me to take? You mentioned wanting a father. Surely I cannot transform into my own father to meet you?" I pondered. "Perhaps your appearance as an adult?" He tilted his head. "I thought you would prefer me to transform into Naruto as an adult." I laughed. "That form can wait until Naruto masters the transformation technique. He should do it himself." Chapter 29. I descend like morning dew upon the earth. The next day, I informed the staff responsible for our care that I was going out with classmates. She frowned. "Is it with that Uzumaki Naruto again? She harbors no fondness for Naruto and disapproves of my closeness to him." I shook my head. "No, it's Shikamaru." Her expression instantly relaxed. "Ah, the Nara boy? That is fine." I arranged to meet Shikamaru by the riverbank, a place seldom frequented by others, situated near the Uchiha compound and close to the orphanage. Even if seen, it would not arouse suspicion regarding our clandestine infiltration of the Uchiha residence. In the distance, I spotted a figure considerably taller and more upright than Shikamaru, sitting by the river. Upon hearing my footsteps, he turned, greeting me. "Yo, Asahi." That face was indeed Shikamaru as an adult. He belonged to that category of individuals who, at first glance, do not stand out, unlike the striking Sasuke. Yet he possesses an understated allure that grows more captivating the longer one gazes. Especially those eyes. Typically appearing somewhat aloof and indifferent, they become remarkably beautiful when focused on something. The very first pair of eyes I beheld after my birth were these. At that moment, they gazed at me with tenderness and concentration. I remember when Orochimaru opened the incubation chamber, the nutrient solution surged forth like a tide, casting me onto the ground like a stranded fish. Though I had the appearance of several years, I could not yet walk. Orochimaru observed silently as I struggled to lift my body. Then someone approached with a towel, gently wiping the droplets from my damp hair, and wrapping me in the cloth. "At least, let her have some clothing?" That person remarked, his voice tinged with a weariness that could not be concealed. Yet his tone was calm, instilling a sense of reassurance. I managed to lift my head and saw his profile as he spoke to Orochimaru. He was slender, with a pronounced jawline, and his Adam's apple became my first impression of the male form. Orochimaru stated, "If she cannot stand on her own, she is no better than a waste." He sighed, turning to look down at me. Thus, I locked eyes with him. Noticing my unwavering gaze, he softened his expression and smiled. "This world is already fraught with difficulties. Let us not create additional obstacles." He bent down to lift me, then steadied me, teaching me to stand. "Do not be too gentle with her, Shikamaru," Orochimaru cautioned. "If she fails, she is merely a consumable." Lord Shikamaru supported me in silence. The expression on his face was devoid of a smile, which saddened me as well. I grasped his fingers tightly. "I will not fail." At that time, my linguistic skills were still developing. Had it been now, I would have added, "Because I wish to see you smile, just as you did when I first laid eyes on you." With that gentle smile, Lord Shikamaru appeared taken aback. "If she succeeds, she will be our hero. We must give her a name." "Asahi," Orochimaru declared without hesitation, raising doubts as to whether he had prepared it in advance or simply decided on a whim. Lord Shikamaru furrowed his brow. "The meaning of this name? It merely serves as a reminder that if she cannot fulfill her mission, we too shall vanish like morning dew." Thus, my name became Asahi. I eagerly approached Shikamaru, gazing intently at his face. He had transformed into his adult self, though still somewhat youthful compared to my memories of Lord Shikamaru. He bore a closer resemblance to him than in his childhood form. I struggled to contain my excitement and whispered, "Lord Shikamaru." He stood up, looking at me with exasperation. "Why does your honorific keep resurfacing? Even if I appear as an adult, you should know we are of the same age, right?" "Very well." I covered my cheeks, apologizing. Let us be off." I walked beside him, heading toward the Uchiha compound. However, whenever he gazed ahead, I found myself uncontrollably drawn to his face, yearning to behold his eyes. "Shikamaru, what is it?" I called out, my incessant utterance of his name prompting him to furrow his brow and turn to me. "Don't pull your tricks on me." "It's not a trick." "Then what is it?" "I want you to look at me." Shikamaru paused, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Just the literal meaning." At that moment, he appeared to be a boy of about 15 or 16, and I had to tilt my head to converse with him. I wanted Shikamaru to gaze at me, to look into his eyes. "What's wrong with my eyes?" "Your eyes are beautiful." He seemed taken aback. "No, why are you acting this way today?" He hesitated. "Do you like my face?" I covered my face and nodded. "I do. But I haven't seen you this enthusiastic before." "That's because usually Shikamaru looks like a child. I prefer the grown-up version of you. But I had to grow up from being a child to look like this." Shikamaru replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. And besides, this is merely my estimation of how I might appear as an adult. What if I don't turn out this way? Would you still like me? Of course. You'll look just like this when you grow up. Unfortunately, you've never seen it. You merely hope I will become this way. Had it been the old me, I might have instinctively blurted out, I've seen it. However, my recent reflections had taught me to hold back such thoughts and carefully ponder my responses. Shikamaru was skeptical of my words. I replied, but it doesn't matter. When you grow up, you'll know whether I like you or not. Shikamaru retorted, hey? If you like me, it's you who has to wait for me to grow up, not the other way around. Is that so? We bickered our way along. Yet I felt an immense joy, for whenever he spoke to me, he would always fix his gaze upon me. Thus, even if he appeared displeased, my heart brimmed with happiness. As we approached the gate of the Uchiha compound, we fell into a comfortable silence, exchanging glances before switching to the stealth mode we had learned in school, and slipped inside. While Shikamaru often seemed languid at school, his agility was not inferior to mine. A diligent student who applied myself daily, this was likely due to his family's rigorous training after school. The Uchiha compound felt desolate, resembling a barren wasteland. At night, Uchiha Sasuke could illuminate the surroundings to confirm presence, but during the day, it was impossible to discern any signs of habitation. Would living here one day lead to being swallowed by this emptiness? I led Shikamaru to the front of the cinema. Despite the bright sunlight outside, the cinema remained dimly lit, allowing the sunlight to touch only the entrance and a portion of the ticket counter, while the door leading to the screening room loomed dark as night. Additionally, the floor bore numerous dark stains, remnants of either blood or something else. The air was thick with a musty odor of dust and other peculiar scents. Are you really going in? Shikamaru asked. Don't be afraid. I'm not. If you're scared, you can hold my hand. After a moment of silence, Shikamaru took my hand. All right. Chapter 30, Unconscious Affection. I grasped Shikamaru's hand. It was dry and large, and I couldn't resist squeezing it, marveling at its texture. What's up? Shikamaru, your hand has grown so much. Well, that's only natural. He clasped my hand back, preventing any further fidgeting. I've grown a lot now. As Shikamaru led me into the cinema, I pondered whether the sensation of his adult hand would be the same as it was now. However, Shikamaru had only briefly supported me after my birth, and I could hardly recall that touch. Thus, I held his hand tightly, striving to remember the feel of him at this moment. Shikamaru's hand was genuinely warm. No living hand is cold. Ha! I giggled, joyfully shaking his hand back and forth. Alright, from now on, you're my dad taking me to the cinema to watch a movie. What should we do first? Shikamaru glanced at me and sighed. Are we still sticking to the dad premise? Fine. He seemed somewhat reluctant as he contemplated, then led me to the ticket counter. On the wall behind the ticket counter were numerous movie posters. Unlike the pristine posters I had seen at the Konoha Central Cinema, these appeared dull, worn, and decayed, as if time had forever halted in this place. First, select a movie you want to watch from the posters, Shikamaru said. I squinted, attempting to discern the contents of the posters in the dim light, while standing behind the counter. Suddenly, a bright light flickered beside me. Shikamaru had pulled out a flashlight and turned it on. Now, I could see clearly from behind the counter. True to form, Shikamaru, you are well prepared. I curiously inquired. How do people usually choose? It depends on who you're watching it with, Shikamaru replied. If it's parents with children, it would be an animated film. If it's couples or friends, they can choose based on their personal preferences. Then what would you choose, Shikamaru? He looked at me. Aren't I your father? Let us go watch an animated film. I had never seen one, so I nodded. Alright. I'll follow your lead. Once we made a decision, we could buy tickets. Just tell the ticket seller we wanted 2 tickets for the animated film, and when they quote the price, we pay the amount. I see. After receiving the tickets, we could head to the corresponding screening room, but before that, we could buy some drinks and snacks outside, usually popcorn. Is popcorn delicious? I eagerly asked. Every time I pass by the Konoha Center Cinema, a sweet aroma wafts out. Honestly, I think it's just average, Shikamaru replied. If we were at the Central Cinema, I could buy you some, but I can't describe it right now. Ismila, Noburis. What's next? Then, Shikamaru took my hand and looked toward the passage leading to the screening room. There would generally be a ticket inspector there. You present your ticket, and they would punch a hole in it to indicate its use. He seemed hesitant to take me any deeper, yet when I tugged him forward he didn't object. We passed through the ticket inspection, and ahead lay an expanse of darkness. Shikamaru illuminated our path with the flashlight, revealing the carpet strewn with large stains and various marks of past battles. The scorched traces of fire release, as well as the scars from shuriken and kunai, marred the walls, splattered with what appeared to be dried blood. Konoha must have conducted some cleaning here. They had removed the bodies and collected the weapons left behind, but they could not have renovated or restored the place to its former glory. I spoke softly, it's like a battlefield. I felt that my voice was already quite soft, yet in this eerie silence, it echoed with an unsettling clarity, accompanied by a faint reverberation. Shikamaru squeezed my hand gently, reassuringly murmuring, "Don't be afraid." I was not afraid. I grasped Shikamaru's hand and moved forward, only to halt before a patch of blood that was closest to the exit. Through Ino's mental connection, I had witnessed many battlefields experienced by my predecessors, but this was my first time seeing and experiencing it firsthand. I did not fear death, however. The thought that this blood could belong to Shikamaru, Naruto, Ino, or Orochimaru filled me with a disquieting sense of dread and agitation. Noticing my unwavering gaze upon the bloodstain, Shikamaru disapproved, saying, "Stop staring, Choji. If it were true that Shikamaru met his end here, I would indeed struggle to accept it." Shikamaru paused, a blend of exasperation and amusement crossing his face as he said, "What on earth are you talking about? Can't you say something more uplifting?" I tightened my grip on his hand, resolutely leading him onward, refusing to linger any longer. Although I could not articulate anything comforting at that moment, I reaffirmed within my heart my determination to ensure Naruto's survival until the very end. I would undoubtedly thwart Uchiha Sasuke. We arrived at the first screening room. Its entrance lay in ruins, reduced to a mere empty doorway. Shikamaru cautiously illuminated the entrance, ensuring no debris might trip us, before guiding me inside. At long last, I beheld the most significant part of the cinema. One wall of the screening room was adorned with a vast, dim screen, while the rest was filled with seats. Shikamaru directed the beam of his flashlight toward the wall facing the screen, revealing a small window, the projection room, where the staff once transmitted films onto the screen. I yearned to find a seat, but Shikamaru held me back firmly, insisting, "Don't sit anywhere. It's been ages since anyone came here, and it hasn't been cleaned. It's filthy." Thus, we navigated through the rows of seats, opting to stand and gaze at the screen. Typically, the best seats are slightly toward the back and in the center. Shikamaru informed me. We positioned ourselves in the fourth to last row, directly facing the screen, and I strained to envision what images might grace that enormous surface. When watching a film, it would be this dark as well. Shikamaru extinguished the flashlight, plunging us into profound darkness. Though he was so near, when I turned to look at him, I could not discern even the slightest outline. I could only hear his voice. At that time, the images emanating from the projection room were the sole source of light, allowing the audience to focus more intently on the film's content. With our hands still intertwined, I extended my other hand toward him, confirming his presence. Shikamaru's voice pierced the darkness. "What's wrong?" Without thinking, I embraced him, assuring myself that he was still there. His tone carried a hint of surprise. "Choji? When you turn off the light, it feels as though the darkness has consumed you." I did not want the darkness to engulf Shikamaru. He flicked the flashlight back on. Although the beam was directed forward, his form re-emerged into my view, eliciting a smile from me. Shikamaru looked down and asked, "Are you afraid of the dark?" I replied, "I am not afraid of the dark. I was merely momentarily hesitant, unsure how to express myself. I simply detest not being able to see you." Chapter 31. Alright. Of course it is. With a sudden snap, the light extinguished once more, and I widened my eyes, instinctively clutching him tighter. We stood in silence in the darkness for a moment before I could not resist asking, "Shikamaru, is the light broken?" He finally spoke, "No." "Then why not turn it back on?" "I'm sorry." He said this but still did not switch on the light. "Do you still want to stay here, Choji? There's nothing else worth seeing in this cinema." But those who come to the cinema usually stay for a long time, right? Because they watch movies. A film typically lasts several hours, but this place can no longer screen films. I felt a tinge of disappointment. The cinema seemed devoid of the allure I had envisioned. "Then let us leave." "But why did you say sorry?" "Because you want me to accompany you in the role of a father. But I do not know how to fulfill that role, and I apologize." I pondered for a moment and replied, "It's all right, Shikamaru. I am simply happy with you by my side." "Really?" "Yes." It was only then that Shikamaru turned on the flashlight again, illuminating the space. He extricated himself from my embrace, diverting his gaze for some reason, as if he were unwilling to meet my eyes. "So Choji, when is your birthday?" "What about yours?" "Shikamaru?" "Mine. September 22nd. Then I shall make mine September 23rd. Can one decide such things so casually? But I have no means to ascertain my actual birthday. I simply wish to share my birthday with you. Is that not permissible?" Shikamaru glanced at me, then hurriedly lowered his eyes, averting his gaze. I do not mind. Then why did you ask me this? Isn't it customary to give gifts on birthdays? If on that day I invite you to a movie as a gift, would you accept? You see, without a movie, the cinema is rather dull and the experience is quickly over. Then I must prepare a birthday gift for you as well. I felt a bit troubled. What should I prepare? Shikamaru, perhaps aware of my financial constraints, suggested. You could create some service coupons. Service coupons? Yes. You could craft some paper that states things like dine with Shikamaru, watch a movie with Shikamaru, or take a walk with Shikamaru. When I wish to use them, you would accompany me as indicated. How does that sound? I had never considered that a gift without monetary value could take this form, and I marveled. Shikamaru, you are so thoughtful. That sounds wonderful. If I use a service coupon, you must prioritize me over any plans you have, alright? Absolutely. Perhaps I should make a reservation a day in advance. Shikamaru. You're truly wonderful. And my birthday is still over a month away. Since yours is only a day later, would it not be better to give you your gift today since we are already out? Are you saying Shikamaru wants to take me to a movie today? Yes. Is that acceptable? I hesitated slightly. I have never celebrated a birthday, nor has anyone ever given me gifts. Do you not trust me? I do trust you, Shikamaru. But I worry that you might be too kind to me, and I am not very discerning. I might do something that would disappoint you. If it is not good for you, or if such behavior is inappropriate, I will inform you, Choji. Even if I do not care, others will. I cannot allow you to act poorly toward others, because I know you would not wish for that, correct? Yes. Then shall we go watch a movie? What shall we watch? It is a gift for you, so you should decide when we buy the tickets. Though Shikamaru had freed himself from my embrace, his words compelled me to leap into his arms once more. Thank you, Shikamaru. You are the best. We made our way toward the cinema's exit, and upon reaching the ticket checkpoint, a light appeared ahead. Only then did Shikamaru switch off the flashlight. But the glow flickered at the entrance for a brief moment before someone outside keenly detected it. Who's there? The voice seemed to emanate from a short distance away from the cinema's entrance, but it was no more than 2 or 3 steps away. I exchanged a glance with Shikamaru, our eyes widening in unison as we recognized Uchiha Sasuke. But shouldn't he be outside at this moment? How could he possibly be at the Uchiha compound? Shikamaru did not turn back. He merely switched on his flashlight and tossed it behind us, grasping my hand as he propelled us forward behind the ticket counter. As soon as we concealed ourselves beneath the counter, we heard Uchiha Sasuke burst into the cinema. Shikamaru enveloped me in his embrace, holding me tightly as I held my breath, huddled in the corner of the counter, listening to Sasuke's cautious and deliberate footsteps drawing closer. I caught a glimpse of light flickering on the wall, indicating that Sasuke had picked up the flashlight. I looked up at Shikamaru. The light behind the counter was dim, yet some illumination seeped in from the entrance, allowing me to discern his features. He lowered his gaze towards me, pressing his finger to his lips, staring intently into my eyes. Thus, I remained silent, nestled in his arms, mentally tracing the shape of his eyes. Sasuke cautiously approached the screening room, moving farther away from us. I couldn't help but silently ask Shikamaru, should we leave now? Shikamaru subtly shook his head, leaning closer to my ear and whispering in the softest voice, let him go a bit deeper. As he spoke, his neck inclined towards me, and I recalled the sight of Shikamaru's Adam's apple when I opened my eyes. Suddenly, I raised my hand and pressed it against his throat. Shikamaru paused, looking at me with a puzzled expression. He must have found my action quite odd, yet I felt a surge of joy, as if I had touched the essence of Shikamaru himself. After all, hiding here from Sasuke, a gentle touch wouldn't make a sound. It should be inconsequential, right? Speaking of which, why do males have this feature? What is the purpose of an Adam's apple? My curiosity led me to explore it delicately, but more profound than the Adam's apple was the softness of Shikamaru's skin on his neck. Warm and tender. I gently placed my index and middle fingers on his Adam's apple, while my ring and little fingers rested naturally on his neck, softly stroking his warm skin. And I felt his Adam's apple shift upward. How fascinating. I pressed my other hand against my own throat, but mine was flat, devoid of any protrusion. Is it because I have yet to enter puberty? When I reach the age at which Shikamaru is using transformation techniques, will I also have an Adam's apple? Sasuke's footsteps faded away, and Shikamaru yanked my hand from his neck and rolled out, prompting me to follow him as we slipped out of the cinema's main entrance. Shikamaru instructed, use transformation techniques. We both employed the jutsu, transforming into indistinct passers-by, swiftly making our escape from the Uchiha compound, racing to the riverside where we were to meet. Once we confirmed that Sasuke had not followed, we simultaneously dispelled the transformation. Shikamaru reverted to his age-appropriate appearance, and without the visage resembling the adult Shikamaru, I felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps my expression revealed too much, for Shikamaru looked at me with mild exasperation. Are you really that disappointed not to see what I look like when I'm older? I gazed at him with eager anticipation. If possible, I would love to go to the movies with the grown-up Shikamaru. Would that be alright? Please. Shikamaru remained silent for a while before sighing. Not today, my chakra is insufficient. I felt a wave of despondency wash over me. Do you really like my grown-up face that much? But even with this expression, I can't conjure chakra out of thin air. Then can we go when your chakra is replenished next time? Shikamaru pinched my face, his tone oddly gritting his teeth fine. Of course we can. Chapter 32, Beneath the Smile. He released me, appearing somewhat irritated. Also, when hiding our tracks, don't just randomly touch others. I'm sorry. Are you upset? No. Shikamaru turned away, avoiding my gaze. It's just that my chakra is too depleted, and I'm feeling a bit tired. I glanced at the sky. Indeed. It was nearing lunchtime. Shikamaru asked, would you like to come to my house? Huh. Do you have something else to do today? I shook my head. Then let's south go to my place. You can have lunch there, and we can rest a bit. If my chakra recovers, perhaps we can go to the movies this afternoon. Naturally, I had no reason to refuse the invitation to Shikamaru's house, and I gleefully exclaimed, then I'll go tell the aunt at the orphanage. We headed to the orphanage, where Shikamaru waited outside for me. The aunt at the orphanage said nothing but reminded me to come back early, to which I nodded in agreement. I dashed out the door, smiling at Shikamaru. The aunt agreed. But I have to come back for dinner. Shikamaru smiled in return. I'll make sure to escort you back. He led me towards the Nara household. And I remarked, knowing I'm going out with you, the aunt at the orphanage isn't worried at all. Is that so? Yes. When I went out with Naruto before, she was quite displeased. I felt a bit perplexed. Many people don't like Naruto, but he is really a good person. When I asked the aunt why she didn't like him, she couldn't really explain. Shikamaru remained silent, appearing somewhat fatigued and drowsy. His usual lack of energy more pronounced, as if his eyes were almost closing. Shikamaru? Sorry, what did you just say? Are you very tired? No. Just a bit worn out. Chakra depletion does that. I immediately felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. It's nothing, I agreed to it. So it's my own fault. Are we far from the Nara household? A little distance away. Then do we have to pass through anywhere? If you tell me a place I know, I could transform into an adult and carry you, so you can rest well on my back. When we arrive, I'll wake you up to guide me. Without waiting for his consent, I formed the seals and used the transformation technique. How is it? Is anything off? There were no mirrors here, so I couldn't see the results. After observing me for a moment, Shikamaru shook his head. Nothing seems off. Your transformation was successful. I can't see my own appearance. What do I look like? You look just like you did as a child, just proportionally enlarged. That's good. It seems I did well. I smiled, squatting down with my back to Shikamaru. Come on, hop on. Shikamaru hesitated. What's wrong? If we run into someone we know, it might be a bit embarrassing. It's troublesome. Then, Shikamaru lowered his head. The clothes have the clan emblem. He sighed and finally climbed onto my back. But fine. You've been to the bookstore, right? Just head in that direction, and wake me when you see the bookstore. Understood. I lifted Shikamaru onto my back. Although the transformation was merely an illusion of adulthood, my height had indeed changed. The perspective of my 16-year-old self was vastly different from that of my 7-year-old self. The most immediate change was that the surrounding trees seemed to have shrunk in comparison. Overwhelmed with new sensations, my first instinct was to share them with Shikamaru, but he lay quietly on my back, his breathing steady and deep, having already begun to doze off. Not wanting to disturb him, I chose to hold on to my excitement in silence, planning to unleash it all once he was well rested. As I walked towards the bookstore, a twinge of regret washed over me. My excitement upon seeing a face almost identical to Shikamaru's had consumed me, leaving me neglectful of any inquiry regarding his feelings after utilizing the transformation jutsu. It seemed I had been rather preoccupied with my own emotions, failing to consider Shikamaru's sentiments. Yet he had always treated me with kindness, which stirred a sense of guilt within me. Perhaps I should ask him about his thoughts later? However, as I approached the city center and had yet to reach the bookstore, fatigue began to set in. It appeared that my current chakra reserves were only sufficient to sustain a high-precision transformation for a mere handful of minutes. This level of proficiency seemed comparable to Shikamaru's. But how did I measure up against Naruto or Sasuke? After all, Uchiha Sasuke was renowned for his genius. Lost in these thoughts, I was suddenly called out to with uncertainty. Asahi? Following the voice, I spotted a familiar masked figure, Kakashi. Concealing Shikamaru behind me, I quickly gestured for silence. He paused momentarily, then approached, his gaze shifting to the figure resting on my back, revealing a look of confusion. What is going on here? We agreed to practice transformation jutsu together. I whispered. Shikamaru has exhausted too much chakra, and is a bit tired. I see, he replied, his expression peculiar as he studied my face. Asahi, have you transformed into your adult form? Yes. Is something amiss? Not at all. You resemble your younger self almost identically, he remarked. Shikamaru mentioned it was like an enlarged version of himself. I chuckled. I hope I can truly grow up to look like this. Indeed. After all, I currently possess a rather adorable appearance. It would be unfortunate if I were to grow up unattractively. Kakashi appeared amused, though his smile was faint, as if concealing deeper concerns. Where are you headed now, Asahi? I'm going to Shikamaru's house. He invited me for lunch. I see. Do you know the way? I shook my head. Shikamaru and I agreed that I would wake him at the bookstore, and then he would guide me from there. Kakashi glanced at the slumbering Shikamaru on my back and softly offered, "Allow me to escort you. Is that all right?" "Of course. Thank you," I exclaimed. "Should I start calling you Kakashi-sensei in advance?" "No need for that." I immediately felt a surge of alertness. "Why not? You did sign a guarantee to be my teacher." "Indeed, I signed a guarantee that upon your graduation, you would be assigned to my team. However, to truly become my student, you must first pass my assessment. Only after that can you call me sensei. I am certain I will succeed." Kakashi smiled at me, remaining silent. Generally speaking, a person's smile often signifies joy, yet inexplicably, despite his smile, I sensed an undercurrent of bitterness lurking beneath it. Chapter 33. The caretaker of deer on the journey to Shikamaru's home, Kakashi persistently posed questions. Yet as I was designed as a character with amnesia and a lack of common knowledge, I found myself unable to recall any answers, regardless of how he inquired. Remarkably, Kakashi did not display any signs of anger or disappointment. Upon spotting the Nara family nameplate, he smiled and bid me farewell, maintaining an air of grace throughout. I watched his retreating figure, pondering how remarkably conversational he was. No matter how I responded, he managed to keep the dialogue flowing, preventing any awkward silences. At that moment, a voice interrupted from behind. "What a fool, caught in a web of conversation. Shikamaru, you're awake?" Shikamaru lifted himself slightly from my back, gazing at me with a look of resignation. I woke up when I encountered Kakashi. "Why didn't you speak? I wanted to hear what he would say to you." Shikamaru gestured for me to set him down. "I find his attitude toward you rather peculiar." I remained silent, hastily releasing the transformation jutsu once he was on his feet. He likely knew I had been awake for some time. "After all, he is a jounin in the village," Shikamaru remarked. I finally felt the fatigue he had experienced earlier. My limbs felt weak, and my head swam. Nevertheless, I managed to respond as usual. "If he did not avoid you, it suggests he has nothing to hide, right?" Shikamaru frowned, observing Kakashi's departing figure, perhaps contemplating that even if I understood the situation, there was little I could do. "He seems quite interested in your origins. Yet you have only met a few times." His curiosity about a girl he barely knows is inherently suspicious. I believed I knew the reason behind Kakashi's interest, yet felt it inappropriate to share with Shikamaru, so I diverted the topic. "Shall we head inside? Are your parents home?" "They are home, but no need to mind them. We can enjoy our time together." Shikamaru, either choosing to set aside his concerns about Kakashi or simply suppressing them for the moment, led me into the house. He retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and neatly arranged my shoes. A woman with black hair emerged from within, curious. "Oh, Shikamaru, you're back already?" Upon noticing me, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Rin?" I obediently greeted her. "I am Asahi. Hello, auntie." "Asahi? Ha." She wore a look of confusion, staring intently at my face. Shikamaru inquired, "Who is Rin?" "Rin is a junior of mine," Shikamaru's mother replied without hesitation. This was no secret. She was once a student of the 4th Hokage, but sadly, she perished during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Shikamaru, seemingly pondering something, pressed on, "Was Kakashi-sensei her teammate?" "Yes." "How do you know about Kakashi?" Shikamaru's mother continued to gaze at me in astonishment. "You look just like her, as if she has returned." Shikamaru glanced back at me, realizing that since he had never met Rin, he could not comprehend the extent of the surprise others might feel. It seemed Kakashi's concern for me was indeed tied to this resemblance. I had already discerned this reason, so I merely smiled at him. Shikamaru's mother quickly urged, "Come in. Come in." She led us to the living room, and shortly thereafter, She presented a tray containing a pitcher of pure water and beverages for our selection, along with an array of snacks and fruits. If Kakashi had subtly attempted to extract information, Shikamaru's mother was openly inquisitive. You are called Asahi? Where do you reside? As soon as I sat down, drowsiness began to wash over me, but I held it at bay. I am an orphan adopted by Konoha, residing in an orphanage. Ah. An orphan? Are you certain you have no relatives? I shook my head. When the villagers found me, I had lost many memories and could not recall much. Shikamaru's mother instinctively remarked, Lost your memories? How did that happen? Shikamaru, somewhat resigned, helped me answer, if she knew it wouldn't be amnesia, would it? He poured me a glass of juice and placed it beside me, raising an eyebrow at Shikamaru's mother. I smiled at Shikamaru, expressing my gratitude, thank you. He averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with me, it's nothing. Under the contemplative gaze of Shikamaru's mother, Shikamaru appeared a bit uneasy, ahem. He turned to his mother. Can Asahi have lunch with us today? Shikamaru's mother, suddenly no longer inquiring about my background, smiled gently and asked Shikamaru, what are your plans for today? Well, first we'll have a meal, then take a short rest, and in the afternoon, we might consider going to the movies, he replied, with a teasing tone. Shikamaru's mother remarked, going to the movies? That sounds delightful. What film are you planning to see? Her playful demeanor caused Shikamaru to feel a touch of embarrassment. We haven't decided yet, he retorted. Not wishing to tease him further, Shikamaru's mother turned to me with a smile. Do you have any favorite dishes, Koru? Unsure of the intricacies of etiquette, I responded candidly without hesitation. I really enjoy tempura. Ah, tempura? That should be manageable to prepare today. Are there any dishes you dislike? She inquired. Fish, I exclaimed. Then we shall not have fish for lunch today, alright Shikamaru? I turned to him, curious. Do you like fish? It's fine. But I'm not particularly fond of it, he replied. Shikamaru's mother chuckled softly, playfully scolding, you little rascal. She then stood up, casting a thoughtful glance at me before heading into the kitchen. I'll go prepare lunch now, Shikamaru. Do make sure to treat our guests well. I know that without you saying it. What a bother, Shikamaru muttered quietly as he picked up a tray and said to me, come on Koru. Let us go to my room. Fearing he was carrying too much, I helped by taking our cups in hand and replied, all right. Shikamaru's home also bore a traditional Japanese architectural style, somewhat akin to Sasuke's residence. However, unlike the cold solitude of Sasuke's home, Shikamaru's abode exuded a warmth and liveliness. Turning a corner in the hallway, we arrived at the backyard. The Nara family also possessed a garden, though devoid of a pond, it was home to several deer. Shikamaru opened the sliding door to his room and set the tray on the table. I didn't follow him inside but stood in the corridor, watching as the deer appeared to be rooted to the ground beneath them. He turned back to me and asked, do you like deer? I gazed intently at the few deer leisurely strolling in the garden. I've never seen a deer before. Shikamaru stepped out, standing in the corridor as he waved at the herd, prompting a fawn to peek out from behind an adult deer, innocently approaching. My eyes widened as I watched Shikamaru expertly stroke the fawn's chin. With a smile in his eyes, he turned to me and asked, would you like to try? I quickly placed the cups inside and rushed to Shikamaru's side, tentatively reaching out to touch the fawn's head, curiosity bubbling within me. The fawn did not flee. Instead, it tilted its head and nuzzled against my palm. Overjoyed, I exclaimed, it's not afraid of me. Shikamaru chuckled. Would you like to try feeding it? Is that possible? I inquired. Yes, he replied. Wait here, I'll fetch some snacks. He returned with a tray laden with treats and fruits. We sat side by side on the edge of the corridor, placing the tray on our laps for easy access to the snacks. As if sensing the food, not just the fawn but all the deer crowded around us. Shikamaru, evidently familiar with them, demonstrated a method of discipline that the Nara family employed. Despite the deer's eagerness to approach, none dared to snatch the fruits from our laps, only taking what we offered. I fed them a variety of cut fruits, and Shikamaru kept track of each deer's share. If one fawn overindulged, he gently nudged it away to allow a less fortunate companion to eat. I couldn't help but admire, Shikamaru, you're quite impressive. He paused, taken aback. I just spend a lot of time with them, so I can recognize them. I shook my head. It's not just that. You are remarkable in my eyes. Shikamaru looked at me silent. I shifted the topic, dreamily expressing, indeed. Having living creatures at home creates a distinct atmosphere. I wish I could have deer in my future home as well. But if I lived with Naruto, that kind of apartment would be impossible, right? Shikamaru mused, casting his gaze at the deer, seemingly avoiding my eyes. If Koru likes deer, wouldn't it be better to live at my house? Chapter 34. Do you want a? I caught a fragment of Shikamaru's words, but couldn't discern them clearly, as the warm, gentle afternoon breeze had begun to lull me into a sleepy haze. I murmured, "I'm feeling drowsy." With a sigh, Shikamaru said, "I'll make your bed. You should take a short nap." "No need to exert yourself," I insisted. "Auntie is cooking, we'll have lunch soon. I can just rest for a bit." Without waiting for his response, I lay down on the corridor and closed my eyes. The wooden floor was cool but not cold, well ventilated, bathed in sunlight, and accompanied by the gentle sounds of the fawns munching. I felt utterly comfortable. I thought to myself that this was a perfect spot to sleep. "No," Shikamaru exclaimed as he approached me. "If my parents see you sleeping here, they're sure to reprimand me for not properly hosting our guest." Yet, as I lay down, shutting my eyes, I found myself unwilling to move. Although I could still hear Shikamaru's voice, my mind refused to engage, and I couldn't muster the energy to respond. Shikamaru sighed again. "You're incorrigible." I heard him stand and walk inside, only to return to my side, gently placing a soft blanket over me. His touch was tender, prompting me to open my eyes and say, "Shikamaru, why don't you sleep too? You must be tired as well." "I'm fine now. I rested on the way back," he replied. "But weren't you just going to be awakened soon by Kakashi-sensei?" Shikamaru hesitated for a moment before finally lying down beside me, grumbling, "I really wonder what my mom will say when she sees me like this." I was oblivious to what his mother might say or what social niceties he was contemplating. Manners, upbringing, customary rules, I understood none of it. I merely felt that as we lay there, I shouldn't be the only one covered by the blanket. Shikamaru should share it too. However, he was a bit distant from me, and the blanket wasn't large enough, so I scooted closer. As I pulled the blanket up, I found myself able to touch his chin with my forehead. He lay on his side, watching my movements with a quiet attentiveness. As I enveloped him in the blanket, it felt akin to giving him a warm embrace. I forgot whether my hand resting on him had been withdrawn and drifted off to sleep, content. I lost track of time, until suddenly a click startled me awake. Shikamaru's south face was close, as he too seemed to have been roused by the sound, blinking sleepily. Yet he quickly realized something, rubbing his eyes as he sat up and grumbled, "Mom, what are you doing?" I turned to look, only to see Shikamaru's mother, apron-clad, holding a camera. The previous click had been the sound of the shutter. She lowered the camera and smiled at us. "Oh my, you two look so adorable sleeping together." I thought this moment deserved to be captured. I felt as though I had slept for ages, and yet it seemed like I had just closed my eyes before being awakened. My mind and body were still in a bit of a haze, but Shikamaru had already gotten to his feet, prompting me to do the same. Shikamaru's mother, beaming with joy, turned to leave with the camera. "Lunch is ready. Go wash your face before you eat." Shikamaru began to tidy up the blanket on the floor. I watched him for a moment, belatedly realizing that I should offer my assistance, but just as I was about to lend a hand, he said, "No need. I can manage on my own." So, I observed him as he neatly folded the blanket, carried it into the room, and returned to guide me to the washroom to wash my face. "Shikamaru, your hair looks a bit messy." His hair, which was usually tied tightly at the back, was now somewhat disheveled after his nap, with a few stray strands falling down, a sight I had never witnessed before. "Oh." Shikamaru promptly removed the hair tie, and as his hair cascaded down to about collarbone length, I was utterly taken aback by this unfamiliar appearance of his. He deftly gathered his hair again in just a few swift movements, but upon noticing my expression he paused, looking puzzled. "What's wrong?" He seemed to find it amusing. "You look as if you've seen a deer speak." "Because I've never seen you with your hair down," I exclaimed, astonished. "I always thought your hair was naturally styled like that. Do you really have to do it yourself every day? Whose hair comes pre-styled?" He lightly tapped my forehead, calling me a fool. I covered my forehead, suddenly having an inexplicable realization on this afternoon. Shikamaru, who is so formidable and seemingly omniscient, is also just an ordinary person. His hair can get messy, and he has to style it himself. Thus he too faces limitations, encounters insurmountable foes, can fail, and may even face death. I gazed at his back, wishing he were a little more extraordinary. Extraordinary enough not to have to exert himself to match Uchiha Sasuke. Extraordinary enough to effortlessly devise strategies to protect everyone. "Shikamaru." He turned to look at me, yet I found myself at a loss for words. "It's nothing. You idiot." Shikamaru pinched my face. I initially thought he would give me a hard tug, but he merely squeezed gently. "Are you trying to tease me?" After washing our faces, we felt considerably more awake and finally sensed our hunger, hastily taking our seats at the dining table. "Where's Dad?" Shikamaru inquired. "He went out to meet friends. Don't mind him." "Oh." Compared to her husband, Shikamaru's mother seemed far more curious about me. With a smile she asked, "What does Koru wish to do in the future?" Do you want to be a ninja? Yes. I want to be a ninja. Being a ninja is no easy feat. What is Korra's chakra affinity? What jutsu are you skilled in? Ninjutsu or Jinjutsu? I want to be a medical ninja. Being a medical ninja is also quite demanding. It requires very fine control over chakra. Yes, but if I become a medical ninja, I will be able to heal my comrades and protect those dear to me. So I will continue to work hard. Suddenly, Shikamaru interjected. Korra does exceptionally well in her studies, often scoring the highest in class. The teachers praise her outstanding use of chakra. Is that so? Korra is truly remarkable. Shikamaru's mother exclaimed before abruptly shifting the topic. So, what does Korra think of our Shikamaru? Just as Shikamaru took a sip of water, he choked. I quickly set down my chopsticks and patted his back to help him breathe. Are you okay? Whether it was from choking or feeling embarrassed under his mother's gaze, Shikamaru turned beet red. Me fine. I then replied, Shikamaru is certainly great. Yes, Shikamaru's mother said, her gaze flitting between me and Shikamaru, lingering on my face for a while. When is Korra's birthday? September 23rd. That's just a day apart from Shikamaru. I exchanged a glance with Shikamaru. Yes. It's Southset close to his birthday. Shikamaru's mother, unaware of this detail, expressed her surprise with a hearty laugh. What a coincidence. Shikamaru, would you like a younger sister? Chapter 35 I don't want one, Shikamaru immediately replied. Why not? Shikamaru pressed his lips together, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face at his mother's probing. And what about Koru? Do you want a brother? Shikamaru's mother asked me. I looked at Shikamaru's expression and shook my head. I don't want one. But didn't you think Shikamaru is quite nice? As his sister, he would take good care of you. However, my target is Naruto. Even if I were to go to someone else's home, it should be Naruto's. I smiled and added, but even without being Shikamaru's sister, he treats me well. That's different. Being a sister means your family. Shikamaru's mother sighed. I've always wanted a daughter. Shikamaru, displeased, remarked, then you and dad should keep trying. His mother playfully tapped the back of his head. Alright, you both eat slowly. I'll go prepare your beds. After eating, you should rest well for a while. After she left, I leaned closer to Shikamaru and asked, why are you unhappy? It's nothing. Is it because your mother wants me to be your sister? Do you not want a sister? You said you didn't want a brother. That's because I already have one in the orphanage. I said. Having many brothers isn't necessary. Don't you want new family members? New family members? Yes, leaving the orphanage. Haven you always said you wanted a home of your own. So, what you mean is, you want to adopt me? I was no stranger to the concept of adoption from my time in the orphanage. Shikamaru's expression soured slightly. I can't adopt you. But my mom seems to really like you. Is it because I resemble her junior? Maybe, and she has always wanted a daughter. My appearance was originally designed to appeal to Kakashi. I hadn't expected it would also resonate with others. Don't worry, Shikamaru, I wouldn't agree to that. Shikamaru looked at me, hesitating for a moment. Actually, if you really could come to our home, you would undoubtedly have a much better life there. Our family may not compare to the Hyuga or Uchiha, but we're still decent in Konoha. I'm doing just fine now. Is that so? Shikamaru sighed. Well, that's good. I didn't understand what was troubling him. It's nothing. I could see that Shikamaru was burdened with thoughts, yet no matter how much I probed, he wouldn't disclose them. This left me somewhat disheartened. How much easier it would be if everyone spoke plainly like Naruto. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to rely on mind reading. How could I accurately guess what everyone was thinking? After we finished eating and placed the dishes in the wash basin, upon returning to Shikamaru's room, I found 2 futons laid side by side on the tatami mat. We lay down together, and as he closed his eyes, I felt an unwillingness to relent, and wanted to understand what he was truly thinking. Shikamaru. He kept his eyes shut. If I ever do something to upset you, you must tell me. I would never intentionally make you unhappy. Sometimes I just don't know what is wrong. It's not your fault. Then what is it? I'm just thinking of something very selfish. Selfish? What is it? I want to be very close to you. I flipped over from under the covers, astonished as I looked at him. Why? Shikamaru opened his eyes and gazed at me, a hint of surprise evident on his face. I thought you would find this quite difficult. Why? He inquired. Because your closest friend is Naruto, right? Upon noticing that I had sat up, Shikamaru followed suit. Aside from Naruto, you also have your romantic partner, Shino. I suppose I only qualify as a peripheral friend? Not at all. My anxious yet resolute retort momentarily left Shikamaru speechless. He propped his chin on his hand and regarded me, cautiously asking, would Choji be willing to live together? I would love to, but I cannot. Why not? I candidly explained. If I were to be adopted by the Nara family, my freedom of movement would be severely restricted. I think the same. Shikamaru continued. Initially, I thought it would be wonderful if you could live with me. However, when my mother expressed her desire for you to become my sister, I suddenly considered some matters. Some matters? What do you mean? I probed. You see, my father is the clan leader, so there are some who refer to me as young master and such. Shikamaru scratched his cheek awkwardly. I don't want Choji to regard me with that kind of reverence. Is there a problem with me respecting you? Shikamaru firmly replied, no. I wish for Choji to be free, to laugh when she wishes, to speak her mind, and to act as she pleases. All right. I looked at him with anticipation, hoping to hear him praise and affirm me. So, why does Shikamaru want to be so close to me? I am eager to understand what I have done right to earn Shikamaru's admiration and affection. If Shikamaru and Lord Nara are essentially the same person, does that imply that Lord Nara will also recognize my efforts over these past days? Does this mean I am on the right path, adhering to the directions provided by him and Orochimaru? Why do I find myself staring at you? Shikamaru mused. I don't know, but when I came to my senses, I just noticed you. I struggled to comprehend such an answer, feeling that he was being rather vague. What does that even mean? Is Shikamaru merely brushing me off? It can't be. I exclaimed. What was your impression of me the first time we met? You were quite cute, he replied. And then? That was it. Just cute? What else? We hadn't spoken. If I were only to judge by appearances, that would be the only thought I had. And after we spoke, I pressed. What were your thoughts during our first conversation? I thought your mind was somewhat off kilter. He elaborated. Your conversation with Naruto at that time was quite exaggerated and strange. It was like watching a drama. Plus, you inexplicably kept addressing me with honorifics. I looked at him, feeling somewhat disgruntled. If that's the case, Shikamaru should have kept his distance from me. Initially, I didn't intend to get close. I was intent on discovering what I had done right to gain Shikamaru's approval. Yet all I received were his rejections. My enthusiasm dwindled, and I lay back down. Fine, let it be. Hey. Shikamaru leaned closer, shaking my shoulder. No. It was just that I didn't understand you at first. Things changed later. Then at what point did that change occur? Later, I realized you were always with Naruto. What reason is that? Naruto's personality is difficult for most to tolerate. He charges recklessly without considering the consequences, speaks harshly, and is quite stubborn. You, on the other hand, while academically excellent, appear not very bright. By the time I realized this, I couldn't help but wonder, is it really all right for these two to be together? What if something goes wrong? I clutched the blanket, blinking up at Shikamaru, silently urging him to continue. I was intrigued to hear more about how others perceived me. Shikamaru chuckled at my eagerness and looked down at me. Then I noticed you seem to care too much about Naruto. Is it wrong to care deeply for Naruto? Your concern for him exceeds that of your own well-being. It seems as though everything revolves around him, which I find concerning. What should I do then? I asked, perplexed. If your desires conflict with Naruto's, prioritize your own. My own desires? I contemplated. My desire is to save Naruto and change the tyranny of the Uchiha clan. Was Shikamaru urging me to hold steadfast to my convictions without wavering? Even if, in pursuit of this goal, I might need to undertake actions that Naruto would not understand or support, should I disregard those concerns? I nodded solemnly. I understand. Chapter 36, Soft-Hearted. Shikamaru added. It's not just about being with Naruto. Regardless of who you are with, if your thoughts differ from theirs, do not always set aside your own to accommodate others. Oh. He continued, for instance, if you are feeling tired and no longer wish to converse with me, just tell me directly. Don't endure discomfort to appease me. I see. And if you wish to take a proper nap this afternoon, and do not want to be disturbed for a movie, you can tell me that as well. No. I want to go to the movies. All right, Shikamaru smiled slightly. It's good to express your feelings plainly. I beamed at him. I appreciated Shikamaru's words. I openly conveyed my enjoyment when he praised me. Shikamaru let out a low hum. I know. Know what? It's nothing. You're just someone who easily expresses affection. He muttered, turning to burrow under the covers. Even if you say that, I won't praise you any more than I already have. Now sleep. Once our conversation ceased, I quickly succumbed to slumber in the soft, warm embrace of my blankets. When Shikamaru woke me, he appeared quite alert. Wake up, Choji. If you intend to have dinner at the orphanage tonight, we need to leave now. What time is it? It's 1:30. By the time we reach the cinema, it will be nearly 2. I nodded and sat up from the bedding. Shikamaru fetched a comb for me to tidy my hair. By the time I finished washing my face and emerged, he had already tidied the bed. Let us go. I waved to the fawns in the backyard. I'm off, see you next time. The little deer leisurely grazed on the grass, with only one or two lifting their heads to quietly watch me. If you enjoy it, come again next time. I shook my head. No, while the fawns are adorable, I cannot indulge in leisure. Where's the indulgence in that? Shikamaru countered. It's all about balancing work and rest. Otherwise, if you study every day, you'll end up dulling your mind, he added, and you're already not that clever. I quickly chased after him, slipping on my shoes at the entrance, indignant. What do you mean I'm not clever? A clever person wouldn't ask that. We laughed and joked our way to the cinema. This cinema was not only significantly larger than the one in the Uchiha compound, but also bustling with far more energy. Previously, I could only glimpse inside with curiosity from outside. This time, I finally stepped in. Shikamaru asked, "These are the latest movies. Which one does Choji wish to see?" My gaze swept over the shiny new posters, and for some reason, amidst the aroma of popcorn filling the hall, my mind could not help but conjure images of the cinema back at the Uchiha compound. The tattered and grimy posters, imbued with the musty scent of dust and decay, create an atmosphere devoid of charm or sweetness. My gaze fixates on one particular poster, featuring a strikingly beautiful woman illuminated by sunlight, holding an open book that obscures the lower half of her face. In the radiant glow, her pupils shimmer like glass beads. She appears to be smiling. Yet there is a hint of suppressed tears, exuding an enigmatic allure. I cannot help but point at the poster, exclaiming, "That one. Time travel to meet you? Time travel? Yes, that's it." Shikamaru scrutinizes the promotional text on the poster, hesitating slightly. Isn't it a romance film? Does Shikamaru not wish to watch a romance? I am open to it, primarily concerned that he might find it dull afterward, and I ponder whether he can truly comprehend it. I widen my eyes. Why wouldn't I understand? Does Choji truly grasp what it means to love someone? If not, he cannot fathom the narrative's logic. I retort defiantly. Can Shikamaru understand it then? He glances at me, of course. I fall silent. Is it possible that a genius can intuitively grasp such matters? What does genius have to do with it? Shikamaru lightly taps my forehead and gives me a stern look. Such things become evident naturally after you fall for someone. You simply haven't awakened to it. Falling for someone? Shikamaru? If he were to like someone, it should be Ino, having grown up together. With that thought, I refrain from further questioning, but I want to see the time travel film, and the lead actress is so beautiful. The lead actress, Fujikaze Yuki, appears to be a rising talent, as my mother has mentioned her commendable acting skills. Then let us watch this, I declare enthusiastically, thinking that perhaps by the end, I might understand what it means to love someone. Shikamaru, with an unusual expression, proceeds to buy the tickets. What's wrong? If you awaken to your feelings and find yourself infatuated with someone peculiar, it might be better not to awaken at all. Peculiar person? It's nothing, don't mind it. He procures 2 tickets, along with a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of cola. This time, I finally witness the ticket checking process. I curiously observe him monotonously punching holes in ticket after ticket, finding it quite amusing. Once we find our seats in the theater, I turn to glance at the small frame on the back wall, recalling Shikamaru's earlier mention that the film would project from there. I then gaze at the large screen ahead, anticipating the visuals that will soon unfold. However, amidst this exhilarating moment, my mind drifts back to the morning when Shikamaru and I were detected by Sasuke at the Uchiha compound. What became of him after we fled? Is he still searching the compound for us? After his mother's passing, has he even visited a cinema to watch a film? Shikamaru. I ponder aloud. Did we bully Uchiha Sasuke this morning? Shikamaru looks at me surprised. Why do you say that? Because he dislikes others intruding upon the Uchiha compound. Yet we trespassed. I wouldn't he call it bullying. For some reason, the thought that someone might feel sadness or pain because of my actions unsettles me, causing me to frown. After all, that person is Uchiha Sasuke. Yet even if he is Uchiha Sasuke, I cannot justify that the 17-year-old Sasuke has done wrong, making it acceptable for me to cause the 7-year-old him distress and anger. Shikamaru speaks softly. Choji. His brow furrows with concern as he gazes at me. How will you be a ninja with such a mindset? I am taken aback. Being a ninja inevitably brings pain and death. Even if one aspires to be a medical ninja, they are still a ninja. You heal your comrades. They may take more lives or be sent back to the battlefield, facing further suffering. We always inflict pain, whether upon enemies or allies. At that moment, the theater lights dim, and the screen remains dark. Shikamaru's voice emerges from the shadows. Don't be too soft-hearted, Choji. What constitutes being soft-hearted? Is it wrong to wish to see others free from sorrow, pain, and sadness? Chapter 37. Why? The film's commencement allows me to temporarily cast aside my tumultuous thoughts. However, halfway through, I find myself restless. The narrative unfolds as the male protagonist adores the female lead, only for her to perish in an accident. The male lead, despondent, dreams of her resurrection, and one day he actually traverses back in time. He makes many different choices than before, embarking on an alternate path in life, becoming a success while saving the female lead. Yet the world ultimately collapses. He continuously attempts to amend his choices, striving to align with his previous self. Yet each time he saves her, the world crumbles anew. Ultimately, he realizes that he cannot change any of his choices. He must allow the past to unfold as it did to save the world. The female lead must die. Tears begin to flow from others in the theater. Yet I am overwhelmed with unspoken words. Why? I cannot contain myself any longer and ask Shikamaru, why must it be so? Why does saving one person lead to the world's destruction? Is the world truly so fragile? Shikamaru responds with a calm, analytical tone. Because it's a tragic love story. The male lead will confront and accept the loss of his beloved, then gather the strength to move forward. But he traveled through time. He returned to a moment before everything happened. Why must the world remain fixed? Why must his beloved die? My reaction may be somewhat intense. As Shikamaru gazes at me in surprise, Choji? It's just a movie, it's a narrative device. Yet I cannot let it go. Insisting to clarify. What does Shikamaru think about such matters? He is one of those who brought me back. If he believes in this notion that the past cannot be altered, that would be peculiar. Such matters? If the person I like were to pass away. The time travel aspect. At that moment, a girl in the front row turns around, frowning as she interrupts our conversation. Could you please refrain from talking? Shikamaru apologizes and then quietly asks me, do you still want to watch, Choji? I immediately grab his hand and declare, I don't want to watch anymore. For me, understanding this issue is far more significant than finishing the film. Moreover, I refuse to accept the narrative that saving someone from the past leads to the world's ruin. What is there to appreciate in such a story? As I pull Shikamaru out of the cinema, it is already afternoon. It is still too early to return to the orphanage, but there isn't enough time to explore elsewhere, so we head towards the riverbank. I press him further. What does Shikamaru think about it? What does he believe about time travel? Shikamaru responds, I have indeed pondered this question. I want to hear. Shikamaru pondered for a moment, weighing where to begin. I believe there are potentially two distinct frameworks. The first framework posits that if an individual travels from the future to the past, to ensure that the future remains unchanged, they must refrain from altering any events of the past. But what if they do alter it? Such an alteration would give rise to a new past, subsequently generating a new future. However, if the future from which they originated ceases to exist, a paradox emerges. Therefore, I contend that the original future will not vanish. It will continue to unfold along its predetermined trajectory, while the individual will embark upon an entirely new future. I reflected on this. What it implies is that even if I return to this past and ensure Sasuke survives until the end, and then save Naruto, I still cannot change the future world in which I was born. After they bid me farewell, they will remain ensnared in despair. Only I, and I alone, can traverse to the future that Lord Shikamaru and Orochimaru envision. However, if that is the case, does my mission still hold significance? A weight settled in my heart. Is it truly impossible for me to assist them, to save them? Then what of the second framework? The second framework suggests that the world resembles one of those games with multiple endings. Yet, in reality, the potential endings are infinitely numerous. Every choice made is fixed. And regardless of the decisions taken, there exists a corresponding path in the world, guiding one toward different predetermined conclusions. This is akin to parallel worlds. But I quietly mused. Even within this framework, does altering the past allow one to return to the same future? No, because the past has already been changed. Then why do films suggest that saving a single person could lead to the world's destruction? Perhaps it is due to encountering a crisis grave enough to obliterate the world. Shikamaru remarked that, for instance, the future may face an existential threat, and the sole individual capable of saving the world is the protagonist of the film. However, his ascension to that role is predicated on all that he has experienced in the past. If he were to return and save the female lead, he might never grow into the individual capable of saving the world. Thus, when the cataclysmic crisis arises, no one would be able to save it, leading to its demise. A clear instance of how altering the past results in the world's collapse. This suggests that it is not impossible to change the past. Rather, such changes will at most yield a new future. However, What may be a favorable new future for an individual might not necessarily be the best choice for the entire world, correct? In the quest to create the savior, sacrifices must be made, and assistance cannot be sought. Is that not profoundly unjust? Yet, perhaps it need not be taken so seriously, for time cannot flow backward, and individuals cannot return to the past. Thus, in narratives such as films and novels, as long as the author can justify it, all is well. But I could not accept Shikamaru's consolation, for I understood that time has indeed flowed backward, and I have returned to the past. What is the reality of this? Can I truly save the future Shikamaru and the others? I murmured, so, is the 7-year-old Shikamaru the same as the 17-year-old Shikamaru? Without waiting for his answer, I continued. They are the same person, right? Like a seed that after 10 years grows into a tree. Even if it returns to the past and becomes a seed again, it will still grow into that same tree, won't it? Shikamaru replied, I don't think it is quite like that. Why not? Because individuals possess their own consciousness, and their thoughts are ever-changing. Perhaps the same person, having undergone different experiences, will have entirely different thoughts and actions at 7 and 17. In that case, although physically they are the same, spiritually it may not be so. I believe that memory's formation is far more significant than the physical shell. I fell silent. Shikamaru's words utterly dismantled the significance of my existence. If I cannot save those I wish to rescue, and those I manage to save are not the ones I know, then what purpose do I serve? Asakura? Shikamaru halted, looking at me with a hint of concern. Why are you crying? I had previously wept in front of Iruka-sensei, but that was because I had never cried before, and I wanted to practice the act of crying. This time, however, it was not deliberate. Tears flowed naturally from my eyes. Is this not profoundly unfair? I felt myself trembling all over, questioning why I should exert such immense effort and make such significant sacrifices, yet achieve no change. Moreover, if Shikamaru were to perish and I wished to save him, merely wanting to rescue him, why should the world face annihilation for that? This world is vast. What right does it have to collapse simply because one individual survives? Chapter 38. I have a friend. Shikamaru, both exasperated and amused, consoled me. That is merely a film, and do not casually suggest that people will die. Then if I were to die, would you come to save me? Shikamaru paused. I hadn't considered the possibility of you dying. If I were to pass away, and future Shikamaru had the chance to return to the past, would you save me? He contemplated for a moment, yes. But if saving me would result in the world's destruction, would you still save me? And if others demanded that you save the world instead of me, would you comply? I would not comply. So, as long as I can survive, the world's destruction is inconsequential? Shikamaru fell silent for a moment, yes. My sobs subsided, and I murmured, Shikamaru, you are truly wonderful. I would do the same for you. Shikamaru smiled. But do you not find that rather excessive? Just saving one person. Could the world not find another way to survive? How selfish. Shikamaru was thoroughly amused by my antics, laughing heartily. All right, stop crying. He rummaged through his pockets, somewhat distressed. I didn't bring any tissues or handkerchiefs. I wiped my own tears, my mood still somewhat somber. Then, if the person who travels to the past alters the past, how can they reconnect with the original future? I do not know, Shikamaru replied helplessly. After all, no one can truly connect with parallel worlds. I fell into deep contemplation. No, just moments ago. Shikamaru's words had shaken me profoundly, but now that I had calmed down, I recalled that time-space ninjutsu existed in this world. I declared resolutely, I will study time-space ninjutsu in the future. Shikamaru gently wiped my tears with his hand. Did you not say you wanted to become a medical ninja? I felt his fingers delicately brushing my face. Can I not be a medical ninja while also studying time-space ninjutsu? That might be a bit challenging, Shikamaru chuckled. Both medical ninjutsu and time-space ninjutsu are not easy. I sniffled, resolutely determined. I will give it my all. Then I can only support you, Shikamaru said as he escorted me back to the orphanage, bidding farewell as his figure disappeared at the corner. Suddenly Urishi sprang out from somewhere. Who is that guy? He harbored a strong protective instinct towards his younger siblings, thus watching Shikamaru's retreating back with displeasure. Is that the Nara family emblem? Brother. I want to learn medical ninjutsu from you. Oh, so sudden? Urishi momentarily forgot about Shikamaru. You should focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy. You can learn that after you graduate. But if I learn it earlier, I can become proficient more quickly. The orphanage often goes to the hospital on weekends to care for injured patients for a reward, right? I can go too. Previously, I found myself in a state of amnesia, devoid of common knowledge, which precluded my participation in the additional tasks around the courtyard. However, I now feel sufficiently informed to engage in regular work, and I am eager to accumulate experience swiftly. In a jubilant display, Urishi scooped me up and twirled me around in the air, exclaiming, "Splendid! Our Chaolu is truly a remarkable child." Yet I was unable to join in immediately, as I had already made plans with Naruto and Kakashi to visit the park on the Hokage Mountain the following day. Naruto and I arrived punctually at the park. Despite it being the weekend, our early arrival meant that the park was still relatively empty. What the heck? Naruto frowned, scanning the area. That white-haired guy was the one who invited us out. Yet he's late. I, however, was unperturbed. I was content to swing alone in his absence. Forget him. Let's enjoy ourselves. It had been ages since I last swung on a swing. We settled onto the swings, swaying side by side, and Naruto curiously inquired, "Chaolu, what did you do yesterday?" "I went to Shikamaru's house," I replied, omitting the fact that we had stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha compound together. "He has deer. They're incredibly adorable." "Really?" Naruto's eyes widened in amazement. "I've never seen a live deer before." "Neither had I until yesterday. I fed them fruits and snacks, and Shikamaru's mom made delicious tempura." "So did you and Shikamaru play at his house all day?" "Not quite. We took a nap and then went out to see a movie. I didn't want him to spend money on me, but Shikamaru insisted that it could count as an early birthday gift." "Birthday gift? Is Chaolu going to have a birthday soon?" "Not quite yet. My birthday is the day after Shikamaru's, on September 23rd. Mine is on October 10th. Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "So I'm a month older than you, huh? Does that mean you have to call me sister?" I chuckled. I want to hear you call me sister. How about it?" Naruto's face flushed crimson. "No way. Chaolu is practically my age. But, even if there's a month difference, who knows? I might have been born a year earlier than you. Then should I call you brother?" "I can do that," I replied playfully, considering I was significantly younger than him. As I swung higher, I mused, but I'm curious about what it feels like to be called sister. Naruto matched my height on the swing and said, "If you call me brother, I'll call you sister." Without hesitation, I responded, "Brother." Naruto was taken aback. "Brother Naruto? That's a bit much. How sneaky. Why hesitate? It's no big deal." "What about Naruto's sister?" He grumbled for a while before awkwardly calling out, "Sister. And you didn't even know who you were calling. I just called you brother. Chaolu's sister." Upon hearing Naruto shout, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, I spotted a shadow on a nearby tree, and upon closer inspection, I recognized the unmistakable white hair of Kakashi Hatake. I wondered how long he had been watching us from his perch. I called out, "Mr. Kakashi." He raised a hand from the tree, greeting us, "Good morning, Chaolu Naruto. Have you had breakfast? If you're still hungry, I brought donuts." Although Naruto and I had already eaten, the pastries he offered were from a highly popular bakery in Konoha that often required long queues. Naruto leaped off the swing eagerly. "Really? Can we eat them?" I gradually lowered my swing, waiting for it to come to a halt before standing and walking towards the tree. Kakashi appeared before us in an instant, holding a paper bag filled with bread. "Of course," he said, handing each of us a pink donut. I arrived late. "So this is all that's left." I took a bite, the sweet and tangy flavor delightful, and exclaimed, "What flavor is this?" "It's delicious." "Strawberry," Kakashi replied. I smiled. I've never tasted strawberry before. Strawberries are delightful. I once had a friend who adored them. Naruto, intrigued, asked, "What about that friend now?" Kakashi fell silent for a moment, and then gently patted my head. "She has passed away." Chapter 39. Monsters and Little Boys. I could surmise who he was referring to. Cradling the donut in my hands, I looked up at him and asked, "Mr. Kakashi, was that strawberry-loving female friend significant to you?" He gazed back at me. "Indeed. Very significant. Well, since it's strawberry season, please remember to buy the sweetest strawberries to enjoy." Naruto, with strawberry jam smeared on his lips, exclaimed, "Huh? Eat them by yourself?" I nodded towards my mouth, indicating he should wipe the jam off, for the deceased could not partake in food, and leaving it as an offering would only lead to decay and waste. I believed that if a friend could taste something they loved, it might bring them joy. Kakashi smiled at me. "I will." Naruto, suddenly enlightened, nodded. "Chaolu makes sense." Then, unexpectedly, he leaned in and pecked the spot on my lips where I had pointed. Both Kakashi and I were momentarily stunned, and I quickly realized the source of confusion, explaining to Naruto, "You weren't kissing me. You had jam on your lips." "Oh." Naruto finally understood and raised his hand to wipe his mouth. I grasped his wrist, cautioning, "Don't wipe with your hands. They'll get dirty." Kakashi handed him a handkerchief, saying, "Use this to clean up." As Naruto wiped his mouth, he added, "You can't just kiss girls casually, Naruto. I instinctively replied, I don't mind. Kakashi interrupted, Chalu. You shouldn't let boys kiss you so easily. But Naruto, he patted my head again, when you both grow up and understand what it means, make your decisions carefully. Naruto and I exchanged glances. Though we didn't fully grasp the reason, his serious tone compelled us to obediently respond, all right. He then resumed his smile. Seeing this, I asked Kakashi, Mr. Kakashi, may I pose a question? Another question? What is it? What qualities distinguish a competent and exemplary ninja? Why the sudden inquiry? I've been a bit worried that I won't become an excellent ninja. Why do you say that? Isn't it better for ninjas to remain silent? To mask their emotions and thoughts? To be cautious and alert, like Uchiha Sasuke? What? Why would Chalu want to learn from that guy? Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Naruto erupted, Chalu is far better. Chalu is doing great just as she is. Because I aspire to be an exceptional ninja, one capable of completing missions. However, I have doubts about whether I can achieve that, and Shikamaru said that being a ninja is a profession destined to bring pain and death. He said I'm too soft-hearted. I find myself uncomfortable at the thought that someone might suffer due to my actions. Is this a negative sentiment? Not at all. As I gaze upwards to meet his eyes, Kakashi crouches before me, aligning our gazes and remarks. This merely indicates that Chalu is a good child. However, I do not aspire to be a good child. I yearn to become a formidable ninja. Kakashi smiles silently, affirming that regardless of one's disposition, anyone can evolve into an exceptional ninja. A cautious and prudent ninja is indeed commendable, yet a gentle and resilient ninja is equally admirable. There is no need for the lively and straightforward Chalu to forcefully alter her essence. I believe she is destined to become an outstanding ninja. Yet, Kakashi-sensei, what if a monstrous being, formidable and perilous, has inflicted harm upon many of your friends, claiming the lives of numerous comrades? One day, this creature transforms into a young boy. You are aware that within him resides a vile monster, albeit currently harmless. Yet you cannot predict when it may wreak havoc upon the world again. At the same time, you recognize that this boy has not yet committed any wrongdoing. What would you do? Could you harbor hatred towards this boy, viewing him as a monster, an adversary, an enemy? Kakashi pauses, glancing at Naruto beside him. No one would associate such descriptions with Uchiha Sasuke. He must be thinking of Naruto. I am aware that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, yet logically, I should not possess knowledge of such matters. Not even Naruto himself is fully cognizant. Thus, Naruto's expression remains unchanged, even displaying a hint of confusion as Kakashi gazes at him. I will wash the handkerchief and return it to you, I say. Before Kakashi can respond, I pursue him for an answer, asking, if you were to engage in actions that might cause him harm but suddenly felt uncomfortable, would it be foolish to feel compassion for him? Kakashi remains silent for a moment. I believe that it is not necessary to scrutinize right and wrong so meticulously. I look at him in confusion, unsure of his meaning. Did your teachers impart this to you at school? For a ninja, commands are absolute. Both Naruto and I nod in affirmation. This implies that for a ninja, the unequivocal truth lies in the completion of missions, and irrespective of circumstances. Failure to execute a task or abandoning it constitutes an absolute error, correct? We nod again, as this is indeed what we learned in school. Yet, I do not share this belief. Kakashi states, the school, the village, this world, all seek ninjas who will achieve their missions by any means necessary. But what of the ninjas themselves? If one completely eradicates their own will, a ninja ceases to be considered human, and merely becomes a tool. Do you wish to be human, or merely a tool? Naruto immediately responds, of course a human. I hesitate momentarily. Chaolu? If it is for the sake of those I hold dear, I believe it is acceptable to become their tool. Kakashi gazes at me, his tone gentle as he replies. But if those who are important to Chaolu value you, how could they bear to regard you as merely a tool? Those who view you as a tool are unworthy of being your significant ones. I ponder his words, realizing he is correct, and I smile, it seems so. He joins in my laughter. I believe that comrades are of utmost importance. Perhaps this is not the correct mindset for a ninja, yet I am resolute in my desire to live this way. So, does Chaolu consider me to be an excellent and competent ninja? I bite my lip and nod vigorously. Kakashi-sensei is truly exceptional. Then do I possess the authority to answer your question? Yes. In that case, I think Chaolu should act according to what she feels in her heart. But wouldn't that be somewhat unjust? I say, many have perished because of that monster. I am incredibly fortunate to have survived until now. If we are too kind to the boy transformed from the monster, it feels as though we are betraying those who have perished. Kakashi softly inquires, has Chaolu recently recalled any memories of her family? I suppose, I reply, lowering my gaze. They all fell victim to the monster's attack, expending their last ounce of strength to allow me to escape and survive. Naruto embraces me tightly, his concern evident as he says, "Chao Lu, do you remember your parents? Please don't be sad, I'm here for you." Kakashi observes him, a complex expression of hesitation crossing his features at this revelation. Chapter 40, Preparing to Climb Trees. I surmise that Kakashi must think my parents perished during the Ninetales incident. I am uncertain how to regard Uchiha Sasuke, yet perhaps Kakashi believes I am unsure how to approach Naruto. This aids me in posing my inquiries, and thus I feel no need to clarify. However, I have not personally admitted that this is all his preconceived notion. Upon realizing this, I suddenly perceive that I may not be entirely devoid of the aptitude for being a ninja. I intentionally mislead people, and moreover, I have deliberately misled an esteemed Jonin of Konoha. He is destined to become the 6th Hokage, and shortly before my birth, he fell in battle while covering a retreat during a skirmish with Uchiha Sasuke. I never encountered him at my birth, nor did I share a spiritual connection with him. Yet his presence lingers in the memories of many comrades. They hold him in profound respect and mourn his departure deeply, though he only mentored Team 7. Countless individuals in later generations regard him as their teacher. Seeing that he cannot respond to my question, I embrace Naruto, harboring no intention to burden him. I shift the topic, asking Kakashi-sensei, if you could traverse time and return to the past, would you rescue that woman who is so dear to you? Kakashi gazes at my face, momentarily taken aback. Traverse time? Yes. Yesterday, Shikamaru and I watched a film about a protagonist who, after the death of the female lead, is heartbroken and suddenly returns to the past to save her. I inquired, if it were you, Kakashi-sensei, would you save her? Of course I would. Not just her, but many others, if given the opportunity. However, the film posits that such an act would ultimately alter the world and lead to its collapse, compelling the protagonist to witness the female lead's death once more to protect the world. I wrinkle my nose, I detest this premise. What about you, Kakashi-sensei? It seems so unfair to threaten the world just to save one person. Naruto lifts his head from my shoulder and exclaims, I despise this premise too. Kakashi chuckles helplessly. It is merely a film. Indeed, films are fictitious. However, I discussed time travel with Shikamaru yesterday, who asserted that even if one returns to the past, neither he nor I could save those we wish to help. Naruto, brimming with defiance, responds, why not? Because altering the past will only give rise to a new future. Those who return will merely journey into a new future alongside those from the past, unable to revert to the original future. The individuals who perished in the original future will not return. Naruto contemplates this, perplexed. Why think this way? If I could return to the day I was separated from my parents and discover where they went, perhaps I could live with them again. Why dwell on the original future, the original them? It's all so complex. What if a monster emerges in the future, and I send Naruto back to the past, hoping he can resolve the threat and alter my future? Even if Naruto accomplishes this task, he would only create a future devoid of the monster, while my world would remain unchanged. As Naruto joyfully embraces the dawn of a new future, I find myself languishing in the solitude of an old future, haunted by the absence of Naruto. Each day, I might ponder, has Naruto completed his mission? Has he succeeded? When will he return? In this longing, I fear that one day, I might be consumed by a monster. Ah! Naruto exclaimed, covering his ears, I don't want to hear it. That's not how it is. I refuse to accept it. It's all Shikamaru's nonsense. What he says is simply untrue. Kakashi reiterated, Chao Lu, do not be so pessimistic. It is merely a film. Yet, after watching that film yesterday, I found myself contemplating countless matters. Mr. Kakashi, you have lost so many comrades. Do you ever feel guilt or anguish for being the one who survived, feeling unworthy? Kakashi was taken aback. I had never considered this question before, but suddenly, I felt a surge of fear. I feared I might not be the one deserving of survival. My family, they allowed me to live. Surely they hope I will become a person who meets their expectations, an exceptional and useful individual. I dread the thought of disappointing them, of squandering the opportunity they fought for with their lives. Before I could finish my thought, Kakashi suddenly enveloped both Naruto and me in an embrace. Naruto did not resist. Instead, he held me tightly, asserting, Chao Lu is wonderful. He emphasized stubbornly, Chao Lu is absolutely deserving. Kakashi concurred, saying, Naruto is right. Look up, Chao Lu. Do not think like that. If you are able to survive, your family will only be happy. How could they impose conditions on their love for you? I struggled to convey the truth to them. Thus their reassurances fell short of providing the solace I sought. That feeling of helplessness, akin to scratching an itch that couldn't be reached, cast a shadow over my heart. It's not like that. If I cannot achieve it, I would feel profoundly sorry for them. Therefore, I must excel. I must be outstanding, unequivocally ensuring I do not let them down. Kakashi must have sensed my turmoil was far from assuaged, and my reaction left him at a loss for words. Observing his furrowed brow and taut jawline, I thought, if I were to make a request of him now, the likelihood of him declining would significantly diminish. I wished for him to assist Naruto and me with extra tutoring. After watching the film yesterday, I realized I could not waste this opportunity to meet Kakashi. In contrast, Shikamaru and the others would engage in additional family training after school. Hinata would undoubtedly benefit from the Hyuga family's guidance. Sasuke, having lost his clan, would also have had his parents instructing him in their clan's ninjutsu. I knew I could not match those from esteemed families, but I had to find a way to catch up and not fall too far behind. And Kakashi was the ideal candidate for extracurricular guidance. However, he remained silent, prompting me to elaborate. Mr. Kakashi, thank you for being so kind to me. And Naruto, I apologize for saying strange things. Naruto embraced me with irritation, declaring, from now on, let us not hang out with Shikamaru. It's his weird remarks that put you in a bad mood. Kakashi replied, no, it's alright. If anything comes up in the future, you can always come to me. Upon hearing those words, I realized the moment had arrived. Really? Yes. Then may I trouble you for one more thing? What is it? Could you teach me and Naruto the transformation technique? Chapter 41. I will protect. Upon noticing my shift from heavy concerns, he visibly relaxed and quickly asked, what suddenly made you want to learn the transformation technique? We just learned it in school, and I thought I could ask Mr. Kakashi for some guidance. If that is alright? Of course. Hearing this, Naruto made a face of dismay, as his transformation technique was rather abysmal, bordering on disastrous. Yet, perhaps out of consideration for my feelings, he said nothing and simply accompanied me quietly. As we performed the hand seals together, the smoke dissipated, revealing me as another Kakashi. While Naruto, well, his transformation resembled a peculiar scarecrow. I couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing my laughter, Naruto's transformation abruptly dissipated in a puff of smoke. And he stood there, grinning and scratching his head. Chao Lu is laughing, that's fantastic. Don't just try to make me happy, let us do it seriously again. I insisted, Mr. Kakashi is a jonin. Receiving extra guidance is quite rare. Naruto's face fell at that. While I did want to make Chao Lu smile, I was serious too. He attempted the transformation once more, but this time it was even worse than before. Kakashi smiled and remarked, setting Naruto's situation aside for now. Chao Lu, yours was quite good. Very impressive. I want to study space-time ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. I raised my hand high, expressing the direction I wished to take, so he would understand how to train me. Mr. Kakashi, could you share some methods for practicing fine chakra control? Kakashi responded, at your current level, you must first learn to stabilize your chakra before advancing to refined practice. Do not underestimate the basics. Have you both learned to climb trees in school? Naruto and I both shook our heads. Perfect. This training is something you both can use. Kakashi pointed to a tree in the park, the very one he had perched upon earlier. It may be a bit short, but today is a perfect day to give it a try. We can always switch to a taller tree later. After saying this, he gracefully ascended the tree, standing steadfastly on the trunk as if it were solid ground, then inverted himself on a branch, casting a gentle smile at Naruto and me before lightly landing. Naruto exclaimed, so awesome. But the next moment he scratched his head in confusion. But climbing trees is fine. What is chakra? Kakashi replied, Naruto, are you really surprised? You didn't hear about it in class? For a ninja, chakra is the very foundation of everything. It is astonishing that Naruto does not even know what chakra is. Naruto glanced at me, and then offered Kakashi a sheepish grin. Kakashi had no choice but to explain from the very beginning what chakra is and how to refine it. I watched them with a slight smile, turning to practice climbing the tree myself. For me, this was not difficult. My chakra refinement was efficient, and my output stable. I merely needed to experiment to see how much chakra was required to adhere just right, not too little to be unstable, nor too much to damage the tree. By the time I successfully climbed the tree, Kakashi had just finished explaining chakra to Naruto. As they looked up and saw me sitting on the trunk, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly greeted me with a smile. Naruto, bursting with excitement as though he had succeeded himself, exclaimed, Chao Lu is amazing. Hee. I mimicked Kakashi's earlier movement, hanging upside down from the branch, but realizing my skirt might flip, I promptly jumped down. Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, rushed toward the tree. I'll give it a try too. Kakashi, pleased, remarked to me, it seems you have grasped the trick. However, even though you have learned it, it is best to practice more. I will. I lowered my gaze to the dress adorning my figure, feeling a tinge of distress. However, when standing backward in a dress, it tends to flip over. The children at the orphanage primarily wear garments donated by kind-hearted individuals. Though they are laundered meticulously, they often do not fit well, either too small, leaving me exposed, or too large, hanging loosely. My most frequently worn attire is a black long-sleeve dress with a cross collar, cinched at the waist with a white belt. This ensemble is considered the formal attire of the orphanage, representing the finest garment each orphan possesses. I typically reserve it for weekends when I work part-time at the Konoha hospital, at which point I also don a white apron around my waist. This dress, while somewhat oversized for me now, could easily cover my head should the hem flip over. However, children grow quickly, and this dress should serve me for at least 3 more years. Kakashi crouched down, scrutinizing the hem of my dress, and instinctively remarked, "You could wear a pullover on top and fitted shorts below. It would allow for greater mobility. In the future, a weapon pouch could be strapped to the outside of the shorts, around the thighs, and a white outer skirt could be tied at the waist to conceal both the weapon pouch and the shorts." He suddenly fell silent. I mused that Kakashi, being an experienced ninja, must be right in his suggestion. I smiled and said, "That sounds splendid. I'll check to see if I have similar clothes. If not, I'll ask others if they can lend me something, or perhaps we could swap." At that moment, a pained cry emanated from behind me, and I turned to see Naruto sprawled beneath a tree, his legs splayed and leaning against the trunk, clearly having just fallen after attempting to climb. "Ouch, that hurts," he grumbled while clutching his head, struggling to rise. I hurried over and asked, "Are you alright, Naruto?" "Don't worry, Asuka, I'm fine," he assured, attempting to prove his point by charging again at the tree trunk, only to stumble again, creating a hole beneath his feet. I extended my hand to him, saying, "Come, take my hand." Naruto grasped it, and I advised, "Take it slow, no need to rush." Concentrating chakra into his palm, I inquired, "Can you feel my chakra?" "Yes," he replied. I gauged that the amount of chakra I used would be suitable for him, and since our heights and weights are comparable, the chakra concentration at his feet should be similar. "Shall we give it another try?" Naruto hesitated. Presumably measuring the chakra, I had enveloped his palm with to gather chakra at his feet. This time, when he cautiously stepped onto the tree trunk, he appeared to have achieved a stable footing. Together, we ascended the trunk, and after taking a few steps hand in hand, I asked, "Do you need to adjust it?" "More or less." Naruto concentrated, stating a bit more would be better. "Then add it gradually," I encouraged. "Alright," he replied with enthusiasm. As we commenced our ascent, I noticed that other children had unknowingly gathered in the park to play. After observing us curiously for a while, they erupted into laughter, one exclaiming, "That guy is so clumsy." "Indeed. And he is even holding hands with a girl, how shameless." Naruto shot them a glare, exclaiming, "What are you saying?" I pulled him back, saying, "Ignore them, Naruto. They don't matter." Yet, I believed Naruto was remarkable. He merely had yet to discover a learning approach that suited him. Whose perspective held more weight, mine or theirs? I knew he was far from foolish. The challenge he faced in harnessing chakra was significantly greater than mine. His difficulties in stabilizing his output could be attributed to the ceiling on his abdomen. Learning ninjutsu was undoubtedly more taxing for him than for the average person. Yet he had managed to reach heights unattainable by others despite such disadvantages. Naruto immediately declared, "Asuka's opinion is more important." "Exactly," I replied with a smile. "So, don't worry about them, I'll handle it." I would protect Naruto. Chapter 42. You and I are the best of friends. I landed gracefully and, as I passed Kakashi, I remarked, "I'm off to fight. When their parents arrive, will you assist us?" Kakashi responded with a casual smiling, "Go ahead. You must win." A radiant smile broke across my face as I replied, "Just watch me. Even if there are 3 or 4 boys on the other side, if I am fierce enough to catch one, they will quickly retreat to their parents in tears." I watched their exaggerated screams as they ran away, wrinkling my nose in disdain. How useless. I had not even harmed them. Kakashi seemed to be keeping a close eye on the situation, and upon observing my dominance, he smiled and praised me as I returned to the base of the tree. "Asuka, you're amazing." I puffed out my chest with pride, declaring, "I'll definitely become even stronger." After climbing the tree with Naruto for some time, the children I had driven away returned, dragging their parents along. One of them spotted me atop the tree and immediately shouted, "That's her." In the next moment, angry voices from adults directed at Naruto and me echoed, "It's you again." Naruto and I turned to Kakashi, who had been leisurely swinging on a swing, reading Intimate Paradise while keeping us company. He now stood, tucking the book into his waist pouch, and faced the approaching parents, positioning himself to shield us. Just as I was about to leap down from the tree, Kakashi looked up and smiled, saying, "Stay up there. This is now a matter for adults." I was taken aback as Naruto grasped my hand tightly, his brow furrowed with unease and agitation. I responded by gripping his hand in return and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Kakashi had already led the group of adults and children away, standing not far off, seemingly in discussion. Naruto leaned closer, asking Asuka, "Do you trust that man? Kakashi-sensei?" "Yes," he muttered. "Why is he helping us?" "Yes, very kind. Isn't that good? Look, he even taught you how to extract chakra and helped us climb the tree. But he only started approaching us after meeting you. Isn't that suspicious?" I was momentarily stunned by Naruto's thoughtful observation. What other motives could he possibly have? "I don't know, but sometimes I feel there's something odd about the way he looks at you." "That can't be the case, can it? So, how well do you know him? How much do you know about him?" I hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Actually, I've encountered him a few times before. He has always been gentle and patient with me. Doesn't that make it even more suspicious? What if he has been stalking you just to meet you on purpose?" "No way, right? That is uncertain. You mentioned before that you've forgotten many memories, right? So you may not realize that there are many bad people in this world. You can't trust others so easily. It's too naive and dangerous." I understood that there were many bad people in the world. But didn't Naruto also trust me easily at that time? "Because Asuka can't hurt me," he replied confidently. "The most she could do is sit beside me, pretending to play, and when I think we are friends, she ignores me to play with others. That wouldn't scare me. I was prepared for that from the start. It couldn't hurt me." I widened my eyes slightly. "Is that how Naruto perceives me?" "Ah. Initially, I had my reservations," Naruto hastily explained, "but later, I realized that Xiao Lu is not that kind of person. I've come to regard her as my dearest friend." I pondered. Could it be that Naruto has encountered similar situations before, which would account for his apparent experience? Noticing my silence, Naruto grew anxious. "Xiao Lu, are you upset?" "Not at all. It's commendable that you protect yourself so well. Yet, is it truly commendable?" I was uncertain whether such self-protection was necessary. It might not be entirely right, after all. Nevertheless, Naruto accepted my affirmation, breaking into a smile. "Hehe, I'm quite remarkable." His expression then shifted to one of earnestness. "So, Xiao Lu can trust me. I will absolutely ensure that no harm befalls you." I had always regarded myself as Naruto's protector, but in that moment, I suddenly realized that he was also safeguarding me. He wished to protect me. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within me, leaving me somewhat disoriented. My heart felt inexplicably tender and aching. Did Naruto believe that Mr. Kakashi was untrustworthy? "I merely feared he might cause you harm." "That won't happen, Mr. Kakashi is a good person. He better be. If Xiao Lu wishes to continue seeing him, then so be it," Naruto asserted. "But I will keep a close watch on him. Should he ever make you sad, I will not let him off lightly." "Thank you, Naruto. Regardless of what transpires, Xiao Lu can always rely on me." "Of course." I could no longer contain myself and wrapped my arms around him tightly. "Naruto and I are the best of friends in the world, right?" "Absolutely." Just then, Kakashi's voice floated up from beneath the tree. I looked down to see him standing there, amusement dancing in his eyes. "What are you two up to?" As I glanced back to where he had been conversing with those parents, I noticed they had hurriedly taken their children away. Curiously, I inquired, "What did you tell them, Mr. Kakashi?" "Oh, nothing much. I simply told them my name and that they could come to me directly if they had any issues." I was somewhat taken aback. Was it really that simple? Indeed, it was that simple. I suspected he might not be entirely truthful, but I had no evidence to challenge him. He was quite impressive. "All right, it's nearly noon. Let me treat you both to lunch." Naruto immediately interjected. "What exactly are your intentions?" Kakashi looked taken aback. "You're not even our teacher, and we've only met once. It's rather strange for you to be so kind to us." Seeing his silence, Naruto grew more guarded. "You previously stated you couldn't adopt Xiao Lu, so why are you always around her? Are you a creep?" I remarked. "A creep would hardly admit to being one, would they?" "That is true," Naruto conceded. Kakashi sighed, smiling helplessly. "You're quite wary, Naruto. That's a good thing. Less chatter. If you don't tell us the truth, I won't allow you to get any closer to Xiao Lu." Kakashi, with a wry smile, retrieved a photograph from his bag. "You may take a look at this first." At that moment, Naruto and I jumped down from the tree. Naruto, somewhat skeptical, took the photograph, which depicted a handsome blonde youth alongside three youthful children, a pair of boys and a girl. One boy had white hair and a mask, his expression sullen. The other boy had black hair and eyes, sporting goggles. The brown-haired girl stood between the two boys, beaming brightly, flashing a peace sign at the camera. Naruto gazed in astonishment at the girl in the photograph, then turned to look at me. Chapter 43. The Bouquet of Condolences. Naruto stammered, "Chao Lu. You look so much like this person in the photo." I stared at the picture. Though I knew who she was, it was the first time I had seen her. It felt as if I had traversed back in time to capture this moment, or as if the girl in the photograph had crossed into the present, standing before Kakashi. The only differences were our eye colors and hair, mine being black. Kakashi stated, "Her name is Rin Noera. She was my companion." Naruto asked, "Did she like strawberries?" "Yes." I quietly inquired, "What else did she like? Did she enjoy tempura? What kind of person was she?" Kakashi smiled ruefully. "I'm not sure what else she liked, but she was gentle and attentive. Like Chao Lu, she also studied medical ninjutsu and became a medical ninja. She always protected me, Obito, and the village." "Obito?" I pointed at the boy with white hair. "Is that you, Mr. Kakashi?" "Yes." I then pointed at the boy with black hair and goggles. "And this one is Obito?" "Yes, he is from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito." Ah, I thought to myself, this was my parents. So this is what they looked like. I wondered how they would feel knowing that after their deaths, their genes were used by Orochimaru to create me. I softly asked, "What happened to them later?" Kakashi replied quietly, "They both fell in battle." "Did they die together?" "No, Obito died first during the Third Great Ninja War, followed by Rin. They were both heroes of Konoha." After he spoke, we shared a prolonged silence. I pointed again at the striking blonde youth, breaking the stillness. "That person is truly handsome." Kakashi responded, "That is our teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze." Naruto looked at the photograph, then turned to the Hokage rock statue, seemingly comparing them. "Oh, so this is the fourth Hokage." His eyes sparkled with curiosity. "The fourth Hokage was your big brother's teacher? What kind of person was he?" Naruto's dream was to become Hokage. Although he occasionally saw the third Hokage, this was his first encounter with the fourth Hokage's photograph. I observed his expression, uncertain if he harbored any other complex emotions. He likely did not yet realize that the man in the photograph was his own father. I suddenly reflected that we had both met our parents for the first time at the same moment. I looked up at Kakashi. He had lowered his gaze, his emotions unreadable. He is a person who would overshadow everyone else. Seeing Naruto express admiration, I embraced him, wondering how he would feel when he eventually learned that the fourth Hokage was his father, reminiscing about today's scene. As I held him, Naruto's attention shifted away from the fourth Hokage. He asked, "Why does Chao Lu resemble this sister so much? Could they be relatives?" Kakashi replied, "I thought so at first too. However, Chao Lu has no memories, and I've asked many people, but it's been difficult to verify." Naruto's demeanor softened significantly. "So that's why you care so much for Chao Lu." I realized that gaining Naruto's trust was actually quite easy. I said, "Do they have a tombstone? I would like to visit them." Kakashi, with a lingering gaze at the photograph, returned it to his waist pouch. He smiled again. "If you both wish to go, I shall take you after we finish lunch." After training all morning, both Naruto and I found ourselves quite famished. Kakashi kindly took us out for some barbecue. On our way to the cemetery after our meal, I posed a question. "Shouldn't we perhaps buy 3 bouquets of flowers?" Naruto, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why 3? Wouldn't 2 be sufficient for Obito and Rin? However, shouldn't we also pay our respects to the fourth Hokage? He was Kakashi-sensei's mentor. And since he has passed away as well, it would be only fitting to honor him as well, don't you think?" Naruto paused for a moment and exclaimed, "Ah, you're right." He pulled out his frog wallet from his pocket and declared, "I'll cover the cost of the flowers since Choza doesn't have any pocket money. Starting next week, I will be volunteering at the hospital on weekends to help care for the patients, and my brother mentioned he would give me a little allowance then." I added, "At that time, I can repay Naruto." "What? Does that mean Choza can't come out to play with me on weekends anymore? I can manage without the money." "No way. That would make me feel bad about going out with Naruto." Kakashi interjected, "Brother? Does Chozu have an older brother?" "He has a big brother I met at the orphanage. He grew up there and said we're all family, so I call him brother. His name is Urishi. And he is now a ninja." Kakashi chuckled, "I see. Well then, don't you worry about the offerings. There are adults here. And I can't let the children spend their money." He led Naruto and me to a flower shop in the mountains, but we didn't find Ino there. When we inquired with the staff, they smiled and informed us that the young lady was engaged in special training this weekend. Since it would take a while to prepare the bouquets, Kakashi waited alone behind the counter while Naruto and I lingered at the entrance. Naruto seemed taken aback. "She has called Lady Ino. That Ino is actually a lady?" "Ino is the daughter of the Yamanaka clan leader." She might become the new head of the clan when she grows up. How surprising it is to realize she seems so formidable despite appearing quite ordinary at school. But did Chozu already know this? Yeah. Shikamaru and Choji too. What? Shikamaru gets called young master too? Hahaha, I believe so. When I visited Shikamaru's house yesterday, he mentioned that his father is the clan leader, so some people call him young master and the like. Young master Shikamaru? That title is so bizarre. Naruto struggled to process this information. Is Choji also a young master? He is just the guy who snacks and gets detention with me every day. What does it matter? Once Naruto becomes Hokage, everyone will address you as Lord Naruto. And your children will be called young masters and ladies. My kids? Naruto clearly hadn't contemplated that possibility, and was momentarily stunned. Just then, Kakashi emerged from the shop, holding 3 bouquets of flowers. What are you two discussing? I reached out to take one bouquet from him, and Naruto followed suit with another. I remarked, we were just talking about how Naruto might one day be called Lord Naruto. Right. Lord Naruto. Naruto broke into a goofy grin. He added, I've never heard anyone at school call Ino Lady Ino before. I didn't realize she was so impressive. Oh. Big brother, Choza mentioned that Shikamaru and Choji would also be called young masters. Is that true? Kakashi cast a glance at him. Yes. Their families are quite renowned. The Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. However, he suddenly ruffled Naruto's hair and laughed. If you wish to be called that, I could always refer to you as young master Naruto. He seemed to be joking, but Naruto took it seriously and shyly responded, what? No way. That is so strange. Yet I understood that Kakashi surely recognized this was the treatment Naruto would have received had his parents been alive. Alas, now all heartfelt sentiments must be conveyed in jest. Chapter 44. A Promise for the Future. Young Master Naruto, please walk this way. Chozu, what are you doing here? Naruto and I erupted into playful banter, and Kakashi observed us with a seemingly cheerful demeanor. In addition to the flowers, he also purchased some boxes of strawberries and elegantly packaged snacks along the way. We first visited the memorial stone, where Kakashi and I placed 2 bouquets at its base, subtly encouraging Naruto to save his bouquet for the 4th Hokage. The 3 of us stood in silence, gazing at the names inscribed on the stone. I imagined Naruto might struggle to find words, perhaps praising them as heroes, then recounting his aspiration to become Hokage. I wondered what memories Kakashi was reminiscing about with his friends. All I could do was silently repeat in my heart, please don't hate me, father, mother. I am your child, born without your permission. Please don't hate me. I had no idea if their souls could hear my prayers, or if they would allow me to address them in such a manner. But what other way could I refer to them? Lord Obito? Lady Rin? Having departed from the esteemed company of Lord Shikamaru, I had been in this world for barely 6 months. Yet I distinctly felt as though I had transformed from a blank canvas into one adorned with vibrant colors. Reflecting on my initial arrival in this world, my thoughts were solely occupied with tasks. At first, my focus was entirely on Naruto. Then, branching out from him, I began to weave connections with many others. Kakashi, Ino, Shikamaru, Shino, Sasuke, Urushi. I was exploring the depths of friendship, familial love, and the budding essence of romance. I found myself troubled by my inability to confront Sasuke Uchiha openly, and distressed at the thought of not being able to see Lord Shikamaru and the others again. My heart gradually grew hopeful towards my parents and affectionate towards Naruto. These myriad changes left me uncertain whether they were beneficial or detrimental. Had I become more adept at fulfilling my tasks? Or were these emotions superfluous, merely hindering my progress? I had no one to consult, and could only drift through my confusion. Would Lord Shikamaru and Orochimaru deem me incompetent if they knew of my current helplessness? After a moment, Kakashi stated, "Alright, let us go." Noticing he hadn't set down the strawberries and snacks, both Naruto and I exchanged puzzled glances. Naruto blurted out, "Aren't those meant for offerings? Didn't Choza mention that offerings here would just rot away, and that we should eat them after visiting the 4th Hokage?" Kakashi chuckled. "I already asked Obito and Rin. They both agreed." Naruto retorted, "How could they disagree?" However, since Kakashi had allowed us to choose the snacks we liked while picking them out, we felt delighted knowing we could take them home. Kakashi then led us to Hokage Rock, where Naruto placed his bouquet at the summit and gazed at the empty space beside it, brimming with determination. One day, my face will surely be carved there. I too looked at the currently vacant cliff face, aware that it would later bear the likeness of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, followed by Kakashi and eventually Sasuke Uchiha. I earnestly expressed, I hope that one day, Naruto's face will also grace this place. Upon finishing my statement, I turned to Kakashi and asked, "In the future, will you still be able to guide us in our training like today, Kakashi-sensei?" I'm afraid my schedule will be difficult to pin down with all the missions I'll be undertaking. I lowered my head in disappointment. Then he reverted his statement. If you don't mind, I could teach you when I have no missions. I immediately lifted my head in surprise, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Kakashi." I pulled Naruto over, grinning. If Naruto becomes Hokage in the future, Mr. Kakashi will be the Hokage's teacher. Kakashi chuckled in response. I appreciate your kind words, Koru. Although Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru's scrolls advised against interfering with Naruto's growth, I reasoned that having Kakashi assist us with extra lessons shouldn't be deemed inappropriate, should it? After all, if Naruto remains at the bottom, defeating Sasuke in the future would be even more challenging, right? After paying respects to Kakashi's former teachers and companions, he escorted us home. First dropping Naruto off at his building, where I shared a box of strawberries and snacks with him before continuing to accompany Kakashi back to the orphanage. Koru, he began. What do you think about me pretending to be a relative of my mother to adopt you? I was taken aback. Are you suggesting you want to adopt me, Mr. Kakashi? I wanted to ask your opinion. If you desire a guardian, I could take you from the orphanage. Since I bear a strong resemblance to Lin, there might be a familial connection? That is indeed part of the reason, but another reason is that I believe you are a good child. And if I can assist you, I would like to. The Nara family wishes to adopt me as well. The Nara family? Why? It seems Shikamaru's mother also knew Lin, and upon meeting me, remarked that I resembled one of her juniors. She even asked Shikamaru if he would like a sister. Kakashi hesitated. I'm not saying the Nara family is unsuitable. It's just that the rules of a large family can be quite strict, and you might face many hardships. Shikamaru mentioned something similar. He expressed a desire for me to be free, to laugh when I want, to speak my mind, and to do as I please. If I were adopted by the Nara family, that freedom might be curtailed, right? After all, I would be living under someone else's roof. But living with Mr. Kakashi would also mean living under someone else's roof, wouldn't it? I don't spend much time at home, so you shouldn't feel too constrained. But if Mr. Kakashi were to become my guardian, would I still be able to be part of your team during graduation? If we became relatives, that might complicate things. I quickly made up my mind. Then I don't want that. However, if I shared this reason with Kakashi, it would only confuse him. So I decided to decline for another reason. Could I live with Naruto instead? I would take good care of both myself and him. And I promise I won't be a burden to you. Kakashi sighed. Koru, you cannot live with Naruto. Why not? His situation is a bit complicated. Regardless, since he opposed it, that became the reason. Then I'll remain at the orphanage. I clasped my hands behind my back, smiling at him. Those who truly suffer in the orphanage likely cannot fear the pain of being adopted and living under someone else's care, for that is their only salvation. So, Mr. Kakashi, you needn't worry about me. My life at the orphanage isn't bad at all. If you truly wish to care for me, I would appreciate your guidance in my training. Seeing my determination, Kakashi understood that further persuasion would only feel forced. He thoughtfully changed the subject. Well then, speaking of which, is swimming class still being held at the Ninja Academy currently? Yes. Teacher Irika informed us that swimming class will commence next Tuesday. Then next time, I'll take you both to practice walking on water. He kindly arranged a time, by the river near the orphanage. How does that sound? In Chapter 45, Swimming Class, Kakashi dropped me off at the orphanage entrance. I handed the box of strawberries and snacks to the nuns and uncles who cared for us. But a single box of strawberries was rather insufficient for all the children in the orphanage. The nun remarked that since it was a gift for me, it would be best if I consumed it alone. Thus, I washed the strawberries, shared some with a few younger children, and also offered a few to the nun and uncle, saving the rest for Urishi. In the afternoon, when Urishi returned, I saved the snacks for him, and presented the strawberries. He paused, asking, where did these come from? Mr. Kakashi gave them to me. He furrowed his brow. Kakashi? Kakashi Hatake the Jonin? Why would he give you something? If I were to recount everything from the beginning, it would become rather cumbersome. I explained. Naruto and I went to the park today, and some kids bullied us. Mr. Kakashi helped us negotiate with their parents. He mentioned that his deceased companions loved strawberries. So he bought strawberries and snacks, but offering them at their graves would be wasteful, so he shared them with Naruto and me. Doesn't your brother mind? This sounded as if Kakashi had merely bought something and happened to encounter us while helping. Urishi's expression softened. I see. But Koru, if someone gives you something in the future, you mustn't accept it lightly, understand? There are many bad people outside who might approach you with gifts because they see you as a lone girl, and might try to deceive you. I inquired. Why would they want to approach me and deceive me? Urishi momentarily fell silent. Because some people are very wicked. They eat children. My eyes widened in shock. Eat children? Regardless, Yurushi sternly advised, if you ever encounter someone who gifts you something and tries to touch or kiss you, you must run away, understand? And never go alone with strangers to deserted places. He held my hands and spoke earnestly, and I nodded vigorously. I understand. I understand. Yet Yurushi still looked worried. I can't always be watching over you. If anything happens to you, then Brother, I promise I'll remember. Don't worry. I assure you that only I will approach others and deceive them. I will never be fooled or eaten. He smiled at my assurance. Sigh. I placed a strawberry in his hand, hoping to lift his spirits. After he consumed it, I eagerly asked, does that mean I can start learning medical ninjutsu today? Yurushi picked up another strawberry, asking, so is this my tuition for a special lesson? Even if you don't teach me medical ninjutsu, I'm still giving it to you. Yurushi chuckled, well, now I have no choice but to teach you, Koro. He taught me some techniques to channel chakra into another's body, massaging to relax strained muscles and alleviate soreness, allowing me to practice on him. He worked hard, and I needed the practice. We were both satisfied. As dinner approached, Yurushi asked, by the way, Koro, are you starting swimming class soon? Yes, next Tuesday. Next Tuesday? That's the day after tomorrow, isn't it? Yes. Do you have a suitable swimsuit? The nun prepared a swimsuit for me. It should fit. Show it to me. Although I wasn't sure what Yurushi wanted to see, I went back to my room and retrieved the neatly folded swimsuit from beneath my pillow. Upon seeing the swimsuit in my arms, Yurushi sighed. Is it really still this one? Isn't it all right? Well, this outfit has been around the orphanage for quite some time. It should have been replaced ages ago. But since the orphanage hasn't taken in new children in recent years, the nun and uncle might have simply forgotten. No worries, Koro. I'll buy you a new swimsuit tomorrow. I looked at him, blinking my eyes in surprise. Yurushi affectionately ruffled my hair, saying, our dear Chao Lu is so adorable and sensible. I cannot allow her to be ridiculed by other children at school. I cast my gaze downward at the swimwear I held, now faded and frayed at the collar and cuffs, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Will they truly mock me? Why? I mused, recalling how some children can be quite cruel. Yurushi continued, moreover, if Chao Lu aspires to become a ninja, she will undoubtedly require high-quality gear for her missions. This swimsuit is acceptable for now, but in the future, during environmental training, she'll need warm attire for combat in icy conditions. After pondering for a moment with a furrowed brow, he suddenly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, I have saved a little money over the years. It should suffice. Brother, am I a burden financially? I inquired. Yurushi quickly reassured me, not at all. Once I start earning at the hospital on weekends, the pressure on me will lessen, won't it? He laughed heartily, ha ha ha. No need for that. I am an adult, and cannot rely on a child's funds. Save your money for yourself. He crouched down, earnestly telling me, our Chao Lu is a cherished child. We must have what others possess, lest we be easily deceived in the future. The following day, after school, Yurushi indeed returned with a brand new swimsuit for me. It was a long-sleeved piece, white in color, with dark blue sleeves and lower portions, resembling a combination of a long-sleeved t-shirt and boy shorts. Do you like it, Chao Lu? He asked. Yes. I love it. Thank you, brother. Yurushi beamed with delight, playfully rubbing his nose. As long as Chao Lu likes it, that is what matters. When you outgrow it, be sure to tell me, and I will buy you a new one. As swimming class commenced, I curiously observed the swimsuits of the girls around me. Groups of friends gathered, joyfully complimenting one another. Your swimsuit is so cute. That pattern is adorable. Wow. The ruffles are lovely. I silently noted their praises, pondering that while my swimsuit lacked those charming elements, I still believed mine to be the most delightful. At that moment, I noticed Ino, freshly changed into her swimsuit, approaching me. Upon seeing me, she grabbed my arm conspiratorially and whispered, Chao Lu, come, I'll show you something interesting. Interesting? I asked, intrigued. Yes, because we are friends, I want to share it with you. She led me to a corner near the boys' changing room, where she suddenly tightened her grip on my hand and whispered excitedly, look. I turned to see Sasuke Uchiha emerging in swim trunks, his expression stoic. Sasuke? Ino exclaimed cheerfully. You look cute today. He paused mid-step, glanced our way, and for a fleeting moment, his gaze lingered on me before he seemingly chose to ignore us and walked away. As he passed, a wave of excited squeals erupted from the girls. Confused, I turned to Ino, asking, what is so cute about him? His swim trunks don't match the elements that the girls praised. Well, it's because it's Sasuke, so he is cute. Ino responded with an illogical logic, before she suddenly gestured for me to look behind. I turned to see Shikamaru, who had been about to step out, retreating as my gaze met his. Ino burst into laughter. Shikamaru, are you serious? Why are you backing away? Chapter 46, Swimming Class, Part 2. What are you two doing standing there? Shikamaru approached, seemingly bracing himself, his eyes darting nervously as if afraid to meet my gaze. Boys shouldn't be loitering near the girls' changing room. What's the big deal? Ino laughed, everyone will see during class anyway. Shikamaru stood before me, oddly scratching his head and looking down, unusually flustered. Seeing him like this made Ino laugh even harder. Shikamaru shot her a helpless glare. Don't just stand there, and enjoy the show. Ino wrapped her arms around me and chimed, Chaolu is super cute, right? That's what Shikamaru is trying to say. I was puzzled as to why Shikamaru couldn't speak to me normally as he usually did, tilting my head in confusion. This is the new swimsuit my brother specially bought for me, and I really like it. What do you think, Shikamaru? Finally, he looked up, regaining his composure, and said, if Chaolu likes it, then it's great. I think it suits you well. I smiled, thank you. Ino then asked, what about you, Chaolu? What do you think of Shikamaru? This. I pondered. Well, I guess it's a bit of a benefit for him to wear swimwear? Shikamaru, flustered, retorted to Ino, hey. I thought for a moment and stated, it's cute. Ino and Shikamaru froze. Ino looked at me incredulously, cute? This guy? What's cute about him? Just because he's in swim trunks? Well, because you said Sasuke was cute, and I think if that's the logic, then Shikamaru is cute. I nodded decisively at Shikamaru. He covered his face, his ears turning beet red. Firstly, boys don't enjoy being called cute, and secondly, don't teach her these strange things, Ino. What? Ino protested. I didn't corrupt her. She simply has a preference for you. But why can't we compliment boys on being cute? I curiously asked, didn't you just call Sasuke cute? Shikamaru replied. Did Sasuke seem happy about that? Well, he didn't seem particularly pleased, I admitted. Shikamaru shrugged, exactly. Ino unfazed declared, who cares? I'm happy, and that's all that matters. I'll call him cute if I want. I mean no harm, nor am I insulting anyone. If he can't appreciate my affection, that's his loss. Shikamaru sighed. Alright, you can continue being so prideful. After conversing for a while, Shikamaru's demeanor finally returned to normal, no longer appearing as anxious as he had at the beginning. Shortly thereafter, Choji and Naruto emerged. Choji looked somewhat glum, lamenting that he couldn't bring snacks to swimming class, leaving all his chips in the locker. Swimming is so physically demanding, he grumbled. What if I get too hungry to make it back to the changing room? Suddenly, Naruto dashed up to me, brimming with excitement. Chaolu! Naruto. I paused. You look very dashing in those swim trunks. Shikamaru. Why is it that Naruto gets to look dashing? Ino. What's so dashing about wearing swim trunks? I hesitated. Because I think it's best to make someone happy in a way they appreciate. You shouldn't bow to their nonsensical perceptions, Chaolu. Ino insisted. Cute is a higher form of praise than dashing. Cute is the best. Shikamaru adeptly agreed. Yes, indeed. Choji wistfully gazed back towards the changing room, yearning for his chips, nearly in tears. At that moment, another figure emerged, pausing when he spotted our group at the entrance. I waved. Shino. The oil user Shino made his way towards me. Usually, Shino dons sunglasses, and even in his swim trunks at this moment, he keeps his entire face concealed. Naruto gazes at him in astonishment. Are you really wearing swimming goggles right now? How can your goggles even resemble sunglasses? Ino curiously circles around him. Are you able to summon bugs even when you're bare? Where would they emerge from? Shino meets her gaze, his tone remarkably calm. You wouldn't want to know. Ino remarks. It feels like they would come from a rather unpleasant place. She promptly averts her eyes from Shino. I eagerly ask him, Shino, do you prefer being complimented as cute or handsome? He turns to me, his tone softening considerably. Why do you ask? Ino cannot help but interject. TSK, you speak so gently when addressing Asahi. Shikamaru chimes in. Alright, class is about to start. Let us not linger here. Let us head out. We all obediently proceed towards the pool, with Shino and me trailing behind for a private conversation. I recount the earlier dialogue regarding cuteness and handsomeness, and Shino nods, indicating his understanding. He replies, as long as Asahi is happy. I inquire, so if I were to call you cute, would that upset you? Not at all. If Asahi is happy, then I am happy. However, we are not far from the others, and Ino, hearing this, gasps and turns back to gaze at Shino, then nudges Shikamaru with her elbow. Is Shino really that impressive? Shikamaru turns away, ignoring her. Yet Ino rushes after him, whispering. You just said you didn't want to be called cute, and now Shino outshines you. Shikamaru pushes her away. You're being too loud. Then I'll just tell you that you're both cute and handsome. I declare to Shino. Since Shikamaru says boys are happier when called handsome, I want to make Shino happy, but cuteness signifies a girl's affection. I'll give you both. Shino? Ino glances back at him, then pulls me away. Forget it. His brain must be fried. Hurry, the teacher is here. They'll likely take attendance. Ino was right. We had barely reached the pool's edge when the teacher blew the whistle hanging around his neck. Line up. We arranged ourselves in height order, with Ino at the forefront of the girls' line. Just as the line was nearly complete, Shikamaru and the others sauntered in a few steps behind us. After taking attendance, an exuberant student eagerly spoke up. Teacher, can we dive in and play now? The teacher, however, showed no intention of dismissing us, his expression stern. Play? Do you think this is playtime? Do you wish to gamble with your lives? The students, sensing the gravity of the situation, fell silent. Observing this, the teacher continued. As ninjas of Konoha, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. Why do I say this? Because you were born in the most temperate and flat terrain among the 5 great nations. Iwagakure is largely rocky, Sunagakure is filled with deserts, Kirigakure is damp, and Kumo is mountainous. Your living conditions are inherently better than those of other ninja villages. I noticed a smile on Ino's face, seemingly proud of being born in Konoha. The teacher pressed on. However, your misfortune lies in the fact that ninjas from other nations do not need to adapt to Konoha's terrain and climate, while you, as ninjas of Konoha, must learn to navigate the environments of other nations where ninjas have grown accustomed to the terrain and climate since childhood. The hardships you endure will surpass those of ninjas from the other 4 nations. Ino's expression grew serious. Many today mistakenly believed that swimming lessons were for recreation and relaxation. You are mistaken. This is a crucial course that may save your lives in the future. The lessons in the pool are merely foundational. You must learn to swim in rivers, lakes, and even the ocean. In the midst of waves, whirlpools, storms, and even tsunamis. Your opponents may be ninjas from Kirigakure, who have grown up by the water, moving as gracefully as fish within it. If you wish to survive, you must be more agile in the water than the fish. I do not wish for my students to perish in water, but rather to die valiantly in battle. After such severe admonishments, the students, who had moments ago been laughing, suddenly fell silent. Chapter 47. That meaning. Under such pressure, Naruto suddenly shouted. I will absolutely learn to swim. Whether it's rivers, lakes, or the ocean, I will definitely survive. My dream is to become Hokage. The previously hushed atmosphere was shattered. Ino turned back in disbelief. That guy is really an idiot. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, it is Naruto. The teacher shot a glare at Naruto, yet chose not to respond further. Alright, today's lesson is simple yet vital. Let us begin with warm-ups. Once the warm-up stretches concluded, the teacher instructed us to form groups of 3, and then several groups would link arms to enter the water together. Typically, the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji would automatically team up, and the moment the teacher mentioned grouping up, Naruto and I locked eyes, eager to partner with one another. I intended to invite Shino to join our team, but it seemed that both the Yamanaka and Inazuka clans had allied with the Hyuga clan, leaving him to team up with Hinata. Otherwise, given that young lady's introverted and shy nature, she would likely struggle to find teammates independently. Naruto appeared somewhat distressed. Who else can we find? I suggested. How about we look for Sakura? Where is she? Just as we were about to seek out Haruno Sakura, the teacher suddenly called out. Uchiha Sasuke, you will team up with Asahi and Uzumaki Naruto. Both Naruto and I were taken aback simultaneously. Although I knew Sasuke and Naruto would eventually be paired together, I wondered if it was appropriate to do so at this moment. Naruto exclaimed, huh? Why? Following the gazes of the crowd, he spotted Sasuke, who had evidently been the center of intense competition, now surrounded by many eager faces. Yet none had gained his favor. I surmised that the teacher deemed Sasuke to be isolated in the crowd and reluctant to team up. And since Naruto and I were just one short, it made sense to pair us together. Less talking, hurry. Those who have formed groups, stand together. The teacher clapped his hands. I don't have time to waste on your grouping. Ninjas from other villages will not grant you such leeway. While you slack off, your future enemies will not. Those surrounding Sasuke reluctantly dispersed, and Naruto stood his ground, glaring at Sasuke for a long moment. Realizing that he wasn't making any move to approach, he begrudgingly tugged me along. I glanced between Sasuke and Naruto, uncertain whether grouping together at this moment was a boon or a bane. They seemed to regard each other with disdain. Yet the scroll from Orochimaru clearly indicated they were good friends. What events would unfold in the future to turn their relationship upside down? However, Naruto's animosity towards Sasuke was not because of me. Their current discord wasn't because of me either. I hadn't interfered with Naruto's growth or Sasuke's. So surely they would naturally become good friends in due course, right? I shouldn't need to do anything extra, should I? Once everyone formed their groups, the teacher arranged for our group, along with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji's group, and Hinata, Kiba, and Shino's group, to enter the water together. The 9 of us were to link arms, forming a human wall, to walk through the pool and acclimate to the sensation of being in water. This action was said to alleviate children's fear of water. Naruto and Sasuke appeared reluctant to make physical contact with one another, so I stood between them, glancing left and right. Am I the one in the middle? Sasuke furrowed his brow, while Naruto displayed a hint of hesitation. Alright, I'll stand in the middle, I declared, swiftly linking arms with each of them before they could continue their indecision. Ino, witnessing this, turned to Shikamaru and remarked, if Choji were on the side, I would have you stand there, but this time, Choji is in the middle. Shikamaru replied nonchalantly. She exclaimed, I want to stand on the side with Sasuke. Consequently, Shino's group had no choice but to lean towards Naruto. Shino glanced at me in the center, then turned his gaze to Naruto. His expression was stoic, donning swimming goggles. And he remained silent. Unable to bear the scrutiny, Naruto exclaimed, Why are you looking at me like that? Hinata, standing nearby, also stared at Naruto, her voice faltering as she mumbled. Kiba inquired, Where do you want to stand, Hinata? Before she could articulate a complete thought, her face flushed. Shino had already linked arms with Naruto. Hinata looked somewhat disappointed but also seemed to exhale in relief as she quietly linked arms with Shino and Kiba. Even during swimming class, Kiba wore Akamaru on his head, while Choji lamented, Why can we bring dogs but not chips? Ino retorted, Enough of that. That's the Inuzuka family's ninja dog. Yet the absence of snacks left Choji restless. From his earliest memories, he had never experienced a situation devoid of readily available snacks. For the Akimichi clan, snacks were akin to the Inuzuka family's ninja dogs. Fortunately, the teacher blew the whistle from the shore, prompting us to move forward, which somewhat diverted Choji's attention. The water in the pool reached about our waists. Even in such unobstructed walking, one could feel a gentle resistance beneath the water, distinctly different from the sensation on land. However, with companions beside us, the slightly cold pool water did not evoke feelings of loneliness. On the contrary, it offered a sense of comfort and even amusement. Ino linked her arm with Sasuke, her expression radiating sweetness. As we reached the end and turned around, we needed to release each other's arms to relink them. Suddenly, Shino swapped positions with Naruto, causing Hinata to gasp in surprise, nearly stumbling into the water. Thankfully, Kiba quickly caught her, exclaiming, Whoa, Hinata, are you alright? Observing this, Ino promptly pushed Shikamaru forward, then attempted to pull Sasuke closer. I looked around, puzzled, assuming they were jesting, and found it amusing. However, Sasuke withdrew his arm from Ino's grasp, remaining steadfastly beside me, locking eyes with Shikamaru for a brief moment. Shikamaru glanced at him, then at me, muttering, No way. My curiosity piqued. I asked, What do you mean, no way? Shikamaru linked arms with Sasuke, responding calmly, Nothing. I could tell he was intentionally withholding information, compelling me to probe further. What is it? Meanwhile, the teacher on the shore, visibly frustrated, blew the whistle several times, exclaiming, What are you all doing? It's just a turn, and you've made such a mess? The playful antics ceased immediately as we rearranged our linked arms in a new order, and the teacher finally, albeit still irked, issued further instructions. After our group dutifully complied with all directives and concluded our lesson, we were assigned to practice holding our breath freely. I held my breath underwater for a considerable time, surfacing for air just as I overheard Shikamaru conversing with Shino not far away. Their rare proximity captured my attention. Shikamaru remarked, Did you see that just now? Shino replied, Yeah. Do you think he meant that? I don't know. If so, would you tell her? Why should I? Shikamaru's nonchalant suggested agreement. Intrigued, I swam closer, asking, What are you talking about? Perhaps due to my recent emergence from the nurturing fluid, I felt a profound affinity for the water. Upon entering, I instinctively felt both familiar and secure. Shikamaru's expression remained unchanged as he replied, Nothing. Shino, too, displayed no signs of emotional fluctuation. I frowned. It feels like you're hiding a lot from me today, Shikamaru. He playfully tapped my head, saying, Though not particularly bright, your intuition is spot on. Shino added, We were discussing Ino. Ino's matter? Shikamaru frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Shino. Don't bring up Ino. Nevertheless, Shino unwaveringly informed me earlier. Ino tried to pull Sasuke over, but he didn't move. It felt like a rejection. And Shikamaru and I were contemplating whether to tell her to give up on Sasuke, but she might be aware of it herself. After all, we are merely outsiders and shouldn't say too much. His eyes were perfectly concealed behind his goggles, rendering his emotions unreadable. So that's how it is. I was unfamiliar with my own feelings, let alone those of others. Considering that Ino likely understood how to like someone better than I did, I felt unqualified to partake in discussions about her emotions. Furthermore, for Ino, this might not be something to broadcast widely. I shouldn't have known, nor needed to know. Yet, due to my close relationship with Shino, he divulged this to me because of my probing. This left me feeling somewhat regretful. Perhaps I shouldn't have pursued it so deeply. Love truly is a complex affair. Could even Shikamaru not provide a solution for Ino? Shikamaru retorted. I'm still figuring it out myself. Remembering that Shino and I were romantic partners, I gazed at him and asked, so as lovers, shouldn't we do something in situations like this? Shino suggested, we could practice holding our breath together. Shikamaru countered, but soon everyone will come down to practice holding their breath. There won't be enough space in the pool for you two to be alone. Why not just join your friends instead? Glancing around, I noticed Sasuke standing in a corner of the pool, his fair, slender fingers resting on the edge as he lowered his head, submerging his face in the water. His hair, soaked, floated elegantly in the water. Just as I looked over, he surfaced to breathe. His wet black hair resembled lustrous silk, clinging to his fair, handsome face. Glistening droplets cascading from his lashes. He casually pushed his hair back, embodying the image of a merman prince from a fairy tale. So enchanting that one might be lured to plunge into the depths, only to drown and become his sustenance. Not far from him, a hazy golden shadow lay beneath the water, that being Naruto's hair. He was squatting at the bottom of the pool, unilaterally competing with Sasuke, attempting to outlast him in holding his breath. I worried he might push himself too far in a moment of bravado and risk suffocation. Naruto had just surfaced for air, and had barely submerged again. This meant that in their breath-holding contest, Sasuke had momentarily triumphed once more. When I shifted my gaze back to Naruto, it seemed Sasuke sensed my observation and glanced my way. However, by the time I confirmed his gaze, he had already turned away, lowering his head to the water once more. Ino and the others were situated in another direction. She was waiting for her good friend Sakura, who had just joined the second group for swimming. Kiba remained by Hinata's side, while Akamaru instinctively circled around them, swimming in a dog paddle style. Choji, however, was nowhere to be seen. Do not pay it any mind. Shikamaru followed my gaze and glanced around. Upon noticing my sudden wide-eyed expression, he instantly surmised the source of my astonishment. Choji had rushed into the changing room to snack, his lips pale from hunger. A flicker of concern crossed my mind. Would he be able to handle himself in a water battle during future missions? Do not fret, Shino reassured me. In their household, the Ino Shikacho trio trains their aquatic skills, honing them more specifically than at school. Choji's absence from swimming lessons is inconsequential. Shikamaru's laughter held a hint of insincerity. I recall that the Oil family possesses remarkable skills as well. Not at all, I retorted. The Nara family's presence is far more pronounced than that of the Oil clan. No. As ninjas, a high profile is not necessarily advantageous. The Oil family excels as ninjas. The Nara family's shadow imitation technique is indeed formidable. However, the Oil family's insects are truly unpredictable. I found myself perplexed by their exchange, unable to comprehend why they were suddenly extolling each other's families. Nonetheless, I recognized that there was little opportunity for Shino and me to spend time alone together. So I resolved to remain with the group, especially since Shino seemed to be enjoying himself with Shikamaru. I chuckled softly and turned to find Naruto, who had yet to surface. I needed to keep watch and ascertain whether he was in distress. I swam over, remembering our teacher's instruction that as ninjas, we must be capable of opening our eyes underwater. This was not particularly challenging for me. I focused on the shimmering golden figure not far ahead and swam towards it. Just as I reached Naruto, he abruptly shot up, gasping for air with a loud exclamation. Whoa, I almost drowned. How infuriating. He swayed weakly in the water, leaning against the pool's edge, appearing quite feeble. Are you alright, Naruto? Yeah, I'm fine. Upon seeing me, he broke into a radiant smile. I just surpassed my previous record for holding my breath. Isn't that amazing? I clapped enthusiastically for him. You're incredible, Naruto. The commotion caused by our classmates splashing around masked the sounds of someone approaching. It wasn't until Sasuke unexpectedly spoke that I realized he had come over. He stood beside Naruto and me, casting a glance our way. Are you this guy's babysitter? I paused momentarily, only then realizing he was addressing me. Naruto immediately bristled. What did you say? Sasuke remained silent, letting out a low hum as he turned his gaze towards me. You, me? As I felt his penetrating gaze upon me, I looked into his dark eyes, unable to decipher his thoughts. What emotions lay hidden within his stare? What did he contemplate as he surveyed the world around him? Through Ino, I had glimpsed the memories of the past Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were seldom black. The red Sharingan, the pale purple Rinnegan, the Tomo Rinnegan, all signifying an overwhelming power that instilled despair. In the recollections of my seniors, he was often depicted as standing atop a lofty perch, or simply suspended within the embrace of Susanoo, hovering in midair. He gazed down at those below as a god would regard mere insects. What thoughts occupied his mind during those moments? Beneath him lay a landscape of cadavers and blood, desolation and decay. Did he feel satisfaction, joy, contentment, or perhaps weariness, fatigue, or boredom? The expressionless visage of Uchiha Sasuke, his detached gaze, contrasted sharply with that of the boy before me. Yet I could not comprehend the distinction. I understood why. I did not truly know him. All my interactions with the future Uchiha Sasuke stemmed from observing the memories of others, their subjective emotions profoundly influencing the scenes in which he appeared. I felt an overwhelming surge of anger, disgust, fear, panic, despair, and hatred. I had the potential to approach the current Uchiha Sasuke, to observe him, understand him, unearth his vulnerabilities, and fathom the sources of his pain. Yet I instinctively recoiled from such closeness. I had always known that although Naruto and Sasuke were at odds, and Naruto appeared to loathe Sasuke, the one who truly harbored animosity was I. But did I genuinely despise him? I was uncertain. All I knew was that I should not coexist amicably with someone who had driven Shikamaru and the others to the brink. That day at the Uchiha compound, when I fled from him, I realized not only my tendency to speak too candidly, but also pondered whether it was an instinctual feeling that I should not engage with him so peacefully. While I recognized that I would eventually be paired with him, openly expressing hostility was unwise, yet I understood I could not allow our relationship to deteriorate, nor could I permit it to improve. Sasuke seemed to sense my resistance. Forget it, it's nothing. Naruto, however, voiced his displeasure. What's that supposed to mean? You come over here, and then stop mid-sentence? After a moment of silence, Sasuke reluctantly continued. I merely wished to inquire how you managed to hold your breath for so long. Naruto with excitement exclaimed. Who, me? Sasuke replied flatly. Naruto turned to me. Hey, was it you, Koru? What, were you in a competition with me while I was competing against you? Chapter 49. I will win. However, the reason I could hold my breath for such an extended duration was not something I could articulate or teach to others. It felt more like an instinct. It was akin to asking an infant how it could survive in amniotic fluid for 10 months. All I could convey to Sasuke was, I cannot teach you. I did not intend to put Sasuke in a difficult position. Even when Naruto and Shikamaru asked me, I had no way to explain how I accomplished it. Yet, from that day onward, rumors began circulating in class suggesting that I harbored a dislike for Uchiha Sasuke. He had not approached me again. I found this arrangement agreeable. Each time I drew closer to him, an uncomfortable sensation would wash over me, inundating my mind with perplexing thoughts. It was far more convenient to maintain a distance. Thus, 3 years swiftly passed. As junior students at the Ninja Academy, we learned how to survive in various environments: water, ice and snow, deserts, arid plains, and deep mountains. Simultaneously, I committed to memory the birthdays of Naruto, Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, Shino, and Choji. They too remembered mine. I discovered that both Ino and I shared the same birthday of September 23rd, only 1 day apart from Shikamaru. However, Ino and Shikamaru celebrated their birthdays separately, while I invariably celebrated mine alongside Shikamaru. In preparation for gifts, my expenses surged. Additionally, throughout the year, there were various holidays. Although I made some money assisting at the Konoha hospital on weekends, it was still insufficient. Thus, I took on additional daytime work delivering milk and newspapers, and on Saturdays, I worked in various shops along the commercial street. Occasionally, when Kakashi had no missions, I would take a day off to train intensively with Naruto. Each day during those 3 years was filled with purpose and fulfillment. When Sakura and Choji received gifts for the first time, they were taken aback. As my part-time job consumed a significant portion of my time, and at school, my focus primarily centered on Naruto, followed by Shikamaru, then Ino and Shino. Choji, being part of the Ino Shikicho trio, had some interaction with me, while my relationship with Sakura seemed increasingly distant. After falling out with Ino over Uchiha Sasuke, she outright rejected my gifts, claiming it would upset Ino. However, from my observations, Uchiha Sasuke had done nothing during their conflict. Did his mere existence guarantee turmoil? During that period, merely seeing his figure would cause me to furrow my brow uncontrollably. It was said that a group of girls viewed me with disdain because of this. Yet with Ino by my side, they dared not act upon it. Upon hearing this, I resolved to keep my distance from Uchiha Sasuke as much as possible. However, Upon entering the 4th grade, I was compelled to learn how to combat within diverse environments. As ninjas initially operate in teams of 3, we were required to form our own groups during training sessions, leading to numerous encounters with Uchiha Sasuke. By the time we reached 4th grade, most of my classmates had already formed their own circles, swiftly organizing themselves into teams. Yet Naruto and I remained inseparable, while our close friends, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, seldom separated. Those who found themselves alone often harbored various issues, whether peculiar personalities, a lack of combat skills, or an aversion to either Naruto or myself. Consequently, when group battles commenced, Naruto and I consistently found ourselves lingering in the mid to lower tiers. Nevertheless, my individual performance was remarkably superior, placing me in a tie for first in the class alongside Uchiha Sasuke, as both of us frequently faced 3 opponents alone. In our group, if the opposing team could subdue me, victory was practically assured. During a confrontation with Shikamaru and his team, I found myself ensnared by his shadow possession technique, rendered utterly immobile. As Choji and Ino advanced to assist Naruto and our third teammate, Shikamaru remained behind, looking somewhat awkward as he scratched his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Asahi. I know being stuck like this must be uncomfortable, but it's better than taking action against you." Some believed Naruto was a hindrance to me, while others thought I intentionally overshadowed others to appear particularly formidable. I remained indifferent to others' perceptions of me, yet over time, I began to worry about the impact on Naruto. Would my presence exert undue pressure on him? However, I feared that directly asking him might create a rift between us. He might misinterpret my inquiry as a desire to abandon him for another partner. Kakashi had once told me that relationships require gentle, nurturing care over time. I had initially thought that merely being with Naruto would suffice. But the fallout between Sakura and Ino had made me realize that long-term companionship is not always a reliable foundation. The connections between individuals can sometimes be alarmingly fragile. As misfortune would have it, just as my worries mounted and my state of mind deteriorated, our group was assigned to face Uchiha Sasuke's team several times in a row. As the strongest member of our group, I was often tasked with confronting Sasuke directly, attempting to either suppress or entangle him. Although Shikamaru suggested employing a strategy of matching strong opponents against weaker ones, how could we expect to find a weak link in Uchiha Sasuke's team? If the adversaries were all formidable, Shikamaru's strategy would prove futile. I recalled reading in a book at the library that one should never make direct eye contact with an Uchiha. And Sasuke's Sharingan, no one who had ever lived in my world wished to encounter it. I was unaware of when Sasuke activated his Sharingan, so during our skirmishes, I diligently avoided his gaze, focusing only on his chin and below. I swung a punch toward his abdomen, only to have him seize my wrist with remarkable strength. He twisted my arm behind my back, and before I could react, I found myself half kneeling on the ground, missing my chance to break free. His kunai hovered near my neck, and I could hear his voice behind me, cool and detached, almost feeling the wisps of hair brushing against my ear. "If you can't even look your enemy in the eye, how do you expect to win?" His voice dripped with indifference. "You truly underestimate others." I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. Had Uchiha Sasuke been too young when his clan was slaughtered? Had his family never informed him that avoiding an enemy's gaze was a sound strategy? Just as I was about to respond, a burst of pink fireworks erupted in the sky, our team's signal of defeat. The moment the fireworks ignited, it signified the end of the battle. Shikamaru would soon release my binding technique, yet Sasuke did not relent. His kunai remained poised at my neck, and I suddenly feared that he might unleash his wrath upon me, making me his first victim. The air around us seemed to thicken, and I held my breath, preparing to endure the pain of a dislocated arm in my attempt to break free. Fortunately, he merely pressed me for a moment longer before stepping back, allowing me to rise. I exhaled in relief, rendered speechless, silently nursing my wrist, which he had twisted. Sasuke observed me from the side. "You lost again." This statement demanded a response, as I bore the burden of never failing, especially not to him. I shot him a defiant glare. "I will win." He lowered his gaze, retracting his kunai. "With your teammates, you'll never defeat me." Chapter 50, The Secret Weapon. I did not linger any longer, hastening to reunite with my teammates. Although losing to Uchiha Sasuke was frustrating, it wasn't entirely unbearable. After all, he was Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, my teammates often expressed their remorse. "I'm so sorry, I'm just too useless." On one occasion, someone even broke down in tears. Others would blame Naruto. "This guy is no help at all. He just charges in and complicates things." By mid-semester, Naruto and I found it increasingly difficult to secure teammates. Fortunately, a sports festival was approaching, pausing classes for 3 days, granting me a brief respite. Shikamaru was responsible for registering for the event. Although he often complained, Iruka-sensei had evidently recognized his tendency to complain while efficiently completing tasks. As he organized the registration forms, I sat beside him, fretting over my inability to find a partner. It was entirely normal to feel overwhelmed by pressure. He shrugged. After all, if you win, everyone thinks you're amazing. If you lose, no one blames you. They only point fingers at your teammates. Who would want to be that burden? I wondered if Naruto felt similarly pressured. He seemed like the type who wouldn't be easily overwhelmed, so he should be fine, right? However, not being overwhelmed and feeling the weight of pressure were two different matters. While working at the bookstore recently, I stumbled upon a new manga where the female protagonist's ex-boyfriend had dumped her because he felt she was too burdensome. Would Naruto feel weighed down by my presence? If he were constantly under pressure, would he no longer find comfort beside me? Would he distance himself from me? Shikamaru remarked. Stop reading those unrealistic shoujo mangas. Sensing his disdain for my choice of reading material, I retorted. I believe they hold some merit, don't you? I've learned a lot. He let out a scoff. Be careful not to be led astray. Reality and fantasy are vastly different. Nevertheless, inspired by those shoujo mangas, Shino and I discovered just how many delightful activities one could engage in while dating. In July and August, following the manga suggestions, Shino and I attended a fireworks festival. And it was truly a wonderful experience. Shikamaru pressed his lips together. So you two indeed went alone first, right? Yes. And then I thought such a fun experience should be shared with everyone. So for the second outing, I invited the group. Heh. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Were you not enjoying yourself that day? His tone was rather indifferent. It's nothing, he replied. I let out a sigh, however. The manga suggests that wearing a yukata is preferable, yet I have no idea what it would feel like to don a yukata at the fireworks festival. How would it differ from wearing regular clothes? Shikamaru lightly tapped my head. As a ninja, you ought to refrain from such trivial thoughts. Do you still wish to defeat Sasuke? Shino mentioned that if we couldn't find anyone after the sports event, he would ask Hinata to join our team to assist me. That would undoubtedly enhance our chances against Uchiha Sasuke. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake off the feeling that it might cause him considerable trouble. It's quite natural to want to team up with one's romantic partner, isn't it? I turned to Shikamaru, tilting my head. So if you were to have a girlfriend, would you also want to team up with her, separating from Ino and Choji? Shikamaru's hand, filling out the registration form, suddenly paused. If it were Ino and Choji, they would certainly understand. I marveled at him. Shikamaru, you're truly wonderful. Being your girlfriend must be incredibly blissful. Shikamaru replied, that's merely ordinary. It's something one ought to do. The essence of being a couple lies in being the most unique and significant presence in each other's lives. Truly, Shikamaru, I exclaimed in admiration. Though you have no girlfriend, your words resonate with profound wisdom. It seems that Shino and I have much to practice. By the way, I actually have an idea regarding defeating Uchiha. I wanted to see what Shikamaru thinks about it. What idea? Everyone is reluctant to team up with us due to the considerable disparity in our abilities. If we were to face defeat, the pressure would be immense. So, wouldn't it be advantageous to weaken our opponents instead? Shikamaru was taken aback. Are you suggesting techniques like binding or sealing jutsu? Yes. I nodded, smiling as expected of you, Shikamaru. You guessed it right away. However, those techniques are quite challenging to master. He frowned slightly. Moreover, they aren't taught in school. They're either family secrets or learned through specific lineages. Indeed, I sighed. I spent quite a while in the library over the past few days, but self-study proved utterly futile. Therefore, I intend to consult Kakashi-sensei upon his return to the village. Are you planning to become his student? I was uncertain about the distinction. Regardless, he will certainly be my teacher in the future. I also want to ask him if he has any current methods to surpass Sasuke. With a dual approach, I will undoubtedly be able to manipulate Uchiha Sasuke at will. Using manipulate at will sounds a bit peculiar, but whatever, Shikamaru remarked. As for Kakashi of the Hatake clan, I recall he was quite renowned for his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Yes. I asked my father, and he mentioned that Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, was a legendary ninja in his time. I instantly sat up straight. If I were to master the Hatake sword techniques, could I then defeat Sasuke? Your eyes lit up instantly. Is that how much you wish to defeat Sasuke? Shikamaru responded. However, such ancestral techniques are not easily imparted to others. Just like our Nara clan, we cannot casually teach outsiders the shadow possession technique. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of guilt. Shikamaru immediately sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Ultimately, I couldn't hide it forever. I glanced around and leaned closer to Shikamaru's ear, whispering, I'll let you in on a secret. You are the first to know. What secret? The other day, Shino accompanied me to the library, and after he learned that I was seeking ways to weaken our enemies, I pulled a round metallic sphere from my pocket, resembling a bell. Noticing Shikamaru's gaze, I gently circled my finger around the bell, causing a swarm of small black insects to silently emerge from the crevice and settle on my fingertips, as if adorning them with a delicate veil of darkness. Are those the bugs from the Aburame clan? Shikamaru exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. I chuckled, my eyes narrowing with joy, and then commanded the insects to return. He gifted me these. He mentioned that the Aburame clan's insects can absorb chakra, although he doesn't know sealing or binding techniques. If I can use the insects to drain the enemy's chakra, it still counts as a weakening tactic. Shikamaru's expression was one of sheer shock. He actually taught you the Aburame clan's secret technique? No, I quickly shook my head. These insects belong to Shino. He merely commanded them to heed my chakra's guidance, and taught me some basic commands to control them. That guy truly is something else. What's the matter? Nothing. It's just that our clan's techniques can't be divided like that. He muttered the last part, his voice barely audible. I carefully tucked the bell away, stating, now this is my secret weapon. The next time I face Uchiha Sasuke, I will use these insects to absorb his chakra, and once I learn Kakashi-sensei's swordsmanship, I will surely defeat him. Chapter 51. I have come to understand what it means to like someone. The following day, the atmosphere at school was markedly different. Students from the 4th grade surged from their classrooms, filling the playground. Those who had signed up for events were busily gathering and warming up, while those who hadn't were leisurely snacking and wandering about, only to rush back to cheer for their classmates during competitions. Back in 1st and 2nd grade, we also had sports events, but at that time, we were still quite young, and the activities were more like games among children. It was only in 4th grade that a semblance of competition began to emerge. Ino dragged me into a relay race, and I couldn't help but lament. Why isn't there a swimming event? Ino sighed. You really do love the water. Because I'm quite good at it. People tend to favor what they excel in. Over these past 3 years, I feel like I've begun to grasp the essence of affection. I love water, swimming, the ocean, strawberries, snow, gentle rain, movies, flowers, Shikamaru, Naruto, Ino, Shino, and Kakashi. I cherish my current life, relishing each day I spend at school and the company of my friends. Thus, every time Ino asks me what I want for my birthday, I find myself at a loss. While I feel a tinge of guilt watching her agonize over it, I believe I already possess everything I desire. If I were to wish for something, it would be for my mission to be fulfilled. I hope to see Lord Shikamaru again, to meet Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Lady Ino. I long to witness the surprise on their faces, to see Lady Ino remove that heavy helmet, to see Lord Shikamaru relax his tense shoulders, and for everyone to bask in the sunlight once more. However, those are not wishes that can be made in the name of birthday gifts. I still remember the first year. Kakashi was the first to inquire about what I wanted for my birthday. At that time, he took Naruto and me to practice walking on water. My progress was much quicker than Naruto's, so soon I found myself sitting under the shade of a tree with Kakashi, watching Naruto struggle in the water. As I approached, he promptly hid the book he had been reading, Intimate Paradise, and naturally struck up a conversation with me. By the way, when is Korra's birthday? September 23rd. You remember your own birthday? Not really, I shook my head, but Shikamaru's birthday is September 22nd, so I chose September 23rd to be close to his. When is Kakashi-sensei's birthday? On September 15th. Oh, isn't that incredibly close to our birthdays? Kakashi's eyes crinkled into a smile. Indeed. Is there anything you desire as a gift? Kakashi-sensei? He paused slightly, surprised that Kazuru intended to present me with a gift. Well, you needn't force yourself. I genuinely wish to prepare something for you, I stated earnestly, for Kakashi-sensei truly deserves my heartfelt sentiment. However, at present, I may not be able to offer you anything of great value. But once I become a ninja and earn my own money, I shall certainly present you with a gift worthy of my affection. Thank you. He hesitated, revealing a somewhat peculiar expression. While I am touched, it feels rather strange to hear Kazuru speak to me with such formalities. I hugged my knees innocently, gazing at him. But I cannot simply address you by your name. True. He conceded, gently ruffling my hair, for I must still teach Kazuru in the future. Kakashi-sensei. Very well, Kakashi chuckled. The title of teacher sounds far more amiable than sensei. Why? Because sensei feels too distant. Each time I hear Kazuru call me that and see her face, it feels as though I have been pierced by a blade. I gazed intently at his features, lost in contemplation. My appearance was a design ensured by Orochimaru to secure my entry into Team 7. If I am now certain I can become Kakashi's student, then this face holds little special significance, does it? If my visage causes my teacher discomfort, should I not don a mask like him? Ha. I could initially wear a mask, and when I become a ninja, I could lower my forehead protector to shield one eye, thus maximizing the concealment of my face. Kakashi laughed. That is rather peculiar. However, since my adorable student has suggested it, as a teacher, I must reciprocate in some manner. Is there anything you wish for as a birthday gift, Kazuru? I looked at him and then at Naruto, who had just fallen into the water but quickly emerged again. Kakashi-sensei, did you know? In truth, Naruto is a very good boy. He paused slightly, his voice dropping a bit. Indeed. Thus. I hope Kakashi-sensei can encourage everyone to treat him kindly. That is my desired birthday gift. He stared at me in astonishment. After a long pause, Kakashi finally smiled wryly. Kazuru's birthday gift is a wish made for oneself. Yet my wish is for Naruto to thrive, to be free from misfortune, and to enjoy a long life. No sooner had I spoken than a resounding splash echoed behind us, as Naruto fell into the water again. Yet for some unknown reason, he did not surface this time. Could he be cramping, lacking strength, having exhausted his chakra, or entangled in the riverbed's weeds? Panic seized me as I sprang up and rushed over to check on him. Just as I reached him, Naruto resurfaced on his own. He lay back, eyes closed, gasping for air in the center of the river, droplets cascading from his face. When he opened his eyes to look at me, his blue orbs were glistening with moisture. Relieved to see he was unharmed, I exhaled a sigh of relief. Had you been opening your eyes at the riverbed just now? I worriedly grasped his arm, noticing how red his eyes were. He silently shook his head vigorously, water droplets from his hair splattering like a little dog shaking off water. I wonder if the river's water is clean. You've trained for quite a while. Let us head to the shore to rest. I brought eye drops. If your eyes feel uncomfortable, just a drop will suffice. He obediently nodded vigorously. As I led Naruto back to the shore, Kakashi stood waiting, ready with a large bath towel, wrapping us both snugly. Naruto swathed his head with the towel, continuously rubbing his eyes, perhaps having fallen into the water too many times. I busied myself looking for the eye drops to help him, and on that summer afternoon, I came to understand that a birthday gift is a wish that can only be made for oneself. My naivete at that time must have caused Kakashi-sensei some distress. And thinking back on it, I often feel a twinge of regret. During those moments, I surely inconvenienced many, yet they still choose to remain by my side, continuously embracing me with kindness. Each time I reflect on this, I am engulfed by an indescribable emotion. I couldn't help but clasp Ino's arm. Ino, what's wrong? Nothing. I suddenly feel an immense affection for you, Ino. I have no problem with that. But remember during the fireworks festival when you suddenly hugged Shikamaru and said the same thing? You almost blew his mind. Ha. Ino patted my shoulder. Thankfully, you later hugged me, Naruto, and Shino in succession, saying the identical words, allowing Shikamaru to return to normal. Because, when everyone sees the fireworks burst, one cannot help but feel an overwhelming emotion in their chest. If it isn't expressed, it becomes unbearably stifling, doesn't it? I understand. Ino stifled a laugh. It was my fault. I shouldn't have let Shikamaru stand next to you. Chapter 52 Mini Parents. I clung to her arm and inquired, Ino, did you join this project because Sasuke is participating as well? Hee exactly. She replied cheerfully. Kazuru, having read so many shoujo mangas, must know about that legendary borrowing slip for the borrowing relay race, right? I replied. You mean the slip that names the person you like, right? Precisely. Ino declared fiercely. Sakura is also participating in the borrowing relay, and I absolutely will not allow her to draw that slip and go after Sasuke. In fact, before Ino dragged me to sign up, I had approached Shikamaru to express my desire to enroll. Previously, I had hoped to draw that slip, thinking that if I did, I could seek out Shino. That way, I could practice a new romance just like in the manga. However, when it came time to register, Shikamaru told me that it was merely a fabrication of shoujo manga, and our school does not have such a slip, which left me disheartened. I reminded Ino, but Shikamaru said our school doesn't have that slip. Silly girl. She shot me a reproachful glance. Of course it wouldn't directly say, please borrow the person you like, but please borrow the cutest person in school isn't that the same thing? It can be done that way too. Ino chuckled at me. What will we do with our Kazuru, who seems a bit slow on the uptake? If someone bullies you in the future, what will happen? I felt a bit wronged. Why didn't Shikamaru tell me? Well, this and that. However, I soon came to realize, perhaps he was simply too busy. I had no consideration for his work and selfishly focused on my desires. I was rather self-centered. But there's no need to be so adept at self-reflection. By the way, I perked up and asked, have Ino's parents come? Every year during the sports festival, many parents attend, and in the first and second grades, there are parent-child events that require parents and children to complete games together. No. Ino replied bluntly. It feels rather odd for parents to watch events like the borrowing relay. What about Sakura's parents? Right, we are already in the 4th grade. We should be independent now. It feels quite embarrassing for parents to attend school events. Ino wore a proud expression, as though we were already grown-ups, and besides, they have their own things to attend to. Parents, huh? Shikamaru's parents didn't come either. Their nonchalant tone occasionally made me envious. In moments such as these, I often ponder whom I would invite to events if my parents were to attend. Under normal circumstances, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru and Kabuto. However, despite feeling a twinge of guilt towards Orochimaru, I find myself yearning more for the presence of Lord Shikamaru and Kabuto. If it seems somewhat peculiar for the two gentlemen to attend together, perhaps Lord Shikamaru and Lady Ino would suffice. Moreover, it is not common for Ino and Shikamaru's parents to appear together. Typically, it is the mothers who attend school events. In that case, I apologize to Kabuto. Ultimately, I truly desire for Lord Shikamaru to come alone. Yet, if my parents were indeed my parents, and I were genuinely the child of Rin and Uchiha Obito, would they come to my school sports day? Would it be my father or my mother attending? Ino recounted how her father would toss her high into the air and catch her safely, which was her favorite game, akin to flying. It seems that neither Orochimaru nor Lord Shikamaru would engage in such activities. Perhaps Kabuto might be able to manage it. However, regarding Uchiha Obito, I have gleaned much about him from Kakashi-sensei over the years, and it appears that his character would likely relish such moments. Each time I contemplate this, I no longer feel lonely or isolated, for while others possess but a pair of parents, I am blessed with many. I can choose from among them at will. As I mused, I suddenly heard a familiar voice calling my name. Turning around, I widened my eyes in surprise, spotting Kakashi not far behind, weary yet raising his hand in greeting. Kakashi-sensei? I exclaimed in astonishment, rushing over. What brings you here? I thought you wouldn't return until tomorrow. Well, you see, he replied, I missed the sports days in previous years due to missions. This time, it seemed I had the chance to make it, so I hastened my pace. Kakashi exhaled in relief. It appears I made it in time. What events are you participating in? Suddenly, I recalled Ino mentioning that the borrowing relay race was not particularly suitable for parents and elders to watch, as it could be quite embarrassing. Kakashi remarked, now that you mention it, I should consult the principal to inquire if there are any inappropriate events. Ino laughed. It's the borrowing relay race. Ah, the borrowing relay race. Kakashi said, realization dawning. So, Choji wishes to borrow someone he likes? Not quite, I corrected him. Choji is my wingman. Ino said she would help me draw lots to borrow Sasuke. Ino and Kakashi were not well acquainted. She merely knew that some elders disapproved of their children engaging in such frivolous, less serious entertainment. For instance, Hinata. If Hyuga Hayashi were to attend the sports day and discover she was participating in the borrowing relay race, she might faint on the spot. At times, observing Hinata, I reflect on how parents can be so different. Sasuke has also mentioned that his father is serious and stern, akin to a mountain. Is it possible that some boys, upon becoming fathers, transform overnight into such austere figures? Would Uchiha Obito, upon growing up, also evolve into a strict father? Would he toss me high into the air? Or would he be like Hyuga Hayashi, perpetually reprimanding me for not being good enough? However, Hyuga Hayashi has hardly ever attended. Thus, Ino said I was merely assisting her, which would allow me to avoid scolding, or at least lessen it. Kakashi chuckled, Doesn't Choji wish to borrow Shino? Regarding my relationship with Shino, it was no secret to Kakashi after 3 years of interaction. However, when he first learned of it, he remained silent for quite some time, his expression seemingly contorted. Yet, he ultimately accepted it. Noticing that Kakashi was not of a stern disposition, Ino's expression relaxed significantly. I truly appreciate this side of Ino. I shook my head. I did consider that previously, but I thought there wasn't a borrowing slip for someone I liked, so I abandoned the idea. This time, I entered the competition for Ino's sake, so it is only right that I assist her. We had exchanged only a few words when the school's announcement system called out. All participants in the borrowing relay race, please assemble on the playground. All participants in the borrowing relay race, please assemble on the playground. Ino and I quickly bid farewell to Kakashi and raced towards the playground. Along the way, Ino expressed her envy. It seems Choji's teacher is wonderful, so easygoing and kind. Plus, he treats you well. He asked if you wanted to borrow Shino. Probably worried you might want to draw lots for yourself, but wanting to support you instead. I could decipher her sentiment. Yet both of them treated me so well that I could only respond to Ino with an embarrassed smile. Kakashi-sensei is indeed very kind. But you don't even know who your future teacher will be. What if they are wonderful too? Surely. Our teacher from the Ino Shikicho trio will likely be from the Sarutobi clan. Ino speculated with reluctance. I hope it's not Asuma Sarutobi. I don't want to be inhaling secondhand smoke every day. Chapter 53. Family, however, as everyone's minds intertwined, connected through Ino and my thoughts. I recalled seeing the teacher of the Ino Shikicho trio in someone's memory. It appeared to be Sarutobi Asuma. Furthermore, their relationship seemed quite amicable later on. If that is the case, there should not be any significant issues. Upon arriving here, I could constantly remind myself not to interfere with others' destinies. Yet, as I grew fonder of the individuals here, I would become increasingly unsettled and anxious at the thought of them potentially facing hardships, knowing I might be able to help, but could do nothing. Fortunately, during the first 3 years at the Ninja Academy, nothing major occurred. Upon reaching the playground, we discovered that nearly all the attendees were girls. Uchiha Sasuke was absent, yet Shikamaru and Shino were present. Why are you here? I inquired. Iruka-sensei said I was responsible for overseeing the sports day, so I couldn't avoid participating in at least one event. Shikamaru replied, annoyance evident. Why am I here? Shino echoed. I heard that Choji signed up. Ino looked at Shikamaru with confusion. What's going on? Where's Sasuke? Which Sasuke? Shikamaru replied. Wasn't he it said that he was participating in the borrowing relay race? There may have been such rumors, but he didn't sign up. Ino was furious. You actually resorted to this tactic to recruit participants. He isn't a contestant. You can't borrow him. Shikamaru remained calm. If he were a contestant, you would be opponents. And he wouldn't comply with your borrowing request. You scoundrel. Stop that. Ino exclaimed, pulling Shikamaru away in a huff. He stood helplessly in the middle of the track, serving as a buffer between Ino and Sakura. Clearly, he had taken the position Sasuke would have occupied. I stood on the sidelines with Shino to my right. He observed Shikamaru not far away and muttered, this is punishment. As the official in charge raised his hand to signal the start, everyone professionally bent down, assuming the unique starting position of a ninja. With a bang, everyone stood in astonishment as Ino and Sakura surged ahead, fiercely competing against each other. Their backs seemed to convey a message. It doesn't matter if I lose to anyone else, but I must not lose to this person. They naturally rushed to the lottery box positioned at the midpoint, but alas, they found themselves unable to determine who would go first. Consequently, each grasped one side of the opening, unwilling to yield to the other. I thought to myself, how intense. Recalling later how Lady Ino appeared calm and dignified while Sakura looked weary and sorrowful, I felt a surge of anger, thinking that the detestable Uchiha Sasuke must have hurt them deeply. Then, with a sound of tearing, Ino and Sakura ripped the paper lottery box in two. Countless slips of paper scattered through the air like snowflakes. Shikamaru's shadow darted forth swiftly, extending numerous tendrils from the ground to pin down most of the slips. He quickly scanned the characters inscribed upon them when Ino shouted, Shikamaru. Shikamaru's shadow lifted one of the slips from the ground. Here it is, the one you desire. To prevent discord among you, I shall accept it. No sooner had he spoken than Ino and Sakura lunged at him. Sakura exclaimed, you scoundrel. Who gave you permission to use ninjutsu? You have disqualified yourself. Hand over that slip. Ino added, Shikamaru, give me that slip. If you dare to give it to Sakura, you surely do not wish for me to snatch it away afterward, right? Amid their chaotic tussle, Shino took my hand, leading me to the exchange point, where he presented a blank sheet of paper. The recipient glanced at it, bewildered, and remarked, characters formed by bugs do not count. Shino clicked his tongue. He gazed at Shikamaru, who was struggling under the onslaught of Ino and Sakura, seemingly contemplating how to join the fray. Meanwhile, I looked down at the slip that had fluttered to the ground before me, now held in my hand. Please borrow your family. Shino also looked down and saw the words, momentarily at a loss, calling out my name, Koru. I found myself devoid of any other emotions, deep in thought. My family. I glanced at Shino. No, he is my romantic partner. I looked at Shikamaru. No, he is not Lord Shikamaru. Borrowing him would only cause confusion. Furthermore, even if he were Lord Shikamaru, he had never agreed to become my family. My admiration for him was one-sided, viewing him as a father figure. What about Orochimaru? What about Kabuto? But where are Orochimaru and Kabuto at this moment? Naruto. Yet, I have not decided to become his family. Orochi? He has been on a mission for a while, and has yet to return today. And speaking of family, since I possess the Sharingan, and my father bears the Uchiha surname, Does that mean I must borrow Uchiha Sasuke if family refers to those with blood ties? Core. That familiar voice called my name once again. Turning around, I saw Kakashi Hatake standing by the track, observing me. Perhaps noticing my prolonged contemplation over the slip without any action, he sensed my need for assistance. What is the matter? Are you in need of something to borrow? A radiant smile suddenly illuminated my face. For I recalled having seen, through the memories of others, Kakashi-sensei battling with the Sharingan. Sometimes he bore it in one eye, while at other times in both, suggesting he might possess Uchiha blood, thus qualifying him as my family. Kakashi-sensei. I dashed towards him, seizing his hand, urging him to come with me. Huh. Kakashi uttered in a brief, puzzled tone. Are you borrowing the teacher? No. I joyfully presented the slip of paper for him to see. It's family. I had been quite troubled about what to do, but upon seeing Kakashi-sensei, the answer came to me. Upon reading the words, Kakashi froze momentarily. I held his hand, observing our wrist veins, marveling at the connection. Neither of us belonged to the Uchiha clan. Yet was there not a portion of our bloodlines intertwined? From whom was Kakashi-sensei's Uchiha bloodline inherited? Shikamaru mentioned that his father excelled in swordsmanship, suggesting it was passed down from his mother's side. Yet Uchiha Sasuke ultimately did not spare even Kakashi-sensei, despite him being both his teacher and the last of his clan. The struggle between Sakura and Ino grew increasingly intense, causing the other girls to abandon Uchiha Sasuke, casually picking up other slips, and some had already returned with their items. I urgently called out, Kakashi-sensei. He finally snapped back to reality, momentarily dazed, and then smiled at me saying, all right, let us go. Chapter 54, Invalid Results. Although Kakashi-sensei's demeanor appeared somewhat strange, I succeeded in obtaining first place with the assistance of a jonin. However, I was subsequently informed that my results were invalid. The staff stated, your name is Koru. He is Hatake. How can you possibly be family? I blinked in confusion, momentarily speechless, unable to articulate an explanation. As I could not prove that Kakashi-sensei was my family, I was suspected of cheating by seeking someone nearby. I glanced at Kakashi-sensei, then at the slip I held, feeling slightly wronged as I pursed my lips. However, I understood that the staff was not deliberately making things difficult for me, so I said nothing, silently leading Kakashi-sensei away. Kakashi seemed hesitant to speak. Koru. I flashed a smile, striving to keep my tone light. There's nothing I can do. If it must be a family member sharing the same surname. I indeed have none. I felt a slight ache in my eyes, lowering my head to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Kakashi-sensei, urgently explaining, but I didn't intend to cheat by seeking Kakashi-sensei. I genuinely believe that Kakashi-sensei is my family. Though it may be said that even without blood relations or shared surnames, in my heart, I already consider you my family. This is something I cannot prove. And casually stating it bears no responsibility. But I truly mean it. Kakashi gently reassured me. All right, I understand. Apologizing. I finally grasped what Ino meant about feeling embarrassed before elders, instinctively curling my fingers, wishing to retract my hand from Kakashi-sensei's palm. Kakashi-sensei had made a special trip to attend my sports day, and yet I had committed a foul. How embarrassing. Kakashi-sensei held my hand, crouching down to meet my gaze with warmth. It's all right. My attendance at the sports day was not to demand that Koru must achieve first place. As long as Koru enjoys herself, that is what matters most. I came to make you happy. Upon hearing this, I could no longer hold back my tears, but I want Kakashi-sensei to be proud of me. Seeing me cry, Kakashi-sensei immediately became flustered. He wanted to comfort me, but his hand hesitated before lowering again. He wished to wipe my tears but withdrew, feeling uncertain, and could only emphasize anxiously. I am very proud of you, Koru. Suddenly, someone gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Kakashi turned to see it was Shikamaru's mother, taken aback. She held a DV camera and handed Kakashi a pack of tissues. Noticing someone approaching, I hastily lowered my head and raised my hand to wipe my tears, but she thoughtfully said nothing and quietly left. Kakashi quickly opened the tissues and handed me a piece. He truly came to my aid, and with a sigh of relief he remarked with a wry smile. I've been on a mission for several days, and my gloves and clothes are far from clean. At this age, Ino has reached the point where she can refer to her father as a smelly old man. And I certainly do not wish for you to detect any unpleasant odors. I wrinkled my nose. However, Kakashi-sensei is still quite youthful, I pondered. He is merely 11 years my senior. He chuckled as he gazed at me, saying, I am indeed 11 years older than you. By the time Asahi graduates, she might very well consider me a smelly old man. I would never. After wiping away my tears, I looked at Kakashi-sensei's smiling face, and felt that my grievances were not so burdensome after all. Kakashi-sensei, let me tell you, I began. In the practical exercise class, I secured the top score in our class. Really? Kakashi's face lit up with surprise. Although I found his reaction somewhat exaggerated, it still filled me with joy. He earnestly praised me. Asahi is truly remarkable. Feeling a bit bashful, I replied, well, I tied for first place with Sasuke Uchiha. That still counts as first. Kakashi insisted. Great. Then I shall treat Asahi to a celebratory lunch this noon. What would you like to eat? Tempura? Not tempura. Why not? Isn't that your favorite? But Kakashi-sensei doesn't like it, does he? Every time he takes Naruto and me to eat tempura, he never touches it. As long as you and Naruto enjoy it, that's what matters. No, I want Kakashi-sensei to enjoy it too. Then how about barbecue? Is that okay? Of course. Kakashi-sensei is simply wonderful. Watching my exuberance, he wore a constant smile. I eagerly began sharing my experiences during his absence. Kakashi-sensei, let me tell you, during the practical exercises, our group has consistently been drawn to Sasuke Uchiha's team. I mentioned how Naruto and I have never been able to team up, and how we've been unable to defeat Sasuke lately. Moreover, I declared defiantly, he even mocks me. Clearly, when battling an Uchiha, one must not meet his gaze. Yet he insists that my failure to look him in the eye means I will never defeat him. Just as I finished speaking, a faint sound of air slicing through the atmosphere reached my ears. Instinctively, I turned my head aside, while Kakashi-sensei swiftly raised his hand to my ear, capturing something. He withdrew his hand to reveal a tiny black seed. Kakashi looked up at a nearby tree and asked, who is up there? With a scoff, Sasuke Uchiha leapt down, glaring at me. I never said that, he retorted. He cast a fleeting glance at Kakashi, before turning away without a word. Watching his retreating figure, I questioned, why was he up in the tree? Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps he is so popular that he wishes to avoid being disturbed. Isn't it better to be with friends? I mused, perplexed. Why would he turn down so many who wished to be his friends? Kakashi offered no response. I gazed at Sasuke's solitary form disappearing around the corner of the school building, then turned back to Kakashi. At this moment, the disparity between the two was glaring. Kakashi could effortlessly catch Sasuke's projectiles and discern his hiding spots, confidently suppressing a student who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Yet in the future, he would meet his demise at Sasuke's hands. I could not help but tighten my grip on his fingertips, reassured by the tangible warmth that confirmed Kakashi's existence in this moment. Kakashi-sensei, you will surely be able to defeat Sasuke, right? Kakashi looked down at me and replied with a smile. It is so now, but the future is uncertain. If the progeny cannot surpass their predecessors, that would indeed be troubling. Not only Sasuke, but I also hope that Asahi will become stronger than I am. My brow furrowed at that. Then, a fleeting thought crossed my mind, a subconscious urge to declare that I would protect Kakashi-sensei in the future. Yet that would imply I must be stronger than Sasuke Uchiha. Could I truly surpass him? Even with the lineage and abilities painstakingly arranged by Orochimaru, neither Shikamaru nor the others chose to send me to battle Sasuke. Instead, they sent me back to the past, placing their hopes on Naruto. This indicated that both Orochimaru and Shikamaru believed I could not possibly triumph over Sasuke. If even Shikamaru harbored such doubts, perhaps it was indeed true. Yet, Kakashi-sensei, despite being unable to surpass Sasuke in the future, can still easily defeat him now. Can't he? Even if just once, even before Sasuke has fully matured. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me the techniques to defeat Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 55, Misplaced Positioning. Kakashi-sensei said to me, Asahi, focusing solely on a target and intently observing their movements is not inherently wrong, but I advise against it. Why? Because infusing too much personal emotion will cloud your perception of their true nature. I was taken aback. And even if you cannot defeat Sasuke, it is not the end of the world. Everyone has their strengths. Some excel in combat, while others shine in healing. Moreover, even if you cannot best Sasuke, Asahi, you are already an exceptional ninja. Kakashi continued. Didn't you express a desire to study space-time ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu? No medical ninja is at the forefront of battle. But I was thinking, if I eliminate all the enemies, and my teammates remain uninjured, does that not count as a form of protection akin to a medical ninja's? Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then covered his forehead. Where did you hear such a peculiar notion? I heard that Kakashi-sensei has a secret technique called Raikiri. Can I learn that? Who told you? Shikamaru did. Asahi cannot learn Raikiri. Why not? It requires the aid of the Sharingan. Does Kakashi-sensei possess the Sharingan? Kakashi hesitated before pulling back his forehead protector. I gazed in wonder at the vivid crimson eye. So this is... Yes, this is the Sharingan. It was bequeathed to me by my companion Obito before he fell in battle. My eyes widened, and I rose on my toes to grasp Kakashi's wrist, attempting to prevent him from lowering his forehead protector. Obito? Obito's eye? That means it's my father's eye. If one of my father's eyes resides with Kakashi-sensei, does that make Kakashi-sensei somewhat of a father figure? This Sharingan is beautiful. Kakashi, bemused, tried to free his wrist from my grasp. Alright. Don't stare at it for too long. But I wished to gaze longer, so I exerted effort to keep him from lowering his forehead protector, searching for reasons. But there are so few opportunities to admire the Sharingan. If I saw it on the battlefield, I wouldn't have the time to appreciate it at all. Besides, aside from Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, I can't go looking at Sasuke's. Just let me see it again. With a sigh of resignation, Kakashi squatted down before me once more, allowing me to scrutinize the Sharingan closely. Alright. What abilities does Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan possess? He arched his brow. That is classified information. What is there to disclose? Well, Shikamaru has shared so much with you. Did he not reveal my name? I know. The copy ninja Kakashi. Indeed, I possess the ability to replicate my opponent's jutsu. Kakashi-sensei is truly remarkable. I gazed directly into his eyes, the vibrant crimson Sharingan that once belonged to my father. What feats had he accomplished with that eye? If it sees me, does that mean my father sees me as well? I felt an irresistible urge to peer into that orb and discern my reflection. Instinctively leaning closer to Kakashi, he couldn't help but lean back slightly, asking, "Have you seen enough, Koro? I'm feeling a bit fatigued." The Sharingan remains active, yet it consumes a great deal of chakra. My apologies. I quickly snapped back to reality and pulled down his forehead protector to shield that eye once more. It looks splendid, Kakashi-sensei. Thank you ever so much. Well, considering that it was Obito's eye, if you like it, I believe he would be pleased as well. If Raikiri is not feasible, may I learn your swordsmanship, sensei? Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and stood up straight. This was also something Shikamaru conveyed to you, wasn't it? Yes. I haven't wielded a sword in quite some time. Shikamaru mentioned that it was a family heirloom technique of yours, not something to be taught lightly, which is why I'm willing to care for Kakashi-sensei for a lifetime. So in the event that Kakashi-sensei grows old, falls ill, or sustains an injury, I shall be the one to tend to him. I suppose I am not yet at an age to discuss the matter of caregiving in such a manner. Noticing his expression of discomfort, I finally inquired, could Kakashi-sensei teach me sealing techniques? Kakashi chuckled, don't give up so quickly. I haven't said I wouldn't teach you. I was taken aback. Raikiri is not merely a matter of the Sharingan. It also involves chakra attributes and consumption. If you lack lightning affinity chakra, mastering lightning release could prove to be a Sisyphean task. It would be far more prudent to delve deeply into the ninjutsu in which you excel. Furthermore, to learn advanced ninjutsu now would require extensive time, energy, and chakra, which is not advisable. So, what is the ninjutsu Koro currently excels in? Fire release. Fire release? How fortuitous, Kakashi remarked, pointing to Obito's eye. The Uchiha clan predominantly possesses fire affinity chakra, and excels in fire release. I lowered my head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Then I believe it would be best for Koro to focus on fire release. I frowned, but Uchiha Sasuke also excels in fire release. Fire release cannot counter fire release. I thought, if only I could master swordsmanship to catch him off guard, or utilize sealing techniques to weaken him. Well then, allow me to teach you sealing techniques. My face lit up in surprise. Really? Yes. In the past, while on missions, I encountered ninjas from the grass village. He indicated the Sharingan, and I copied their binding techniques and sealing techniques. The grass village is renowned for binding techniques. Although sealing techniques may not be the most formidable, they certainly hold a significant reputation in the ninja world. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. He patted my head. Can you now rest assured and accompany me for some barbecue? Contentedly, I followed Kakashi. The next day, when I shared this delightful news with Shikamaru, he pondered for a moment. So it's indeed sealing techniques. Indeed, yes. I doubt he would teach you new ninjutsu or swordsmanship. Kakashi-sensei informed me that since I am still solidifying my foundational skills, learning advanced ninjutsu prematurely is unwise. Moreover, swordsmanship is, after all, a family's treasured skill. That is indeed true, but I believe the more crucial point is that you aspire to become a medical ninja, correct? I was taken aback. Yes. The essence of a medical ninja lies not in offensive capabilities, but in survivability. If one learns how to assault others, they will undoubtedly charge recklessly into battle. Kakashi likely believes that rather than teaching you how to attack others, It is far more beneficial to teach you how to conceal yourself and survive. To utilize sealing techniques, one must first learn to mask their presence and rely on teammates to divert attention, ensuring that you can strike true. Otherwise, your foes will not stand idly by for you to seal them. Yet I felt a twinge of confusion. If I become a medical ninja, how can my team secure victory? Fool, Shikamaru lightly thumped my head. Do you think the purpose of practical exercises is merely to defeat enemies? It is about finding your own role, recognizing your shortcomings through combat with diverse foes, and contemplating your combat system. For instance, if you wish to become a medical ninja, your goal should be to conceal yourself and strive to be the last one standing against the enemy. As long as you meet the standards expected of a medical ninja, even if your team loses, you will still qualify. I stared at him bewildered. You know, everyone says you dislike Sasuke, that you are cold toward him. Yet I sense, Shikamaru gazed at me quietly, that you do not truly harbor animosity toward him, do you? You always become quite animated when it concerns him. Do not fixate on him. Do not place too much attention on him. Noticing my continued silence, Shikamaru softened his tone and gently asked, "Is that all right?" Chapter 56. The discrepancy between heart and action. Shikamaru and I crossed paths on our way to school. Naruto typically waits for me at the orphanage entrance, but occasionally, he oversleeps and arrives late. Thus, on mornings when Naruto is absent, I make my way to school alone. I do not wish to sadden Shikamaru, yet I also do not want to deceive him. This may prove somewhat challenging. I cannot possibly disregard Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he is Uchiha Sasuke. He is a mission target second only to Naruto. Furthermore, he is a perilous individual who may one day plunge my carefree friends, still by my side, into a chasm of despair. It is akin to existing in an environment where explosive tags might appear at any moment. How could one not care about such a threat? However, I did not anticipate Shikamaru asserting that I do not dislike him. Do I not dislike him? I felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet I generally do not converse with him, nor do I seek him out for companionship. When I encounter something amusing, I never think to share it with him. Surely, is that not enough to constitute dislike? Must I behave like those children who once bullied Naruto, mocking and deriding Sasuke, taunting him for being parentless, bestowing upon him unflattering nicknames, and hiding his belongings at every turn? I refuse to become such a loathsome person. Moreover, the thought of hiding things suddenly reminded me. Sasuke threw something at me yesterday. He must certainly despise me. What did he throw at you? He was hiding in a tree, tossing seeds at me while I spoke with Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru sighed. So you admit that you care about him? Upon witnessing the expression of disappointment on that face so reminiscent of Shikamaru's father, I felt a pang of panic. But I have worked so hard to dislike him. I absolutely will not like him. I will never show him any mercy. Why are you so determined to dislike him? Does that not seem peculiar? Do you fear that if you relinquish your disdain, you might inadvertently come to like him? No, I do not know how to articulate it. I sensed that Shikamaru appeared somewhat saddened, and I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. I could never possibly like Uchiha Sasuke. I utterly despise him. No sooner had I spoken than I felt a chill run down my back. I turned to find Uchiha Sasuke standing not far behind me, his dark eyes gazing at me indifferently. In that fleeting moment, I was suddenly reminded of a book I had previously read, which advised against speaking ill of others behind their backs. It also mentioned that the worst possible outcome of any situation is likely to come to fruition. Nevertheless, a sense of reassurance washed over me. If my relationship with Sasuke were to falter, surely both Shikamaru and Orochimaru would find solace and delight in that, as he is their adversary. However, when I glanced at Shikamaru's expression, he looked at me and then at Sasuke, displaying no signs of joy, merely entering the school alone. It dawned upon me that Shikamaru was upset. He rarely exhibited anger. Even when he was occasionally annoyed, he would quickly resign himself to it. Yet this time, his displeasure lingered longer than on any previous occasion. Although he would not ignore me when I approached him, his demeanor was starkly different from before. He no longer regarded me with warmth or a smile, but instead averted his gaze, responding to me with curt replies. Is that so? I'm not sure. Naruto was late that day, having been caught by Iruka-sensei and dragged to the office for a reprimand. By the time he arrived, I had already spent a frustrating morning with Shikamaru. During lunch, Shikamaru sat with Ino and Choji, while Naruto and Shino accompanied me. We had never before separated like this. I imagined that soon, all our friends would be aware of our quarrel, but I hadn't quarreled with Shikamaru. I gazed despondently at the bread in my hands, feeling utterly devoid of appetite, knowing it was Shikamaru who was upset. What should I do? Naruto was fuming. What's Shikamaru doing? This is ridiculous. Why is he getting involved with Sasuke again? Why does he have to dislike Sasuke so much? I mean, Koro already said she dislikes him. Shino interjected with a thoughtful After a brief silence, he looked at me and said, I think I understand his perspective. I quickly inquired, what do you mean? Shino continued, Shikamaru probably feels like he is no longer your closest friend. Naruto retorted, he never was. I am Koro's best friend. To which Shino pointedly remarked, you're not in the comparison. Naruto protested, why not? Both Shikamaru and I consider you family. Naruto's face immediately brightened, ha ha. Yet, as I endeavored to grasp Shino's meaning, I pondered whether Shikamaru believed that Sasuke would become my closest friend. Perhaps he felt uneasy about the difference in my attitude towards Sasuke compared to others. I gazed up at the sky, murmuring, is Shikamaru worried that I am too kind to Sasuke? No, that's not it, Shino clarified. As you said, when Sasuke threw your grass seeds, it seemed as if he disliked you, but that doesn't necessarily reflect his true feelings. For instance, even if you call Naruto a fool, he wouldn't be upset. And onlookers wouldn't perceive any malice. They would simply think you two are playfully bantering. People's actions and their inner thoughts do not always align. Naruto and I exchanged glances, both wearing perplexed expressions. What does that mean? Shino patiently explained. What I mean is that even if you tell Shikamaru that you utterly despise Uchiha Sasuke, it doesn't mean you truly feel that way. Shikamaru doesn't see it that way, which is why he is upset. I humbly sought guidance. Then what should I do? Shino suggested, perhaps just leave him be. I felt as if struck by a sudden blow. Tears threatened to spill. Shino quickly amended, I was joking. Naruto, incensed, added, Koro is about to cry. Stop joking around. Shino proposed, or perhaps Koro should invite Shikamaru to be her romantic partner. Maybe that would appease him. I was perplexed. Why would that help? If Koro invites Shikamaru to be her partner, perhaps he would calm down. Of course, there is a significant chance he might refuse and become even angrier. No way, Shino. We've both been practicing for so long, and we've only accomplished half of what we set out to do. It wouldn't be fair to you either. Though Shino's expression remained unchanged, I sensed he was quite pleased. Naruto mused, so ultimately, Shikamaru thinks Koro wants to be friends with Sasuke more than with him? If we can show him how much Koro values him, he might not be upset anymore. Shino reasoned it's worth a try. I hugged my knees in contemplation and suddenly declared, what if we just let it be? Naruto, taken aback, asked, what do you mean let it be? If Shikamaru cannot accept my attitude towards Sasuke, I might be unable to change it. Even if I pretended to change, Shikamaru would surely see through it. I didn't want to deceive him. No matter what I said or did, Shikamaru would likely remain upset. It was akin to someone asking me to alter my feelings towards Naruto. It simply was not feasible. Shino slightly furrowed his brow. Are Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto equally important? Of course not, I replied without hesitation. Naruto is the most important. Naruto shyly chuckled and scratched his head. Yet Sasuke, he was still Shikamaru. I aimed to ensure Naruto survived until the end. I aimed to see Sasuke live until his destined time. That was my purpose, my very essence. Perhaps from the very beginning, I should not have felt any closeness to Shikamaru, because of Lord Shikamaru. Perhaps I need not comprehend so many emotions or seek to have friends. I only needed to protect Naruto. Otherwise, with a beginning, there would inevitably be an end. And with that end would come additional suffering. I whispered, I now understand what Kakashi-sensei meant when he spoke those words. Shino inquired, what words? He had said that through daily interactions, people could discern their true emotions, allowing them to thoughtfully assess whether their relationship with others was comfortable, sustainable, and joyful. Eventually, everyone changes, and perhaps gradually, disagreements arise regarding certain matters, leading to a natural distancing and separation. These are uncertain occurrences. To be together for a lifetime requires a mutual commitment, yet sometimes it also depends on fate and destiny. Naruto remarked. But isn't Koro the one who despises fate and destiny the most? Indeed, I stared blankly at an empty space, lost in thought. However, the forces separating me from Shikamaru were my responsibilities and my mission, not fate or destiny. Recollecting Ino and Sakura's fallout, I reaffirmed that human emotions can indeed be incredibly fragile. Yet amidst my musings, Naruto declared, no matter what happens, I am on Koro's side. Shino also asserted, I will remain by your side until you no longer need me. Chapter 57. Expressionless. I ceased my attempts to reach out to Shikamaru. Ino cautiously approached me for a brief conversation, her face betraying her concern. What should I do about your quarrel? I looked at her apologetically, and she sighed as she walked away. During the resumed practical training class, the teacher announced, From this point onward for the latter half of the semester, we will engage in randomized group battles. A wave of astonished chatter erupted from the students, who had already grown accustomed to their teammates. I exchanged a bewildered glance with Naruto, and then turned to Shino, who had intended to assist me, and was now on our team. Someone could not help but complain. If we're going to randomize, why didn't you say so from the beginning? The teacher replied sternly, the teammates you chose are merely familiar friends. But they may not necessarily be the most suitable partners for you. Our aim is to identify the best team combinations. Moreover, do you truly believe that you will only ever collaborate with the same two teammates throughout your lifetime? As Naruto was assigned to another team, I cast a concerned glance towards him as he approached the two students, whose gazes were tinged with wariness and reluctance. Earlier, I had submitted Shino's name as our third team member, and the teacher had said nothing, presumably because the lack of prior partnership between Shino and myself allowed for an unchallenged acceptance of our trio. Thus it became me, Shino, and Sakura. Shoro, you've always been the main attacker, right? Sakura inquired. This time, could you please take on that role again? I hesitated, recalling what Shikamaru had mentioned about the necessity of concealing oneself, if I aspired to be a medical ninja, ensuring my survival until the end. However, I had yet to master sealing techniques completely, and Shino's jutsu was not suited for drawing the enemy's attention. Sakura, too, had not been the primary attacker in her previous teams, leaning more towards a supportive role. Given that I had indeed been the main attacker previously, her arrangement was entirely reasonable. When I assumed the role of the primary attacker and swiftly dispatched all adversaries, a wave of exhilaration washed over me. Sakura and Shino soon joined my side, with Sakura beaming, incredible. You truly are Shoro. Yet, I remained observant of Sakura's combat style. Though her personality was exuberant and lively, she possessed remarkable composure when concealing her presence. When the moment called for action, she exhibited no fear. Her observations were astute, allowing her to quickly identify the enemy's vulnerabilities and strategize where to set traps, ensnaring them in precarious situations. Should I adopt her combat methodology? I ought to follow in her footsteps. Yet I found myself in a quandary. Did I genuinely wish to become a medical ninja? Not that I was averse to healing my comrades, but I realized that, rather than being a medical ninja who must survive until the end, I seemed to prefer charging to the forefront. If I could eliminate all threats, my teammates would not need me to exhaust myself in healing them at the last moment. Would they? After the rotation of teammates, our team's success rate soared. However, after just 4 or 5 partnerships with Shino, the teacher callously replaced him. Sakura and I welcomed Inuzuka Kiba as our new ally, but after 3 or 4 encounters, Sakura was swapped out. When I, Kiba, and Choji were grouped together, we faced off against Sakura, Naruto, and Ino. Upon meeting, as we instinctively drew our weapons and recognized one another, for reasons unknown, our eyes met, and we found ourselves laughing, rendering us incapable of forming hand seals. In the end, it concluded in a draw. With Kiba on our side, he could take on the role of the primary attacker, allowing me the opportunity to retreat to a supporting position and attempt to conceal myself as a medical ninja. However, I discovered that hiding did not mean relinquishing all responsibilities to the primary attacker. Rather, it required more intellect to determine when my intervention would be most effective. I could contemplate, yet undeniably, charging forth to attack felt far more exhilarating. As the day's lessons concluded, I walked home with Naruto and Shino, my heart heavy with concern as I confided in Shino. What should I do, Shino? I seem to dislike thinking too much. Shino replied, after all, your first friend was Naruto. Naruto interjected, hey, what does that mean? In distress, I confessed I seem to dislike being a medical ninja. Shino responded, then don't be one. Shoro is well suited for the position of the primary attacker. Yet, according to the teacher's rationale for the current team configurations, it implied that the teacher believed Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura constituted the ideal team. Consequently, if I aspired to be the third member of Team 7, Sakura would be the correct choice. Thus, Orochimaru and Shikamaru would encourage me to develop in Sakura's likeness. However, even if the instructors ultimately deemed me unsuitable as Naruto and Sasuke's partner, Kakashi-sensei had promised to take me on as his student. Wait a moment. I had previously assumed my position was secure. But what if I became Kakashi-sensei's student while Sasuke and Naruto were assigned to other teachers? Could that happen? Moreover, with both Sasuke and Naruto occupying primary attacker roles, how could they end up in the same team? Did that mean when one acted as the primary attacker, the other would automatically assume a supporting position? Given their current relationship, such a scenario seemed difficult to envision. Furthermore, whether I liked it or not was irrelevant, for I had responsibilities to fulfill. I would refrain from being the primary attacker in the future, The following day marked the final examination. All teams would simultaneously enter the training ground to vie for the tags belonging to the other teams, with scores determined by the number of tags captured. Nevertheless, even during the final examination, teachers could suddenly alter team compositions. Unfortunately, my name was called. Team 7, Shoru Nara Shikamaru Uchiha Sasuke. In that moment, I, who had always harbored a disdain for the concept of fate, found myself wavering. Perhaps fate truly existed, and my consistent disrespect for it had made it loathe me in return. The three of us stood amidst the crowd, paralyzed for an extended moment. Kiba inquired, "Aren't you going over, Shoru?" "Haha. You don't have to be so reluctant. I've enjoyed partnering with you during this time." I thought to myself, this is the first time I understand what it means to grit my teeth and push forward. With determination, I stepped forward, catching a glimpse of Ino's sympathetic gaze as she nudged Shikamaru towards me. Then Uchiha Sasuke approached slowly from the opposite side. What was happening? I mused. The air around us remained unchanged, yet I felt as though I were suffocating. Fortunately, the teacher announced that the final examination would take place in a snowy environment. To keep warm, I donned a black mask similar to Kakashi-sensei, concealing half of my face. As long as I lowered my gaze, no one could discern the panic that gripped my heart. I observed Shikamaru's impassive expression, then glanced at Sasuke, whose demeanor mirrored his. I found myself at a loss for what expression to wear and quite involuntarily adopted a similarly stoic visage. Chapter 58. You are the primary attacker. As the various teams entered the snowy training ground from different entrances, the bone-chilling cold had become an accustomed sensation through repeated training. However, the endless expanse of white snow made it easy for one's vision to blur after prolonged exposure. The instructor did not prohibit us from carrying additional gear. In fact, each individual was permitted to bring their survival tools into the examination area, perhaps as part of the assessment itself. Yet, for the sake of mobility, ninjas on missions could not carry large bundles. At most, they could bring a waist pouch. Thus, the supplies prepared had to fit within the confines of that pouch. Of course, learning to survive in diverse environments did not allow for extra gear, and the instructors preferred us to enter empty-handed. However, since combat permitted prior preparations, I still brought along my goggles. Basic equipment such as goggles, thermal blankets, and long gloves were not heavily regulated by the teachers. While they could not fit into a waist pouch, they could be worn directly. For instance, we all tied thermal blankets around our backs, using them as capes. Initially, many individuals donned goggles, but numerous participants soon discovered that in battle, goggles could pose risks, potentially injuring one's eyes or face, or shattering and causing harm. Consequently, most chose to forego them. My protective goggles were gifted to me by my esteemed brother, Urushi, upon hearing that I had embarked on environmental training exercises. Many have inquired how I can don such goggles, claiming that their design is ill-suited for a girl, lacking in delicacy. However, these goggles offer unparalleled protective benefits, and I find their style quite pleasing to the eye. It wasn't until after several uses that I belatedly realized their resemblance to the goggles worn by Uchiha Obito in photographs alongside Kakashi-sensei. I think the goggles are quite dashing, though I cannot help but wonder if my admiration for Obito has tinted my perception of all things related to him. Thus, while others have discarded their goggles, I alone persist in carrying mine. In any case, I pondered that if I had something to occupy my mind, perhaps the situation would not be so awkward. Yet as I donned the goggles, both Shikamaru and Sasuke remained silent. Ordinarily, Shikamaru would be the leader of our group, responsible for devising strategies, but at this moment, he merely gazed silently ahead, uttering not a word. Sasuke, known for his few words and lack of ease in communication, was equally silent, his gaze directed elsewhere. I feigned nonchalance as I adjusted my goggles, only to cease when further adjustments would appear overly deliberate. Thus, I mustered the courage to speak, attempting to sound casual. How shall we allocate our positions? My tone felt both polite and unfamiliar, leaving me uncertain when addressing Shikamaru. However, after such an extended period of estrangement, it was impossible for me to approach him as if nothing had transpired between us. I glanced at Sasuke, determined to maintain a formal tone. Sasuke as the primary attacker? Sasuke turned his head slightly to regard me. Aren't you attacking as well? I will support as a secondary attacker. Sasuke turned back, coldly remarking, how commendable of you to assist someone you utterly detest. Thus, our positions were tentatively established, with the final role of rear guard naturally falling to Shikamaru, who neither consented nor objected. Yet we still needed to determine the direction from which to advance. And although each team would receive a score out of 10, the passing score would be calculated as half of the total class score, rendering it an uncertain figure. To pass, we must ascertain how many teams we need to defeat. If 30 points are required to pass, then defeating 3 teams would suffice. However, should 60 points be the criteria, our 30 points would be inadequate, necessitating the defeat of 6 teams. Of course, if we aim for first place and vanquish all opposing teams, we would assuredly pass, but should we exert ourselves too vigorously at the outset, we risk running low on chakra later, potentially allowing others to seize the advantage. How to allocate our combat time and conserve our strength? I attempted to contemplate this, only to be met with a throbbing headache. Perhaps Shikamaru was right. Having grown accustomed to speaking my mind, I had merely learned to fall silent, losing the habit of employing my intellect. After all, Shikamaru was always there. Since no one possesses a sharper mind than his, it would be prudent to consult him directly when strategic thinking is essential. I had never anticipated that one day Shikamaru would be by my side while I was left to think for myself. I turned my gaze upon him, only to see his back, standing immobile in the wind and snow, hands in his pockets, resembling a statue. I then glanced at Sasuke, attempting to communicate through thought. Either propose a plan yourself, or converse with Shikamaru. I shall follow orders, is that acceptable? Yet Sasuke remained motionless, akin to a wax figure. Did neither of them care whether we would pass or fail? Was I the only one striving for victory? This was a final examination. To forfeit or receive a 0 would certainly impact our advancement. I, for one, am indifferent, but you, as the heir of the Nara clan and a genius of the Uchiha, would it not matter if you were held back? Sasuke unsheathed a kunai and walked away without a backward glance, stating, I can manage alone. Shikamaru remained unmoved. I watched Sasuke's retreating figure before turning back to Shikamaru, finally unable to contain myself. Shikamaru? Only then did he turn to glance at me, before looking in the direction Sasuke had gone, calmly instructing, follow him. Hearing him finally speak and issue a command, I exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried to pursue Sasuke alongside Shikamaru. As we caught up to Sasuke, he remained silent until Shikamaru broke the stillness. This exam spans 3 days. We are all classmates, having teamed up and battled against one another. Hence we possess some understanding of each other's strengths and personalities. On the first day, we should each seek out a place to spend the night, observing the situation to ascertain our positions and the proximity of nearby teams, discussing strategies and how to calculate the passing scores. Combat should commence at noon on the second day. Sasuke replied coolly, I disagree. Of course, there is a variable, Shikamaru continued, that being Naruto's teammates, Hinata and Shino. Shino is sufficiently composed, and Hinata possesses a sharp mind. If they can keep Naruto under control, that would be ideal. If not, and he rushes into action first, they might find themselves eliminated prematurely. Hinata's Byakugan is unmatched in reconnaissance. Within this examination arena, no one can surpass her. If they choose to strike early, catching others unprepared as they search for a refuge, then conceal themselves on the second and third days, the likelihood of success is uncertain. Given Naruto's current capabilities, his initial assault may not be very threatening. His most suitable role would be that of a decoy, and while the Hyuga clan's taijutsu is well suited for offense, Hinata's temperament does not align with that role. Thus, Shino would undoubtedly take the lead, and their strategy would lean toward stealth, using Naruto to lure enemies into an ambush zone. Moreover, Shino's chakra bugs would operate sluggishly in extreme cold, significantly diminishing their effectiveness. If they strike too soon, their chances of success would be low, and they would become targets. The second and third days would not afford them the luxury of remaining hidden, let alone. Kiba's Akamaru would certainly be familiar with Hinata and Shino's sense. If that is the case, the first battle might erupt between Kiba's group and Hinata's group, provided they do not encounter other teams suitable for scoring along the way. Shikamaru's tone was resolute. After all, without knowledge of the specific locations of other teams, it is entirely reasonable for Kiba to target the scent he recognizes first. Furthermore, Naruto's group appears to have significant shortcomings, making them a relatively easy target for points. The strongest tracking abilities in this examination belong to Hinata's Byakugan, Shino's bugs, and Kiba and Akamaru's noses. They pose the greatest threat to one another. Thus they would wish to eliminate each other as swiftly as possible. Sasuke queried, shall we not seize that 10 points? Shikamaru remained silent. Sasuke turned to me. If our opponent is Naruto, you're fine with that, right? I was still grappling with the rapid-fire discussion they had just had and hadn't yet formulated a response when Shikamaru interjected. You are the primary attacker. You can handle Naruto without her assistance. Chapter 59, Who cares? Sasuke remarked, Naruto is not an issue, as long as we locate Shino's hiding spot. Hinata does not pose a threat. My heart skipped a beat as I recalled having told Shikamaru, that Shino had once given me his chakra bugs. I looked at Shikamaru. And indeed he was also gazing at me. Sasuke noticed our exchanged glances. What is it? Shikamaru finally spoke to me. You can find Shino, right, Asahi? Sasuke turned his gaze to me. Do you have a way? I remarked, that cannot be used. Sasuke questioned. What cannot be used? Shikamaru fixed his gaze upon me. What if he uses that to find us? He won't, I replied. Did you all agree on this beforehand? No. However, during our previous battle as adversaries, Shino never once utilized the insects on me to track my movements. And I never contemplated summoning the insects to seek out their true master and follow them to find Shino's trail. In fact, during other skirmishes, I refrained from unleashing Shino's insects, as they served as my weapon against Uchiha Sasuke. Despite drawing Uchiha Sasuke every day prior, this time, the restructured teams prevented any encounters, culminating in us being grouped together during the final examination. I couldn't help but cast a glance at Sasuke, utterly at a loss on how to assess the situation. Shikamaru chuckled softly, but I sensed no joy in him. His eyes lacked mirth, merely curving at the corners, which instilled a tinge of fear in me. Our romantic partners truly resembled genuine lovers. He turned his face away, letting out a low huff, and ignored me once more. A surge of anger welled within me, though I couldn't quite fathom why, and I too fell silent. Sasuke glanced at me, then at Shikamaru, and suggested, let's find a stronghold. We ascended toward the tallest snow-capped mountain nearby. After all, occupying a high vantage point provides a significant advantage. Our teacher had instructed us to camp at the mid-slope, seeking deeper snow to excavate snow caves or trenches for shelter. Upon reaching the summit, we soon spotted several figures nearby, also in groups of 3, leaping and climbing their respective snow-covered mountains. Against the backdrop of the vast white snow, they appeared indistinct, resembling tiny flying insects or ants. I recalled the time spent observing insects with Shino during breaks, a fond memory that warmed my heart. I instinctively wanted to share my thoughts with Shikamaru, but upon seeing his impassive profile, I quickly suppressed my smile and averted my gaze, pretending nothing had transpired. Shikamaru suddenly inquired, can we identify the members of those teams? Sasuke shook his head, too far away. But Naruto should not be among them. Shikamaru nodded. Naruto's blonde hair is quite conspicuous. However, Hinata's Byakugan has a broader range than our naked eyes can perceive. Perhaps we have yet to discover them. Yet she may have already spotted us. Even if she has, their team should avoid us, Sasuke replied. We won't be the first targets. His tone exuded unwavering confidence, because we are strong. Caution is advisable, Shikamaru remarked calmly. Overconfidence can lead to downfall. Victory and defeat cannot be gauged solely by surface strength. Numerous other factors come into play. Sasuke did not counter. Yet it seemed he did not absorb the wisdom. Then let us choose this as our stronghold? His phrasing was a question. Yet his tone bore the weight of a declaration. I glanced between Sasuke and Shikamaru. In their previous team, they had undoubtedly occupied core positions, accustomed to centering their actions around themselves and orchestrating the team's activities. Was I not the same? Yet now, with the core of 3 teams converged, I could step back. But both Shikamaru and Sasuke seemed to instinctively believe their teammates should adhere to their directives. The primary targets for future rebellion and the brain of the impending resistance. I naturally sided with Shikamaru. Thus, I resolved to remain silent, merely following Shikamaru's lead. Shikamaru did not oppose Sasuke's suggestion, and we excavated a snow cave spacious enough for 3, curling up within the confines, gnawing on our respective rations to replenish our strength. No one ventured outside to scout the surroundings or confirm the intelligence. We preserved our stamina in this extreme manner, with little to occupy ourselves, wrapping ourselves in cloaks and feigning slumber. I remained silent, and both Shikamaru and Sasuke spoke infrequently. At times I felt as though the atmosphere among the 3 of us was colder than the frigid mountains outside. I suddenly pondered, if Shikamaru and I had become lovers only to part ways, would it unfold in such a manner? Regardless of whether as friends or lovers, separation would likely lead to becoming strangers, wouldn't it? Yet within that estrangement, emotions of regret, bitterness, nostalgia, awkwardness, unease, embarrassment, and shame would brew in complexity. That sort of innate familiarity juxtaposed with a forced detachment. The effort to avoid eye contact and retract one's gaze, fearing the sight of a familiar figure in one's peripheral vision. Ino once said that those whom we cherish can evoke a heartache. At that time, I had not grasped her meaning, yet now it seemed I comprehended her words. If I could not approach him, could not maintain the closest of relationships, if he were not someone special to me, my heart would burn with discomfort. Upon seeing him, I would yearn for closeness. If that were unfeasible, anguish would ensue. Yet even in pain, the desire for intimacy persisted. However, Ino's assertion was flawed. Her affection for Sasuke was of a romantic nature, whereas my feelings for Shikamaru did not align with that type of affection. Yet it seemed that any form of affection could lead to such a scenario. I awakened from my feigned slumber, and noticed the dimming light outside the cave. Finally unable to endure the oppressive silence within, I crawled out. The sky outside resembled a deep blue velvet curtain, with stars twinkling like scattered diamonds. I stared in awe, overwhelmed by the beauty of the scene. My heart brimmed with joy, yearning to share it, but upon realizing there was no one beside me to share in the delight, I stood there forlornly, silently gazing at the resplendent starry river, enveloped by an indescribable loneliness. Beneath the vast sky, the snowfield stretched endlessly. I stood on the mountainside, as minuscule as a grain of sand in the ocean, while the howling wind whipped up snow dust. I realized that, in the eyes of others, I likely appeared as insignificant as those tiny insects or ants I had observed earlier. My thoughts wandered to Uchiha Sasuke's future gaze. I looked up at the sky, envisioning the brightest, largest star as embodying his aloofness, a gaze that regarded all as mere dust. The heavens mirrored his visage, the icy wind his breath, and the snow-capped mountains beneath me his towering form. He regarded me with indifference, as if silently mocking, with your insignificance akin to that of an ant. Do you aspire to overturn this world, to shake mountains and seas, to bring me down from my exalted position? In a sudden rush, I dove back into the cave, landing beside Shikamaru, gripping his arm tightly. Shikamaru, Shikamaru, what? He responded, surprised. Is another team approaching for a surprise attack? At that moment, he seemed to revert to the past, to the Shikamaru who always stood by my side. I tugged at him, urging him to come outside. The sky outside is magnificent. What? He appeared even more bewildered. Come on. I pulled him out of the cave, my grip firm on his arm as I pointed toward the Milky Way. The stars. Look. I focused intently on his profile, watching as he raised his gaze to the galaxy, his expression softening slightly. I pressed, isn't it beautiful? Imogen, doesn't it remind you of the fireworks we saw together at the festival? I did not desire Shikamaru to be right beside me yet feel unable to share this joy with him. I did not want him to be near. Yet the loneliness was palpable. Shikamaru looked at me. I felt a pang of grievance. That star, the largest and brightest one. It just mocked me. He sighed. The stars do not mock people. I gazed at him intently. What are you thinking? Is that permissible? Shikamaru hesitated momentarily before opening his arms. Just as his hands lifted slightly, I dashed forward and embraced him tightly. I like you so much, so much, so much. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, standing at the entrance of the cave, observing us with a peculiar expression. Shikamaru turned back, exasperated. She has this habit of wanting to hug others fiercely whenever she gets excited. However, I lifted my gaze from Shikamaru's shoulder towards Sasuke. My tail like a cat's bristling. I won't hug you. Sasuke scoffed. Who would want that? Chapter 60. Who knows nothing? Sasuke turned and entered the snow cave, leaving Shikamaru and me outside, still locked in our embrace. I held him tightly, yet it still felt insufficient, unable to resist swaying back and forth in his arms. Like a bottle of water that, once emptied, requires a final shake to release the remaining drops, I felt akin to a penguin nudging him, forcing Shikamaru to retreat until he finally bent his knees and collapsed into the snow, with me landing atop him. Shikamaru. He responded with a mix of annoyance and amusement. What now? His tone was reminiscent of his former self, though I could still discern that if I wished to restore him to his previous state, I needed to exert more effort. Let's reconcile. Is it as simple as saying we reconcile? What must be done for that to happen? Did Shikamaru believe I found him unimportant or not special enough? And that was the source of his anger? You and Naruto are the best of friends, Shikamaru remarked. You and Ino are romantic partners, while I am merely an ordinary acquaintance. Long ago, I had claimed Shikamaru was an ordinary acquaintance, which had irritated him once. I quickly denied, no, that's not it at all. Have you considered that the longer your bond with Ino persists, the harder it will be to end? Perhaps by then, you'll have grown accustomed to her as a romantic partner, or she to you. What happens then? I grimaced. It feels like Shikamaru has many grievances against me. He huffed, indeed, quite a few. What are you really thinking about Naruto and Sasuke? I buried my face in the crook of his neck, knowing that even if I had softened Shikamaru's demeanor temporarily, it only granted me an opportunity for explanation, while our issues remained unresolved. Yet, that was precisely what I could not rectify. Is it truly unresolvable? I hesitated. If I share the reason with you, you must promise not to tell anyone. Go on then. In truth, I seem to vaguely recall something concerning my father. Shikamaru's face was etched with skepticism. Do you think Sasuke resembles your father? No. I believe my father might be a member of the Uchiha clan. Shikamaru replied, because you see, I have black hair and black eyes just like Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei's Uchiha companion, Obito, does as well. Aren't most Uchihas black-haired and black-eyed? But Shikamaru countered. Have you noticed that I also have black hair and black eyes? The Nara and Sarutobi clans predominantly share that trait, and Iruka-sensei is also black-haired and black-eyed. Are we all Uchihas now? Regardless, I remembered glimpsing the Sharingan in my memories. It could either belong to my father or to the enemy who harmed my family. Shikamaru concluded, so the Uchihas are either your family's foes or your kin. Yes. Both possibilities were absurdly improbable. Shikamaru sighed. I know some people greatly admire the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, considering them powerful and impressive, wishing to be part of that lineage. Sometimes even developing a delusion that they are remnants of the Uchiha bloodline. Is it conceivable that you, Choji, might merely be infatuated with the Uchiha legacy? Exactly, I affirmed. I had once misled Kakashi in a similar fashion, making him believe my complicated feelings for Sasuke were merely my feelings for Naruto, without concrete evidence of the Sharingan. My so-called premonition would, to anyone, appear as childish delusion. Even Shikamaru could not be expected to wholly trust my words. However, I knew I was not lying. So Shikamaru could only sense that I genuinely believed it. I truly have no evidence, but I possess an inexplicable premonition. Shikamaru chuckled, stop with the premonitions. The most crucial aspect of the Uchiha clan is the Sharingan. If Choji were indeed a member, she should also possess a Sharingan, don't you think? How do you know I don't? I retorted. Perhaps I simply can't activate it yet, just like Sasuke hasn't. Shikamaru laughed. That's true, after all. No one has seen Sasuke activate his Sharingan. Maybe you both just haven't reached that age. I frowned. Do you not believe me? Do you know how much courage it took for me to reveal the truth to you? Shikamaru stifled a laugh. Alright, I believe you. I insisted. You must not tell anyone. Even if no one could guess my true intentions, I should not divulge too much about my origins. Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru had deliberately left me in an amnesiac state to obscure my past. If anyone were to investigate, it would lead to a dead end. If I were to sporadically recall fragments, my safety would be compromised. Yet if I remained silent, Shikamaru would only grow angrier. No wonder my teacher said that since ancient times, undercover agents and spies had the hardest tasks. They must silently endure countless grievances and bear the misunderstandings, even scorn, of friends and family. I felt a wave of melancholy, uncertain if revealing this to Shikamaru in hopes of reconciliation was right. Could I not bear any injustice? Even if Shikamaru misinterpreted me, I should remain steadfast in my secrets. Because Naruto mattered most, then Sasuke, and lastly myself. My own safety was paramount. For living was essential to accomplishing my mission. Everyone else could be sacrificed, as they were of little consequence. Even if he continued to give me the cold shoulder, refusing to speak to me or smile again, I could endure it. During that previous time, I had managed to get by with only Ino and Naruto by my side. Hadn't I? Yet, I had spoken the words aloud. Was I truly the sort of person who could not endure even the slightest grievance or misunderstanding? Who could not keep a secret? Those whom Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru had high hopes for should not be like this, right? Was this even worthy of being called a ninja? Let alone exceptional. I was not even qualified. As I wallowed in regret, Shikamaru was still stifling laughter. I was suddenly infuriated. You know nothing. Oh, like what? You have no idea how important you are to me, and yet you get angry with me. I recalled Naruto's earlier words. Shikamaru was upset because he felt unimportant to me. If I could prove to him how significant he was, perhaps he would calm down. Yet, I had clearly demonstrated this, and he remained oblivious. So many things I only shared with him. Others were unaware. Ino's bugs. And this matter. He did not comprehend what this signified at all. Shikamaru replied, could it be that you do not understand what it signifies? I grew furious and seized his collar. What did you say? Are you blaming me? Though this individual is the young Lord Shikamaru from my childhood. According to his own theory, he is not truly Lord Shikamaru. Therefore, my anger towards him is certainly not directed at the true Lord Shikamaru. He hastily grasped my wrist, urging me to calm down. I harbor no ill will towards you, and I assure you, I shall not disclose this to anyone. In a moment of impulsive frustration, I threatened him, if you dare tell anyone, I shall sever all the antlers from your family's deer and cast them into the river. Shikamaru responded with a chuckle, no. I mean, how terrifying. For the sake of our family's antlers, I shall guard this secret with my life. You swear? I inquired. I swear, he replied with a smile. This is a secret shared between Choji and me. Chapter 61. Our first quarrel. He was elated, while I found myself discontented. When you are unhappy, I too feel a pang of sorrow. I perched atop him, gazing down at his face, but when I am upset, does Shikamaru feel sad? His eyes evaded mine. He was avoiding my question. Furiously, I leaned closer, turning his face back towards me, pressing my palms against his cheeks so that he was compelled to meet my gaze. I do not wish to cause Shikamaru any distress, hence my desire to reconcile. But what of Shikamaru? Does he not wish to mend things with me, regardless of my sadness? Of course it is not so, he exclaimed. Then what is it? Shikamaru is so indifferent to me, as though he cares not at all. I do care. If I did not, I would not feel anger. I retorted loudly. You must cease your nonsensical chatter. Even I know that to care for someone is to desire their happiness and joy. You claim to care, yet you make me sorrowful. With each word, my anger intensified. Do not presume your intelligence grants you the right to toy with me, to deceive me. Noticing his silence, I indignantly declared. Thank heavens I did not practice romance with Shikamaru from the start. Shikamaru paused. What? I mused aloud. I was just contemplating that if we had become romantic partners back then, and if we were to argue, it would undoubtedly be like this. With him ignoring me. Only I remained, too timid to let him know I was covertly observing him, feeling a profound ache yet unable to suppress my attention towards him. Shikamaru gazed at me incredulously. That sounds rather cunning. I sniffled, not grasping his implication. Ino was right, those we adore truly can bring us heartache. But why does it have to be Shikamaru who causes me pain? I trust you implicitly, yet you inflict suffering upon me. Despite the agony, I still long to be with Shikamaru, yet he does not desire the same. Wait, Shikamaru shouted, do not leap to conclusions. He struggled to rise. Calm down. Let us revisit this from the beginning. However, I forcefully shoved him back into the snow, and as he attempted to rise again, I pushed him down once more. After several repetitions, Shikamaru lay there listless, no longer resisting. Fuming, I lifted my goggles, using the back of my hand to wipe away the stray tears that had escaped. Shikamaru lay helplessly in the snow, gazing at me. If you and I had become romantic partners, perhaps this would not have happened. Not have happened? What do you mean? He paused, glancing at the snow cave behind me. No, you are right. If we were indeed romantic partners, I would likely be even more upset regarding the matter with Sasuke. More upset? My eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom a scenario where Shikamaru could be even angrier than he already was. Why? He stared intently at me, because in a romantic relationship, there exists an element of exclusivity. If Choji were to care for Sasuke while we were involved, not clarifying it would amount to betrayal. I was well aware of the exclusivity inherent in romantic relationships. It was precisely why I practiced with Shino, to ascertain whether it was preferable to be Naruto-esque partner, or remain family. You have chosen a fine partner. Shikamaru sighed. The Yamanaka clan never gets accustomed to openly expressing themselves, be it in appearance, body, or feelings. They are more inclined to conceal than to reveal, which simply makes them passive fools. What do you mean? Shikamaru succinctly replied. It means their aggressiveness is lacking. Lacking aggressiveness? I was perplexed as to how this related to Shino's assertiveness. Though he was not one to engage in direct confrontation, he had never shied away from facing an enemy when necessary. Yet, Shikamaru himself often remained hidden in the background. However, once we Nara clan members set a target, no matter how troublesome, we devise a plan in our minds and strive to achieve it. So, does that imply the Nara clan possesses considerable aggression? Shikamaru smiled at me, remaining silent. I muttered in confusion. Although Shikamaru appears languid, he is hardly intimidating. I always thought an aggressive person should resemble Sasuke, looking sharp and unapproachable. There are countless means to achieve one's goals. Our clan and the Uchiha clan exhibit different forms of aggression. Thinking of Lord Shikamaru, my annoyance towards him diminished significantly. The Nara clan is truly remarkable. One day, Shikamaru too will surely grow into an impressive individual. Shikamaru asked, "May I rise now? The snow is quite cold." However, when he ignored me, my heart and body felt colder than the snow beneath me. Very well, he closed his eyes. I shall lie here a while longer. I will remain as long as Choji wishes me to. I am punishing you. Why are you laughing? I angrily tugged at his collar. You still have not told me how you felt during our quarrel. If you are not well, how could I possibly be happy? I do not believe you. I was just thinking about you, I exclaimed. Were you thinking of me as well? You did not say a word while I spoke. You only ponder my existence when I am near, right? When I am absent, you are quite merry with Shino and Naruto, are you not? And were you not also happy with Ino and Choji? Unhappy, he replied swiftly, leaving me momentarily speechless. I gathered my thoughts. We have all been assigned to the same team. I even took the initiative to speak, yet you ignored me. How was I to know you were addressing me? He turned his head away, refusing to look at me. I did not wish to interrupt your conversation with Sasuke. Stop your nonsense. I did speak to you, Lord Nara. So when you called my name, was I not quick to respond? Regardless of the circumstances. It seemed he had a point. I huffed you. Regardless, you do not care about me at all. Even if we part ways, you feel no pain. You do not wish to reconcile with me. Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Whatever I say, you refuse to believe, do you not? You are not reflecting at all. I shall not engage with you any longer. Fuming, I abandoned him to lie in the snow and turned to return to the snow cave. Sasuke was meditating in the depths of the cave. I ignored him and curled up beside him, pulling my cloak tightly around me. Before long, I heard Shikamaru's footsteps returning. Sasuke inquired, "What is wrong with her?" "Nothing," Shikamaru replied with a hollow resignation, "just getting a taste of how it feels when my father argues with my mother." Chapter 62, A Greater Cost. A night passed in silence. Yet, Shikamaru's resting place had inched closer to mine. The following morning, upon awakening, I overheard Shikamaru and Sasuke engaged in a hushed conversation. Sasuke inquired, "What led to your quarrel?" Shikamaru sighed deeply, his tone imbued with gravity. "Well, when you spend a considerable amount of time together, disagreements are inevitable. Did you provoke her? My father once remarked that arguments serve as a means of communication rather than mere release. Otherwise, one might pay a heavier price." Shikamaru softly added, "I used to think I understood this, but indeed, one must experience it firsthand to truly grasp its essence." Sasuke furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean?" Shikamaru replied, "It's best to avoid arguments unless absolutely necessary." I sat up, unable to refrain from shooting Shikamaru an incredulous glance. Shikamaru continued, "Nevertheless, one must also learn to endure. A true ninja is one who can withstand what others cannot." Sasuke regarded him with a sidelong glance, his expression one of bemusement. With Sasuke Uchiha present, I opted for silence, merely huffing before turning away to tend to my gear, confirming my weapons and warming up. Before long, Shikamaru quietly approached me, greeting, "Good morning, Choji." I turned my back, feigning ignorance. "Ahem, would you care for some soldier pills I brought? They're said to be tempura flavored." Unable to resist, I retorted, "What kind of soldier pills come in tempura flavor?" Shikamaru chuckled, pressing the soldier pills into my hand, saying, "Give them a try. Though they may not taste of tempura, our Nara family's special soldier pills are far superior to those sold outside." I asked, "Is this one of the greater costs you mentioned?" He awkwardly scratched his nose, responding, "Certainly not." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Sasuke departing, prompting me to hasten my consumption of food and water to replenish my energy. I certainly did not wish to be mocked later for hindering his progress. Shikamaru lingered by my side, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I was in the wrong." "What did you do wrong?" I queried. "I shouldn't have expressed my dissatisfaction in that manner. I should have communicated with you properly." I shot him a sidelong glance, asking, "In what manner?" "The way of sulking and quarreling," Shikamaru replied. "I shouldn't have used such a method to affirm my significance to you. I shouldn't have made you upset. Will you behave this way again in the future?" I pressed. Shikamaru shook his head vigorously, "Never again." Watching his hair sway like a dog's tail, I couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, yet I stifled my laughter, declaring, "You had better not." He looked at me, his eyes crinkling into a smile. I swiftly finished my breakfast, donned my mask once more, and stood to face Shikamaru, asking, "Do you recall what you previously mentioned?" "What?" He replied, "You stated that a ninja team must consist of 3 members. If Naruto and I are together, we'll inadvertently ostracize that unfortunate fellow." Shikamaru paused, taken aback. "And you? You've squeezed beside me, pushing Sasuke out." Shikamaru chuckled awkwardly, rising to leave. "I'll go find him." I adjusted my mask and goggles, following suit. Before long, we discerned the sounds of battle nearby. Shouts of fury, clashes, the whistling of weapons, and the sounds of ninjutsu. We listened intently for a moment, and Shikamaru assessed, "It's a bit of a distance from us." Sasuke scoffed lightly, clearly unimpressed by the opponent's strength. He shot a glance at Shikamaru, muttering, "Subservience." Shikamaru, unfazed, replied quietly, "That is the cost." It was not Naruto's voice. I feigned ignorance to their exchange. The fighting style did not resemble Shino's. Shikamaru turned to me, saying, "Let them clash outside for now." We retreated to conceal ourselves behind a nearby rock formation, and soon enough, the battle concluded, revealing a victor who took the loser's score and departed. The vanquished, having lost their value, were compelled to seize others' points to regain standing. The direction of the departing victors coincidentally passed by our snow cave. Upon spotting the entrance, they immediately grew wary. "Who's there?" one called out. Sasuke and Shikamaru exchanged glances. Shikamaru stated, "Since they've come to us, let us accept the offering." Sasuke leapt out from behind the rocks, unleashing a roaring great fireball technique. "Oh no! It's Sasuke Uchiha." They promptly readied to flee. But we dashed out to intercept them. I glared at the opposition, asserting, "Is my fire release not formidable? Why do you only attribute the prowess to Sasuke?" The adversary, bemused, replied, "Aren't you a team? Even if you are, each possesses their own renown." In a fit of indignation, I countered with my own great fireball technique, exclaiming, "In what way is my fire release inferior to Sasuke's? If his resembles a peony, then mine can surely be likened to a rose." Under the pressure of my advancing fiery sphere, the opponent had no chance to respond, blinded by the scorching flames, and stumbled into the snow for cover. Being classmates, most could gauge their chances upon encountering one another. Even if reluctant, a mere skirmish would reveal the futility of any hope. Shikamaru and Sasuke swiftly seized the 20 points from their group, and the prior victors suddenly found themselves in the same predicament as their defeated comrades. Observing their retreating figures, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet I acknowledged that Sasuke's fire release was indeed superior to mine, albeit by a slight margin. After all, during my time working, he had consistently dedicated himself to rigorous training without a moment's rest. Turning back towards Shikamaru and the others, I recalled a lesson from class about discerning the connection between two individuals, not by their words, but rather by their subconscious proximity. The body sometimes speaks truer than the soul. Those familiar and close tend to stand nearer, while the wary and strangers instinctively maintain distance. Upon positioning myself beside Shikamaru, I noticed the space between him and Sasuke was markedly greater than that between us, suggesting that, according to the teacher's theory, my relationship with Shikamaru was considerably closer than his with Sasuke. However, it seemed that Sasuke maintained distance from everyone, lacking any apparent close companion among the multitude of classmates. As afternoon approached, we finally encountered our acquaintance, Kiba. Upon seeing us, he raised his hand high, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, don't rush into a fight. We have no points left." I inquired curiously, "Who did you run into?" Kiba sighed. "Shino." Lost in thought, his expression turned grim. "He actually threatened me. If I didn't, he concede. He'd let bugs crawl into Akamaru's ears and into his brain. How outrageous." I remained silent, as did Sasuke. Shikamaru remarked, "Indeed. One would prefer to avoid such an opponent." Kiba slumped his shoulders, the memory too harrowing, leaving his group in low spirits. Shikamaru asked, "In which direction did you encounter them?" Kiba smirked, "I'm not telling you. We are opponents now." I jested, "We could always seek revenge on your behalf." He scoffed, "I don't believe you can take on Shino." Shikamaru cleared his throat. By the third day, as the exam neared its conclusion, we still had not encountered Shino. Shikamaru sighed, "It seems they must be using Hinata's Byakugan to steer clear of us." I remarked, "Our current score is actually sufficient to pass, isn't it?" Sasuke furrowed his brow and replied, "If we can attain the first place, why not seize it?" His response aligned perfectly with my stereotypical impression of him, prompting me to nod in agreement. "As expected of you." Shikamaru sighed, "What a hassle. If we aim for first place, the quickest way is to locate Shino and defeat them, thereby claiming all their scorecards." My eyes widened in disbelief. "Must we go to such extremes?" Shikamaru stated earnestly, "Though it is merely a final exam, if they are our rivals, it is best to regard them as genuine adversaries." Sasuke turned his gaze back to me. "So, what exactly is your method for finding Shino?" I replied, "Even if you say that, I cannot truly perceive Shino as an enemy." Sasuke countered, "If you were to become adversaries in the future, would you still show mercy?" I retorted, "We are all ninjas of Konoha. Why would we be at odds? Do you believe Shino would become a rogue ninja? Or do you think I would?" Shikamaru cleared his throat. "Let's not digress. If Koru is unwilling, we can seek other means to locate them." Sasuke added, "With Byakugan in play, finding them will not be an easy task. An alliance would suffice." "En alliance?" I pondered. "Aren't Yo's points entirely taken by Shino? We can have him assist us in locating Shino, and after we take Shino's points, we can share a portion with him." Sasuke inquired, "But how will you track Yo?" Shikamaru turned to me. "Koru?" I hesitated before admitting, when I encountered Yo previously, I marked him. Since Shikamaru mentioned that the best trackers among us are Hinata, Shino, and Yo, and considering Hinata and Shino are on the same team, Yo's presence is crucial. I thought it might come in handy later, so I placed a chakra bug on him. "Shikamaru, aware of my ability to control insects, had noticed my actions, while Sasuke, oblivious to this detail, did not consider it. Reflecting on our teacher's insistence on the importance of gathering intelligence, I realized the significance of information. Moreover, while Shino's bugs cannot be used against him, they pose no issue against others. Sasuke looked at me in astonishment. What method did you employ? I cannot divulge that. I replied, it is a secret weapon against you. How could I possibly reveal it? Sasuke pursed his lips, turning away in displeasure, unwilling to look at me again. I mused, given my attitude towards Sasuke, others say I dislike him, and I too feel I am rather antagonistic towards him. Why then is Shikamaru the one who is upset? Although we have reconciled, I still find this perplexing. But what does it matter? I have no desire to argue with Shikamaru again, and since he has ceased to bring it up, I shall refrain from mentioning it as well. Sasuke and Shikamaru followed closely behind me, and we soon located Yo. His team had just concluded a skirmish, the defeated rising from the ground, weary and indignant. How despicable! You took advantage of our fatigue after 3 consecutive battles to ambush us. Yo grinned widely. Ha ha ha, that is a strategy in itself. We have been tailing you for so long, and you failed to notice you were being watched. Such a lack of counter-surveillance skills deserves a failing grade. At times, his words could be infuriating. The defeated had initially intended to concede and retreat, but upon hearing his taunt, they were eager to retaliate. You dare say that? Akamaru immediately issued a low growl of threat towards the opponent. Though still a pup, appearing soft and lethargic, with an innocuous demeanor, when agitated. His sharp teeth made him look quite formidable. The adversaries gauged whether they had the strength to contend with the fighting dog before begrudgingly suppressing their anger and departing. I approached Yo and observed a startled expression upon Inuzuka Yo's face, smiling as I said, surprise. What surprise? Are you here to ambush us as well? Yo exclaimed incredulously. To take advantage of my battle with Akamaru, while I was unable to sense your approach, is utterly vile. I countered. If it were an ambush, I would have attacked long ago. We are here to form an alliance. As I spoke, Shikamaru and Sasuke leapt to stand behind me. An alliance? Yo frowned. What does that mean? Shikamaru explained. We are likely the 2 teams with the highest scores. If you can help us locate Shino, we can share a portion of his points after we claim them. Yo initially appeared taken aback, then hesitated. But Hinata and Shino are on the same team. If Shino's points drop to 0, Hinata's will too. Then we shall leave them some points. After all, we only desire the first place. For you and Shino's team. Second and third can be negotiated. Shikamaru glanced at Sasuke. That works for you, right, Sasuke? I couldn't help but interject. Taking Shino's points isn't as simple as you all seem to believe. Exactly, Yo added. Hinata is quite formidable too. Sasuke's retort was more cutting. I can't see it. Yo exclaimed. You. Shikamaru held him back. Alright, Yo. He lowered his voice. If you are unwilling to assist, I will command my shadow to infiltrate Akamaru's mind. How could you resort to that trick as well? Yo stammered. Shikamaru stepped back, one hand on his hip, grinning at Yo. Many things can be achieved not only by insects, but shadows can do so as well. Yo's companions looked at him, somewhat bewildered. After a brief standoff lasting mere seconds, Yo relented. Fine, I understand. Our team will aim for second place. Shikamaru nodded. Pleasure to cooperate. Yo huffed, offering no reply, and turned to instruct Akamaru. Sniff out Shino and Hinata scent, Akamaru. Woof. Now that hostilities had ceased, I knelt beside Akamaru, stroking his head. He wagged his tail joyfully, nuzzling my hand. He is a small white dog that appears to be perpetually smiling when at ease. During breaks, many girls would gather around Yo to pet him. I, of course, had petted him as well. However, what I found most endearing was that I always thought his bark resembled Naruto's voice somewhat. After I discovered this, I excitedly informed Naruto, but he adamantly refused to acknowledge that his voice bore any resemblance to a dog's. In what way are we similar? To prove the point, Naruto barked at me several times. Woof. Woof. See, not similar at all, right? After all, when it comes to vocal comparison, Akamaru struggles to speak human language. He could only mimic Naruto's barking. But for some reason, as I reached out to pat his head and scratch under his chin, I felt that his squinty-eyed expression resembled Akamaru even more. Chapter 64. The Incomplete Technique. Akamaru took off running, and Yo immediately pursued. This way. Sasuke followed suit, while Shikamaru and I lagged behind, keeping an eye on Yo's companions for any unusual behavior, lest they set a trap for us. However, even in the absence of any immediate incidents, we could not afford to be complacent. Yo, Shino, and Hinata were originally on the same team. It was uncertain whether he would lead us there only to turn against us and ally with Shino against us. In battle, anything could happen. Moreover, ever since the last time I expressed my intense disdain for Sasuke in front of Shikamaru, which he happened to overhear, I have begun to contemplate everything with the worst possible outcomes in mind. Before long, Kiba remarked, "They are on the move. Hinata must have detected us. The Byakugan is indeed formidable." I couldn't help but inquire about Sasuke's condition. "Sasuke, can you activate your Sharingan?" If he hasn't, then next time we encounter each other, I need not avoid his gaze, lest he accuse me of failing to confront my foe. How infuriating. He cast a sidelong glance at me. "I won't tell you." Shikamaru interjected. "In this situation, the Sharingan is of little use." Kiba boasted. "Exactly, reconnaissance is the domain of the Byakugan." I marveled. "If Shino Hinata, and you are on the same team, your reconnaissance abilities must be unparalleled." Kiba chuckled. "Of course. However, it primarily relies on Hinata and me. I'm responsible for tracking. While Hinata locks onto the target, Shino can simply hide behind us." I laughed at his words. "Does Shino know you think that?" At that moment, Akamaru suddenly barked twice. From beneath the snow, a figure lunged towards Sasuke, attacking his chest, waist, and arm in quick succession. Fortunately, Sasuke reacted with incredible speed, managing to deflect all of the opponent's strikes and retreat swiftly. However, he had originally been closely following Akamaru, stationed at the front of our formation, and now found himself separated from us by a considerable distance, fracturing our formation. Just as he steadied himself after landing, another assailant sprang forth from behind, flanking Sasuke alongside Hinata, forcing him back yet another step. It was Naruto. "Ha ha ha ha, foolish Sasuke. You've fallen for it." Sasuke was now encircled by Hinata and Naruto. Kiba quickly jumped away from my side to join Akamaru, surrounding both Shikamaru and me. "Sorry, Shikamaru. Shino and I formed an alliance earlier." Shikamaru and I stood back to back, surveying our encirclement. He looked at Kiba. "Do you genuinely believe that capturing Sasuke will secure your victory over us?" "Certainly not." Shino's voice echoed from an unknown location. "You will face me directly." As Shikamaru and I searched for his whereabouts, we found ourselves unable to detect his hiding place. Hinata faced Sasuke, her Byakugan activated, veins bulging, lips pressed tightly together, appearing almost pallid and extremely serious. However, her cheeks were flushed with an unusual hue, which seemed quite peculiar. Sasuke stood his ground, observing Hinata and Naruto, outnumbered yet calm, exuding an air of composure and showing no signs of panic. Noticing his dismissive demeanor, Naruto fumed, "Damn it. Stop underestimating us." Shikamaru glanced at the ground and declared, "Ninjutsu. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique." Countless flames erupted in all directions, scattering the accumulated snow, and Shino finally emerged from the charred remnants of the insect swarm. "You think we are not sensory-type ninjas, and that you can disguise yourself as a rock?" Shikamaru smirked. Shino landed beside Kiba, waving his hand as the remaining insects surged into his sleeves like a dark cloud, burrowing back into his body. Looking at me, Shino murmured, "It's infuriating that you're in the same team as Choji." Seemingly indifferent, Shikamaru couldn't suppress a smile. "It can't be helped. It was the teacher's arrangement." Shino furrowed his brow. "Choji, have you reconciled with him?" I smiled at Shino. "Yes." Sighing, he looked at me with resignation. "You are too easily softened." Shikamaru chimed in. "Don't act as if I am not here. Let's go." Though Shino said as much, he began to retreat, clearly preparing to distance himself from the range of Shikamaru's shadow manipulation. Simultaneously, a swarm of insects dispersed towards Shikamaru. Once scattered, their shadows became minuscule, making them exceedingly difficult to hit with weapons. I hesitated, contemplating whether to use fire style to assist Shikamaru. However, the insects Shino had given me remained quietly nestled in the bell I carried. Was there a method to immobilize Shino directly, minimizing losses? Shikamaru formed his own hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. He incinerated a portion of the insect cloud, exclaiming, "Just because I don't use it often doesn't mean I can't." Yet both Shikamaru and I were acutely aware that, even if a significant number of Shino's insects were burned, as long as a few survived and latched onto a person, it would be troublesome enough. Maintaining distance from the insects was futile. Shikamaru needed to defeat Shino, the source of the insect swarm, as swiftly as possible. In the face of such an enemy, the Nara clan's signature ninjutsu was more disadvantageous than advantageous under distance constraints. Thus, Shikamaru hurled two kunai at Shino. I truly did not wish to face such an opponent. Shino, donning sunglasses, I couldn't discern whether he glanced at the two kunai. Trying to artificially create shadows to shorten the distance? If anyone can do that, it would be my shadow. I immediately charged at Shino, but Kiba and his two companions intercepted me. Unfortunately, if his companions were sufficiently powerful, he wouldn't need to ally with Shino to earn points. I easily kicked the two of them into the snow. Meanwhile, Sasuke also made his move. He completely ignored Naruto and charged directly at Hinata. As a classmate, no one was unaware that Uchiha Sasuke was an absolute foe, and her face immediately paled, revealing her anxiety. She wished to strike first, but Sasuke's overwhelming aura intimidated her, instinctively invoking fear, causing her to falter and only managed to defend herself. Naruto, infuriated, shouted, "Damn it, Sasuke! I'm your opponent!" My concern surged. Naruto, be careful. With his current abilities, he was no match for Sasuke, but Naruto time and again seemed oblivious to this fact, always rushing forward. His advance disrupted Hinata's rhythm, leaving her startled, and Naruto-kun. I tore off my cloak and threw it toward Shikamaru's kunai, placing 4 kunai at the corners to ensure it could spread completely across the snow. This way, regardless of the direction of attack, Shikamaru would have shadows to utilize. In an instant, Sasuke sent 2 individuals flying away. Kiba and I instinctively halted, each rushing towards Naruto and Hinata. I anxiously called out, "Naruto, are you alright?" Kiba expressed his concern. "Hinata, are you okay?" As those words left our lips, we both paused, exchanging glances before looking back at our respective companions. Naruto grinned through clenched teeth, rising from the snow. "I'm fine." Hinata softly replied, "Kiba, I'm alright." Kiba glared at Sasuke with anger. "Your opponent is me now." Woof. I instinctively wanted to shield Naruto and defeat Sasuke, but as I turned to face Sasuke, he glared at me fiercely. It dawned on me that I was on his team. I glanced back at Naruto, then turned to Sasuke, and finally cast my gaze toward the fierce battle unfolding not far away between Shikamaru and Ino. I mused to myself that given Sasuke's prowess, he likely did not require my assistance in confronting Kiba. Considering the synergy between Sasuke and me, our collaboration in combat might only serve to hinder him. I held confidence in Ino's skills and even greater faith in Shikamaru's intellect. Their engagement was a one-on-one affair. Should I intervene, Hinata and Naruto would be left without any counterbalance. It would be wiser for me to remain here, ensuring that Naruto does not recklessly charge at Sasuke, and to restrain Hinata should she decide to join the fray. Naruto, looking at me with urgency, exclaimed, "Koru." I looked at him, torn. He forcefully broke free, insisting, "Koru, let go of me." At that moment, Kiba suddenly shouted, "Don't underestimate me." 2 wild whirlwinds erupted from the ground, and upon hearing the commotion, Ino immediately ceased her movements, her tone unusually charged with intensity. "Kiba? You haven't completed that technique yet, have you?" The 2 whirlwinds offered no response to her query, and they evidently displayed a hint of uncontrollability. Sasuke, intending to evade, soon realized that remaining still might not render him vulnerable. Naruto, perhaps believing this limited his mobility, saw it as an opportune moment to strike. He leaped high into the air, kunai in hand, and called out, "Sasuke, here I come." Sasuke frowned. Yet before he could react, Naruto collided directly with one of the whirlwinds mid-air. Our location atop the snowy mountain meant that Naruto's orange figure was violently flung off the cliff, plummeting towards the abyss below. Naruto. A momentary blankness enveloped my mind, and by the time I regained my senses, I had already leaped off the precipice in pursuit of Naruto. Someone appeared to be calling my name anxiously from atop the cliff, but I could hardly pay attention. Korra. Chapter 65. Best friends must always be together. As I descended, Naruto caught sight of me, his eyes widening in realization. Yet the image that flashed in my mind was that of Lord Kankuro. When Lady Ino connected our minds, I had witnessed him in battle. During my fervent desire to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, I had exerted every effort to contemplate any possible strategy, and I came to realize that I had observed many forms of combat. It dawned on me that perhaps Lord Shikamaru had instructed Lady Ino to link my consciousness with everyone not merely for acquaintance, but also to impart a wealth of knowledge through their memories at that very moment. Although I might not have comprehended or digested it initially, the impressions left within my mind would ultimately prove beneficial. Such as now. I shot a chakra thread toward Naruto. Teacher Kakashi had praised my chakra control for its precision. However, manifesting chakra into a line that could extend several meters away from my body and remain resilient against breaking was no trivial task. Though I had practiced privately, I was far from mastering it like a puppet master, as I lacked a teacher's guidance and relied solely on fragmented memories from a few observations to imitate. Fortunately, Naruto was not far from me, so my chakra thread did not need to be finely honed to manipulate a puppet. Korra, be careful. Naruto urged, seemingly having spotted something terrifying behind me, wanting to alert me vocally. Yet the howling wind in the air rushed into his mouth, muffling my ears. I could see his lips moving but heard nothing. As my chakra thread adhered to him, a sudden force struck me from behind, as if something heavy had collided with me. I had no time to ponder the situation, and instinctively used the chakra thread to hurl Naruto aside. Kakashi had taught us to concentrate chakra beneath our feet to cling to trees. As long as Naruto got close to the rock face, he could secure himself in a safe spot. Meanwhile, I was thrust by immense force, rolling for what felt like an eternity, until I finally came to rest, deeply buried beneath the snow. At that moment, I had the capacity to reflect. If I were not mistaken, one of Kiba's whirlwinds had sent Naruto off the cliff, dissipating at its edge, while the other had likely collided with the mountain, triggering an avalanche. At such a time, my goggles proved invaluable. Even amidst the snow, I could observe my surroundings without disturbance, though all I saw was a vast expanse of white, utterly disorienting. I struggled to wiggle my fingers, realizing that the chakra thread I had attached to Naruto had snapped, leaving me uncertain of his current safety. It's all right, I reminded myself to remain calm. The immediate priority was to escape the snow. Since I was still alive, there was a substantial chance that Naruto was also unharmed. I controlled my chakra, expelling a small fireball from my mouth, which burned away my mask while simultaneously melting the surrounding ice and snow. By observing the flow of the melting snow, I discerned the direction of up and down, and I began to fervently paddle my limbs towards the surface. In some areas, the snow was loose enough for me to move easily, while in others, it was wet and compacted as hard as rock. I was uncertain if anyone else was nearby. What if Shikamaru and the others had also been swept down by the avalanche and were buried nearby? Thus, I dared not recklessly employ ninjutsu against the snow layer, instead opting to dig my way upward slowly, using fire release to dissolve the ice and snow incrementally. Before long, my limbs lost sensation, and the mask on my face fell away in my struggle against the snow. Each breath I took was accompanied by icy particles, as if ice blades were scraping within my nostrils. Yet, I was beginning to catch glimpses of light above, indicating that I was nearing the surface. Korra. I heard a familiar voice, Naruto's voice. That meant he was safe. My heart instantly lightened, and a new surge of energy coursed through me. Naruto's voice grew increasingly clear, filled with panic and urgency. Korra. Korra. Where are you? Korra. I'm here. I finally broke through the last layer of ice and snow, gazing upon an endless expanse of azure sky, releasing a long-held breath. Naruto was kneeling not far from me, a large pit before him, clearly one he had dug out. I quickly inquired what happened. Is someone buried underneath? He stared at me, his expression dazed, before scrambling over and enveloping me in a fervent embrace. Korra. Korra. It's so good to see you're okay. Oh. So Naruto was trying to save me? Feeling his vibrant presence, intact and full of life in my arms, I immediately felt a wave of relief wash over me. Naruto's instincts were remarkable. He had come so close. That idiot Kiba. Naruto suddenly shouted, startling me as I witnessed a fleeting fury cross his face, akin to that of a raging beast. How could he use such a dangerous, incomplete technique against us? It was the first time I had seen Naruto so furious and enraged, leaving me momentarily stunned. Logically speaking, Kiba's technique was not inherently dangerous. It had merely resulted in an unforeseen accident in this environment. However, based on my understanding of Naruto, he would not become so enraged merely due to his own peril. Concerned, I asked, are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, but you, what if you? He seemed unable to utter the word die, clenching his teeth and trembling all over. What if something happened to you? I shouldn't have let go of your hand. I should have stayed by your side. I absolutely cannot lose you, Koru. I assured Chao Lu that I would protect her at all costs. Trying to sound nonchalant, I comforted her, saying, I am perfectly fine. After all, Naruto is destined to become Hokage, and I am determined to defeat the Uchiha. A mere avalanche cannot possibly deter us. Naruto remained silent, clinging to me tightly, trembling violently as if he wished to merge me into his very being. Wait, hold on. I gasped, struggling to breathe as he squeezed me tighter. Let me get out first. I managed to extricate my upper body, while my legs remained buried in the snow. Upon hearing my plea, Naruto seemed to awaken from a trance, releasing me and bending down to clear the snow from my waist. I inquired, have you seen Shikamaru and the others? Naruto shook his head vigorously, keeping his gaze downcast. I looked up towards the slope where we had previously been, now blanketed in white, as if the heavens had erased all color from the world. I thought to myself, Shikamaru should be fine, and Sasuke, he is strong, so he should be all right too. But I was uncertain about Shino and the others. Let us go look for them together, I urged. Naruto continued to dig through the snow. Silent. His demeanor seemed peculiar, as if he could focus on nothing but a single thought, oblivious to everything else. With his assistance, I soon freed myself entirely from the snow. I flicked my head to shake off the snowflakes from my hair, and while wiping the lens of my goggles, I noticed Naruto tightly pressed his lips together, biting off his gloves, and used his fingers to brush the snow from my face. Why did you take off your gloves? I asked, feeling the coldness of his fingertips brush against my lips. It's cold, I cautioned. He replied earnestly. The gloves are soaked with snow water. They would make you uncomfortable. I was momentarily taken aback. Naruto often displayed a rough demeanor, yet at times he could be unexpectedly considerate, catching me off guard. Thank you, I smiled, stepping back to evade his hand. But now is not the time for meticulous grooming. We should hurry to search for our companions. I glanced down at my ninja tool pouch still secured at my waist, relieved that it hadn't been swept away by the snow. I found the bell that Shino had given me, wondering if its swarm of insects could guide me to their rightful owner in this situation. Naruto gazed intently at me. Chaolu. He continued. From now on I will never leave you. And you must never leave me, okay? In the depths of his azure eyes, I perceived a hint of foreboding crimson. I didn't ponder it too much, replying, Ah? Sure. He grasped my hand tightly, exclaiming, Because we are the best of friends. I absolutely cannot lose you. Chapter 66. Come up. The best of friends. This was not the first time I had heard these words from Naruto. Yet we didn't express such sentiments daily. Thus, hearing him reaffirm it every so often brought me the same joy and thrill as the first time. Moreover, it signified that our bond remained strong, unyielding to distance or change. A cause for celebration in the fragile realm of human emotions. However, I chuckled lightly. That's not so significant. You would do the same, wouldn't you? Naruto replied fervently. Of course. I will never allow anyone to harm Chaolu. I will protect her, and ensure that she sheds not a single tear. And she shall never suffer even the slightest injury. That is not what I meant. I wasn't asking if you would jump in to save me if I fell. I was following along with Naruto, who mirrored my steps as we moved forward, guided by Shino's flying insects. I knew he would undoubtedly do so. Regardless of who fell, Naruto would recklessly risk himself to save them, for he cannot ignore those in isolation. Naruto paused. If it were Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, or Hinata who fell, I knew Naruto would act the same way. But I hoped he wouldn't. He looked at me. Why not? Because I would be very worried. Naruto murmured. If I were strong enough, Chaolu wouldn't have to worry, right? If I were as powerful as Sasuke. My irritation flared. Do you think I'm not as good as Sasuke? I'm not that far behind him, am I? I asserted, but then felt a tinge of doubt. Would Naruto not worry for me if I were to jump? Of course I would. I'd be very worried. Exactly. So no matter what, I will always worry about you. He pondered for a moment, then asked, So if it had been Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, or Hinata who fell instead of you, would Chaolu jump in to save them? I answered without hesitation. Yes. Falling off a cliff is undoubtedly dangerous for a ninja, yet it is not a guaranteed death sentence. Compared to ordinary people, ninjas, when endowed with sufficient chakra, possess various means of survival, and can also save others. I particularly worried about Naruto if he fell. Not just because of his unique status to me, but also due to his lack of proficiency in ninjutsu. He was not devoid of effort. Yet his progress in that area was consistently slow. It seemed that Kakashi-sensei regarded this as normal, though he sometimes expressed a hint of exasperation. He didn't seem overly concerned. I had asked him several times, and he simply stated that Naruto's situation was different. I could not discern what was different. But watching Naruto struggle tirelessly with little result often made me want to assist him, to discover the root of the problem, and see if it could be resolved. However, I did not wish to burden him unduly, and moreover, Orochimaru and Shikamaru had both advised to let things unfold naturally. After being deflected by Kakashi multiple times, I had no choice but to accept this and refrain from further inquiries. As I contemplated these thoughts, Naruto suddenly asked, What about Sasuke? If it were Sasuke who fell, would Chaolu rush in to save him as well? I was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause I replied, Yes, I would. Then I wouldn't want you to do that. Why not? Because you might get hurt. So it's fine for Naruto to get hurt. I don't care what happens to me. Then I don't care what happens to me. Naruto's voice suddenly rose. How could Chaolu not care about herself? But why is it okay for Naruto to not care? He appeared quite anxious. trying to continue his argument when we suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. Since you still have the energy to bicker, it seems you are both unscathed. Immediately, Naruto and I fell silent, spotting Uchiha Sasuke draped in a cloak, looking entirely unscathed. His dark hair and pale skin exuded a pristine elegance that made one feel self-conscious, and even incited an inexplicable irritation. Chao Lu. Shikamaru hurried over from another direction. Are you alright? I'm fine. I quickly averted my gaze from Sasuke and responded to Shikamaru. What about Shino and the others? Shikamaru came to a halt before me. Kiba and his 2 companions are buried under the snow. We didn't know where you were swept off to, so Sasuke and I came out to search for you. Hinata is using her Byakugan to locate them. And Shino went to notify the teacher. I replied, Naruto and I didn't get swept away too far. I wasn't buried, Naruto added. Shikamaru sighed in relief. That's great to hear. He then removed his cloak and wrapped it around me, examining me closely as he asked, Where is your mask? It burned away when I used fire release to escape from the snow. Do you feel any discomfort? He replied, I'm fine. However, Shikamaru furrowed his brow and separated my hand from Naruto's, disregarding his momentarily displeased expression, and removed my gloves. Our gloves were water-resistant, yet buried in the snow. The accumulation of ice and snow around the edges had allowed melted snowmelt to seep in, rendering them ineffective at keeping me warm. Shikamaru took off my gloves and gently squeezed my hand, asking, Can you still feel anything? I obediently responded, It's a bit numb. I might have frostbite. Why did I even say I'm fine? Shikamaru's brow remained tightly knitted. At least it hasn't turned blue-black. Naruto, who was clueless about chakra in class, was even more bewildered by this knowledge point. He inquired, What happens if it turns blue-black? Sasuke approached slowly, stating, Amputation. Naruto exclaimed, What? I quickly interjected. It's not that serious. Naruto stared at my hand, flustered. What do we do now? Shikamaru ignored him and raised his hand to touch my cheek, nose and ears, asking, What about these areas? Are they numb too? I nodded. Shikamaru then asked, Can you contact Shino and see how long it will take him to arrive? I replied, I've been trying to find him. Shikamaru seemed to understand how I was searching for him, so he said no more. Though his tone was somewhat unclear to me. Why is it that guy's stuff is so convenient? Is he around? I shook my head. He might be a bit far away. Let's not worry about my frostbite for now. Naruto immediately countered. How can we not worry about it? Idiot, Sasuke remarked. If we warm the injured area now, she will feel the pain of frostbite. At that point, she might not be able to walk. I suggested, perhaps Hinata needs help. Let's head to her first. Naruto said, then let's not have Asuka walk. He squatted in front of me. I can carry Asuka over. Shikamaru stated, before the teacher arrives. We should conserve our strength as much as possible. Let's take turns carrying. Sasuke glanced at Shikamaru, and I could sense he was thinking. Does that include him? Why should it? Shikamaru promptly said, Of course just the 2 of us, Naruto and I, should suffice. Sasuke can sit this one out. Before Sasuke could respond, I suddenly sensed a message from the chakra bug, and I exclaimed with delight. Shino is almost here. I turned to face the direction from which the message came. And sure enough, it wasn't long before I saw several figures approaching. Leading the group was Iruka-sensei, followed by medical personnel in white coats, with Shino trailing behind. Upon seeing us, Iruka-sensei immediately asked anxiously, How is everyone? Is anyone hurt? What happened with Naruto and Asuka falling off the cliff? Shikamaru replied, Asuka was buried by an avalanche for a while and has frostbite. Naruto chimed in, I'm fine. Asuka saved me. I wasn't buried. I added, Naruto helped me too. He dug for a long time. Iruka-sensei asked again, What about the others? Shikamaru pointed up the mountain. Hinata is up there. As soon as Shino stopped. Without uttering a word to me, Iruka-sensei urged him, Shino, lead the way to find Hinata. He cast a worried glance at me before hurrying up the mountain with the medical team. Iruka-sensei remained behind, noticing Naruto's spirited demeanor, and checked my frostbite areas. Sighing in relief, thank goodness, it's not too serious. He looked at the boys beside me and said to Sasuke, When the medical personnel bring Hinata down, Sasuke, you should help carry Asuka out. Sasuke froze. Naruto immediately protested, Wait, why can't I carry her? Iruka-sensei retorted, Did you not just fall off a cliff and then dig for ages in the snow? It's a miracle you're not carrying anyone else. Conserve your strength. Shikamaru added, I can do it too. Iruka-sensei shook his head. Your cloak is gone. When we move, the wind will be strong, and I'm afraid you won't have enough warmth. Sasuke is better equipped. Shikamaru. Sasuke. I sensed that Sasuke would not agree to this, and as I cast him a glance, He turned his face away and squatted down in front of me. Get on. Chapter 67, The Cat Brigade. I looked at Iruka-sensei's anxious face, realizing that now was not the time to be a burden, so I said nothing and complied, resting on Sasuke's back. Habitually, my hands wanted to wrap around his neck, but I realized our relationship was not that close, so I awkwardly placed them on his shoulders instead. I could sense that, not only was I a bit tense, but Sasuke's body was also quite taut. I thought perhaps he was willing to carry me because he felt it was not the time to trouble others while we had yet to rescue the others. Despite the coldness of our relationship, he was willing to temporarily set aside our unpleasantness, demonstrating a side of him that considered others and was willing to endure discomfort. For the future Uchiha Sasuke, this was simply unimaginable. I wondered how that tyrant would feel if he could see his current self and the gentler version of himself from childhood. That tyrant loomed large in my memory. While Sasuke, even with layers of clothing and a cloak, I could feel his slimness. However, when he lifted me, his hands firmly cradled my legs, revealing his adeptness. Soon, several Chunin rescuers arrived, bringing down 3 stretchers from the mountain. Kiba and his 2 companions lay on them, their clothes and hair covered in snow. Even their eyelashes turned white, their faces pale, unconscious, uncertain of their condition. Upon seeing me on Sasuke's back, Shino and Hinata, who were following the Chunin down the mountain, were momentarily taken aback. However, with 3 students unconscious, Iruka-sensei had no time to waste and immediately urged us to move toward the exit. As soon as he started, Sasuke followed closely behind him with me on his back. I turned to look back and saw Naruto desperately chasing after us, while Shino and Shikamaru huddled together, seemingly exchanging information. I turned my gaze forward again, feeling the cold wind slicing through like a blade as we moved quickly. I wore goggles to shield my eyes from the wind, but without a mask, my already frostbitten cheeks felt even more numb. I did not want my injuries to worsen, so I lowered myself, trying to hide the lower half of my face in the collar of Sasuke's cloak. I followed his line of sight ahead, and since we had nothing to say to each other, I had to find ways to pass the time. For instance, everyone acknowledged that Sasuke was a remarkable individual. He was a genius, and thus, seeing him as my ally instilled a natural sense of security when standing beside him. However, if I saw him as an opponent, my heart would instinctively sink, feeling quite troubled. It seemed such a pity that such a powerful person was destined to become an enemy. How wonderful it would be if he could continue to stand alongside Shikamaru. In this moment he was still with us, fighting side by side. With this thought, I circled back to the question. Why did Sasuke ultimately grow into what he became? Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru had no time to share extensive information with me. Even if they provided me with scrolls, the content was limited, and it was impossible to mention every detail. Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru might think that for me, knowing too much and overthinking are unnecessary. Such excessive contemplation would only lead to further confusion. My sole responsibility is to ensure that Naruto survives until the end. Yet, I find myself increasingly intrigued by Sasuke. The cold, vengeful aura surrounding him has never dissipated, but how should I put it? I do not believe that the hatred he harbors at this moment is as intense as it will become in the future. The actions taken by Uchiha Sasuke in later years appear as if the Uchiha clan was annihilated by a coalition of the 5 great nations. Clearly, something significant, or perhaps a multitude of events, must have deepened his animosity, transforming him into the individual he eventually becomes. I yearn to understand what transpired. Yet reason reminds me that since Orochimaru's scroll does not elaborate on this, both he and Lord Shikamaru likely deem it unnecessary for me to know. Or perhaps they believe that understanding his transformation is inconsequential. Previously, I struggled to comprehend the hatred stemming from the massacre of one's clan, and how betrayal by kin shaped Sasuke's current disposition. Even now, I find it difficult to grasp. I have no clan of my own. If I were to consider anyone as such, it would be Lord Shikamaru and his contemporaries. Therefore, the enemy who would seek to annihilate my clan would be Sasuke. Each time I reflect on my presence here, the thought that Lord Shikamaru and the others could very well have already suffered harm, or even death at Sasuke's hands sends chills down my spine, leaving me drenched in cold sweat and utterly disoriented. However, in my memories, they persist in their unwavering struggle, and having not witnessed their demise, I steadfastly believe they must still be alive. Consequently, my feelings toward Sasuke oscillate between wariness and fear, devoid of any gnashing of teeth and hatred. As for betrayal, thus far, everyone I have encountered has treated me with kindness. Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru have cautioned me through the scroll not to place too much trust in others, even within Konoha, where danger may lurk in unexpected places. Yet, the world I have engaged with has been remarkably gentle. Sasuke and I reside in the same vicinity, Yet it feels as though we inhabit entirely different realms. For instance, at this very moment, are the scenes and objects we perceive truly identical? Even if they are, our experiences may not align. This has been the case in the future, and it seems to hold true in the present as well. I recall the Uchiha compound I visited 3 years ago. It stood in stark contrast to the entirety of Konoha. Much like a healthy individual bearing a wound that refuses to heal. Yet upon encountering Uchiha Sasuke, who would perceive such a strikingly handsome and proud genius as a mere scar, the knowledge that such an exceptional person embodies a blemish would leave anyone sighing in regret. Surely, countless individuals would strive to heal him. My thoughts are in disarray, and I struggle to untangle them. Therefore, I find myself averse to approaching Uchiha Sasuke. Each time I draw near, a torrent of inexplicable thoughts floods my mind. I cannot help but feel an insatiable curiosity toward him, only to repeatedly remind myself that since it is not mentioned in the scroll, it must not be significant. Since Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru have not divulged this information, it implies I need not concern myself with it. I cannot extend sympathy, affection, or pity toward him, for I realize that in the future, if I successfully fulfill my mission and ensure Naruto's victory, Sasuke may not meet a favorable fate. He could very well be slain by Naruto. And even if he survives, his future might entail being feared, watched, or imprisoned for life. If he were my friend, should he become my friend, I would undoubtedly suffer immensely. His misfortunes would cause me pain. If he were to harm my other friends, my anguish would intensify. If I were compelled to take his life, I cannot fathom whether I would find the strength to do so. Yet, witnessing Naruto act would certainly not alleviate my distress. Sasuke, I find myself whispering involuntarily. I hesitate. Could you possibly remain in Konoha forever, continue as an Uchiha in Konoha, and stay with Naruto and me in Team 7, avoiding that final battle that could determine the fate of the ninja world? Yet, I am acutely aware that such words would seem utterly nonsensical to Sasuke at this moment. I swallow my words, it's nothing. Sasuke furrows his brow and glances back at me. If there's something, just say it. I open my mouth, intending to ask, what do you see right now? But I fear that should I voice it, he would deem me a fool. I remain silent, sensing Sasuke's pace slow. He adopts a somewhat stiff tone. As if unaccustomed to expressing concern. Are you in pain? No. I hastily pivot to another topic. It's about the ninja beast that Kakashi-sensei introduced me to. It's a ninja dog. Sasuke looks perplexed. So? He mentions that if I like it, I could sign a contract with ninja dogs like he did. However, I prefer cats. I've heard that the Uchiha clan has a close relationship with ninja cats. Is there a contract for ninja cats within the Uchiha clan? There is. I am taken aback by the confirmation and excitedly inquire, may I sign a contract on your family's ninja cat contract? Chapter 68. I dislike such matters. As Sasuke's pace slackens, Shikamaru and Ino catch up to him, one on each side. What are you discussing? Sasuke casts a glance at them, remaining silent. His expression often conveys a sense of disdain toward others, which is no surprise given the many who harbor resentment against him, claiming he looks down on people. Yet, for some reason, perhaps proximity allows me to discern more subtle expressions. I feel that Sasuke does not possess that arrogant malice. The closer I am, the more I sense that he is not truly malevolent. This realization leaves me bewildered. We were talking about ninja beasts, I say. Shikamaru interjects, ninja beasts, huh? They are typically inherited from teachers or family contracts. Kakashi-sensei's ninja beast is a ninja dog, right? Yes. I glance at Ino. Isn't the ninja beast of the Inuzuka clan a bug? Uh-huh. I turn to Shikamaru. So, is your ninja beast a deer? Shikamaru chuckles, that is quite a stereotype. What is it then? Shikamaru sighs, not everyone has a ninja beast, you know. Ino adds, ninja beast contracts are quite rare. Generally, one can only choose whether to sign or not, without the option to choose which one to sign with. If given the opportunity, I believe most people would opt to sign. Oh, is that so? Ino softly remarks. Many in our clan do not sign a contract with chakra bugs because they like them. Rather, they endure the pain of family traditions. The atmosphere momentarily grows heavy, prompting Shikamaru to swiftly redirect the conversation. Does Choji not like ninja dogs? Not particularly, but Kakashi-sensei's ninja dogs are small, and I think larger dogs are more impressive. If they could be like wolves, that would be amazing. I had inadvertently mentioned my desired ninja beast as a cat, and although Sasuke has yet to agree, if he were to permit it, I would feel remiss not to sign the contract. For now, I must find ways to praise other ninja beasts to counterbalance my preference. If he senses that I am not adamant about ninja cats, he might perceive me as insincere and refrain from bringing it up again. Moreover, Since Orochimaru and Lord Shikamaru hope for me to become Tsunade's disciple, one of the legendary Sannin, her ninja beast is a slug. It is indeed difficult to fathom the capabilities of a slug as a summoning beast. How could it possibly engage in combat? Shikamaru remarked. Kakashi-sensei's summoning beast is a small dog. Yet that does not preclude Asakura's summoning beast from being a large dog. For the contract should encompass all types within the canine realm. I deftly shifted the topic. Speaking of which, are you aware of the legendary 3 Sannin, Shikamaru? He replied. The Sannin? Of course, they are prominent figures in our village. Who wouldn't know them? Shino interjected. Naruto might not be aware. Shikamaru retorted. He is an exception. I chuckled. What are their summoning beasts? Jiraiya's is a toad, Tsunade's is a slug, and Orochimaru, true to his name, has a snake. I noted. Shikamaru refers to others as Lord. Yet he addresses Orochimaru by name alone. I mused, much like myself, for I had never employed honorifics with him, though at the time, I did not comprehend why. It simply felt natural. Lord Shikamaru, Lord Ino, Lord Kankuro, Orochimaru. Gradually, I came to understand that in my initial ignorance of emotions, I merely mirrored the affections directed towards me. Lord Shikamaru treated me with kindness and care. Lord Ino regarded me with pity and compassion, prompting me to feel a sense of closeness to them. I only utilized honorifics for those I genuinely respected, cherished, and admired, such as Orochimaru. Despite being my creator, I knew he did not love me. His gaze was one of cold indifference, akin in some respects to that of Uchiha Sasuke. They both regarded those before them as mere objects. The first experience of human affection I encountered upon my inception was from Lord Shikamaru. It seemed profoundly unjust for Lord Shikamaru to receive the same treatment as Orochimaru, who harbored no love for me. Human relationships are marked by proximity. Those who are close deserve myriad special privileges and affections. I acknowledge Orochimaru's formidable prowess, yet I refuse to address him as Lord. Shino remarked. It is rather inappropriate to continue using honorifics for a rogue ninja. Ah, so that was the reason. Consequently, Shikamaru's and my rationale diverged. However, I widened my eyes in astonishment. Is Orochimaru truly a rogue ninja? Huh. But isn't he allied with Lord Shikamaru and Lord Kakashi? Lord Kakashi is the 6th Hokage after Lady Tsunade, and following his demise, Lord Shikamaru ascended to the position of 7th Hokage by popular acclaim. Orochimaru. Hailing from Konoha and having served under 2 Hokages, I had always assumed he was staunchly loyal to the village. While he may be eccentric and perilous, surely Lord Kakashi and Lord Shikamaru trust him? It's no wonder, I pondered. The scroll sternly cautioned me in bold red. Never approach the past Orochimaru carelessly. Yet the scroll did not specify that he is currently a rogue ninja, did it? It's understandable that Orochimaru refrains from documenting it. But did Lord Shikamaru also withhold this information, believing it unnecessary for me to know? Is it possible that Orochimaru's status as a rogue ninja is, in fact, inconsequential? How could it possibly be inconsequential? In our ninja academy, the teacher dedicated an entire lesson to elucidating the dangers, malevolence, and tragic fates of rogue ninjas when captured by the village. Shikamaru confirmed. Indeed, Orochimaru conducted numerous forbidden and brutal human experiments, which led to his expulsion from the village by the 3rd Hokage. Shino quietly added, to say he was expelled is perhaps a misnomer. Some claim the 3rd Hokage intentionally let him go, as he was his teacher. Shikamaru cast him a disapproving glance, prompting Shino to fall silent. Human experimentation. So that was the reason. I was not surprised by Orochimaru's actions, for I was born from human experimentation myself. In the basement where I was created, there were many versions of me, both male and female. Once it was established that the version sent back must be female, any male iteration capable of opening their eyes would be dispatched to the battlefield, pitted against Uchiha Sasuke. They bore no names, for once sent out, few returned alive. Uchiha Sasuke held a profound disdain for these creations of Orochimaru, never showing mercy despite their Sharingan lineage. While I floated in the incubation chamber, I overheard that Orochimaru had even created a being strikingly similar to Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's elder brother. He even attempted to replicate Itachi's Sharingan abilities. But this endeavor was vehemently halted by Lord Shikamaru, who admonished, to what extent do you wish to drive Uchiha Sasuke into madness? Among the many female iterations of myself, I was the one most closely resembling the original genetic template. However, as long as the experiments persisted, Orochimaru could continue to create more versions identical to the original. He made me feel as though I could be easily replaced, demonstrating that he did not regard me as particularly unique. Initially, I could not articulate the discomfort I felt, but over time, I began to understand that this feeling was distaste. Yet for reasons I could not fathom, despite my hatred for him, my feelings of being unvalued and overlooked. Whenever I thought of Lord Shikamaru, Lady Ino, and the others, I would also recall his cold, golden gaze, worrying about his well-being, and whether he had concocted yet another outrageous plan that could lead to his demise at Sasuke's hands. Chapter 69. A Team of Three. This question I had posed to Kakashi-sensei. Over the past 3 years, I often visited Rin and Obito. Whenever I felt lost, confused, or missed Lord Shikamaru and the others, this place alone could accommodate my unexpressed emotions. I frequently encountered Kakashi-sensei during these visits. At that moment, I had just come to grips with my resentment toward Orochimaru, feeling as though I could be casually replaced, which signified that my very existence was easily dismissed. I knelt before Rin's grave, laying down a bouquet of purple bellflowers. I was uncertain of her favorite flowers or colors. However, in the photograph, she had purple paint on her cheeks, leading me to believe she at least did not dislike purple. Thus, I thought that each time I came, I would bring a different shade of purple flower. Surely there was one she would appreciate. Once I exhausted the selection of purple flowers, if she liked strawberries, she would likely not object to pink, red, or strawberry-like hues. Kakashi-sensei had encountered me numerous times, and I had prepared explanations in case he found my frequent visits peculiar, claiming it was due to my fondness for flowers, but ultimately, I would have to watch them wilt at home. Thus, it was better to bring them to Rin. Yet for reasons unknown to me, he never inquired. Good morning, Asakura. Not so early, Kakashi-sensei. It is nearly noon. We had agreed to practice together in the afternoon, so I thought I would invite Asakura out for lunch afterward. I joked. Great. I specifically came for the free meal. Kakashi-sensei chuckled, placing a bouquet of lilies beside my purple bellflowers. I thought, splendid. It complements my flowers with a different color palette. We remained in silence for a moment, one squatting and the other standing, when Kakashi-sensei looked down and asked, "Squatting for so long, doesn't it make your legs numb?" Not at all. I lifted my gaze to him, eager to share my unique little secret. Crouching on the ground, with my upper body pressed against my knees and my arms wrapped around myself, evokes the comforting embrace of a mother. Would you care to try it, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi wore an expression of bemusement, but I'm already 20 years old. Perhaps sensing my slight disappointment, Kakashi also crouched down. Kakashi-sensei. Do you think Rin would dislike me? Why do you ask? Because I resemble her. If one's uniqueness is dismissed, wouldn't that bring unhappiness? If another person identical to me were to appear, would she replace me? Kakashi furrowed his brows, and I realized he was not pleased. Does Korra believe that appearance is the most distinctive aspect of a person? Is it truly so easy for one individual to replace another merely due to similarity in looks? Do you think you could ever be a substitute for Rin? Rin is different. She is a natural being, unchosen and untouched by human interference. But Kakashi sighed. Have you been indulging in too many nonsensical manga novels lately? I lowered my head in silence. Kakashi gently patted my shoulder. If someone were to use a transformation jutsu to take on my appearance, would that mean they could replace me? I pondered for a moment and shook my head. Why not? Because even if appearances are identical, personality, habits, and abilities are not. Those close to Kakashi-sensei would surely notice the difference. Indeed, looks are but a superficial facet. While they hold importance, what truly matters are the unique interpersonal relationships each person cultivates. Interpersonal relationships? Individuals are shaped by their connections with others. For instance, my personality is influenced by my parents' relationship. My habits stem from my upbringing. My abilities are derived from my teachers, and those dear to me, my friends, my students. We shape one another. Kakashi spoke softly. Thus, even if someone were to resemble me, those connections would not transfer. I would remain distinctly myself. Is this what Naruto often refers to as bonds? Kakashi's eyes curved into a smile. Precisely. Each person's bonds are unique, and such singular bonds forge unparalleled individuals. Even if someone identical to Korra were to appear, I would still know she is not Korra. His words illuminated my heart, and I gazed at him in astonishment. No wonder everyone says bonds are so important. So, as long as bonds exist, I cannot be replaced by anyone? Certainly not. Kakashi replied with a smile. Just as you believe Korra would recognize me, I too would never mistake Korra for anyone else. In my heart, Korra is as unique as Rin, Obito, Naruto, and all the others. This declaration deeply moved me, and I exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei is also unique to me. I excitedly grasped his hand. Kakashi-sensei. Sometimes I wonder if my father feels the same way as Kakashi-sensei does. But I'm only 20. Just moments ago, Kakashi had remarked on my age. Can these two matters truly be of the same nature? Kakashi, after teasing me, joined in my laughter. No, I'm not yet at the stage of becoming a father. How stingy. You clearly exude a fatherly vibe. That has nothing to do with being stingy. Kakashi stood up. Alright, it's time for lunch. Let us go. As we departed the cemetery, I remained curious. I wonder what Kakashi-sensei will be like as a father? Does he desire a son or a daughter? What would Kakashi-sensei's daughter be like? If his son were as lethargic as Kakashi-sensei, that might be somewhat concerning. Speaking of which, what was Kakashi-sensei like as a child? Aside from that photo with the fourth Hokage, are there any others? I shall refrain from answering any of the above questions. Why? Because I'm a rather stingy person. In a fleeting moment, I felt a twinge of worry about whether my refusal to inherit his ninja dog contract would disappoint him. I wished not to let him down. Before long, we reached the exit and headed towards the hospital. Iruka-sensei had brought Ino and the others to the emergency room, and was busy receiving the families of the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, along with 2 other classmates' parents. The Yamanaka clan also had someone present. The relationships among these 3 families seemed very close, which meant Shino had to accompany Iruka-sensei as well. The head of the Hyuga clan did not attend in person, but several jonin arrived to inquire about the situation. Although Hinata was unharmed, they appeared to lack confidence in the examinations conducted by Konoha Hospital, their brows furrowed and expressions grave. Aside from Hinata, the Hyuga clan seemed rather assertive. Perhaps it was the strength of their family that inadvertently rendered her in a more vulnerable position. While the adults conferred outside, Naruto, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and I remained in a smaller room. Sasuke carried me on his back in the hallway, and a nurse had just found time to settle us there. His gentle descent was careful as he handed me over to the nurse, his hand resting lightly on my wrist for support. I could not help but feel gratitude towards him. Thank you, he replied coolly. No need. This guy, it's no wonder he irks Naruto so much. The nurse assisted me in changing out of my snow-soaked clothes and into a patient gown. As she supported me while exiting, I overheard Naruto exclaiming with surprise and envy, Hinata's family really values her. Shikamaru replied, after all, she is the heir of the main branch. Sasuke stood nearby, scoffing dismissively. As the nurse cradled my wet clothes, she sought a place to put them, and Shikamaru extended his hand to take them. Upon noticing the clan emblem on his attire, the nurse smiled. From the Nara clan? No wonder, how considerate. Naruto asked curiously. Considerate of what? The nurse replied with a grin. Everyone in the village knows that the men from the Nara clan are well trained by the women. Didn't he expect one so young to be so polished already? Shikamaru merely looked at her in disbelief as she departed, then turned to meet Naruto and Sasuke's gaze. That doesn't mean our men fear women. Naruto and Sasuke averted their eyes, as if to say they hadn't suggested anything of the sort. The nurse returned with a basin of warm water, teasing, of course, it's not about fearing women. It's merely about fearing one's wife. She cheerfully set the basin by the bedside, instructing me to place my feet into it. I sat on the edge of the bed and complied obediently, and then she brought another basin of warm water to the nightstand for my hands. The nurse handed Shikamaru some pain relief medication and a tube of ointment. You're all ninjas, so you possess basic medical knowledge. The rest I'll leave to you. If she regains consciousness and feels pain, give her one of these pain relief tablets. Remember, rewarming might be quite painful, so keep a close watch on her and avoid touching the frostbitten areas. Once her skin turns pink and she regains sensation, apply the ointment to her injuries and wrap them up. Understood? Shikamaru nodded. The nurse tidied up her belongings and prepared to leave, but before departing, she curiously inquired. Generally, ninja teams consist of 3 members. You have 4 here. Which 3 form a team? Sasuke and Shikamaru exchanged glances before looking towards Naruto. Naruto, what are you all looking at? I am the one who is the closest friend to Choji. Chapter 70, Lacking Common Sense. The nurse chuckled. It's quite unfortunate that your closest friend isn't in the same group. Such things happen quite often. Naruto emphasized. This is merely the grouping for this final exam. The teacher shuffled everything around. We have always been together, always in the same group. The nurse smiled silently. Seeing her doubt, Naruto declared loudly. It will definitely happen. Shikamaru interjected. Idiot, don't be so loud in the hospital. Then he added, now let's leave this to Nara's reliable little brother. After the nurse finished speaking, she closed the door and left. Naruto still looked a bit miffed as he stared in the direction she had departed, stubbornly asserting. I will definitely be with Choji. We absolutely will not be separated. Alright, Shikamaru said with an exasperated expression. In any case, I will definitely be in a group with Ino and Choji, so you can be with Choji and Sasuke. I don't want to be in a group with Sasuke. Sasuke shot Naruto a glare. Who would want to be in a group with you, the lowest of the low? Shikamaru asked Naruto. So, who do you want to be grouped with? Naruto squinted as he pondered for a long while. Choji and Shino are a romantic pair, since they are partners. Then it should be Shino. Shikamaru looked at him incredulously. You're such an idiot. Sasuke appeared unable to bear it any longer, turning to look out the window. Fool. You stinky Sasuke. What did you say? Shikamaru ignored the two of them and walked over to my side to check my injuries, muttering under his breath. How long do you and Shino plan to practice romance? I replied with certainty, of course, we need to practice until it's complete. He frowned. What does complete mean? I thought for a moment, recalling what I had read in manga and novels about how love involves gradually deepening connections. It starts with holding hands, then hugging, followed by kissing, and ultimately spending the night together. Marriage. Shikamaru stared at me. However, I realized that Shino and I had skipped the intermediate stage. Shikamaru gasped. Skipped what? We skipped holding hands and went straight to hugging. He suddenly exhaled with relief. Ah, I see. I looked at him curiously as he awkwardly chuckled. Ha ha ha. I thought it was nothing. This was because Shino was rather unwilling to hold my hand. I glanced at my hand soaking in warm water. Hugging through clothing was fine. But he didn't want to linger too long. If it involved skin-to-skin contact, he would be very resistant. Was it because of the bugs? I nodded. Shino said that if there was skin contact he might not be able to control himself, and bugs might come out. Although I said I didn't mind. He insisted that he didn't want me to say I didn't mind while secretly caring, and then distancing himself. I also couldn't prove to him that I truly didn't mind. What about through clothing? He said that even with clothing, over time, bugs might still emerge because, according to what they say, people in love experience a special feeling when holding hands and hugging. Manga and novels describe that feeling as blissful, making people float. Thus, Shino was concerned that his emotions might spiral out of control. Shikamaru appeared reassured. I see Shino is quite cautious. Indeed. Our first hug was during the fireworks festival. I lamented, however, is something wrong? Although hugging Shino feels secure, and I'm not unhappy. It just feels different from that blissful feeling described in books that makes one feel as if they could ascend to heaven. Shikamaru quietly remarked. Perhaps it's not the hug that's wrong, but rather the person and the feelings involved. I contemplated this. Could it be because we are merely romantic partners and not lovers? Shino initially said that we are not people who like each other, so we cannot be called lovers. If we were lovers, perhaps we could experience that heavenly bliss. Shikamaru replied. I believe that to be true. You see, this is the essence of practicing love. If one has never practiced, they wouldn't know what it feels like to hug someone who isn't a lover. And thus couldn't compare it to the difference of hugging a lover, nor would they understand how blissful it is to embrace a lover. Therefore, hugging someone who isn't a lover is also very important, right? Shikamaru, huh? Because only by trying both can one truly realize how wonderful it is to be with a lover, right? Shikamaru, if you put it that way, I suppose it's not entirely incorrect. Once one understands the difference, I believe everyone would cherish their partner even more. Only those who like each other can provide such a delightful feeling. Shikamaru appeared somewhat bewildered. All right, I suppose? As for kissing, the books say that the first kiss is very important, so I am still considering the timing. I said earnestly. After all, that will be Shino's first kiss, and it must not be taken lightly. I hope to create a memory that he will cherish fondly no matter when he recalls it. Shikamaru. And spending the night. Shikamaru. However, I have experience with this, as I have spent the night at Naruto's house. Initially, we intended to have the orphanage approve my living with Naruto, but one time when I snuck out to meet Naruto, I was caught by Brother Uruishi. He angrily said that if I disliked staying at the orphanage so much, they might as well let the Nara family adopt me. It is said that Shikamaru's mother had inquired about me at the orphanage. Upon hearing this, Naruto and I no longer dared to pursue it. However, later on, I would occasionally spend the night at Naruto's house, mostly because I worked late or needed to get to a nearby job the next day. Naruto's home is much closer to the village center than the orphanage. Although Brother Uruishi was generally against this, he was very busy as a medical ninja. And since it didn't happen often, he didn't strictly prohibit it. However, Naruto told me that there was a time he was caught on the street by Brother Uruishi, who gave him a fierce lecture on which parts of girls are absolutely off limits to look at or touch. He said that if I didn't comply, he would never allow Choji to come near me again. Naruto clenched his fist resolutely. We made a vow between men, and I swear I will abide by it. I felt a bit anxious. So do I need to comply? Does that mean I can't sleep hugging Naruto anymore? Naruto scratched his head, thinking, Brother Uruishi didn't he seem to say that Choji should comply, so it should be fine, right? I then breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Naruto remarked. Anyway, I feel that there's nothing boys shouldn't he look at or touch. He gave me a confident thumbs up. Choji can look at or touch anywhere he wants. Naruto is a boy, and of course he understands boys best. So I completely trust him. I see. At that moment, Shikamaru pulled my thoughts back. However, if you were to spend the night at Shino's house, you couldn't live there like you do at Naruto's. Shino's parents wouldn't he agree? Yes, so we agreed to wait until after graduation to spend the night together. By then, we will be capable ninja and can go out alone to stay overnight. Shikamaru. He appeared to swallow hard at my words. But, if Shino isn't even comfortable with holding hands and hugging, is it really possible to spend the night with Choji? I replied. I will use desensitization therapy to help Shino before then. I plan to touch a different part of Shino's body each day, letting him stop controlling himself and get used to me by releasing the bugs. What do you think, Shikamaru? However, there are certain areas of a boy that should not be touched. Ha! I was taken aback, but Naruto insisted that there was nothing a boy shouldn't see or touch. Shikamaru. He glanced over at Naruto, who was still bickering with Sasuke by the window, and was quickly silenced by Sasuke's sharp retorts. Naruto. Naruto jumped, startled. Whoa. Why are you suddenly shouting at me like that? You who lack basic common sense should refrain from teaching Koru all sorts of nonsense. Chapter 71, The Photo. Naruto exclaimed. What do you mean I lack common sense? Sasuke interjected nonchalantly. Are you aware of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Naruto. Do you know about their summoned beasts? Do you know that Orochimaru is a rogue ninja? Naruto. These aren't considered common knowledge. The teacher never taught us about them in school. Shikamaru retorted. Just because the teacher mentioned it doesn't mean you actually know it. Naruto, frustrated, replied. I know what chakra is. Shikamaru, incredulous, responded. That's the most basic of all. Observing their escalating argument, I hurriedly turned to Shikamaru and inquired. So, what's the issue here? Naruto immediately chimed in. Exactly. What did I teach Koru that was wrong? Shikamaru. He fell silent. Seeing his silence, Naruto felt victorious. See? You can't even point it out. I'm not the one with the problem. Isn't Urishi a medical ninja? Shikamaru took a deep breath, moderating his tone. Shouldn't Koru ask him for clarification? Naruto, anxious, replied, No way. You need to tell me where the problem is before I go asking Urishi and I. Or he'll think I failed to keep my promise. I remarked. Naruto said that boys have no areas that cannot be seen or touched. And Shikamaru seems to think that's incorrect. Sasuke. Finally, Shikamaru conceded. Well, since it has come to this, I shall enlighten you. Everyone turned to him attentively. Firstly, the area a boy uses to relieve himself is absolutely off limits for both viewing and touching. At that moment, the door was suddenly thrust open. We turned to see Shikamaru's mother, who must have heard about her son's avalanche incident, rushing in with a pale face. Upon seeing Shikamaru, she let out a sigh of relief. Shikamaru, are you all right? Mom, what are you doing here? Shikamaru asked. His mother, slightly confused, responded. I'm not sure if I heard correctly in my haste, but were you discussing something about a boys' restroom? Shikamaru. He immediately ushered her out. It's nothing. Nothing at all. You must have misheard. After they left, Naruto, Sasuke, and I exchanged glances, each of us realizing that only the three of us were present, devoid of any parents rushing in upon hearing of our peril. Hiss. I pondered whether it was psychosomatic, but upon acknowledging this fact, I felt a pang of sadness, swiftly followed by a sudden ache in my body. Sasuke approached, glancing at my hands and feet, which had turned pink. You're regaining feeling, aren't you? I gritted my teeth against the pain, unable to reply. It hurts. Bring a towel. A towel? Naruto blinked, then dashed out, returning shortly with a roll of disposable face towels. Sasuke tore off several sheets and placed them under my feet, gently setting my toes upon them, before lightly pressing the towels against the tops of my feet to absorb the excess moisture. I awkwardly wiggled my toes, instinctively wanting to curl them up. But Sasuke frowned. Don't move. He stood up, searching for the ointment and bandages that Shikamaru had laid down earlier, then crouched back down to wrap the frostbitten areas. He was proficient and swift in his application of the ointment and bandaging techniques. Naruto, sensing he couldn't contribute to such a delicate task, offered me a cup of water. Koru, take some painkillers. I shook my head. This little pain is manageable. I'll take painkillers when it becomes unbearable. After tending to my feet, Sasuke followed suit, carefully removing my hands from the basin. gently drying them without harming the swollen, frostbitten skin. As he focused on bandaging my hands, a stray strand of hair fell onto his cheek. After staring for a moment, I couldn't help but say, "There's something on your face." Sasuke looked up, a hint of confusion in his expression, clearly not understanding what I meant. Once my hands were bandaged, I used the back of my hand to brush the stray hair away from his face. Sasuke paused slightly. "Thank you." He stood up straight, looking at me in silence. "If you ever get hurt, I will take care of you as meticulously as you have for me." Rather than contemplate how to care for others, Sasuke remarked, "You should first focus on not getting hurt." Naruto immediately retorted, "What kind of attitude is that? Koru is only trying to help. Those who only drag others down should refrain from speaking." "You jerk, Sasuke. What did you say?" The door swung open once more. Shikamaru, exasperated, said, "Honestly, didn't I say to keep it down in the hospital?" "Naruto," I asked, "where's Auntie?" She hurried over when she heard the news and, upon learning I was fine, went out to buy some fruit for you after your frostbite incident. Shikamaru approached me, and upon seeing my hands and feet wrapped up, he paused, glancing at Sasuke before asking, "Did Sasuke help you?" "Yes." It made sense. There was no way Naruto could bandage so well. "Hey, Shikamaru." Shikamaru sighed. "I can't always be by Koru's side." Upon his return, he held something in his hands, which I realized was a file folder. Noticing my gaze on the folder, Shikamaru stated, "This is for you." I was taken aback. "For me?" During the sports festival, I told them not to come because it felt like a hassle, but Mom secretly came and took a lot of photos, even recorded some footage. Today, she went out to pick up the developed photos and brought this one back with her. She kept a copy for herself, but this one is for you. She captured quite a few of you. I was momentarily speechless. Shikamaru kindly asked, "Would you like to see it?" I nodded vigorously. He smiled. "Since you're injured and it's inconvenient for you to move, I'll take it out for you." What? Naruto, curious, leaned in. "Koru's photos? I want to see too." Shikamaru reached into the folder, pulling out a stack of photos. Naruto eagerly peeked over, only to express confusion. "Huh? Why is that guy Sasuke in here?" The first photo showed me standing with Kakashi-sensei, gazing at Sasuke as he walked away. I suddenly recalled that this must have been captured right after Sasuke had tossed my seed into the tree. And Shikamaru's mother must have snapped the moment we were watching Sasuke's figure disappear. It turned out that when Sasuke left with his back to us, he wore that expression. He likely didn't notice the camera, as he stood relaxed with his hands in his pockets, his eyes cast down, appearing somewhat displeased. Nonetheless, despite his discontent, he appeared quite dashing in the photo. According to the perspective, in the picture, Kakashi-sensei and I were quite close, while we were considerably distant from Sasuke. I suddenly realized that although Naruto and I are parentless, if we were to encounter danger, Brother Urishi would undoubtedly be deeply concerned for my safety, and would take good care of me. Teacher Kakashi would also come to check on me. And Naruto has Iruka-sensei's care, as well as Kakashi-sensei's, who would certainly not abandon him. But what about Sasuke? If he were to face danger, who would the school notify? Who would worry for him, or come to his aid? Just as the village regularly sends individuals to manage the Uchiha household, would they send someone for him? That would be akin to being alone in a hospital, with only a nurse for company, wouldn't it? Chapter 72, Concerning the Uchiha. Sasuke approached us, likely having overheard his name, and joined us in looking at the photos. For some reason, seeing him no longer standing alone brought me a measure of joy. Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Why are there so many photos with Kakashi-sensei and none with me?" Shikamaru retorted, "Who knows where you were at that time?" "Ah, Shikamaru. You were pinned to the ground by Ino and Sakura back there. Ha ha ha." Shikamaru quickly attempted to snatch away that photo, only to be pinned down by Naruto's teasing. I laughed. That was during the relay race. Shikamaru tricked Ino and Sakura into thinking Sasuke had signed up too, and they were furious. Sasuke shot me a glance. Shikamaru insisted, "I didn't deceive them." People kept asking if Sasuke was participating, and I found it bothersome to respond, so somehow it spread that he was participating. Given his personality, it seemed absurd. I added because everyone assumed Sasuke, like Shikamaru, was coerced by the teachers. "Not at all," Shikamaru countered. "People just want to believe what they wish to believe." I was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but admire. Shikamaru always has such profound insights. "What insights?" Naruto grumbled. "They're just confusing statements." We continued flipping through the noisy photos from the sports festival, as if we were transported back to those joyful times. Before long, only one photo remained. As Shikamaru removed the penultimate one, he suddenly froze. The last photo was not from the sports festival. It captured the moment of my first visit to Shikamaru's home, where we slept together in the hallway. We lay side by side, his chin resting on my forehead, covered by the same thin blanket, which outlined my hand draped across his waist. I realized I never pulled my hand back that day. Naruto exclaimed in shock. When did this happen? A long time ago, I replied joyfully. It was when I first visited Shikamaru's house. The next day we met Kakashi-sensei in the little park, where he bought us strawberries and snacks, then took us to pay respects to Obito and Rin the day before. So that was it. Naruto lamented. If I had known, I would have gone to Shikamaru's house with you. Shikamaru and I exchanged glances, recalling the day we stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha cinema, using transformation jutsu. This was a secret known only to the two of us. Shikamaru helped me tuck away the photo, slightly embarrassed. Why did my mom include this one? Naruto looked enviously at the bag full of photos. I want to take pictures with Choji too. Alright, he declared, clenching his fist. From now on, I'm saving up for a camera. Shikamaru, with concern, asked, do you think you can learn to operate it? Naruto defiantly responded, don't underestimate me. Shikamaru chuckled. Then Naruto, seemingly struck by a thought, turned to Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, do you know who Obito and Rin are? Sasuke replied with a simple question mark. Naruto immediately boasted, Obito is an Uchiha. You don't even know your own clan. How can you say I lack common knowledge? You clearly know nothing. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. Uchiha? Oh right. Kakashi-sensei's teammates, one is Uchiha Obito, and the other is Noira Rin. Naruto beamed with pride for knowing something Sasuke didn't. Did you know? That incredible sister Noira Rin looks almost exactly like Choji. Sasuke responded, Uchiha Obito. Naruto reverently added, he died a hero during the Third Great Ninja War. He is a hero of Konoha. Sasuke, with a suppressed tone, remarked, in any case he wouldn't have survived. He protected everything he wanted to protect. His tone carried a dismissive negativity. I did not want my father to be perceived as useless, nor did I want his death to be considered meaningless. He fought valiantly for the village, and Kakashi-sensei said he would never abandon a single comrade. Thus he protected his friends until his last moment. I thought he was remarkable and incredibly strong. Sasuke coldly replied, he's not even your clan member. It's odd for you to be so emotional. I stuttered. I'm excited for the hero of Konoha. My father is the captain of the Konoha police force. Doesn't that make him a hero? You know nothing about us Uchiha. You merely heard a name by chance and think you understand everything. His sudden outburst caught us off guard. I couldn't help but retort, you're the one. You're always fixated on the Uchihas and can't accept others. If you wanted to, you could have many friends, but you. Sasuke shot me a fierce glare. I don't have time to waste on inconsequential people. I am not like you. I have things I must do. If you spent less time on childish romantic games, you wouldn't have to beg Kakashi to teach you how to defeat me. Don't think you're impressive just because you believe you can surpass me. As anger surged within me, I felt my eyes dry and unusual, forcing me to blink repeatedly to relieve the discomfort. Just wait. Once I recover, I will definitely defeat you. Is that so? Sasuke scoffed. The fireworks festival is fast approaching. Go ahead and enjoy it with your friends. I doubt you'll have time to find me. You have no friends. How would you know how important they are? Just continue to indulge in these superficial things. Shikamaru, feeling a headache coming on, interjected, enough, enough. The door swung open once more, and Shikamaru's mother entered with Urishi. What's going on? Shikamaru's mother glanced at me and then at Sasuke, who turned his face away. What were you arguing about? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Me. I felt a wave of grievance upon seeing Urishi, yet when I wished to confide in him, I realized I didn't even know why I had quarreled with Sasuke. Was it because I said Sasuke was too closed off that I angered him? But he was the one who first said Obito had nothing to do with me, that I had no right to be emotional. Though he was not wrong. Did that mean I was wrong to say what I did? Fine, even if I was at fault, did that mean he was not? Why did he have to utter such hurtful words? Moreover, the experience of arguing felt dreadful. When one is struck at their vulnerable point, they tend to attack the other's weaknesses, causing mutual pain, resulting in both parties being left wounded. This felt different from the time I had a cold war with Shikamaru, yet I detested it all the same. Chapter 73, Your Eyes. Urishi carried me back to the orphanage. Thankfully, the final exams had concluded, and I no longer had to attend school. I could rest and recuperate in my room. After the results were announced, Urishi inquired at school, and learned only that he had passed the final exam. Yet the specific scores remained elusive, buried as they were beneath a thick layer of snow. During my recuperation, idleness plagued me, and my mind incessantly replayed every word exchanged during my quarrel with Sasuke. At times, I found myself irate at my own shortcomings. At others, I reflected on whether I had erred in any way that might have provoked his anger. Sasuke remarked that I was utterly oblivious to the Uchiha clan. When I first arrived, the Uchiha clan was still intact. Yet my sole desire was to remain by Naruto's side, rendering me indifferent to their legacy. In retrospect, Sasuke's parents were still alive then, as was Itachi, who roamed the streets of Konoha. I had lived in such proximity to them, and to a vastly different Sasuke, only to feel as if I had missed something significant. Nevertheless, even had I sought to understand the Uchiha clan back then, would it have altered Sasuke's attitude towards me? It seems unlikely. Now, the Uchiha clan consists solely of Sasuke. Even if I wish to learn, I find myself bereft of the means to do so. Furthermore, when he accused me of squandering time on trivial romantic pursuits, was he referring to Shino? Yet, what business is it of his, and why should he be incensed? Does he disapprove of me? What exactly does he disapprove of? My practice in romance? I merely wished to ascertain how best to remain close to Naruto, and Shino had consented to assist me in this endeavor. Additionally, he asserted that friendship and camaraderie were superficial constructs, that those who cared for him were inconsequential and devoid of worth. Yet, Kakashi-sensei once imparted that it is the unique bonds we forge that shape our individuality. However, it is true that Sasuke is unlike me. He does not rely on such connections to define himself. Like Rin, he was born uniquely exceptional. He further claimed that he had obligations that set him apart from me. What does he truly understand? I have my own responsibilities. Regardless of how formidable he may become in the future, my current resolve is to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. During my injury, Kakashi-sensei was away on a mission but promptly returned to visit me, bearing fruits and snacks. My injuries were not severe, and after 3 or 4 days of rest, I was nearly back to full mobility. When he arrived, I immediately clung to him, eager to commence training. Alright, the binding technique, is it? Pressured by my persistence, Kakashi had no choice but to lead me to the riverside. He instructed me on the sequence of hand seals, and left me to practice alone. The hand seals for the binding technique are not overly complex, yet mastering the technique itself is no simple feat. It allows one to immobilize an enemy from a distance by channeling chakra into their body's chakra points. These points are only clearly visible to those with the Byakugan, but throughout protracted battles, some have discerned the approximate locations of certain points. By directing chakra into these areas, one can obstruct an opponent's chakra pathways, rendering them incapable of utilizing ninjutsu, or even moving. This is a practice distinct from chakra threads, which emphasize continuity and must never be severed. While the binding technique demands that chakra be propelled away from the body with force, one is supple, the other rigid. Typically, a ninja would pursue one path. Yet I resolved to explore them all. I practiced forming chakra into invisible bullets and striking the water, when suddenly I heard footsteps behind me. Upon turning, I saw Uchiha Sasuke standing on the riverbank. Alarm bells rang in my mind. Was he here to glean information about my new techniques? Our eyes met, and we simultaneously frowned, turning our faces away with a huff. It was as if we were gazing into a mirror, instinctively reflecting each other's hostility. Or perhaps we both perceived malice in the other, thus projecting our own animosity in return. I glanced at Kakashi-sensei, who lay on the verdant slope by the river, his face obscured by a Makeout Paradise volume, seemingly fast asleep. Kakashi-sensei would occasionally receive missions, making it impossible for him to remain by my side continuously. Thus, when he was present, I practiced the binding technique under his guidance, and when he was absent, I honed my skills in manipulating chakra threads for puppetry, as well as various ninjutsu including elemental transformations, shadow clones and substitution techniques, alongside shuriken throwing. As the 5th grade school year approached, I once more found myself at the Uchiha clan's compound, knocking on Sasuke's door. He appeared surprised upon opening it. Had he forgotten my declaration that I would defeat him once I recovered? Or did he think I would not come, fearing to confront him? I proclaimed loudly, "I have come to challenge you." Sasuke paused, then darkened his expression and replied, "Then come." He led me to a forest by a lake. "This is our Uchiha training ground. How about here?" His tone was as challenging as it was brusque, and I was determined not to yield. Fine. We adhered to the formalities taught in school, performing the opposing hand seals before launching into shuriken throws and fireballs. Aware of Sasuke's proficiency in fire techniques, I had diligently practiced water jutsu, particularly the mist-hidden technique, which I greatly favored. This technique, as its name suggests, is a signature jutsu of the Mist Village. However, due to its common usage and widespread knowledge, it is easily countered, especially considering Kakashi-sensei's reputation as the copy ninja. Once deployed, A thick fog enveloped the lakeside and the trees. Kakashi-sensei had taught me that combining this technique with the keen senses of ninja dogs would yield significant advantages. Though I lacked a ninja dog, I possessed chakra insects gifted by Shino. By placing a few on Sasuke during our confrontation, I could track his movements, regardless of where he was concealed within the mist. Silently, I perched upon a tree, narrowing my eyes to discern the information relayed by the insects, seeking an opportunity to strike. If Sasuke attempted to ascend the trees to escape the fog, I would be poised to ambush him with a fire jutsu, driving him back down. Then I heard Sasuke's voice emanating from the mist. Did Shino give you his insects? My heart skipped a beat. Did he think I lacked a means to determine his location? Suddenly, a massive shadow surged towards me from the fog, and I widened my eyes to see it was a wind shuriken. A wind shuriken. Wait, when did Sasuke acquire such large ninja tools? I leapt from my hiding spot to evade, hearing the familiar sound of a clone technique being dispelled from within the forest. Sasuke had employed the clone technique? A thought flashed through my mind, and I gasped as I observed the wind shuriken that had whizzed past me, embedding itself in a tree trunk. With another explosion-like sound, I realized it was the sound of a transformation technique being undone. Sasuke had first used the clone technique, then transformed himself into a wind shuriken, allowing his clone to launch him. Now, as his true form landed on the tree trunk, he could strike me while I was suspended in midair, my momentum waning. But how did he manage to locate me amidst the fog? No need for contemplation. As Sasuke approached, the answer revealed itself before my very eyes. In his gaze, a Sharingan with a tomo was vividly manifesting. The dense fog summoned by my chakra appeared insufficient to obscure the insight of the Sharingan. This scoundrel. He had yet to utilize his Sharingan, and I gambled on his blindness. How foolish of me. With a swift kick, he sent me tumbling into the lake. You bastard. All this time during our battles, he had not fought with his full strength. I leapt above the lake's surface, and the sound of thunder erupted from my right hand. During my intense training sessions with Kakashi-sensei, I had implored him to allow me a glimpse of Raikiri. Though he had not instructed me thoroughly, I remembered the sequence of hand seals. Prior to this moment, I had never employed this technique, as Kakashi-sensei had stated that it required the assistance of the Sharingan. Yet, why had it succeeded this time? Perhaps, with adept chakra control, it was feasible without the Sharingan? As this thought crossed my mind, my sole desire was to vanquish Sasuke with a more formidable technique. I soared high from the lake, charging toward Sasuke, who stood poised on a branch, ready to unleash the great fireball technique to repel me. However, as he began to form the seals, he suddenly froze. Your eyes? Chapter 74, Midsummer. Sasuke felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. Amidst the heat, the low hum of an electric fan brought a refreshing breeze. As he opened his eyes amidst the cacophony of cicadas, he found himself lying on a strange corridor in an unfamiliar courtyard. This was a traditional Japanese garden. Yet unlike the enclosed Uchiha residence, it seemed to embrace a small forest in its backyard. 5 or 6 deer grazed on the verdant grass within the thicket. Where was this place? He felt a slight dizziness, instinctively curling his knees and pressing his forehead. He had been battling Koru. Yes, that was correct. And then Koru unleashed an unfamiliar lightning release. As she charged towards him, the last image he recalled was her eyes. Had he misjudged? Did Koru possess the Sharingan? If so, then this place. He intended to ensnare Koru in an illusion with his Sharingan, but if she too wielded the Sharingan? The clan's text had stated, the Sharingan can instantly see through illusions, taijutsu, and ninjutsu, and reflect them back unchanged. Could it be that at the moment their eyes met, she had countered his illusion, dragging him into her own? Yet this illusion bore no semblance of offensive power. What in the world was Koru up to? Sounds of bustling activity emanated from the house behind him, and he turned to see a familiar, yet foreign figure in the kitchen. Koru? But the voice responding to him came from beside him. Surprised, Sasuke turned to see a thin blanket draped over his abdomen, and on the other side lay someone asleep. The posture was reminiscent of a photograph he had seen of Shikamaru and Koru in the Nara family's corridor. Wait, Nara family? Dear, was this courtyard modeled after the Nara residence by Koru? A familiar face emerged from beneath the blanket, her fair complexion glistening with a thin sheen of sweat. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Upon realizing the blanket covering her, she hastily tossed it aside, appearing quite aggrieved as she scampered to the kitchen door, addressing the woman inside. Mom, why did you cover us with a blanket? It's so hot. Mom. Ha. Sasuke stood up in astonishment as he saw the woman turn her face towards him. The reason he found her both familiar and strange was that her hairstyle and attire resembled Koru's. Yet she was an adult. Now upon seeing her face, Sasuke was struck with shock, realizing she bore an uncanny resemblance to Koru, save for Koru's black hair and eyes, while she had brown hair and hazel eyes. Was this Koru's mother, created based on her own appearance? It's easy to catch a cold from sleeping in the wind, she said. But it was summer. No. The abdomen must be covered. The mother smiled and gently caressed her face. All right, there's some chilled watermelon in the fridge. Let's take it and share it with Sasuke. Upon hearing about the watermelon, Koru's face lit up with joy. She obediently responded, no longer fixated on the blanket. She opened the fridge and brought out a pristine white plate, covered with plastic wrap, holding several slices of crimson-fleshed watermelon with green rinds, then scampered back. A natural breeze flowed through, and a soft jingling sound resonated from beneath the eaves. Sasuke looked up and realized there was a wind chime hanging from there. Sasuke, eat up. Koru placed the watermelon down, and neatly folded the blanket on the floor. At that moment, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. Was the Koru within the illusion the real Koru? Could she communicate? Could she dispel the illusion? What's wrong? Koru, having folded the blanket, turned her head to look at him, tilting it slightly. Are you still angry? Angry about what? Angry that Dad promised to train with you today, and then left for a mission? Sasuke, why must I endure such matters even within an illusion? Is this the attack Koru devised? Yet how would she know? Moreover, compared to his father, that man was the one who often stood him up. Don't be angry. It won't change anything. Instead, let's think of a way to take revenge on him. Didn't Dad say we could have whatever we wanted? When he returns, we can hit him hard and drain his salary dry. How about that? Why did Koru's tone suggest that her father was akin to Sasuke's? However, her mother was not his mother. Do our fathers share the same father? Yet Koru seemed to ignore this question, moving past him to place the blanket beneath her knees. Kneeling in front of the fan, opening her mouth towards the spinning blades. Ah! The fan echoed back with an electric sound. Sasuke found her childishness amusing yet bewildering. What exactly are we to each other? Koru turned her head to him, stating matter-of-factly, family. She had just woken from a nap. Beads of sweat still glistening on her face, and the wind from the fan caused many strands of hair to stick to her skin. Yet for some reason, Sasuke did not find her unkempt, nor did her sweat seem unpleasant. Rather, her droplets sparkled like dew on a flower about to bloom. He reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear, shielding her face from the fan's winds to prevent her hair from sticking again. All right. Sasuke no longer wishes to continue battling with her. Let me out of here, Koru. But Koru looked at him oddly, wrinkling her nose. What are you saying? How strange. Sasuke was taken aback. What do you mean by wanting to leave? Are you planning to run away from home? I won't help you with that. Mom is making tomato braised beef for dinner tonight. As usual, you eat the tomatoes and I'll have the beef. Just because I like tomatoes? Koru retorted confidently. Because I like the beef. Sasuke found this illusion far too realistic. It was not the kind that instilled fear, but rather one that captivated with its exhilarating charm. He resolved to attempt to dispel the illusion himself. Clenching his lips, Sasuke formed the hand seals. Release. As the morning dew lifted a slice of watermelon. She gazed at him with curiosity. Sasuke replied, what are you attempting to decipher? Unable to unravel it? Would you care for some watermelon? If you don't eat it, I shall consume it all. He then sat down, sulking in frustration. Had he truly succumbed to Chao Lu's illusion, rendering him defeated? Yet uncertainty lingered regarding Chao Lu's predicament. If she too had fallen victim to his genjutsu, it would result in a stalemate. However, the passage of time within the illusion did not necessarily align with the outside world. It was conceivable that he could endure years, decades, or even a lifetime within the illusion, while only a fleeting moment passed in reality. Surely Chao Lu wouldn't he be so cruel? Her chakra reserves likely weren't sufficient to sustain the illusion for an extended duration. If all else failed, he could only await the exhaustion of her chakra. As Sasuke pondered the realities surrounding him, the Chao Lu within the illusion suddenly drew closer. What are you doing? It's your birthday, and yet your father has abandoned you. It's his fault. Sasuke looked into her deep, dark eyes, which reflected his own bewildered visage. But both my mother and I will be there for you. She grasped his hand, declaring, you must believe that we all love you. My birthday, he mused, July 23rd. So, was that why it appeared summer within this illusion? Chapter 75. Just an illusion. What is summer? It is the chill of the refrigerator, the sweetness of popsicles, the relentless whirring of fans. The warm yet refreshing breeze wafting through open windows, the azure sky, clouds as white as snow, verdant tree canopies, and the cacophony of cicadas. In an instant, all memories of summer flooded back to him. Yet Sasuke could barely recall that his birthday was once in the height of summer. Since that year, that day, no one had celebrated his birthday, and he had not partaken in any festivities. The day of his birth had become just another ordinary day, devoid of any significance. Withdrawing his hand from Chao Lu's grasp, he leaped down the corridor and dashed into the woods. Chao Lu's astonished voice echoed behind him, "Sasuke, where are you going? Don't follow me." And indeed, she did not pursue him. He navigated through a herd of deer that turned their heads to gaze at him, plunging into the forest to continue his attempts at breaking free from the illusion. What nonsense! This genjutsu, this illusory construct. It would not ensnare him. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Sasuke had exhausted all of his chakra, to the point where he lacked the strength to form hand seals. Finally, he sat down, breathless, leaning against a towering tree trunk, his head bowed as he watched the last vestiges of light succumb to the encroaching night. A figure appeared before him. "What are you doing here? Everyone has come to celebrate your birthday party. As the guest of honor, it is rather inconsiderate to hide away in the woods from your friends." Sasuke lifted his gaze. "Naruto?" Naruto tilted his head. "Seriously? Just because Uncle Obito isn't here with you today, you've let it get to you this much? My dad is the Hokage, and there have been plenty of times he couldn't be with me, yet I've never been like this." Sasuke responded, "Huh? Who is the Hokage? Who is whose father? Alright. Stop moping around." Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hand and pulled him up from the ground. "I promise you, before the party ends, Uncle Obito will definitely rush back. If you keep this up, Chao Lu will get angry. Didn't she and Aunt Rin stay with you all day? Obito Rin? Hey, even if you're upset with your father, it's rather disrespectful to call him by his name. And why refer to your own mother by her name? My father, my mother. No, within this illusion, Chao Lu's parents are Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin?" Sasuke recalled not long ago when Naruto had mentioned those two names. But why? What was so special about them? Were they not comrades of Kakashi? Perhaps Chao Lu lacked any adult female figures she recognized to serve as her mother, and it was said that she bore a striking resemblance to Noara Rin. Given such a peculiar connection, it would make sense for her to consider Rin as her mother. However, considering her social connections, Kakashi would be a more logical choice for her father within this illusion, right? Or could it be that Chao Lu, possessing the Sharingan, understood her lineage was derived from her father, but remained unaware of his identity? Thus, she resorted to using the only Uchiha she recognized? As Sasuke remained lost in thought, Naruto pulled him out into a brightly lit room, where many familiar faces were engaged in lively celebrations. Chao Lu stood alone on the corridor, seemingly awaiting their return. Upon noticing Sasuke, she leaned in and scrutinized him for a moment. "What is this? I thought you had run off to cry. Yet here you are, not shedding a tear. Such a fool. Why did you suddenly dash off into the woods without even putting on your shoes?" Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Chao Lu did not press further. She offered him a pair of socks, saying, "Here, put these on before you go back inside." As the illusion remained unbroken, Sasuke could only acquiesce for the time being. He sat on the corridor, donned the socks, and under Chao Lu's guidance, discarded his dirty socks into the laundry basket before being ushered into the bathroom for a quick wash. Upon picking up a change of clothes, Sasuke noticed the absence of the Uchiha clan emblem. He pondered that, logically, if the master of this household were an Uchiha, both Chao Lu and his attire should bear the family crest. Perhaps Chao Lu lacked knowledge of such details, leading to discrepancies in her constructed illusion. However, it could not be said that her illusion was erroneous. Perhaps she had no intention of creating an Uchiha family. She was merely shaping a home reflective of her own desires. After changing clothes and drying his hair, Sasuke stepped outside, greeted by a living room filled with familiar faces. Naruto and Choji were inflating balloons, the colorful orbs seemingly competing to see who could blow them up the largest. Shikamaru, while letting some of the overinflated balloons deflate, quipped, "What on earth is your lung capacity? Stop blowing. They're going to pop." He was responsible for tying the balloons, while Hinata and Sakura decorated the room with the finished creations. Ino had brought a plethora of flowers, diligently arranging them in every vase throughout the house. The doorbell rang, and Chao Lu dashed to open it, her voice brimming with joy. "Shino, you've arrived." "Yes. Thank you for picking up the cake on your way." "Not a problem." Shino entered, carrying a large cake, following Chao Lu into the kitchen, where they stashed the cake in the refrigerator. Suddenly Ino called out, "Chao Lu, come here for a moment." Chao Lu hurried back from the kitchen. "What's up? Do you need help with something?" Ino beamed as she adorned Chao Lu with a floral crown. Sasuke, unfamiliar with flowers, could only discern that they were large blooms in shades of pale purple, deep purple, light blue, and sky blue, interspersed with delicate green leaves, forming a charming and picturesque crown. "It's beautiful and delightful," Ino remarked. Chao Lu exclaimed with delight. "I love it. Thank you." Ino gazed at Sasuke with anticipation. Sasuke, would you like one? I can make you a pink one. Chocho exclaimed excitedly, I want to see Sasuke wearing a pink flower. Sasuke replied firmly, I don't want one. Ino's expression dimmed slightly as she said, alright. Then I'll make one for Sakura. What a pity. Chocho also felt disappointed. It would have been adorable to see Sasuke in a pink floral crown. Having departed from the lively group of girls, Sasuke found himself at a loss, unsure of where to go. Shino passed by him, swapping places with Shikamaru, and began tying balloons. Shikamaru sighed as he stood up, muttering about the hassle, and headed towards the kitchen. Sasuke instinctively asked, where are you going? Shikamaru replied, to the kitchen to help bring out the plates and bowls. Some people think the oil clan's dishes are unclean, fearing bugs might have crawled on them. So I prefer not to touch other people's tableware. Sasuke thought to himself, is it really that meticulous? He was momentarily at a loss for words, simply replying, oh. Even when his parents were present, his birthdays had never been this lively. Though guests were occasionally invited, they were merely members of the Uchiha clan. This gathering of friends celebrating together was an entirely new experience for him. As Shikamaru brought out the plates and dishes, the children erupted in excitement. Are we going to eat? It's dinner time. Aunt Rin's cooking is super delicious. With the balloons and flowers nearing completion, everyone washed their hands and eagerly surrounded Sasuke, taking their seats at the dining table. Aunt Rin emerged from the kitchen and sat beside Sasuke, smiling gently. Thank you all for coming to celebrate Sasuke's birthday. Naruto responded loudly, because we're friends. The girls giggled sweetly, their smiles tinged with a hint of shyness. Sasuke noticed tempura on the table, while Chocho sat beside him, her eyes fixed intently on the dish. Shikamaru, in a tone of a miniature adult, advised everyone, eat a little less, there's a big cake after dinner. Ino chimed in, with Choji here, there's no way anything will be left. After sharing a sumptuous dinner, everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the cake. Sasuke observed that both Chocho and Rin seemed frequently glancing at the clock on the wall. Remembering Naruto's earlier comment about how his father, Obito, would surely rush back, he deduced that they were worried he might miss his birthday party. However, he personally did not care about this matter. His father was not Uchiha Obito, and he did not even know this Uchiha Obito. Moreover, it was merely an illusion. Even though the living room appeared warm, it was merely the effect of the soft yellow lighting. Though it seemed lively, it was only because of the numerous people and their chatter. Even the coziness and beauty of the room resulted from the decorations of balloons and flowers. Though he felt, at that moment, an unusual sense of importance about his birth and how valued his existence was. It was simply an illusion created by the diligent efforts of those around him. Suddenly, the lights went out, leaving only the flickering flames of a few candles atop the cake. Rin looked at him tenderly and said, Sasuke, make a wish. In the dim candlelight, her features were somewhat indistinct, but the gentle smile on her face bore a striking resemblance to his mother, Mikoto. Ah, but it was merely an illusion. Sasuke stared at the cake, its candle flames wavering. Since it was all false, he thought it pointless to make a sincere wish. Instead, he might as well voice an utterly impossible desire. He declared, I want my family back. Everyone paused, and Naruto exclaimed anxiously, you fool. You can't say your wish out loud or it won't come true. Sasuke stubbornly pressed his lips together, refusing to explain, and simply blew out the candles. The room plunged into darkness for a brief moment when suddenly, someone rushed through the door. I'm back. Oh no. Rin, have the lights already gone out? Is it over? Rin and Chocho immediately lit up with joy. Rin smiled and turned on the lights. Obito. Chocho leapt from her chair and dashed towards the entrance. Daddy. Two figures approached from the entrance. One was Kakashi, and the other was presumably Uchiha Obito. Chocho, with her black hair and eyes, was evidently her father's daughter. She threw herself into his arms, causing him to exclaim, ouch. He chuckled, lifting her up and settling her comfortably in his embrace. Perhaps because Chocho couldn't envision what he would look like as an adult. His attire was almost identical to Kakashi's, with a mask obscuring most of his face. Revealing only one eye, Kakashi's forehead protector covered his left eye, while Obito's shielded his right. Sasuke couldn't help but think, given the circumstances, why not simply set Kakashi as his father? After all, illusions sometimes resemble dreams, where logic holds no significance. Kakashi squinted at Sasuke. Hey Sasuke, sorry for dragging your father away on your birthday. Chocho chimed in, gifts. Gifts? What did Kakashi-sensei prepare? Kakashi replied, I think Sasuke is now ready to learn Reikage. So I'll teach you my unique jutsu. What do you think? You've always wanted to learn it, right? Chocho, hugging Obito's neck, turned to gauge Sasuke's reaction. Noticing his silence, she acted as his spokesperson, saying no, that is not enough. Kakashi sighed, well, I don't have anything better. Why don't we see what your father can offer? Obito reached out to touzle Sasuke's hair, but Sasuke instinctively dodged, frowning at him. Obito paused, chuckling ruefully. How about I give you 5 times your usual allowance this month? Sasuke sensed that Obito's demeanor mirrored Kakashi's. He thought. Chocho probably has no idea what the real Uchiha Obito is like. Chocho exclaimed. She was astonished, Daddy. How about on my birthday in September? You don't show up either? Everyone burst into laughter. Sasuke mused that he wasn't truly upset about this. Why should he let them think he was a childish brat sulking just because his father wasn't there on his birthday? He slowly replied, all right. Seeing that he was finally willing to forgive, Obito and Rin both sighed in relief. Their expressions revealed how significant Sasuke's emotional state was to them. This feeling was peculiar for Sasuke, as he believed that regardless of his happiness or sadness, his father would remain unchanged. To him, his father was like a mountain, steadfast and observing the ebb and flow of life with a detached gaze. Children resembled seeds, nestled in the crevices of cliffs, striving to adapt and grow. In seeking to elicit emotional responses from his father, Sasuke had exerted himself, wishing to avoid disappointment and to inspire pride. Yet, all he received was one disappointment after another. Still, Sasuke reminded himself that it wasn't his father's fault, it was his own. He wasn't good enough. He hadn't tried hard enough. His mother and brother believed this was normal. Although they felt a pang of sympathy for him, they were powerless to alter their father's attitude. They acquiesced to his unassailable authority, offering him the solace of future promises that everything would improve. But would it truly get better? Perhaps. But the future had already slipped away. Until the very end, he remained the child who could never satisfy his father's expectations. Meanwhile, the individual his father took pride in was none other than. Koro gleefully exclaimed to Obito, just now Sasuke made a wish for Dad to return. And he did. How miraculous. Sasuke instinctively wanted to refute, I didn't wish for Dad to come back. I meant family. Moreover, the father I desire is not this man. Yet upon meeting Koro's bright gaze, coupled with Obito's expression of remorse and Rin's worried demeanor, those stinging words lodged in his throat unspoken. Words can wound. And he had no desire to pierce their hearts with such barbs, causing them sorrow. Furthermore, the warmth of the living room light enveloped him. Naruto and Choji had exerted considerable effort blowing up countless balloons. Shikamaru had tied knots for what felt like ages. And Hinata and Sakura had meticulously pondered the color combinations and patterns for the balloons. Ino's floral crown adorned each girl's head. And they were all so joyfully gathered to celebrate his birthday. After all, Koro's chakra would not last long. Since this illusion bore no malice, why should he feel compelled to shatter it? And that wish? Koro, he said. She gazed into his dark eyes, and he thought perhaps one of his family members truly had returned. Let us cut the cake. Everyone erupted in cheers. Obito gently set Koro down, and she grasped Sasuke's hand, bubbling with excitement. I ordered the cake. From the bakery in the village that always has long lines. It's super delicious. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the strawberries on the cake. You ordered it based on your taste, didn't you? I knew you'd say that. Koro darted into the kitchen, and emerged with a bowl of water-soaked cherry tomatoes. She placed the washed tomatoes atop the cake, beaming, this is perfect. Tomato strawberry cake. Absolutely top tier, one of a kind. Sasuke replied. My fondness for tomatoes doesn't quite reach that extent. He looked at Koro with exasperation but couldn't help but chuckle. You really are a fool. Who weaves such an illusion for an opponent in battle? It has no offensive capability. What on earth is she thinking? Doesn't she harbor even a hint of intent to harm me? Suddenly, a sharp click startled Sasuke, and he turned to find Kakashi holding a camera. This is an important mission from Rin and Obito. Kakashi grinned, raising the camera. Come on everyone, let us take a group photo. Rin placed a paper crown, symbolizing the birthday celebrant, atop Sasuke's head. Though he found it silly, he had chosen to go with the flow and offered no resistance. Koro linked her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder, her face aglow with joy. Rin and Obito stood to either side of them, while Kakashi used a shadow clone technique to create another self, standing amidst them. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Shino squeezed in beside Koro. Perhaps feeling cramped, Shikamaru muttered about the inconvenience, while Sakura, Ino, and Hinata stood radiant by his side. Kakashi's clone shouted, alright. Koro softly reminded Sasuke, remember to smile. Just like earlier, it'll be perfect. 1. That's just too silly. 2. I refuse to smile. 3. Fine, since it's just an illusion, I might as well smile. Click. Chapter 77. Lilies and Snow Mountains. A few days later, Several framed photographs adorned the living room cabinet. The first captured a moment of Sasuke and Koru standing behind the cake, where she had said something that made him chuckle uncontrollably. Sasuke recalled her ridiculous remark about the tomato-strawberry cake, prompting him to laugh and call her a fool. The second photo was the group shot. Sasuke stood before the cabinet, gazing at the two pictures for a long time. He pondered. Why does Koru's chakra linger so abundantly? It's been several days, and why hasn't the illusion dissipated? It forced him to feed deer in the illusionary world, do chores, run errands for groceries, retrieve the ninja tools and scrolls prearranged by 4 ninjas, and accompany her to the bookstore, spending his allowance on her. After all, Obito had indeed granted him 5 times his usual allowance. Sasuke had long ceased to be thrilled by the increase in pocket money, but seeing Koru's envious expression and recalling her reality of constant work, he thought it would bring her some joy, so he spent it all on her. Observing her surprise brought him unexpected pleasure. Today he was set to go shopping with Rin and Koru. The fireworks festival was about to commence, and Koru excitedly informed him early that morning, "My old yukata is too small. Mom is taking us to buy new ones." Fireworks. Indeed, when summer is mentioned, fireworks and the seaside are essential. Koru dreamily noted, "I've never seen the real ocean. It would be wonderful if Dad could take us to the beach to watch the fireworks." However, Obito, being a high-ranking ninja in the village, was perpetually busy. If he had missions, he could be away for long stretches, and high-ranking ninjas without special permits were generally prohibited from leaving the village. Sasuke replied, "Once we become genin, there will surely be missions to the seaside, then we can go see them ourselves. But that may not be in summer. And it should be with both Mom and Dad, not just Sasuke and I." Sasuke reassured her, "At least I'll be there. It's better than you being alone." Koru marveled, "Wow, you're quite comforting." Remembering her expression and tone at that moment made Sasuke unable to suppress a smile. Just then, Koru called from the entrance, "Let us look at the new photos when we get back. Time to go." Sasuke pulled his gaze away and walked toward the waiting Koru and Rin at the door. Got it. Koru's home was not within the Uchiha compound, but rather close to the city center. A short walk led them to the shopping district, with a view of Hokage Rock in the distance. Sasuke speculated that this location was probably near Naruto's home. Rin asked Sasuke, "What color yukata do you want to buy this year?" "Black will do." Koru interjected, "Hey, black is so dull. It's practical." From Koru's expression, it was evident she disagreed with his choice. Sasuke conceded slightly, "If I must choose a color, deep blue or navy would be acceptable." "No." Koru stubbornly rejected. "You will wear whatever color I choose. You're not going to make me wear pink, are you?" As Koru seemed to genuinely contemplate him in pink, Sasuke retorted, "Absolutely not. Honestly, I certainly won't let you embarrass yourself." Koru huffed, "Of course I will think carefully about what suits you. Sasuke is so good looking. It would be a shame not to dress him well." "What's this? How casually you say that." "What? That I'm good looking?" Koru looked puzzled. "What's wrong with that? You are naturally very handsome." Reflecting on their current identities as family members, neither sharing the same father nor mother, her compliment seemed to carry a certain purity, allowing it to feel so natural. Sasuke's mood was rather nuanced as he remarked, "It's nothing." However, despite the notion of meticulously selecting a yukata for him, upon entering the store, he instinctively fell into a waiting mode. He observed Koru and Rin engrossed in the myriad of patterns and colors of the yukatas, delighting in their selection and trying them on with glee. If his parents had a daughter, would his mother accompany her in choosing a yukata for the fireworks festival in the same manner? The thought of an older sister was difficult to fathom. And what about a younger sister? After all, Koru was already younger than him. He watched as Koru emerged in a light beige yukata adorned with green daylily patterns, admiring her reflection in the mirror. Though she adored the gentle hues and fresh designs of the garment, she harbored doubts about its suitability for herself. Sasuke mused, "It's not suitable. That color is too ethereal." He recalled that he and Itachi had yukatas that were simply prepared for them in advance, devoid of any selection process. Was this due to the fact that they were boys? Koru cast a pleading glance his way, inquiring which of the two yukatas was more appealing. The previous one was a cream-colored garment with a red morning glory design, and Sasuke noted her preference for bright colors, even though she was undeniably better suited to darker shades. He pointed to a third yukata, declaring that one. It was a deep blue yukata adorned with elegant lily patterns, exuding an air of grace and subtle grandeur, perfectly embodying the Uchiha essence. Koru, somewhat displeased, retorted, "You merely chose the darker one because you prefer it, right? You didn't even notice how I looked in that morning glory yukata." Sasuke replied, "I have been attentively observing you." "You're lying," Koru responded skeptically. "Then tell me, Which one do you think mother would suit best? The one with the goldfish pattern, he replied. The base colors of white and navy blue harmoniously combined maturity with tenderness, while the goldfish design broke the monotony, presenting a vivid sense of elegance. Koro exclaimed, "You really have been paying attention to us. Great. In that case, I will choose this yukata, and from now on, I shall wholeheartedly assist Sasuke in selecting new clothes." Sasuke interjected, "No, something ordinary will suffice." Yet, at times, it seemed more enjoyable to assist others in trying on clothes rather than doing so himself, as the latter could be exhausting and disheartening when faced with unflattering garments. However, for others, it was merely a matter of determining what looked good. The darker hues had already been dismissed by Koro, and she was resolute in selecting a brightly colored yukata for Sasuke. Nevertheless, the palette and patterns available for men's yukatas were far more limited than those for women's. After trying on several light-colored yukatas, Koro wrinkled her brow in disapproval. Why is it so challenging to find a suitable outfit for boys? Sasuke, why don't you try on a women's yukata? I think that cream-colored one with the red morning glory pattern is incredibly cute. It might suit you perfectly. Sasuke firmly declared. Give me black. You simply want me to wear it because you can't. Koro hurriedly explained. Because if someone important to you possesses something they adore, it is as though you have it too. Stop making it sound so pleasant. You just want me to wear two garments because I want you wear the one you buy. How dare you think like that about me? She huffed. I can see right through your intentions. Then what about this one? Rin, smiling, interjected as she pointed toward another yukata, diverting their attention before they could truly bicker. It encompassed both Koro's desire for lighter shades and Sasuke's preference for darker colors. It was a gradient yukata. The upper portion a pristine white that gradually transitioned to a deep blue below the waist. Sasuke had never donned such a light color and felt somewhat ill at ease. Yet when he stepped out, even the sales clerk gasped in astonishment. It suits you splendidly, she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. You look as handsome as a snow sprite atop a snowy mountain. Koro, however, tilted her head, observing him in silence. What is it? Sasuke inquired, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Is it strange? No, it's beautiful, she replied, her grip on his sleeve tightening, a hint of inexplicable anxiety creeping in. You look as if you stand atop a snow-capped peak, so desolate. It's not lively at all. I've never heard of lively being used to describe a person, Sasuke noted as he stood beside her before the fitting mirror. Yet you certainly are quite vibrant, enthusiastic, cheerful, and candid. It's fine for now. But if you start resembling that fool Naruto more and more, it would be disastrous. After all, one tends to adopt the traits of those they associate with. An Uchiha could never become like that. As Sasuke pondered the future, the girl in the deep blue lily-patterned yukata smiled brightly. If that's the case, I must remain by your side to make you more lively. Chapter 78. Individuals with divergent attitudes. Sasuke cast his gaze downward. It seems you cannot remain by my side indefinitely. Koro paused, why not? After a moment of silence, Sasuke reflected that even family members could not always be together. Much less, we are not family. You will find someone more significant to you. Koro inquired, such as? Someone you hold dear, he replied. For reasons unknown. Perhaps due to the familial closeness she exhibited in the illusion, he expected her to reply, but I like Sasuke too. Instead, she exclaimed in surprise, oh? Does that mean if I wish to, Sasuke will let me stay by his side always? Sasuke was taken aback. I did not say that. Koro giggled, really? Why can't you be more like Naruto and just say what you mean? Sasuke, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, who wants to emulate that underachiever? After they decided on the yukata to purchase, Rin cheerfully ushered them into the changing rooms, insisting they not create a disturbance for others in the store. By the time Koro and Sasuke emerged, Rin had already procured 3 yukatas. Upon returning home, Koro eagerly rushed upstairs to try on her new attire. Sasuke, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, is there any issue with the fireworks festival this week? Koro looked puzzled. What do you mean? Aren't you supposed to go on a date with Shino first? Koro gazed at him in confusion. Why would you say that? Aren't you two a couple? Oh, a couple? Is that even a term? Koro asked with curiosity. But my parents will teach me about romance. Regardless of what I don't understand, Mom and Dad will guide me. Seeing her unwavering trust in her parents, Sasuke was momentarily at a loss for words. Because of her parents, she need not awkwardly invite others to learn and practice. Yet, just as he was acutely aware that they were not truly family, Sasuke also understood that Koro did not have parents. He suddenly found it difficult to meet her unclouded smile, lowering his gaze as he asked, so, who else is attending the fireworks festival this week? Everyone. Dad will be back too. But he'll be going on a date with Mom, So he won't join us. That is probably for the best. Adults are always so constrained. I see. Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. Korra stood on the stairs, looking at him curiously. Are you really okay? Lately, I feel like something's off with you. Lately, whenever the illusion diverged from reality, a wave of inexplicable anxiety would surge within Sasuke. What was he even doing here? Did he truly have the luxury of feigning ignorance and indulging in this ludicrous game of make-believe? What then, did a normal version of himself appear to be in Chojuro's eyes? Could she articulate it? As Sasuke gazed into her eyes, he detected a hint of provocation that he himself had not realized. Chojuro replied, "You are someone who leaves others at a loss, unsure of how to respond. What does that signify? I have persistently endeavored to despise you, yet for reasons unknown, I have never succeeded." Her expression shifted, revealing a different facet of her emotions. With the love of family surrounding her, Chojuro's smile was always carefree, radiant and bright. However, in the realm of reality, she would only display a genuine smile when in the presence of a select few. Shikamaru, Naruto, Shino, Ino, and Kakashi. The moment she turned away, that smile would fade and dissipate. During their time at the Ninja Academy, she frequently spent her breaks engrossed in books, her face devoid of expression when she concentrated, rendering her astonishingly aloof. As time passed and she began working, her naps during Monday breaks increased, her fatigue evident. Sasuke had witnessed her tirelessly juggling work and training alongside Kakashi by the river on numerous occasions. It must have been exhausting. Thus, there were moments when she intended to read, but found herself unable to focus. During such times, she would gaze out the window. Yet Sasuke felt that her sight seemed not to register the world outside. Her eyes reflected a void, as if she were ensnared in some deep reminiscence, starkly contrasting with her surroundings. Sasuke was aware of her memory loss and the injury to her mind. In her younger years, classmates had mocked her for it. Yet Chojuro appeared largely indifferent, staring blankly at those who laughed at her, seemingly perplexed by their actions. It was Shikamaru, unable to tolerate the sight, who furrowed his brow and drove the tormentors away. Sasuke felt that his mindset mirrored Shikamaru's. Bullying the foolish was simply intolerable. However, he was seated in the front row, while Shikamaru sat directly behind her. Just as he stood, Shikamaru had already positioned himself in front of her, a step ahead. Upon seeing Shikamaru, Chojuro's indifferent countenance transformed. Her smile, so vastly different from her previous blankness, was striking enough to evoke a sense of special favoritism in anyone who beheld it. It was evident to all that her demeanor towards Shikamaru was unparalleled. How could Shikamaru himself remain oblivious to that fact? People instinctively pay more attention to those who treat them differently. Sasuke observed Shikamaru gradually becoming increasingly captivated by Chojuro, the initial impression forming in his mind, a Venus flytrap. Soon after, Shino also appeared beside her, and Sasuke could not help but think that indeed, no insect would escape their clutches. But did she know about Shino's Chojuro observation diary? On one occasion, passing by Shino's desk, he noticed it unoccupied, and while two classmates were playfully tussling in front of him, they inadvertently knocked open his drawer. An observation diary tumbled out, fortuitously flipping open to a page that depicted Chojuro's profile. Sasuke, what is this? Someone hastily picked up the diary, and he looked up to find Shino had returned, standing before him. Sasuke, this seems rather suspicious. Shino calmly closed the diary and remarked, do you not feel that she is unlike ordinary humans, resembling an insect? For the first time, Sasuke realized he seemed to struggle with comprehending human emotions. Insects are expressionless, their language starkly different from that of humans, and one cannot help but wonder what they think, what they desire, and what they can do. Are you not curious? You can only approach their thoughts through the tremors of their antennae, or the vibrations of their wings. When you can empathize with a voiceless insect, does that not evoke a sense of wonder? Sasuke. Shino, undeterred by his silence, murmured, however, I still cannot accurately classify her. Ant, bee, dragonfly, or butterfly. From that day onward, he no longer found Chojuro peculiar, for in the world of ninjas, there were many who were even stranger than she. Some eccentricities inspire a desire to maintain distance, while others incite curiosity to delve deeper, perhaps influenced by Shino's words. Whenever Sasuke glimpsed a dragonfly or butterfly flitting through the air, or even an ant scuttling across the ground, he found himself recalling her. These creatures exist solely within their own realms. What does humanity signify for them? They remain silent, just as she does, elusive and unfathomable. Perhaps in solitude, she is her true self. What thoughts occupy her mind? Is she aware that each time she sees him, her brow subtly furrows before her gaze swiftly averts, as if unwilling to linger on him? What has he done? It is baffling that she can smile so effortlessly at the peculiar Shino, yet seems to harbor disdain solely for him. Chapter 79, The Final Day. Why do you strive to despise me? Because it appears you do not require the affection of others, Chojuro replied. Moreover, will you genuinely cherish the precious feelings of others? What constitutes cherishing? Sasuke retorted coldly. Is it merely smiling foolishly at those who do not interest you? Despair is not confined to you alone in this world. Some endure despair and wish for others to be spared from it, while others wish for everyone to share in their despair. What do you know? If I desired to know, would you enlighten me? I have been contemplating you, dissecting your emotions. It seems you yearn for others to approach you, yet perpetually push everyone away. Is your rejection of others' feelings born of indifference or fear of losing once more? Your fixation on hatred, does it stem from an unwillingness to confront the reality that no one will love you again? Only family can love you unconditionally, forever watching over you. Yet now you have no one left, is that not so? Chojuro. It is you, isn't it? Break this illusion. Chojuro shook her head. I do not comprehend what you are saying. This is my home. You intruded without permission, and I do not know how to send you away. Stop with the nonsense. It's true. It is not I who made you part of my family. Rather, it is you who desires family. Sasuke was taken aback. Or perhaps, I believed you yearned for family, thus I embraced you. But could you please refrain from causing further chaos? Chojuro, somewhat irked, responded. I was living quite well here with my parents, and then you suddenly appeared as my family, immediately questioning me about whether our father is the same person. Of course. I know he is not, but isn't it strange to have family not linked by the same father? I had no choice but to pretend I didn't hear and remain silent, yet you persistently disrupt. Do you truly wish to continue being my family? Must you ruin my home? Will you genuinely cherish the precious feelings of others? Initially, Sasuke thought the remark pertained to Sakura and Ino's affections for him, which he had disregarded, but it turned out to be about her fantasy instead. Is this an illusion, or is it the deeper recesses of Chojuro's subconscious? It now appears as though he has penetrated the depths of her mind, rather than her weaving an illusion for him through sorcery. Within this dreamlike realm, he feels an overwhelming warmth. Could it be that what he desires aligns with what Chaolu yearns for? After he posed this inquiry, Chaolu indeed offered no reply, merely rushing to activate the electric fan. Her movements were so instinctual that he harbored no doubts. I grant you one last opportunity. Will you attend the fireworks festival tomorrow night or not? If he were to decline, if Chaolu were to exclude him from the identity of family, would he then have a chance to extricate himself from this enchantment? Who would waste time playing house with a collection of phantoms? Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the photograph atop the cabinet, capturing moments with parents and friends at the fireworks festival. Although those figures were mere specters, they were crafted by Chaolu's understanding of the real them, bearing an 8/10 resemblance, with the remaining 2/10 deviating into a realm where they appeared gentler than he had known. After all, it was merely one more day to endure. Sasuke remarked. I am curious to see what else you can conjure. Sensing his obstinacy, Chaolu scrunched her nose in response. What a fool. She then ascended the stairs. When dinner time arrived, she acted as though the earlier quarrel had never transpired. The following morning, upon awakening, Sasuke was surprised to find Obito, who seldom stayed at home, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Rin was outside in the yard hanging bed linens to dry. Despite the early hour, the summer sun had already cast a vibrant green hue over the grass. A few deer approached the mistress of the house, curiously observing her actions. Obito, wearing a mask, had not donned his forehead protector at home, yet one eye remained bandaged. Clad in a pink apron, he lifted a spatula and smiled at Sasuke. Ah, Sasuke. Go wake Chaolu. Otherwise, breakfast will grow cold. Sasuke glanced at the meal Obito had prepared. Tempura for breakfast. Was that not a tad too greasy? The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs, and Chaolu dashed out from behind him. Mind your own business. Obito shrugged. What can I say? Chaolu likes it. Sasuke directed his gaze towards Chaolu, who had entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Don't you have anything else you enjoy eating? Grilled meat, she replied. Why does it all have to be such greasy food? You must eat more meat to grow strong. But vegetables are essential as well. Chaolu presented a plate of strawberries and retrieved a box of tomatoes. Isn't eating more fruit acceptable? They're all plants. Shouldn't it make little difference? Her demeanor and tone resembled that of family. A complex blend of emotions washed over Sasuke, yet he felt a sense of relaxation. Perhaps it was because today was destined to be their last day together. He paid particular attention to everything around him. The reflections of his existence within this room. The traces of Chaolu's life. The tender laughter exchanged between his parents, the haphazardly strewn books on the sofa, all exuded the warmth of life. After breakfast, Obito seized the opportunity before the morning heat set in to teach Chao Lu the art of shuriken throwing in the courtyard. Though his technique bore no resemblance to that of the Uchiha clan, it was likely Kakashi's method. Unable to restrain himself, Sasuke interjected, "Allow me to instruct her." Chao Lu countered, "But you're not as skilled as my father. Are you going to learn or not?" "Very well. Since you insist so vehemently, I'll indulge you in some play." Sasuke couldn't help but let out a chuckle. After lunch, once Obito had washed the dishes, he fetched a reclining chair and settled in the corridor, gently swaying while reading. As he lost himself in the pages, the book slipped from his grasp, resting quietly upon his face as he fell asleep. Sasuke felt as though he had witnessed Kakashi reclining beside Chao Lu in such a manner countless times. Meanwhile, Chao Lu stood nearby, leisurely feeding the deer. The afternoon sun blazed more brightly, nearly blinding. The wind chimes beneath the eaves chimed melodically, while the oppressive heat occasionally warped the air. Dappled sunlight filtered through the trees, casting glimmers like scattered gold upon Chao Lu's dark hair and eyes. Did she favor the deer, or perhaps Shikamaru? Surely not that fool Naruto? And Shino was rather peculiar too. Did she comprehend the fragility of the friendships she currently possessed? Should she choose Shikamaru, Shino would inevitably depart from her side. If she opted for Shino, Shikamaru would leave. Should she select Naruto, she would be forever tethered to the tail end of the group. That fellow, though seemingly carefree and oblivious, Sasuke sensed that his solitude was no less profound than anyone else's. To fill the void within his heart, he would clutch tightly to what he possessed, unwilling to relinquish it. Such emotions bore a heavy weight. Could Chao Lu truly bear it? Perhaps upon discovery, she would find it burdensome and nauseating. Observing the delight in her eyes as she gazed at the herd of deer, Sasuke sat at the table, propping his chin upon his hand, slowly contemplating amidst the afternoon drowsiness. Once the afternoon nap was concluded, the main event would commence. The entire household became a flurry of activity, each person showering and changing into their yukatas, preparing the essentials for their evening outing. The girls, in addition to their yukatas, needed to style their hair and coordinate accessories. Sasuke and Obito were tasked with running errands, passing combs, hair ties, and curlers. Unable to resist, Sasuke uttered Shikamaru's catchphrase, "What a hassle." Chao Lu shot him a glare. "What do you have to say about the carefully styled hair of others? Your original appearance is already sufficient." Chao Lu retorted angrily, "Are you implying that my meticulously prepared hairstyle is unattractive?" Sasuke fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Chao Lu broke into laughter. "I'm just teasing. Nevertheless, today is a special occasion, so I wish to dress up nicely." "What makes today so special?" Chao Lu cast him a curious glance. "You really are a fool. Today marks our last day together as a family." Chapter 80 Fireworks. "You are the first to venture into this place." Before setting off, Chao Lu grasped Sasuke's hand, her expression earnest as she said, "Perhaps you find this place foolish, but you are the first outsider. No one has ever understood me so profoundly. I hope you know that your arrival holds immense significance for me." Sasuke grasped her meaning. If this place represented her subconscious, he had delved into her innermost world. This realm may encompass Naruto, Shikamaru, Shino, Kakashi, and Ino. Anyone, even Chao Lu herself, who had never fully comprehended her own depths. It suddenly struck him. If he had entered Chao Lu's subconscious at the moment their eyes met, what of her? Was her consciousness not also nestled within the depths of his heart at this very moment? Yet, such musings were futile. As the family prepared to leave, Obito grinned and complimented Rin on her beautiful new yukata. Rin, with gentle eyes, reached out to smooth the wrinkles from his shoulders. "You look quite handsome today as well." Such tender words would never be uttered by his own parents, Sasuke mused. Although it felt somewhat embarrassing, he did not find it unpleasant. He averted his gaze when he noticed Obito and Rin holding hands, swiftly redirecting his attention, as if to avoid witnessing something improper. Upon arriving at the entrance of the festival, everyone had already gathered. Chao Lu eagerly grasped Sasuke's sleeve and dashed towards her friends. "Look! The yukata that Sasuke and I just bought. Isn't it beautiful?" Ino exclaimed, "It's absolutely adorable, though it seems quite different from Chao Lu's usual style." "Sasuke helped me pick it out. He said it suits me," she replied. Sakura chimed in with a grin. "So did you choose Sasuke's outfit then?" "It's not his usual style either." "Well, there's only so much somberness one can bear at home with just Dad wearing such drab clothes." At this, Obito chuckled, placing a hand on her head. "Since you all have gathered, the adults will be off to enjoy their own time." Rin shot him a shy glare. "Don't say strange things to kids, you fool." Chao Lu suddenly leaned close to Sasuke's ear, whispering, That line was something I saw on Intimate Paradise. But Kakashi-sensei wouldn't he tell me what adult time entails? Sasuke replied he doesn't know either, but he wouldn't admit it. Obito smiled, let us meet at 9 o'clock to head home. Understood? The group eagerly replied, got it. With that, Obito took Rin's hand and turned into the crowd. Naruto immediately exclaimed, what should we do first? There's a haunted house over there. Ino retorted, I'm not spending money to be scared. Sakura added, I want takoyaki and cotton candy. Hinata said, I'm fine with anything. Shikamaru looked at Chaolu and asked, what about you, Chaolu? Where do you want to go? Shino remained silent. Chaolu glanced at Sasuke. Today is special for Sasuke, so I'll follow his lead. Naruto shouted, let us go to the haunted house. Sasuke, we're going to the haunted house. I'm the son of the Hokage. This is a command from Naruto. Shikamaru retorted, you should wait until you become Hokage to give commands. Ino suggested, then let us split up. I, Sakura, and Hinata will go play. Are you really going to stick with these silly boys, Chaolu? Sorry. Today is really special for Sasuke. Ino added, addressing Sasuke, you better not bully Chaolu. Naruto boisterously declared, with me around, I absolutely won't allow that. Watching Naruto's self-assured demeanor, Sasuke pondered, how long will this Hokage's son persona be upheld? Having seen the Hokage rock, we've already reached the 4th Hokage. Which Hokage's son is Naruto exactly? The 4th or the 3rd? In this world? If the 4th Hokage has passed, then Naruto claiming to be the Hokage's son can only mean he has the 3rd S. But given the 3rd S age, having another son seems a bit implausible. He finally said, then let's go to the haunted house. Shikamaru asked what? Is Chaolu going too? Yes. I want to accompany Sasuke. Shikamaru sighed deeply, then there's no helping it. As they navigated through the throngs of people towards the haunted house, Sasuke and Chaolu fell to the back. He asked her, did you go to the haunted house when you attended the fireworks festival? Yes. Was it the time I went alone with Shino? Or when everyone went together? It was when everyone went, and it was Naruto who suggested it. Where did you and Shino go? Chaolu pointed towards a distant forest, over there in the woods. Sasuke frowned, in the woods? Chaolu smiled, her eyes curving. To see bugs. He suddenly halted. Naruto's golden hair was quite conspicuous, and soon he, Shikamaru, and Shino had distanced themselves from them. Sasuke? Let us go there. To where you and Shino went. But are you really interested in bugs? Didn't you say that today I'm more important, so whatever I do, you will accompany me? Chaolu looked at her companions who were almost lost in the crowd, and then at Sasuke beside her, hesitating for a moment, all right. She tugged at his sleeve this way. They broke free from the crowd, and on the forest path, the number of people dwindled. Fortunately, lanterns hung among the trees illuminated the way ahead. Yet, Chaolu led Sasuke closer to the areas where the lanterns cast no light. Hey, Sasuke frowned. Did Shino take you to such a remote place to see bugs? We'll be there soon, just a bit further to where it's dark. Finally, they reached a deep part of the thicket, far from the path illuminated by lanterns. Sasuke's brow furrowed. Where are the bugs? In such darkness. How could one possibly see any? What exactly did Shino do? Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light flickered in the darkness. Sasuke paused. What is this? Those star-like lights began to swirl around them. In the dim glow of fireflies, he saw Chaolu's smiling eyes. How did I not know that fireflies could be seen in the village? These aren't fireflies, they're Shino's bugs. The oil woman's bugs can glow? No. The lights are Shino's chakra. Back then it was Shino's chakra, now it's my chakra. My bugs don't have as many as his. I'm sorry. Just this little bit. Though Chaolu claimed it was only a little, the fireflies surrounding them resembled a handful of stars scattered across the vast galaxy. If it were Shino, he could probably summon a dazzling display akin to a galaxy's brilliance. How magnificent must the scene be that Chaolu witnessed back then? Amidst the starlight, Chaolu softly said, may I ask you for a favor? What? I want to invite you to be a part of my life. What? In my fantasies, there are things I wish someone could accompany me through. Please, it won't take long, as those are future fantasies. And my visions of the future are merely fragments. Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, the first firework shot into the sky by the river, its explosion drowning out his voice. Chaolu's eyes widened. What did you say? Sasuke leaned closer, declaring loudly, okay. Chaolu smiled with relief, opening her arms to tightly embrace him. I like you so much, so much, so much. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the second wave of fireworks erupted in a dazzling display above. Chapter 81. Those beside us. Chaolu held Sasuke tightly for a moment before releasing him and tugging at his sleeve. Hurry, We need to gather by the river with everyone. Despite having much to say and a whirlwind of emotions leaving Sasuke bewildered, she offered him no time to contemplate. He followed her as they jumped off the cliff, taking the quickest route, and finally found Naruto and Ino by the river. From afar, Sasuke spotted Ino with her hands on her hips, seemingly angry with Shikamaru and Naruto. What are you two doing? Two living people have vanished and you didn't even notice. Chao Lu called out Ino. Ino turned around, and upon seeing Chao Lu, her face lit up with a joyful smile. She opened her arms to catch Chao Lu as she rushed over. Where have you been? Honestly, I was so worried. So were Shikamaru and Naruto. You all disappeared without anyone noticing. Naruto complained. We were startled when we found you two missing after exiting the haunted house. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke. We thought you two had been eaten by ghosts. Before Kaoru could explain, Sasuke interjected. I felt unwell midway, and Kaoru took me to rest. In concern, Ino asked, Are you not feeling well, Sasuke? Sakura echoed her worry. Are you alright, Sasuke? I'm fine now, he replied. That's good. Ino sighed in relief. It would be a shame to miss the fireworks. Sasuke wished to stand beside Kaoru, but in an instant, she was surrounded by Ino and Sakura, the girls gazing excitedly at the sky, completely oblivious to the boys nearby. On the boys' side, Naruto was exuberantly animated, Shikamaru wore an expression of resignation, and Shino remained silent. Sasuke found little desire to engage with them. How frustrating. Although the fireworks were indeed captivating, he was far more eager to clarify the meaning behind her earlier words, and that embrace. However, with so many interfering individuals around, he found it impossible to speak to Kaoru alone. He appeared focused on the sky, but couldn't help stealing glances at her radiant smile. When the first round of magnificent fireworks concluded, Kaoru finally approached him. This was bought by Ino. Let us set it off together, she said with a smile, handing Sasuke a sparkler. The second round of fireworks starts in 10 minutes, so we can light our own while we wait. She placed the sparkler in his hand and turned to return to Ino. Sasuke, still processing, instinctively grasped her wrist. Didn't you say I was more important today? Huh. She responded, taken aback. Didn't you specifically style your hair to look cute for me? Kaoru blinked, seemingly dumbfounded. But, you should be with me, right? Just because today isn't our last day as family. Does that mean you can brush me off? No, Kaoru hesitated, standing her ground, finally abandoning her intention to leave. But Ino said the fireworks in the sky are for everyone, while these sparklers belong only to us. The fireworks above will make people love this world, while our sparklers will make them cherish those around them. She glanced at the boys, who had gathered and were happily admiring the sparklers' glow, particularly focusing on Naruto's beaming face. I want to say that if you set off fireworks with Naruto and the others, wouldn't you come to like them a bit more? You really want me to get along with them? Not just that. I want you to get along with the world. The night breeze wafted along the riverbank as Kaoru tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and looked at Sasuke. After watching the fireworks, do you like this world more? Sasuke replied, most things in this world are meaningless. Fireworks are no exception. They are nothing extraordinary. True, it can't be that simple, she acknowledged, sensing his disappointment. Sasuke lowered his gaze, gently flicking the sparkler's wire, igniting it with chakra. His handsome features were instantly illuminated by the vibrant flames. He gazed at the golden fire and mused. Only humans can imbue inanimate objects with special meaning. Kaoru tilted her head. Huh? Fool, he said as he extended the burning sparkler towards her. What I mean is, if someone grows to love this world because of the fireworks, it would only be because of the special person they are watching them with. Kaoru accepted the sparkler he offered, but as soon as she did, it burned out. Sasuke looked into her eyes. So the words you said earlier were untrue. If lighting sparklers together makes one cherish those nearby more, do you cherish me more? What? Seeing her bewildered expression, Sasuke pressed his lips together and turned away. Never mind. Forget it. The second round of fireworks commenced. The fireworks soared into the sky by the river, their reflections shimmering across the water, creating a scene that seemed to transcend the earthly realm. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata waved at Kaoru, beckoning her to return to their side. Kaoru glanced back at the sullen Sasuke, yet felt unable to leave him. She leaned closer to his face, attempting to decipher his subtle expressions in the dim light. What's wrong? I said it's nothing. Amidst the grand spectacle, the celestial flames cast shifting shadows across their faces. Sasuke, feeling a bit agitated, changed the subject. So, is it all about your future from here on? Yes. What kind of fantasy do you envision? Kaoru gazed at him, her dark eyes seemingly reflecting an entire galaxy. She exclaimed, marriage. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Huh? Kaoru continued, her smile radiant. With Shino, I researched a lot, and it says the bride walks in holding her father's arm, but why only the father? Isn't the mother also involved in raising the child? Is this what you mean by being part of your life? Isn't marriage one of the most significant events in life? Cora laughed. I initially wanted to hold both my father and mother's arms, but as you know, they are merely figments of my imagination. Now that I have you as a real family member, I want to walk in holding your arm. And I haven't decided whether it should be a traditional or modern wedding. What do you think is better, Sasuke? A white kimono or a wedding dress? The Uchiha clan typically has traditional weddings. The Uchiha clan is always so dark. Their weddings must be dreary too. I don't want that. Sasuke replied. The Yamanaka clan will also have a traditional wedding. This is my world, and I call the shots. Alright. It's decided, a modern wedding it is. Now we need to choose a wedding dress and venue. Should it be a chapel wedding or a lawn wedding? She joyfully swayed her body. A lawn wedding sounds good. Shino likes bugs, and indoor settings might be too stuffy for them. Sasuke's numb mind pondered. Why must the wedding even consider the bugs' comfort? Moreover, would the guests truly accept an invitation alongside bugs? You really have no aversion to Shino's bugs? Sasuke furrowed his brow. I didn't have any particular feelings about bugs before, but Shino made me realize that they are truly remarkable. Koro's eyes sparkled. A single bug, even a weak one from the Yamanaka clan, can easily be crushed by a child, but when a swarm of weak bugs gathers, their numbers can lead them to victory. Sasuke thought, yet they could never defeat the Uchiha. Shino once told me that no matter how weak an opponent is, he would never underestimate them and would give his all. I find that statement incredibly cool. Furthermore, to value something that most people consider insignificant. I believe his heart must be gentle and meticulous. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Cora looked at him and said, You probably wouldn't understand, would you? Because you likely never see yourself as a bug. Sasuke, displeased, retorted, Do you think of yourself as a bug? I can empathize with the feeling of being a bug. For the future Uchiha Sasuke, the rebels are all as small and fragile as bugs. She too is a bug. Cora hopes that one day, the bugs can gather together and become a swarm that brings victory. Sasuke asked, Do you like Shino? I don't know. Even though I've practiced with Shino for a long time, I still don't quite understand, Cora admitted with a hint of confusion, but I think Shino is amazing. Then you don't like him. Do you want to marry someone you don't like? It's fine. She remarked, This is merely practice. Merely a figment of my imagination. I shall never marry. Why? In response, Chalu lifted her gaze towards the horizon. In the velvety embrace of night, the shimmering ripples upon the river danced with the reflections of fireworks, resembling a splendid tapestry. Yet, as the fireworks faded, the resplendent surface of the river succumbed to an abyss of impenetrable darkness. She continued, Perhaps I may not live to see that time.